Hello? Oh my god. Dude, oh my fucking god. Again, dude. Again. Oh my fucking god, dude. It happened again. Oh, say hello to my stomach. Okay. I'm figuring out what to do with this TV. I move this over this way. Because I gotta put the TV down here so it's connected. Okay. Hello. Hold on. Hup. HDMI. Oh, it's over here. Pull this thing all the way over. Fucking. Hello. Hello. Don't look at my fucking pimples. Hello. Okay. Right up. What's chat saying? Josh, he's so cute. What the fuck? What the? Why are you holding a TV? What? I'm doing. It's a subathon. I have 18 hours to go. So we're doing a movie night. Okay, emo, start blasting MCR. What the fuck is MCR? What the fuck, bro? Can I not plug this in? Why is this not working? I'm kidding, please, DKM. We gonna hang tomorrow? I have absolutely no idea because my stream is going till tomorrow to 5 p.m. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. is when the stream ends. So I have absolutely no idea, man. I mean, it's for a good cause, though. So. Oh my god, bro. Can you plug in? Dude, I hate this fucking plug-in, man. It's not gonna plug in, is it? Ever. Dude. Oh my god, it's finally in. What's chat saying? Josh, I'm fighting him over. I want to make fun of Jacob. The boys play Smash on stream? No fucking shot. I'd be down. I'd be fucking down, dude. That sounds sick. That sounds fucking awesome, man. I'd be down. Okay, I got the TV up as a monitor. So we have a third monitor, basically. How do I get it on this? How do I get it on it? Oh, that way. Okay, I found it. Hold on, I'm doing some shit to set up. How's chat doing? Josh, I might continuously leave and join back because I'm sending voice messages to my friends. Don't worry, bro. You ain't gotta sit here and stay through the whole stream. I ain't gonna force you, bro. It's like an 18-hour stream. It's fine. I don't really care. Brandon, when you stream next time, I make fun of you. I'm not sure. Fuck off, bro. Dude. Okay. We're gonna watch the Smash Bros. Melee documentary. It's a fucking good one, let me tell you that. I've already watched it like a billion times. So, sorry about that. How do I get... Oh, what? Is that where I go? Why does it have no signal? Why does it have no signal? This is a disaster, huh? Source, maybe? Do I have to source it? How do I source it? Give me the source button. Source. HDMI 2. How do I go down? Source. Source it. Source it. Is that it? Did it work? No. Didn't. I'll probably be up with Josh. To be honest, I don't sleep all-nighter. No shot I'm doing an all-nighter. I'm sleeping on stream. Fuck that. Dude, every time I do all-nighters, I'm fucking dead in the morning, alright? I cannot pull an all-nighter. No shot I do. Why have none of the HDMIs worked? Is it plugged in enough? Jesus Christ. Maybe it's not plugged in enough in the back. Pray to God this doesn't die again. Alright? Pray to God. Alright, chat? Stay on the line, boys. Stay on the line. Ooh, actually, maybe, that might be a better idea. There we go. That's gonna work. I straight up just unplugged my second monitor. Seeing if that works. What happened? Why are you pogging? Imagine pussy. Yeah. Nice work, bro. Alright, to Sierra Nora. Source it. Boom. Boom. Up. Source. HDMI 1. They don't work. What HDMI is this plugged into? This is such a disaster, dude. I'm sorry. It's plugged into HDMI 2. So I've been fucking wrong this whole time. Source. Down. What did I do? Source. No. I turned it off. Jesus Christ, this is a fucking disaster. Chat's not saying shit. You're dead, bro. Fuck you. That was mean. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me down here? Do I have to bring the mic down? Bring the mic down. Sorry, I'm dead. No, it's fine. I'm joking. I feel fine now. Dude, you don't even know. Earlier, I'm just gonna bring the mic down anyway. Earlier today, this girl, I think it's a girl actually. It's probably a girl, let's be honest. She's been following my stream since the OG 24-hour stream back in April when I did it for charity. So, I mean, she's pretty cool. She basically tuned into this stream and was like, and I was on call with Daisy playing CSGO, right? And she was like, you two are an adorable couple. and me and Daisy were just both sitting there fucking awkward as fuck, like, oh shit, what do we say now? And then she goes, your banter is cute. And then I'm like, oh my fucking god, bro, what do I say to this? And then she goes, me and Daisy are just freaking out, and she goes, oh, I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable. And she was so fucking nice about it, and I'm like, oh my god, I feel so bad. I felt so fucking bad. I still feel bad. I don't think she's in the stream, though. She said she might come back. She said she'd be in and out. Oh, I did it, boys! It's up! Oh, let's go! Let's fucking go! Display capture. Add. Oh. Automatic display 2. Here we go. Boom. Now does the TV. Do you know how many people used to walk up to Renora and I and say you two would make a cute couple? Bro, the amount she comes back right as you say that. Dude, it was so awkward between me and Daisy after that. That's okay. We didn't really care at the end of the day. Move the chat just over here. Talk amongst yourself up there. Pick up the goddamn phone. What do you want on my phone? My phone's over here. Okay. Bro, okay. Who's live? Excuse, he's playing The Forest? Yo! Alright, let's open up. You good? He fucking hung up. By the way, on my call it says missed call, no caller ID. What the fuck does that mean? Jay, why you calling me with no fucking caller ID, bro? What are you trying to do, bro? What you trying to do? Alright. No caller ID. Hello?
Hello, I've been trying to reach out to you about your car's extended warranty.
Holy shit. God damn, dude. Oh, I'm fucking knocked over the camera. My bad. Jacob, at this point, fuck yourself. Meta game. Yeah?
I'd like to make a PSA. Public service announcement. Renor, go fuck yourself.
Dude, I'm not gonna pick up the phone every time, bro. Stop, man. Where did I watch the Smash documentary? Controversy. There's controversy? Okay. Hey, what's up, Cheese? Welcome back, bro. How do I watch it? I just want to watch it, bro. Videos. You guys going here? Smash Melee documentary. Work. Boom. Here it is. The whole thing. Dude! Cheese! Yo! Cheese, you are a gamer, dude. Holy shit, man. Again? Bro. Cheese, you ever need anything, bro? Hit me up, man. I got you, dude. Honestly, I'll keep it that big. Is it good that big, chat? Dude, Cheese, you're so fucking cool, dude. Thank you, man, for all the donuts, for the bits, for everything, bro. You're giving a lot of money to a lot of good hospitals, alright? Hold on, I'm gonna put my fan on pointed at me so I have fan. It's burning hot in this fucking room. I'm poor as hell. I've spent all my money on Genshin. Otherwise, I'd do shit, dude. Don't worry, bro. Honestly, anything is good, right? Anything is good. Even just tuning in, following the stream, it's all good. Alright, hold on. Where's my blanket? It's under a mess of pillows. Alright. We have a mess of pillows I'm using as my little spot. I got you covered, lol. Hold on, that's gotta be added to the timer. It's another hour. We gotta... Oh, I don't have the timer open, do I? Hold on, I gotta open the timer. I haven't even added to the timer yet. Hold on. I didn't mean to move that. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, shit. Army's freezing. Dude, it's because I have a PC going in here 24/7. Timer, Twitch. Fuck. Nope. What was it? Subathon? Subathon. Timer, Twitch. Marathon timer. Here it is. Not cold enough. Bro, it's freezing here, man. Alright, set timer. We got 19 hours now. I'm freezing and I'm under 3 blankets. Dude, you are insane, bro. I'm wearing shorts in -40 and I'm not cold, bro. Streamlabs. Streamlabs already connected. I can show this, chat. No one's gonna narc on me, yeah? I can show this. No one's gonna narc. Boom. Everybody supersonic racing. You guys know it, show. Bow wow 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 wow. Everybody supersonic racing. I'll make it white actually. Hold on. I'll just reset it real fast so I don't make it white so it's easier to see. Did it change? Okay. Or it would like, I don't know, it would be a good color. Blue maybe? So it's not like too obvious. Is that a good color? I think it's a good color actually. Everybody supersonic racing, trying to keep your feet right on the run. Alright. I'm ready when you are, chat. Dude! Cheese with the 10 bits! Thank you, dude. I don't think 10 bits actually coordinates with anything. So, I'm sorry, but I don't think that actually goes with anything yet. We don't have it set. When I have a car, you're only walking to Holy shit, man. Alright, chat. I'm ready for the documentary, boys. I'm gonna cozy up. Hold on, I'll play some music really fast. I'm gonna go get ready. Brush my teeth, do all that. Alright, so everyone chill. Do their thing. Yeah. I'll go do my shit and then we'll start the movie night. Great, I've come back to the spam, huh? I can't even check what's happened. Oh, I can't even see. I'm gonna like go read. I see ya. Stop spamming. No. I gotta hold on. I'm gonna go get my hot chocolate real fast. Snackies. What did I miss? I don't know. I was going to. Alright, chat, hop in bed. Get ready for a relaxing night of documentaries. Except this is a really good documentary that I actually fucking love. So, it's not that bad. I hope at least. Oh, I missed it. Oh. Oh, can I hear it? Chet, can you hear it? What? Can you hear it, Chet? I can't hear it. Am I plugged in? Wait, Chet, can you hear it? Hold on. Oh, I have music playing, don't I? I can't hear the music either. Why can't I hear anything? What is happening? Can you guys hear shit? I can't because it's playing out of the fucking TV. How do I get it to not? Oh my god. It's playing out of the fucking TV, dude. No, turn down. I can't. Turn down. Why won't it turn down? There we go. Turn down. It's not turning down. No matter how many times I click the button, it's not turning down. There we go. Mute. Alright. Hold on, do I have to go into my fucking settings and change this shit, dude? Hold on. Settings. Boom. Where'd my settings go? I lost my settings. Shit. Sound. Output. Speakers. Logitech. There we go. That should be working now. Alright. Is everything good to go? It is. Night chat. Is it loud, chat?
Today, a friend of the producer is coming over to play Smash Brothers Melee.
How you doing? Pretty good yourself? Yep. Good.
He considers himself to be pretty good, having played the game for several years. What he doesn't know is he's about to play Korean DJ, one of the greatest Melee players of all time.
Oh. Whoops.
Each player has 4 lives or stocks, and must take all of his opponent's stocks to win. KDJ will lose 3 on purpose.
Oh, Fox is so awesome. Oh.
Dude, Fox
So
is
excited
good.
I'm playing this game again.
Getting comfy right now. I am.
Now, he will try.
Sure. I accidentally spilled the drink. I'm so scared that's gonna happen. I have 2 drinks. I have my hot chocolate and my juice. Also got
I want to introduce you to Korean DJ, who is one of the greatest Smash Brothers players of all time.
KDJ then invited the cameraman to fight. And then the producer.
Oh, there's gotta be enough of us here. Nice. Oh! Oh my god!
How is it possible for someone to be so fast and so precise that even 3 opponents would be no match? This is about a game that was never designed to be played at a competitive level. And the people who discovered just how far the game could go.
Well, I'd never heard your name before, so go suck a dick.
Tons of people behind me just screaming. He goes there ready to die. Best feeling ever.
But mostly, this is about the 7 greatest players who, in their time, ruled the world.
You want me to wrap up Smash, like, as a whole?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
John Salty Snacks presents A Brief History of Smash. It was the turn of the century and everyone was bored. Bored, that is, until Masahiro Sakurai invented a brilliant new way to legally beat your children. Super Smash Bros. Melee for Nintendo GameCube. Since then, everything has been just hunky-dory.
When Smash Brothers Melee was released, it was intended to be a party game. Something your family could play together. Something designed for the casual gamer. The game was stocked with Nintendo characters most people would recognize. Donkey Kong, Mario, Bowser, and some few would recognize Captain Falcon, Sheik, Marth, Fox. The game itself was unique in a world of 2D fighters.
I liked that it was easy to pick up. Like Street Fighter, you had to know shit combos. This game, you could just play and have fun.
There's just a fluidity to it that normal 2D fighters don't have. Not to say 2D fighters are bad or anything. Disclaimer.
You know, other games, you got the charge moves, quarter circles.
Smash, you make up your own combos. It's, you know, it's all about the physics. It's almost like a sandbox fighting game.
Of course, because I had fun, I then started taking it seriously. And it's like, shit, there are combos in this too. And it's actually a lot broader, I guess, than most fighting games, because it isn't just memorizing inputs. You have to think a lot more, judge where people are going.
First couple episodes. Episode 1 or 2.
Everybody's like, it's going up. It's supposed to go the other way, and then they die. Yeah, it's confusing.
Oh, yeah, the percentage. It's not at all like any other fighting game.
When you get hit, or when things hit you, or like when you fall or whatever, your percentage goes up. And that means that the next time someone hits you, you'll go a little bit farther. And then when you go far enough that you leave the box that is the stage, because every stage is really a box, then you die.
There's a lot of strategy in just making sure people don't come back onto the stage once you knock them off. You can kill people at 0% or like 1% if you just play it really smart and trick them into doing something. Whereas other fighting games, you can't really have that small tactical advantage. Like, you have to kind of chip away at them constantly.
Wait, what?
Out of 649 GameCube games, Melee was by a wide margin the most popular. But despite the insistence that it should be a casual experience,
Hello, Jay.
a few players saw it as much more than that, and they took it to another level.
Well, I mean, I first picked up the game when it came out, obviously. I was there waiting in line, and I guess it would have been Best Buy, and brought it back and played the challenges, you know, one by one, event mode. Fell in love instantly. It was brilliant. It was even better than 64, which I also played all the time with my friends. It was fantastic, and I've been playing it for a couple of years when we found out about tournaments, that they hosted tournaments for the game.
Oh, he's the best.
I thought it was just it was a one-time thing. It was for fun. It was silly, and we went to Live or Die. It was our first tournament. It was a crap show. Honestly, it was crowded and it was smelly, and I did really, really, really poorly, and it was frustrating. But that was it. You know, it was just turning on a light. We were trash, just trash compared to these people. And that was very exciting for us. Once I realized where I was on the spectrum of this game, how far down I was, that the training started right away.
Welcome to Smash Brothers Training. Today you will learn the first advanced technique ever discovered.
Wave dashing.
Wave dashing. What the hell is a wave dash?
Wave dashing. This is Samus. Besides being a robot bounty hunter, she is also an accomplished dancer. By jumping and then quickly dodging into the ground, she can transfer her momentum into a slide, speeding up her combos and increasing her movement options. Despite this, she still cannot do the robot. That's all for now. See you next time.
Players learned how to use wave dashing and other advanced techniques to speed up the game to the point where it basically got ridiculous. Most people figure that we put in about 6 or 7 inputs per second, which is roughly about the same as professional StarCraft. It kind of broke the boundaries that people expected to see in Smash.
There aren't set combos, there aren't a list that somebody somewhere decided what you can do. You can do whatever you want to with your character. You compare it to sports, you compare it to basketball or football, where a person is in control of every movement of their body. And while the video game is just a series of zeros and ones, everybody looks different. I can watch a video of a Marth, I can tell you whether it's Ken or Neo or Azen. You can see the style in a person's character, and that to me is incredible.
You know, I've ran tournaments for MLG, I've ran Men Challenge, I've ran Tekken, I've ran Halo, I've ran Gears of War, Rainbow Six, Shadowrun, Smash Brothers Melee, Smash Brothers Brawl, so I've ran and been around a lot of high caliber games, and I've seen them all, and I think Melee is one of the deepest and most intricate games you can ever play competitively, which is crazy for a game made by Nintendo that wasn't supposed to be competitive with cartoon characters, but it just kind of was like a beautiful accident.
Although Melee has advanced considerably, for the first few years there were no guidelines. The first to uncover and master these techniques would instantly become the most dangerous player.
Did you just call him Chris?
Holy shit.
Coming.
No,
Oh,
it's not Krishan. It's not cool.
Come on, Asin.
Cool again.
We weren't really serious about it. I mean, we had fun with it, but the moment where it changed from like just casual play to competitive was when my brother met Asin at school. The biggest thing about him that I've gotten over now.
Yo. Hello?
Hello?
Hello, there you are.
Why'd you just call me?
You called me.
I called you like 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago.
Did I only just get the call?
Yes.
Oh. My bad.
Hello, Josh!
Wait, what happened? Did the stream die? Wait, did the stream die, chat?
Which I guess is why I didn't start with it, but it's just the fact that he's like freakishly good at video games. Like he just has this knack for being able to figure a game out and apply the best tactics immediately. This old school MMORPG called Growl. He was like top 2 ranked, he said, in the PvP servers of that worldwide. Pokemon Puzzle League, top scores in almost every mode. It was also just different genres. I mean, you got an MMO, you got a fighting game, and then you got a puzzle game, like, and he's just nailing like all 3 genres.
Good.
We would just go to Fest and we'd be playing games for fun, and he's still like whooping our ass in them. Like we're playing Mario Party over here, and he's just fucking like winning all the mini games. It's something, like I said, that I'm used to now, but it's still like when I go back and think about it, it's like fucking incredible to think about. It seems like any game that he puts time into and cares about, he will get sick at. Crews weren't really like heavily established at the time. We were kind of one of the forerunners actually, because we wanted to show that as a group we had the most skill compared to any other group of players. And Chu had joined our crew because we had met him at another tournament. He started coming to our fest, and that's pretty much what started like the whole crew rivalry aspect. Probably was the fact that we had this other group of players, and they were, you know, they also had like a name. They were very like established. We had seen their placements over tournaments.
At the time when Melee came out, this game called Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance came out. And we were just being silly about it. It's like, yo, we should just call ourselves Deadly Alliance. Everyone was the king of their town. Like Mike G, he was the king of Queens. Kamal, he's like the king of Brooklyn. And me and Jason, we was like the kings of Manhattan. And then we also met Killer R. He was the king of Harlem. There was this guy named Brandon. His name is B. He pretty much knew about H2IO. And then he was like, yo, these guys, they're real good and everything. And he was the pretty much person networking between, you know, both crews.
He's just like, yeah, they're all like 20-year-old dudes from like the Bronx. And we're like, wow. Like,
I was like, yo, forget this, man. We're gonna go over there. We're gonna destroy the whole crew.
We're just like these high school kids playing Smash Brothers. And like, these are like fucking 20-year-old like inner city people just like bringing out like hardcore trash talk. If I ever told people at school or anything about like, oh, I go to tournaments, and they're like, oh, that's lame, I'm like, oh yeah? Well, let me show you this motherfucker West that goes to these tournaments. He's a fucking badass.
We was talking smack to each other, you know, we actually meet, and the next thing you know, Asin, he was pretty much beating my whole team.
That whole night, Asin was like wrecking them, but they actually beat the rest of our crew for, you know, overall.
It was funny, he was even beating Dave with like Pichu. Because he would do like gimmicks, like just throwing you off the ledge and just gimping you.
Yes? Did stream actually die?
He'd just do stuff like that to Dave, and Dave was like, oh, Asin's too good, I can't beat him, because that's how Dave is. Like, once a player is good and starts beating him, he starts like sucking their balls or whatever you want to call it. And the thing that Asin had over us at the time is because he knew about L canceling before us. So he was able to do moves like, you know, L cancel his moves to stop the delay on moves before us.
With his smart play and technical mastery, Asin had emerged as the best player on the East Coast. But across the country, a battle was brewing for best in the Golden State.
Tournament Go was one of the very first tournament series. It was really the first kind of national tournament series we ever had in our community. It was Matt Deasy who would just throw tournaments in his house, and you know, it'd be some setups on the middle floor, some setups on the bottom floor, and everyone would sleep there. Like, this guy would just house anyone that would fly in from anywhere or drive in from anywhere. He would give you a place to stay. They'd set up tents outside in his backyard, and it was like, I don't know, like Woodstock of gaming or something, where like all these people would show up and he'd be super friendly and open his house to them and house them for a weekend just to throw Smash tournaments. Vociferous, you know, was a guy who played Sheik back then and was just the strongest player. Like, he had won Tournament Go's the first couple of them. By default, he was, you know, considered the best player in the nation. I think we kind of had not an arrogant community, but like we definitely knew we were really good at what we did. And the first story about Ken is like, you know, this guy like randomly posts that he won a GameStop tournament or some random tournament and he can't be beat in this game. And the thing about that, saying that, is everyone says that. Like, they beat their friends and they're unbelievable at this game and they will never lose. And I've seen it at so many tournaments, and these guys just get absolutely like crushed, like torn apart, like leave it with like, you know, tail between the legs. Like, it was the same thing for Ken. Like, some guy that wasn't part of our community was like, I'm really good at this game, there's no way you'll beat me.
I was just a small fish in a pond. I didn't know anything about the ocean yet, so Matt Deasy, you know, he saw that post and he actually contacted my brother on AM afterwards and wanted to do a money match. They thought it was going to be easy money, so $25 became $50, $50 became $100, and then eventually it became the $200 money match off the bat. To tell you the honest truth, I didn't even have the money at the time, and I still money matched him. He actually drove down like 6-7 hours, NorCal to SoCal. I played Vociferous first. He was like doing all these advanced techniques, like wave dash, catching items on air. I was like, how did you do that? I just had to rely on my instincts to take me through. I ended up beating Vociferous. Matt Deasy and Vociferous' face, it was priceless. It was a funny thing because Matt Deasy's like, oh, okay, I guess I'm next. Matt Deasy would pick Corneria and then run to the one side of the chip and just constantly spam lasers at me, and I couldn't hit him. Every single time I'd approach him, he'd run to the other side and shoot more lasers at me. I realized like I had to adapt to that, so I found out that once I grabbed Matt Deasy, he wasn't able to run. So once I grabbed him, I was able to hit him. I asked him, like, I beat you guys. Aren't you guys the best? I beat you guys. Does it not make me the best now? And Matt Deasy said, no. Just because you beat us in a money match doesn't make you the best. You have to win TG4. I host TG4. You have to win that. That's what makes you the best. So I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll have to go to TG4 and win that. I don't know about underground tournaments. You know, I thought it was going to be like EVO, where they hosted it like, you know, at an auditorium or something where there's like stages and whatnot, but it was hosted at Matt Deasy's house. Like, I saw these smashers, he was housing like most of them, so they were like, I saw him sleep on the ground, and I was like walking in there, I'm like trying to avoid smashers. They've heard of me, like Matt Deasy and Vociferous were telling people about me, like how, you know, how I was, so they wanted to see it. I tore through the whole entire tournament. After people saw my skill, a lot of people actually dropped out of the tournament.
Ken is so fucking cocky, dude. He's so cocky.
The hype was like almost gone. It was like the last match of the day. It was me versus Vociferous.
I'm gonna go take a piss, then go to sleep, chat. I'm gonna take a melatonin.
I ended up beating him. My parents really never supported me playing video games, especially at a competitive level. They would always tell me, like, there's no way you're gonna be the best at this game. You know, there's always gonna be someone better than you. I'm one of those guys who want to prove people wrong. If you tell me I can't do that, I want to show you that I can do it. So when I came home from TG4 and I showed them a lot of cash, they're like, oh, that's beginner's luck. That's beginners. There's no way you can win another tournament.
Ken emerged from TG4 as the undisputed champion of the West, so it seemed that Ken and Asen were set on a collision course, with only a matter of time before they faced one another in the ultimate showdown.
What's a John?
Today's winner is Dr. Pee-Pee. Come on.
It was very ugly, but he won, and he won a lot.
Ridiculous things would constantly happen.
You can watch it and just see the level of like mind games going on.
We owned it.
We scared of the Japs.
We wanted revenge.
I never used to think that. Oh, we're on episode 2 already? Episode 2 already?
I figured I'm definitely not playing a novice right here.
I don't want to hear no Johns.
John. What's a John?
It was like 2 a.m. and he was tired.
John's like John's.
He'll get me on the days where I'm just not playing too well.
John's, just John's.
A lot of people don't know where the term came from. It just started, but I believe it was a guy in Texas. His name was John, and no matter what, every time he'd lose, he'd have an excuse. He'd have a reason for losing.
My controller wasn't working, the stage, there's a little bit of lag on the TV.
I didn't sleep last night, or I don't know why I'm not commentating. I need a warm up.
Yeah,
We would have a Swedish term, Inga Jonas, is pretty much no Johns. He used to using much Johns back in the time.
My favorite one, I think, was I was playing somebody and they were like, someone's touching my shoulder. And I was like, no Johns.
I've got a fan going, so it's gonna be loud as fuck, so I'm just gonna mute the mic.
I was like really into the word true that for some reason. That's like when the word just first came out, like everybody was saying it. And so I was like walking down the street and like walking home from school and I'm just like, true that, yeah, true that, true that. I'm just, I said it so much that it became my name.
Smash tag is chaotic.
Sago.
Solid Jake is my tag in the Smash community.
JV3x3, just random numbers and initials.
Some people create the tag when they're younger.
Chillin' Dude 829.
Morg.
Unknown Force.
WIFE, wife.
As you get older, you realize you don't want that like name to like stick to you.
I like it. I enjoy it.
Today's winner is Dr. Pee-Pee. Come on.
It's built a little identity around itself. I identify with it.
If I could go back and change it, I probably would. I would be something cool like Dark Rain, but as it is, I'm wife and I identify with it. I wouldn't say that I found myself in Smash, but I found a second self in Smash. Having this gamer tag and this alternate life and this alternate set of friends and this alternate set of goals allowed me to have an identity that was very different. In regular life, some people call me the most positive person they've met. I'm a very positive person, but in Smash, I'm arrogant. I'm arrogant and I can be condescending and I know what I want and I'm aggressive and forceful and it's fun to have that second identity. I wonder how many people found a community where they were able to express themselves where they couldn't before. I think that Asin may be one of those, and I don't know about Asin's real-world personality. I can't say that for sure, but I can say that his personality in the Smash world is very cool, and I did get to know that Asin.
He's one of those players who's just completely 100% like all like thinking.
He's actually the only person to ever beat me in tournament in a Samus Ditto. No one's ever done that, and it was early. I'd probably be able to beat him a little later in my career. They would call him the master of all the characters, and he was good with all of them, all 26. And he would beat a lot of people with their own character, and it was kind of embarrassing because you'd have these people that specialize in characters, and he'd beat them. And his style was just very unique, very like, it was almost dumb how he played the game.
It's one thing to just learn the game in one way, but like he seemed to master it in a different way.
He would do a Marth forward smash like 3 times in a row. It's like you missed the first time, you missed the second time. There's no way he's gonna do it a third time. You do it the third time. You're like, that's so stupid. Why did I just get hit by that?
He might not even be able to control the character to like make it look like a top tier character, but like he'll just beat you anyway.
It was very ugly, but he won, and he won a lot.
Azen and H2IL won most of their contests with the other East Coast elites, Deadly Alliance and Team Ben. Meanwhile, the newly minted champion of the West Coast had just met a player who would forever change the face of Smash, and he didn't even play the game.
I actually met Isaiah at TG4. He was a Smash 64 player at the time. He didn't even play Melee at all.
Favorite
He actually
Smash
money
player
matched me
ever.
at Smash 64. And I thought I was really good at there. I was like, you know what? I don't know I should money match you. You're probably gonna lose. Isaiah was like, no, let's just money match. I saw Isaiah, how he's playing 64, and he was amazing. I was like, oh shit. So I was like, you know what, Isaiah? Let's just cancel the money match. He's like, what? How come? I was like, I'm not feeling it. So I told him like, no money match. I was talking to Isaiah about Melee and stuff online that I think he has potential to be good because he's really good at 64. I was good at 64 and it carried over. You should come down 2 weeks before TG5 and I'll house you. We can practice, become partners, and I think we could be really good. Eventually, we became really good training partners, kind of like sparring. We would grow off each other.
Azen and Andon were visiting a friend in California, so they're like, okay, as long as we're over here, let's go to a tournament over here. This was 03, summer of 03.
TG5, when it first happened, everyone was pretty hyped since the best East Coast players at the time, best Midwest players at the time, all going to one place, and Matt D was hosting it. Who's better, Ken or Azen? And this tournament was going to resolve that all.
Azen advanced through the bracket and seemed to be doing well until he faced Vociferous and lost a Sheik Ditto. Knocked into loser's bracket, Azen again fought a Sheik Ditto, this time against Isaiah. With a 1-2 punch, Azen was knocked out of the top 3 and out of the money. It seemed, even without their top player, the West Coast was indeed the best coast. But something about the tournament didn't sit well with the boys from the East, and they made it known that in their eyes, the victory was a complete and utter farce.
The funny thing about this tournament was items were on, which we were not fans of.
You know, there was a constant debate about the West Coast versus East Coast about items and no items and stuff.
I love items. I think they're fun as hell. But it's no place in a tournament.
And they used them like regularly, and they had like a pretty crazy items list too.
Ridiculous things would constantly happen. You know, you grab a Pokeball, like, you don't know what's in there.
Hearing the stories about the tournament, items definitely had an effect on the outcome. So we wanted a tournament like on our turf with our rules where we still had Ken and Isaiah represented and prove to them that basically on our home turf with our rules, you can't beat us.
They wanted, you know, West Coast players to come over there. Obviously, like, the only 2 West Coast players they wanted to come over there was me and Isaiah.
We wanted revenge.
So here we are off to the tourney. It's my buddy Ken. Sucks. Oh, doesn't. Chops. I don't know who this is.
It's a Mexican guy.
Yeah. American Legion. Nobody here.
It was just like the place. There was nothing around. There was just like no food places around. It's just where the tournament was.
There's my partner practicing. Who are these people? Oh, it's Joshua. How was the drive?
Good stuff.
I was just so excited. Like, look at all these people from all over the country come to play Melee. DA showed up in full force. We even had a couple Canada people.
I think that's the first time I actually met husband and wife too.
Right here. The newlyweds. I saw your picture. This is my. That's wicked. That's awesome.
There's a counterpart to my wife, husband, of course, which has been very difficult over the years. I can't tell you how many times I've had to explain to someone that I'm not gay. I'm not in a gay relationship. It's just a thing. The Newlyweds was a TV show with Nick and Jessica, and that was part of it, but also Peach wears a white wedding dress, and she looks like a bride, and so it was silly.
Is this chilling? Or no? That's not. Is it chilling? Awesome. He's running this whole deal. He's got the money in his hand.
When Game Over happened, I was 14, so I mean, I was still very young.
I'm not asleep. I'm just.
Where'd you
I'm
guys come
watching.
from? New York City. New York City? Good to meet you. Trying to meet everyone here. Sorry to shove the camera in your face.
I'm gonna own everyone here today.
You're gonna kick some fucking ass. Who's this?
Samantha.
Samantha?
Yeah.
Are you playing?
Yeah.
Who are you using? Oh my god, it's Mike. I'm Mike from Canada. How you doing?
In the days before YouTube, Mike and the Punch Crew were one of the only video options in town, and they shared a sophisticated commentary on the game itself. Mostly sophisticated.
Give him the stick! Don't give him the stick!
They haven't heard of you guys.
What? Punch Crew?
What happened? Ouch!
The internet, as well as the community, was still very young.
All around the room quiet. They talk all this shit on the internet and in person, it's just like...
Anyone in the community, you have like two personalities. You have like their online personality, and then when you meet them in person.
There's a lot of talk online, you know that? And when I play them in person, they're not like...
That's how it is. They want to draw you here, that's all.
The first teams tournament came on. The East Coast at the time weren't too big on teams.
Yeah, I'll make sure to tell you when I fall asleep, bro.
So Isaiah and I just
My unconscious body will whisper.
We owned them.
I'm pretty sure no one took a game off them. Winners finals happened, and that was just brutal. Like, Asin and Andon got decimated by Ken and Isaiah, and it was never really close. Teams did have the $300 pot bonus, which is mainly why Ken and Isaiah came, I think, knowing that they had teams pretty much in the bag.
And after Andon's like, okay, so there you got what you wanted. Now it's time for, you know, singles and whatnot.
It took the longest time to actually get singles started because I had to write the whole bracket out by hand. H2L was all doing well. That encouraged me, just knowing that, you know, my crew is legit. I was just focused on running the tournament for a while until I saw that I had to fight Ken.
The match was crazy because I can remember, like, at first we were playing on a little screen.
Take one life off. Timber's chilling.
I remember playing Asin's Marth in friendlies a lot that week in preparation, and I would get up throw uppers a lot, but I never got them as much as during that first match against Ken. Okay, this strategy is really, really good, and I should probably be using this like at all times.
The chillin' is simply this: you throw somebody upwards and then hit them with an up air. Do you mean to repeat it so you can get that, or?
Titanic was getting really hyped for me, and that just started to draw a crowd. I can think of very few times in my Melee career where I've been like, oh yeah, I really like the fact that the crowd was in my ear, you know?
I did like a really good combo on him. I threw him up and I smashed him across the screen.
Oh shit. Shit.
All I had to do was smash him out. He came back.
At that point, I'm freaking out.
Oh.
I hit him with neutral air, setting him off. I see him coming back, and this is a situation I'd seen so many times with Asin, so I knew what was going to happen, and I just wave dash back, let him put out a forward air, and up smashed him.
Up smash.
I never felt like that good, like ever probably. That might have been like the highlight of my life to that point.
I was never used to losing, and that was a major shock that I can't believe I actually lost too when I lost to Chillin' Dude.
When someone told me like not too long after that, like, yo, that was Ken's first loss in the bracket, I'm like, oh my god.
It was so close. Like I could have done so many things differently. Got a little bit more sleep or something the night before, a little bit of food or something. I could have definitely beaten him, but it was I lost, and the worst part was that I lost to Chillin' Dude.
It turned me from like just this guy that plays Melee for fun to like an actual pro player, in my opinion. After I beat Ken at that point in winners, pretty much all of us in H2IL thought Isaiah was the beast. We all thought Ken was just, you know, the overhyped, not very good, like decent, but, you know, overhyped. And Isaiah was like really, really good, just based on watching his matches and playing him and stuff.
The San Jose native couldn't help but attract attention. He used the wildest, most unwieldy character in the game. But unlike everyone else who tried, Isaiah made him look good. In winners finals, Azen was waiting for him.
Azen versus Isaiah was like one of the first insanely high-level Melee matches where you can watch it and just see the level of like mind games going on. At that point, Azen had beat Isaiah, I'd beat Ken. You know, we thought, you know, we had pretty much taken it. But the thing that really killed us was that we were focused on Isaiah. Like, Isaiah's a problem here. Let's talk about how to beat Isaiah. But Ken ended up coming back through losers and, you know, just going on a rampage.
I was determined. I had the eye of the tiger.
You know, he beat Dave. He beats Isaiah. And now at the time we're thinking, okay, Isaiah just let Ken win for some reason because Isaiah's a lot better.
I felt more comfortable, and then I fought Chilling Dude again.
I wasn't nearly as focused, which had slightly to do with the time and how late it was, and I'd been running the tournament all day.
I beat the shit out of him. Like, I took him out.
Even at that point, I still didn't think, you know, Ken was, you know, anything crazy. We'll see what happens, but Azen should, you know, wrap this up pretty quick. It's 2 sets, you know. Ken just never let up. And I mean, Azen's not the type to do that either, but Azen didn't have as much of a game plan going in. Like, if he had played Ken in more friendlies or had just expected Ken to come out, he might have had a better game plan ready and things might have gone different, but Ken did end up coming all the way back and taking it.
And Azen was, oh man, Azen was sad. Like, I saw his face, he was sad. Like, I would be sad too, but I mean, he was representing the East Coast at the time. I mean, I pulled the impossible again and I managed to come out on top.
You could tell at times like he was upset about his play or something like that, but he did a very good job of hiding it.
No word could better describe Azen than unassuming. He is loath to accept his greatness. For all the games that he's good at besides just Melee, where he holds these world records in a game that he just picked up just because he's Azen, not only is he just mellow and kind of goes with the flow, you know, because he doesn't really want to put up a fight, I think he really wants to do everything you say. You know, it's like, hey Azen, do you want to play Smash for 12 hours in a row and not eat? I do. But it's not just about the game. Hey, Aslan, let's take a road trip to Michigan. Aslan, let's put on show tunes. We're going to sing Little Mermaid. And we did sing Little Mermaid. And all those 12, 14-hour trips to the Midwest. He's great company and a great guy.
Dag, man, we gonna lose to Japs. Man, we scared of the Japs.
The players in different countries in emerging scenes like America and Japan didn't actually verse much at all or integrate in any way, so we didn't have a clear indication of which country was better. But from watching the videos, the Japanese are far more impressive in their technical aspects and their creativity. There was, I guess, a realization that Japan players were probably at the forefront of the metagame at the time, and Captain Jack was the person who was promoting the Japanese scene.
The question remained, Japan or America? For some, the issue was already settled, but with TG6 around the corner, Matt Deasy saw an opportunity. He invited a few of the top Japanese players to compete in the States, including the formidable Captain Jack.
Asin went to that, Chu went to that.
That was a great tournament.
To be honest, when we were having those back and forths, who's the second best in H2IL, it was most often Chu, more so than any of the rest of us.
In addition to being the first international tournament, TG6 would finally put an end to an annoying West Coast practice.
I remember a match that I saw at TG5 where it was Eddie the Gandorf player.
Matt Deasy, he lost several matches because of items. One of them was to me. It was a Sizor. I remember this too. I hit one Pokeball and it was like a Firebird and he was caught in it. And then I hit him with another Pokeball to knock him back in the Firebird. And then the Sizor came out and took him off and he was just like...
And after that, Matt Deasy said, F this, no more items. So he took out items for TG6. I was playing friendlies against Captain Jack the day before the tournament just to see, you know, the difference of the skill level between Japanese and American.
Captain Jack's Bowser beat Ken Smart. I was like, what? Who is this guy? This guy's Japanese. He's like really, really good.
I just couldn't kill him. I just didn't understand why I couldn't kill him. Like every single time I'd smash him at like 100%, he'd live. And that was actually the first time I actually learned about DI.
DI, or directional influence, is the ability of the player to influence their trajectory if hit by an opponent. If mastered, this simple skill can keep you alive, where other players would easily perish.
The ability that there is directional influence, DI, it doesn't even become a contest for the players that know what they're doing.
It's just the back of my head like, DI, DI, DI. And that totally threw off my game. You know, I played Sasta for like third round. I was letting him hit me and I was trying to DI, and then I ended up ultimately losing the match.
Yeah, people were surprised by that, and I still remember Asin saying like, Sastifer, when he lost to him, he goes, I raped it with my Pichu!
And most people, I assume, are thinking, okay, game over, repeat, he's just going to sweep through losers, and then DSF actually took him out in losers.
It was a bad ride home too, like, that was the first time I didn't win singles, I know.
Even though we ideally would like to see Asin fight Ken again, because that's just always an epic match, this really opens the door for Asin to take it.
I fought Isaiah with my Ice Commerce, and I beat him. I beat him really, really, like, I don't want to say badly, but like, I two-stocked him.
Chu beat Isaiah, not only in winners, but again in losers. 2-0 both times, just showing like dominance over Isaiah, which no one had ever done.
Everybody was like, oh man, who is this? Look at this Ice Commerce player.
Other than Asin and Ken, there wasn't anyone who could really touch Isaiah, or so we thought. And then all of a sudden, Chu comes in with this considered low tier at the time character, Ice Climbers. Like, he single-handedly probably moved up Ice Climbers 10 spots just based on that performance.
I fight Captain Jack. I lose to Captain Jack.
It's set up Asin versus Captain Jack, and I'm on the phone with Chu while the finals is happening. I remember getting so pissed off that literally everyone in the venue, it seemed like, was cheering for Captain Jack. come on, guys. I know Asin's East Coast, but can you support your country? Once Asin won, like I mean, that was it. I remember putting in my SIG, like, congrats to Asin, best player in the world or something like that. Like, I was just like, okay, this is it. Asin's the best in the world. He just proved it.
We're talking about, you know, how good Asin is. Best in the world now, not because, you know, he beat everybody, but because he also beat a Japanese player. But, I mean, he still won. You know, he still won, so congrats to Asin for that tournament.
He doesn't get too excited, but, you know, he was definitely really happy about it. He had his big-ass trophy that he brought home on the plane. He was showing that off, so he was pretty excited about that.
The aggressiveness and the speed and the combos and everything that goes with that character, it's scary.
That was as Isaiah as anything Isaiah's ever done.
He's a weird guy.
People loved him for that because, you know, it was different, it was unique.
Well, there was emoji girls going around, you know, giving hugs and whatnot.
He had this kind of aura about him that just seemed unbeatable if he felt like it. More so than that, really, because, I mean, I was really excited about just holding a big tournament. I was like, okay, I want to kill all these motherfuckers in Melee. Like, I'm going to win this tournament, so I was getting really hyped at that point.
The Master of Diversity. I mean, I could see why he has that title, but if we're talking just about Melee, then we're talking to the real Master of Diversity right now.
That's me. That's me. He was for his time. No, he's cool.
We European players know almost everything about American players. A bit like how European basketball fans follow the NBA all the time. It's a bit the same thing, and it's really amazing to suddenly meet all the people, you know, and it's crazy.
Armada cheering alongside Captain Jack.
I'm sitting there doing commentary next to Doggy Sandwich.
No, none of those guys. Shout out to wait, what?
These murmurs start echoing through the crowd. Isaiah, and, you know, eventually we get word of this. They're trying to get Isaiah up. The hype was building that entire time. It's like you put a lid over a boiling pot, and eventually it's going to bubble over. So the crowd is chanting his name, and eventually he walks in, and everyone's just looking around like, this is going to be Isaiah versus Captain Jack in the year 2012. This is like the best moment of my life. And then the match begins.
Okay, here we go. This is Isaiah against Captain Jack. You know, I always wanted to do this. Isaiah! That's pretty bad.
You need to wait for him to do something, though. Right now, he's just kind of rolling around, getting slapped in the face.
He's not getting hit. Oh, he's getting hit with needles.
I was say, what? He got slapped. All right. Captain Jack just constantly charging needles and throw them at Isaiah.
Isaiah's remembering how to play this game.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
He literally just got off of Smash 64, so he probably needs to remember some things, you know.
When he wants to, he's going to turn up the jets. That didn't happen.
So you know Isaiah, he's done this before. He's just sat around and then just gone into someone. I got all these needles, all these stocks. Don't get four stock, Isaiah. Don't get four stock. Please don't. Don't get hit.
I don't believe you, Isaiah.
The crowd is stunned.
That was
In hindsight, that was as Isaiah as anything Isaiah's ever done.
Last time we got a shake, it wasn't that good.
Really?
It was okay.
What kind of shake do you get?
I got strawberry. I'm gonna get smoothie this time though. My favorite food is in Manhattan. I'm gonna get that soon.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. It's wurst and sausages. You know, the one I get is called the Joseph Stalin Dictator Special. Yeah. The Dictator Special, you can't choose the kind of wurst that you get. But the Democracy Special, you can pick. Yeah, I think that one costs more. But just play video games. Super Mario World. Oh, the Ninja Turtles game. Yeah. Turtles in Time. Yeah. Final Fight 2.
That's right. That was when you had to go rescue the girl, right?
I think so.
Did you have a good family life when you were growing up?
My family's not really close. My parents divorced when I was 10. My mom had to work a lot, so she could never be around us too much. But my dad would always take us to like the beach or outside to the creek when we were like little kids.
That's cool. What is it about 64 that keeps you playing it after all these years?
Just something I really like doing, you know?
Yeah.
Like hiking. You know, I'll be hiking for the rest of my life.
Nice.
Kind of like that. Yeah. Might be playing the game for until there's no one else left other than me. Then I might stop.
Isaiah and I were, on an epic quest to like go to as many tournaments as can to support each other. After every tournament, we would end up splitting the money so we can travel to the next tournament. They're all underground. Not many players enter. We won't make too much money, but enough to get us to the next tournament and hopefully make more money.
By the middle of 2004, the competitive Melee scene was getting big. New tournaments were larger, better run, with bigger cash prizes attracting top players from across the country. New York's Smash for Cash, MDVA's Getting Schooled, and Melee FC, hosted by the Kish brothers of South Bend, Indiana.
Misunderstood enthusiasts living an extraordinary existence for cash.
The very first FC was amazing because I think that was like the second or third time that Ken and Asin had met each other. Like that rivalry was really starting to heat up at that point.
I didn't get to go to FC, and I was really regretting it because it ended up being huge and like a massive success. And the top three was Ken, Az, and Isaiah again, which was crazy.
I think those three in particular, Ken, Asin, and Isaiah, were just a level or two above everybody else, just absolutely without question.
FC also gave birth to a new type of group competition, known as a crew battle. Kish Squared had seen something similar in animes like Yu Yu Hakusho and Flame of Recca, and wanted to try it as an event in Melee. A crew of players would pool their stocks together and compete against other crews, planning lineups and character selections to counter opposing lineups. At FC, a West Coast crew lined up to face an East Coast crew for the first time.
The West Coast crew ended up being Ken, Isaiah, Mike and Jared from Canada, and me. I went first against Wes and did all right. After me came Jared. He got a stock or two from Wes, but then he lost all of his also. Then was Mike from Canada. He finally eliminated Wes, and then he had to fight Oro Samus. He lost too many stocks against Wes to really be able to make much of a dent in Oro. So then it was just Ken and Isaiah against Oro's last stock, husband and wife, and Dave and Asin. And so Isaiah just went into beast mode. He went try hard. It was absolutely ridiculous to just see him just plow through like the entire East Coast.
Falcon wasn't a very well-used character back then. The aggressiveness and the speed and the combos and everything that goes with that character, scary. So it was probably more scary than a lot of other players just because he used Falcon, just because he was going to knee you 3 times and kill you in like one crazy combo. People weren't really used to that back then.
He's one of the most technical old school players I know, like till this day. Like he's even more technical than Ken or everyone. It's just that, so sometimes he'd be over aggressive and that'll probably be his downfall.
Falcon players, they don't play to win, they play to have fun.
Show me your moves.
Everyone cheers for the Falcon player. Isaiah's like, he has all the technical stuff from 64, but it doesn't look like he was trying to win back when he was playing his fight. He was just trying to like please the crowd.
Isaiah, he's a weird guy.
I know Dan has told me like he would just send him a random instant message. So what's a Krabby Patty? Like
we have conversations with him. He can like kind of predict what you're gonna say. So when you say hi, and he's like, no. And I'm just like, okay.
He was just very goofy, very shy. He would say like a couple words, but they'd always make you laugh. He used to have this guy called Mr. Happy. I don't know if you heard about this.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about, yeah.
Just this massage tool that he had. It was just like this weird back massage, and like he'd just be like, oh, I brought Mr. Happy, and he'd just like massage your back for a minute.
Some people say no, but he'll still force it on you.
There's 2 from Isaiah. That feels good.
It felt good. I'm not gonna lie.
People loved him for that because it was different. It was unique.
I have 2 friends. I could have more friends, but the people I talk to are Smash people.
Right.
And they live far away, you know? It's not as easy. You can't hang out so easily. Don't talk to too many people from Melee after I stopped playing.
It just stopped being fun for you?
Yeah, stopped being fun.
Competitive Melee had grown to the point where business opportunities were becoming hard to ignore. Among a few failed startups, one company outshone all the rest and helped to begin a new era for Smash.
When I stepped in the room, I bring the heat like the month of June.
It was a new business opening up, Major League Gaming. They wanted to pick out some popular games to add to the roster. Usually at tournaments, I'd have to win doubles and singles to get like $800. If I was just to win singles alone, that's $1,000.
They had the legit amount of prize money with these extra goodies for winning as well.
There was emoji girls going around, you know, giving hugs and whatnot.
They had all these like hot chicks lined up, giving out goodies. Like we took our pictures with them, which I thought was awesome at the time.
You know, it felt good because it was the first step out of the underground tournament scene.
Who's he teaming with?
I don't.
Vans?
Yeah. Not Vans like the beach player. Vans like she's a girl.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, I thought it was a beach player.
Oh, I've seen
That Asian chick?
yeah. Remember her?
Vaguely.
She went to Super Chat combo.
Yeah, I remember her barely.
welcome back to episode 3 of the MLG vidcast. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, coming at you from the MLG studios here in New York City.
My favorite part about teams is how good it feels when you win, because you guys did it together and you worked together to do it.
You always have to be there. You can't be a selfish player and sit there and camp all day.
The first individual that comes to my mind when I think about amazing teams players is Isaiah.
If you've seen Isaiah, what he does best is he is always there for Ken.
It's just Isaiah just tearing a hole through everything in his path.
Isaiah is, without question, the best teams player to ever play the game. I don't think anyone would challenge that. And when you put him in a team with the best singles player at the time, it was absolutely daunting, and playing them was ridiculous, because they would play with Marth Falcon, and if you somehow found a way to get the edge over Marth Falcon, they just play Marth Sheik, and then it was just stupid. Isaiah's Sheik is dumb, is stupid, is ridiculous. You feel like he's breaking the game, and it's not even any fun to play against. He gets you by the balls and doesn't let you go.
Isaiah grab forehand to get combo on. Oh no, they missed the up throw. Jigglypuff can really die easily at this percent, so can PC. Oh no, here goes PC. And it's King versus Isaiah. King versus Isaiah.
Crazy close.
Oh, here's the grab. Oh, and Isaiah goes to the up air and he missed. Oh!
Huge comeback, huge comeback.
Huge comeback by Ken and Isaiah. And they win the 5th match against PC Chris.
I love this room.
Isn't it great?
No one but us. You know, not like hundreds of loud people. You know, just peaceful. You know what? New Jersey has some good tap water. Way better than San Jose.
Did you like San Jose?
Yeah, I do like San Jose. Yeah. Especially now because of the hills. I'm a hiker. Yeah. And NorCal is good because year round you have to worry about a bunch of snow or bears. You don't have to worry about bears. You might have to worry about mountain lions, but I've never seen one.
Yeah, I always imagined myself fighting off a mountain lion.
Yeah, I did that too. I imagined myself kicking a mountain lion off a cliff, and I was saving a little girl from the mountain lions. Yeah.
That is awesome.
I daydream a lot. I think of things happening that haven't happened. Like I pretend they're happening. Yeah. Like I pretend I'm talking to someone. Yeah. You think some people just naturally get along? Yeah, right?
Yeah. I think so.
I hate it when like you're really into someone, but the other person doesn't really care. Yeah, that sucks.
Do you know why Isaiah is so good on teams? When there's someone else on the line, he will play his heart out. But in singles, you don't see that from Isaiah. You don't. It's not choking. He just doesn't care.
He has that capability to be the best player on that day. But if he doesn't want to tap into that, if he doesn't want to harness it, it's a futile battle.
Almost never gave it his all in singles, especially after the first few years, game over, FC, things like that he would try at, but the MLGs, he started giving less and less of a crap about singles as time went on.
Isaiah is definitely the player that created sandbagging to the extent it reached, because he would intentionally lose to really bad players.
Eventually got to the point where people didn't even consider Isaiah a threat in singles, not because he wasn't good, because he never tried.
He just didn't care, I guess. He'd go Peach on Poke Floats. That was intentionally him just deciding, oh, I'll let this guy win.
Sometimes I think that Isaiah didn't want to take the victory away from the person across from him. I think he'd rather lose and see the next person win than win himself and see the person across from him bummed out.
Isaiah's too shy though. I spend all this time with him.
As with Asin, similar, very quiet people. I don't know that crippling is fair, but certainly a shyness that just absolutely changed the way he went through life and the way he went through the Smash community.
What's your name?
Why you get scared? Look at the camera, dog.
Where are you from?
I'm too lazy to talk.
Yo, your brother destroyed me. It wasn't even funny. It was just sad. It was just sad.
I definitely don't know really what's inside him. I don't know how many people do, but I get the feeling that he's hiding a certain amount of his personality, and I have often suspected that he always hid a little bit of pain. And I don't know that, I don't know his story really, but I do think it's interesting. His tag is little known where it came from. Isai is how you pronounce that, but it's just, Isaiah is just kind of what he's called, and it sounds like it's this thing that it's not. And the tag he puts on his, on Melee when he plays, the girl that he likes, a girl we don't really know a lot about.
Yeah, there's someone here I want to be friends with.
Yeah?
Yeah, but I don't think she wants to be friends with me.
Really? Was it your playing partner?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. How do you know she doesn't want to be friends with you?
Just the way she acts around me. I have low self-confidence. Yeah. I'm always nervous when I talk in front of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Public speaking is the #1 fear phobia in the country.
Yeah, people like to say that. I'll say that's the #1 response to that fear.
Even as the team of Ken and Isaiah continued undefeated, their singles careers slowly diverged. Besides an anomalous 9th place finish at TG6, Ken continued to place first at every major tournament he attended. By the end of 2004, Ken had won the MLG National Championship in New York and was the #1 ranked player in the country. But for Isaiah, the singles bracket was becoming a burden.
He's very weird in the aspects of competing in 1v1. He doesn't really want to try too hard. Every single time I beat him, I usually would apologize and be like, "Oh, sorry, Isaiah," or something like that, because I know he's not always playing his best against me or anybody that he likes or his friends he would play his best against.
The two teammates stepped into 2005 and the first tournament of the year, an independent major based out of Dallas, Texas, called The Most. It would be a notable tournament for several reasons. The state-of-the-art projector, the stadium-like seating for the finals, and for the first time ever, Isaiah would give it his all against Ken.
I don't think the East Coast players wanted to go to that, so it was basically me and Isaiah against the Midwest and Caveman, Rob, and Zulu.
Cave and Rob and Bunny were our best players, and so we'd have them fight Ken and Isaiah to see if they could do something. And they could not do it. So we had Ken and Isaiah finals. The winner of most three got a cape. It was a black cape, and there was a big, silver kind of sword design on the back of it. And so I think Isaiah really won that cape, because he played to win.
It was unbelievable. I felt like they were both playing really well, and it was the first really hyped finals, people doing crazy stuff. Everyone usually kind of played scared in finals, and they were just going at it.
It was just sort of like these two people who were just so above the rest of us, mere mortals, putting on an exhibition.
coming up from a 2-0 deficit, the odds are never in your favor.
This girl was there, you know, one of his Smash 64 friends. I think her name was Melissa. That's why he always had the tag of Mel.
You know, sometimes you have an additional reason to put a little extra.
Melissa was actually cheering him on. And I really think like if she actually went to every tournament and supported Isaiah in like his singles career, he would probably be the best. He became a Super Saiyan that tournament.
That was like Smash was moving along like this, and then like people saw that and like that's possible in the game. Then like the curve of the game grew. Like people started getting so good so fast, and it's probably all because of that set.
That was the first tournament where you know I got utterly raped. Yeah. Like it was kind of close, but let's be honest, I got raped by Isaiah.
Now it's kind of standard, I guess, as a Falcon player. But back then, like, we never saw people moving around like that, and everyone used to love watching him. People would just talk about him playing. Like, we just talk about Isaiah for like 2 hours. And that seemed to be the case with New York. Like, Ken was known as the best, but we'd always talk about Isaiah.
Yeah, life can be tough. I haven't had a tough life though. I've had an easy life. That's why I think I'm really sensitive. It's because I've had an easy life. Yeah. You know, nothing's really like toughing me up. I've been getting better though.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Slowly, yeah. Take maybe like a few more years. Some things take more practice than others to be good at. Yeah.
After most 3, Isaiah for the most part returned to his old ways, but his spectacular performance against his teammate and the #1 ranked Smasher turned him into a legend. When asked by those seeking advice, Isaiah responded simply with a phrase which would soon become a mantra: "Don't get hit."
I used to have a shirt that said it. Wait, I might still have it.
Did you really?
I don't know if I still have it. I would not be surprised if it's gone.
He has this thing about him where, at least in his prime, it seemed like he could literally pick when he wanted to win. Like he could just decide, okay, now I want to win, and he could win that match if he felt like it. I'm sure like a lot of old school players will tell you this as well. He had this kind of aura about him that just seemed unbeatable if he felt like it, which, you know, didn't happen too often. But that's also why he was such a monster in teams, because he always tried in teams. You know, because I guess he didn't want to let his teammate down or whatever.
In the future, what do you see yourself doing?
Still be hiking, playing SSB, hopefully making friends.
I think we got a lot.
Yeah, you think you got all you need?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, this is me, Isaiah, Smash guy, I guess.
Oh, you don't understand. This is Destiny. We play right now.
It's almost unseen in any competitive thing I've ever seen in my life.
With him, he would just be all over you.
He was rude and he was selfish.
And he'd go online and talk mad trash. Mad trash.
I saw the Ken combo and I was like,
I mean, they're like, oh yeah, we want to make this big.
How much can you know about yourself? You never had a nemesis.
Dude, are you serious? Like, is this really that hype?
After Isaiah won, he gave the cape to Mike G.
We did Falcon Dojo, where we all went on FD with Falcon. It was me and Jeff and Dark Rain and Isaiah. And he'd just be like showing us stuff. Just be like, oh, try this. And he'd like show us something that we should do. And he said, here, practice this, it'll make you really good. Every now and again, like, he'd get angry and he'd be like, no, you're doing it wrong. He'd come to us.
He went to Hayato's house at one point. I guess Hayato was getting in a fight with his parents, and Isaiah just walks into the room and goes, oh, no, and then he runs away.
Ken is a villain. Ken is a villain. I have to say that with certainty.
I mean, he's kind of outspoken.
He was rude and he was selfish.
A little bit, but I think he's a nice guy at heart too.
He was a dick.
He just had such a dominance over the game compared to everyone else.
Somebody who just knows the game so well that they just do exactly everything that they want.
No one has ever dominated the game that much for that long.
It's almost unseen in any competitive thing I've ever seen in my life.
Take a woman like you to get through to the man in me.
Early on, Sultan of Samtu was the best Falco on the West Coast, and he'd go online and talk mad trash. Mad trash.
He was a guy that like was a little bit arrogant online and, you know, would kind of mouth off to people.
Is that the best you can do?
It's like, oh, I'm the best. You use Marth. Marth sucks. He's not even top tier. I actually went through pages and pages of Smashboards to the point where I'm like, dude, let's money match. Once I get to TG4, let's money match $50. Everybody cleared the stages, and Matt Deasy had a big screen TV, and I played Salt in the Samitude. I actually found out before that you can toss Falco and Fox up in the air and then re-grab them and toss them like a hacky sack and just keep on doing it over and over. I beat Sam, and he shut up. After TG4, Matt Deasy released a DVD about it, and most of the East Coast players actually bought a copy or two, and they were laughing at us. They're like, oh, look at him. He's an idiot. All he does is move back and forth, like he was dashing back and forth. You know, why would he dash back and forth when he can wave dash? You know, I was still new in the community. I didn't wave dash at the time. All I knew how to do was dash back and forth, and that eventually became dash dancing.
Just dashing around waiting for the person to make a mistake and grabbing them. was a very effective strategy, combined with his ability to aggressively attack well when openings presented themselves.
That's like the weird part about Ken, that like he's just such an aggro Marth. When you usually play Marths, they're more of a spacing character. Like they try to bait you in and they dash away and grab you. Like they're always trying to play the space game with you. But like with him, he would just be all over you.
I've seen Ken, I've seen his mind games. His mind games are like sickening. He knows what you're gonna do already. He knows when you're gonna come in.
He just really puts so much pressure on you, just like running up to you, making you roll, grabbing you, like just baiting you to do things. He'd get you scared because like a Marth is like intimidating being right next to you.
I saw the Ken combo and I was like,
When you did a forward air with Marth, they would fly up. And then you can do a down air after that and they'd fly down. People started catching on to that and calling it out every single time I would do that.
There's a reason why he was like the most dominant smasher.
My name's Hugo. They would call me Huggies, Huggles, just crap like that. So then I just took on the name Hugs. I mean, there's no reason, deeper reason other than that. We actually thought we were already the best in the world, like a lot of people do. We saw the videos, we thought they were fine, but we still thought we could beat them. So we show up to our first tournament, which was bi-weekly at Ken's house. I knew about him. I thought I would beat him the first tournament I went to. It didn't work out the way. In fact, I lost to his younger sister. 14 years old, and I remember Ken and his brother sitting at the couch watching me lose to his little sister. So it was a reality check. It was embarrassing, but I didn't. It made me want to play more.
They saw the bi-weeklies as an opportunity to bond and figure out who would be a part of their crew or their alliance. He wanted someone that could support him because he wasn't the most popular person in the Smash community at the time, despite his achievements. It's the underdog mentality. Go for the player who's not the best. Cheer them on. Make an upset happen. I think for the whole year I was doing the bi-weeklies with them. By the end of it, they did consider me part of their family. He would always call me up in 3am saying like, "Hey KO, you wanna play Smash?"
I met some of the people who ran MLG. They're like, "Oh yeah, we wanna make this big." And I was all for it. I was all for competitiveness.
With his West Coast alliance, Ken dominated every MLG he went to. The question no one seemed to be able to answer was, who could possibly stop Ken?
I would force myself to out-cancel 50 times in a row without missing it. And then it would be, you know, Dash Dancer or whatever it was. And it was a lot of just training and getting better. And I had a notebook where I made notes and I would watch videos. It was very serious for me. And it was a very conscious, specific, directed effort at becoming better.
The newlyweds, husband and wife, formed the core of Team Ben, a crew of ambitious Maryland and Virginia players looking to make a name for themselves. In 2005, they took a step in the right direction by teaming up with videographer Eric Reichenbach, or, as he came to be known, Bach.
Kevin, how was your night last night? Hey, but I'm filming my night last night. Oh!
Bach's well-produced montages and documentary videos became the gold standard for Smashers, showing the world what these tournaments were all about, and putting Team Ben front and center.
You hear me, Florida? You are going down. I'm going to stand on the edge of Georgia and lift you up and throw you into the ocean. That's what I'm going to do. You are going to be gone.
818-818.
You see that? I'm nuts.
Alright, what's 501? There it is.
Hey, easy on the camera, dude.
Eating without us.
Check this out. I got 2 plates.
How ritzy is that?
I am the Marth Slayer. I don't lose to Marth. Okay, let's just be clear about that. I don't lose to Marth. Kevin, husband, and I have been playing video games together since we were 7, and our synergy is very important. He's my #1 practice partner. Kevin is also a douchebag, which is important to the story because when you're playing Kevin, he won't let you stop playing until he wins. I mean, he will not. Okay. We can be about to go to a party or a movie or to sleep, it doesn't matter. We don't stop playing until Kevin realizes why he's losing. And so if Kevin and I are playing Marth Peach, Marth Peach, Marth Peach, Marth Peach, I want to play Sheik for a little while. Nope. Let's go catch that movie, we're going to miss it. Nope. Sit down and keep playing till I win. Okay, because he wants to get better. He's got that drive in him. And he's a jerk. It's a combination of the both. It's a fantastic combination. He's very stubborn though. And so Kevin and I played endless amounts of Marth Peach, so I know everything that Marth can do. Nothing surprises me. It was my destiny to play Ken. It was my destiny because we were rivals as people and because I was the Marth Slayer. And it finally happened that at MLG Atlanta, I was pitted against him. So I walked over to his TV and I said, Ken, we got to play. And he was like, rrr. And I was like, no, you don't understand. This is destiny. We play right now. So I sit him down. Marth Peach. He trashes me, trashes me, trashes me. Then I do some ridiculous combos and I win the first match. Done. He makes the error of staying Marth. Same thing. He had the 2-stack lead on me, but when I'm playing Marth, I don't get nervous. I'm about to beat him and 3-0 at an MLG. Big deal. Third match, he pitches to go to Fox, as if I don't eat Fox as well. So I'm eating him. It's going great. I'm up 2-stack to 1. And he's ready to go. One good ledge guard will do it, no problem. He kills me, and then it's 1-stack to 1-stack. And then he pulls the, what I now call the Pokemon Stadium combo, where he's kind of moving me upwards, up air, maybe there's a second up air, I don't know, but a third one would have killed me, but Fox can't reach Peach at that level, so I didn't even bother to DI or to air dodge or anything, because Fox can't reach there. But Ken, that resourceful son of a bitch, jumped on the windmill, and then got me on the top level. And I died. I was furious, and that was it. That was my glory. And then I do start to get nervous, which is terrible. I don't know why I went back to Marth. I guess because they did pretty well against this Fox, but he beat me. I don't really know how. I guess it was the nerves, but I consider it a fluke because I don't lose to Marth. And the final match was on Mute City. It was on Mute City, and I was doing well, as a Peach should on Mute City, and I was up again 2-stack to 1.
Yes. One more. Get some percent.
All I had to do was just finish him off. I was so nervous at this point. I've never been so nervous in my life. My hands were physically shaking. They were covered with sweat and they were shaking, and I couldn't play, and I'm sorry to John. I know that I am. I was clumsy and I must have been obvious, and he beat me.
God damn, I fucking suck. Good games.
And I threw my controller and I screamed and I dropped a couple of F-bombs. And I know that Hugs taunted me about that for a long time. It was my match to lose, and I did, and it was very tough. I can't go back and watch the matches on YouTube. It was just too painful. But I do think things would have been different for me if I beat him. I think everything would have been different.
Ozin, you did fantastic this tournament. I know it was a real heartbreaker to lose to Ken in the second set on the 5th match, but you won $1,000 for second place. I'd really like to hear about your match with Ken in the finals, in the winners' finals, 1 versus 1.
It was like I was facing Neo, because he had all the mind games. He knew everything I was gonna do.
If you look at tournament records alone, obviously Ken almost always got the better of him. But some of the matches were very close, and there might have been somewhat of a psychological edge Ken had at some point, that Azin was just like, oh my god, like I always come so close but I can't beat him.
I'm here at MLG Atlanta with Ken and Isaiah, the winners of the doubles for the Eastern Regional Conference. Husband and wife both gave you guys runs for your money.
I don't think the newlyweds were playing, I don't think they're that great. Honestly, they're all talk mostly.
Ken and Isaiah, they said that they were not impressed with you guys, and they said they're going to annihilate you next time instead of just a close victory.
When the set was over, Ken said to me, you had no chance. Ooh, ooh. But it's the kind of thing that makes a person want to get better, that's exciting, it gives life a little flavor. You know, Fight Club, when they're asked to start fights and how difficult it is to actually start a fight, how much can you know about yourself you've never been in a fight? How much can you know about yourself you never had a nemesis? You have a person who's your opposite, who you need to go against, someone who really wants to see you fall. It took people out of a comfort zone, which I think was important. And especially gamers who aren't getting in fights at bars, you know, but it was an outlet to find a place to prove yourself, and you could do that with your controller.
There's always going to be some players out there that love to stir up controversy and claim that they're the best, and if they can't say that they're that good, they want to be able to say, well, at least my side of the country's the best.
In like 2004 through like 2006, there was definitely like this East Coast versus West Coast rivalry. It seemed like, you know, the West Coast always had the better players, but we felt like New York and the East Coast in general had just so many like good, solid players. So we thought like a crew battle would be the best thing to hype it up.
The Kishes had come up with the idea of the crew battle somewhat recently to that, and they're like, okay, FC is perfect for this.
Yo, we're going to FC3. Hells yeah.
Tired and hungry, bro. Tired and hungry. Tired and hungry, like every other poor black man.
It is a game-crazed community that stretches around the world, and today, 200 members of this online gaming community are causing a melee in the gym of Trinity Evangelical Free Church in South Bend.
It was just like a Smash experience. It wasn't just a tournament because the church was the venue as well as where you're sleeping. It was just an insane amount of interaction between Smashers at all times. Like it was just loads of fun.
No one knows that I'm like a real practical pranker. While they sleeping, I put powder in their face. There was one time like Isaiah, he's like a heavy sleeper. I put like almost half the bottle on his head.
Most of what they did was in good fun. There were definitely times Wes would take it overboard. Some of the things he did with like the man sauce.
I remember actually like hearing about the man because they would post it on Smashboards in like big bold red letters, and they're like they just called him a really good Void player, and he's like unstoppable. I guess because he has the fire.
It's a really hot sauce. It's not like you could pour it, you have to scoop it out with a spoon.
I was like mad at first. I'm like, dude, who the hell is the man? I bet he's not that good. I'd kick his ass.
While people are sleeping, I'll put a little man sauce on their lip.
I got a little bit of the man at FC. It was not fun.
Everyone who was everyone was at this tournament. And I even remember when we read off the bracket, one of the hosts said, you know, I can't think of a single person we're missing.
There was 4 regions, East Coast, South, Midwest, and West Coast.
Whoever won this was the best region.
Surprise, surprise, it was West Coast versus East Coast for the championship.
Like there's already trash talking going on, but when something like that happens, like there's hype.
The pressure was so serious before that we had one of our starters drop out due to nervousness. Mike G actually came up and said the same thing. He's like, dude, I don't think I can do this either, man. We're like, dude, are you serious? Like, is this really that hyped?
High tension, high pressure, a lot of talking crap to everybody. I was in it, I choked. This nigga's scared! This nigga's scared! I still haven't lived that down. That's how funny it is. It's been, what, like 8 years almost? Like, and I still haven't lived it down. Like, people still bring up that crew battle.
Wes was also our captain and the most vocal. And so he's talking shit as he's playing Hugs.
I don't think he was able to take it. Not too many people was able to take trash talk from us at all.
The West Coast players are more calm. Once you get to the East Coast players, they're loud, they'll scream.
This is how we do it on the East Coast. It's not easy. Not only do you have to play, but you have to deal with all the pressure of not being good enough or being heckled while you play.
You just have to zone it all out. You just have to focus and zone it all out.
He had one of the earliest really well-developed runaway foxes, so it was a very good, tactic at that time. Crazy Jones was like our secret weapon to neutralize Ken, and it worked out perfectly. And then it came down to DSF and Asin. It was just incredible. Like when, especially just having Asin pull it out was kind of symbolic. Like, it's not like a forever thing. Like, okay, now we're forever better. But at that point, there wasn't much West Coast could say. Like, when that came up as an issue on the boards, like, they pretty much held their tongue.
I still have the dollar bill, actually, signed by all of West Coast, by every member of the West Coast team. Ken and Isaiah and all of them. They signed the dollar bill, and I keep it near and dear in my bedroom.
After the crew battles were complete, Ken took first place in singles. Even with the combined talent on the East Coast, in a one-on-one matchup, Ken was still the best. But the notoriety of being number one was beginning to take a toll on the 19-year-old.
I think when you're at the top, and when you've been at the top for so long, it's hard to maintain the motivation, it's hard to perform and be, I guess, disciplined in your matchups when everyone's rooting against you.
He was playing a game that he happened to be pretty good at, and all of a sudden people were like angry that he was good at this game.
He found it very inhospitable, and he didn't really enjoy traveling at all.
There was 501. There it is. I found it louder.
Ken!
He didn't want to do it anymore because he always came to the conclusion that if I go, people are going to yell at me, they're going to trash talk me, I won't feel very good about being there, I'll only have like 3 people to cheer me on, my sisters and even, Smash friends, and he would just get really like demoralized by the atmosphere.
After years of rivalries and intense competition, Ken needed a different perspective on Smash. A perspective he found from Captain Jack.
How does it feel to be the winner of a major American event?
Captain Jack said that he was hosting a tournament in West Coast Japan. He wanted like the top players from America to come over. Isaiah and I are just the only 2 like top players that decided to go.
I did it mostly because I just looked at the overall costs and I realized there's no way I can afford going to Japan normally. We were gonna get housing for free for like over 2 weeks. We were gonna get to see Mount Fuji.
For me, it was kind of more like I wanted to travel to Japan and enjoy the culture over there, and also get better at Smash and learn their style.
Unbelievable. It was awesome.
It was not like America at all. Everything was like really compact.
Went to a lot of the temples, palaces.
And the food was amazing there. Captain Jack's mom was very accommodating. She took care of us, fed us, things like that.
Yakisoba. We're in Japan.
We say Bach. Japanese Denny's?
We're in Japan. We should eat Japanese food.
Every day, like, a Smash would like come over, like, Captain Jack was like, oh, Masashi's coming over today.
Masashi.
Oh, I think it's Masashi VI. When they play Smash, they play Smash. It's like they play all day, all night, all day, all night. The weakest Japanese player was definitely like as strong as our strongest player in America.
How do you feel about this competition, Ken?
What do you mean? I don't really care. I'm here to enjoy Japan. I think there was like around 65 to 80 Japanese players there. And I just wanted to learn, just to learn and take back what I saw at the Jack Iron tournament.
We saw early on when they were making the bracket, Captain Jack told me he was going to have to play Bomb Soldier. And he said, yeah, he's a pretty good player.
Bomb Soldier just like came out of nowhere and just started beating all these top Japanese players. I've never seen Falcos move that fast. Do the Falco pillar combos. I ended up fighting Bomb Soldier in the finals, and that was probably one of the toughest Falcos I've ever fought in my life. After Bach was able to bring back some of the videos from Japan, I think that inspired more Falco players to take Falco to the next level.
Bomb Soldier won the first 2 games, and it quickly became clear that this was going to be a really intense set. Ken had to play pretty seriously. In Japan, the players are so respectful, it's beyond belief. And I know Ken has made that comment many times.
Yeah, there was no shit talk. Everyone was like pretty calm and relaxed. It was just like how I would imagine like a tournament should be.
The players like cheered for him equally as much as they did for their own players. Like when he won the tournament, I mean, they have videos of how ecstatic everyone was. And he was getting support from the Japanese players. Like if that had happened in a crew battle or something in the US, and a player from another country won, I don't think they would have gotten that same level of respect. They just want to play the game and have fun.
Yeah, can you go? The best meat ever.
We got to know each other relatively well, and he was a very nice guy. I sometimes didn't understand why people gave him a hard time. I think it was probably because some of the way he acted at times could come across the wrong way.
In America, the scene was big enough, so it was all about, you know, trying to be the best person, trying to like burn bridges, or trying to create or even fabricate rivalries for the sake of it to make yourselves better. He banned people like DSF and Hugs from attending his tournaments because it kind of indirectly set up a rivalry.
He felt like I was out to get him. Like I wanted to be the best, and I wanted to learn from him and then take him out. And that's not what it is. It's like, yeah, I want to learn from you. You are the best. Great, you know. Beat me when I'm good.
It was hard to be diplomatic about it. I think I was cut off from half LA scene because of my alliance with Ken.
Already commanding, Ken's crew became even more powerful when one of the East Coast's top players began dating his sister and joined the alliance.
I basically pledged my allegiance to the West Coast. You know, Challenger and Asm were all mad at me. They were like, no, Chu, we don't want to play with you anymore. We don't want to be your friend anymore. They were just like really, really mad at me. You know, I felt kind of sad, but you know, I went to the West Coast, so I got to stick with the West Coast.
He was part of the alliance. He was calling himself sort of like a adopted Californian at the time.
Shortly after that, Asm actually took his first retirement. Like he, took a break from the game for the first time. And since Chu had started, swearing his allegiance to the West Coast, I pretty much was just H2IL by myself.
The scene was changing and changing in Ken's favor. He won the MLG championships for the second straight year and entered his third year of nearly undisputed domination. When EGM ran an article naming the 5 most dangerous gamers, Ken was among them.
I feel like nowadays, there's dominant players, but no one was as dominant as Ken this time. He just did not lose, simple as that.
As 2006 dawned, the last thing anyone could imagine was a contender for the throne Ken had forged. Least of all, in a wannabe pro skater, hailing from a sleepy New York suburb called Port Chester.
Just to know that you are near, it sets my heart a reeling from my toes up to my
My philosophy is if you put pressure on anybody, they're gonna crack eventually.
He's better than me. I was like, so I gotta play this guy.
Well, some of the stories I might say might get PC Chris in trouble, so.
They just can't handle me right now.
You see guys flocking, I'm like, relax. Let her breathe,
PC was just pulling out all kinds of new tricks.
Ken wasn't someone who just stumbled upon the skill. Ken was someone who wanted to win.
2005.
I can't believe this is still 2005.
Hey, Alpha Zealot, what are you expecting from this matchup?
I'm actually really excited to see this. I think PC Chris is going to stick with Falcon most of the way through.
I went to MLG Anaheim with actually my girlfriend at the time and her friend, two people who knew nothing about the game, but we were there, the front row of the bleachers cheering, and it was one of the few times when Melee has really felt like a real sport.
He wants to stay away from those platforms. He needs to control the bottom middle of the stage. Ooh, excellent forward smash from Ken, and he gets the first kill.
It was accessible to those who didn't know a lot about it. You didn't need to know all the technical terms, but it was a competition. It was a spectator sport.
There we go. PC gets the next kill, but he's in trouble. He's going to have to do something magical here to keep Ken from getting the next kill.
And that's when I really believed that Smash was going somewhere, that it was going to be big and important and mainstream, before it all crashed and burned.
I met them at this tournament in New Jersey. It was in this guy's house. This guy named Kip. He was just beating everyone. I'm like, who the heck is this Asian kid beating everyone like this? He was using Jigglypuff, and he would just do the same thing. He would just do back air, back air, back air, and then he would just beat everyone just like that. The funny thing is I used to always, like, how can I say? I used to beat people, but like beat them kind of like making them feel bad. So then when I fought him, like I would talk crap to him, like stop doing that stuff. And then like I would beat him. After that, he said, watch out for PC Chris. PC Chris is better. I'm like, oh, he is? He's better than me? I was like, so I gotta play this guy.
In high school, I had a group of friends, so we used to skateboard. There was two Chris's and posed an immediate problem. I was just Portchester Chris, but like PC just stuck. When I made a gamer tag, I was just like, I don't want to be like Dark Evil Prince 955, like I'll just be PC Chris. We'd all be skateboarding at the same time after school. It was all I did for about basically 4 years, like as a hobby. And then eventually I really broke my thumb terribly badly. I fell while like downstairs and I tried to like break my fall, and the thumb got tucked down behind my hand. You can see how like if I line up the knuckles, that one's like clearly shorter. It kind of like scared me because I never hurt myself, and like I was in a cast. And it was in my right hand, so I couldn't like write in school for a while. I guess like I got tired of falling, so I was like, let's just play Smash. I remember the day that I wanted to get better. For the whole day, I was like, okay, I'm gonna beat my friend, because at the time I just could not beat him 1 versus 1. So eventually I was like, well, maybe there's like videos of really good players. Maybe we're doing something wrong. It was when Ken was first coming around. I couldn't even understand like what he was doing, because it was just like his character was moving so fast. But I just didn't know how it was possible. I didn't even try to aim for him because I was like, this guy's too good. I looked for like somebody more local, somebody I could play with, and Wes from DA was the first person that like I really saw who was really good like in New York.
PC Chris came once he heard about the gauntlets.
We started attending New York tournaments, New Jersey tournaments.
I would beat him, Kip, all of his friends.
Wes and all the DA guys definitely were beating us up for a while, but eventually we climb the ranks a little more. You see yourself getting better, and like you start to understand the game more. Suddenly you're following up on these combos that a day ago they would just end, and like the game suddenly gets like 20 times better.
After a while we just started training with each other.
Eventually me and Wes started teaming, so just funny how that works.
With training from Wes, PC Chris slowly became one of the best Falcos in New York. He was even selected to represent his coast during the FC3 crew battle, and took 2 stocks from Isaiah before being knocked out. As 2005 came to a close, PC shocked many by placing 3rd in the MLG National Championships in New York. right behind Ken and Chudat. It was a sign that new blood was in the mix, and change was around the corner.
2006 opened up in New York too, so my goal was to place top 3 again.
The MLG opener 2006 was such a big deal because everyone knew how big MLG was now.
I knew it was going to be bigger, so I didn't want to be like, oh, I'm going to win.
And Melee was starting to get huge. That might have been like the biggest year of Melee's growth was 06.
You know, I was winning the matches I felt I should win, and then like eventually came like the opponents that like I wasn't sure, like Chudat.
I actually told him a trick to use to get out of the chain grab as Fox, just because Chu was, you know, West Coast at that point, and I really didn't want to see Chu and Ken just split all the winnings as usual.
And I ended up beating Chu to have to fight Ken in the finals. I don't think I fought Ken up until this point, in tournament at least.
First matchup starts.
Okay, here we go.
Versus PC Chris. Ken has chosen Yoshi's Story as his first stage.
Okay, and let's take a look at who's playing here. We got PC Chris. PC Chris from New York, Port Chester, New York. That's where his name comes from. Versus Ken, who's the undisputed king of Smash. He has traveled around the world and proven no one's even come close to giving him a challenge. He's lost a few times in the past, but nothing serious. Yet PC Chris taking this set from him is huge, and if PC Chris were to win this tournament, it would mean so much for the Smash community. It would question what everybody thinks. PC Chris is a rising young star. 6 months ago, he was only semi-respected. A year ago, barely known. 2 years ago, not known at all. And here he is in the final championships, threatening to take out Ken. So excited.
And commentary did not exist before MLG in any facet that I would deem noteworthy. But when MLG started doing commentary, it was very few people that wanted to do it. Again, unlike now, unfortunately, they just pass the mic around to anyone who's wandering by. I think that's very regrettable.
Lasers! Wow!
If you ask me, but at MLG it was M3D and JV3X3 and me and OmniGamer. Pretty much those are the only people that did it.
Looks like PC's got Ken in trouble here. Ken regains control of the bottom of the stage, and he's looking to continue to throw and combo PC to get that last kill.
Wow, and then, that's it, the tipper. Ken takes the first match. It's a lot about control with this game. It's about who's maintaining the momentum of the matchup. When it's going your way, you can just keep it going and get your kills. When you lose it, you're in trouble.
I just remember once I getting to grand finals, just wanting to play like really, really aggressive. So that was my strategy going in, just like being relentless with my laser approaching and like my nair approaching, and just always keeping him on the defensive. Because from what I've seen, he was always like dictating the match with Marth, like making sure the other person was, you know, always trying to, you know, catch their ground and recover and just like get away from him.
Ken really invented most of the techniques that you see Marth players use during tournament play. Ooh, PC doing an excellent job on the edge here to keep Ken off.
Ledge guard opportunity. Oh, he got past.
Ken making an uncharacteristic mistake.
Oh, and that's going to do it. He can't get back from that. All right.
One mistake on that forward smash cost Ken that round.
My philosophy is like, you know, if you put pressure on anybody, they're going to crack eventually. Like, as long as it's like perfect pressure, you know, they'll mess up before you do, even though like what you're doing is harder maybe.
PC was just pulling out all kinds of new tricks that we hadn't seen before.
As long as like you apply it correctly, I feel like you can force like any good player to do something they don't want to do.
Oh my god, I don't know if people at home can hear you over the screaming of everyone. That ridiculous combo PC Chris just pulled off.
Oh.
And then, oh my god. Oh wow. Okay. What we saw there, PC continuously did his attack that would have killed Ken, but he hit a perfect, what's called a ledge tech. Bounces off the ledge and is able to survive. Very difficult to do, especially with Marth.
It was really, really hype. I mean, since there were so many people, like a lot of people were watching, and you know, everyone got really into it. Wes was obviously talking a lot of smack.
Ken off the ledge. He needs to get back on. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
I thought it was going to end right there, but both players are alive. PC Chris barely
with
alive.
The high
Good directional
ceiling,
influence.
PC survives that attack.
Both players are on their feet again. They hit each other. Oh my god!
The crowd goes
Ken flies off the
wild.
left side. Wow! Did not know where that was going.
Oh man, that crowd like ripped me a new one.
Again, you can hear that. I'm gonna put the mic up to the audience.
You have someone screaming next to your face and stuff. It's kind of hard to concentrate and win.
It's now 5-3 in PC Chris's favor to finish out the best of 11. The crowd is going absolutely out of control, and we're even wondering if it's going to affect the player's gameplay. And then some more officials might have to step in. And Ken.
Looks like he's going to get this one.
And Ken's going to take a match. It's back and forth right here.
All right, PC just needs one more while Ken needs two.
He started noticing on certain stages his Marth just couldn't even do it. He'd switch to Fox.
Wow, and Ken with a character switch here, now he feels more comfortable playing Fox because of the level. In these close quarters here, it's going to be a lot of comboing.
That makes it a whole new ball game. Now you're dealing with one of the fastest character, and he's running around.
And with those little hits, just keeping him away. Because he can't recover. Wow, Joe, this is the last match. Pretty excited.
It came down to the last match, too. Like, the very last match of the second set.
Ken's hating every hit here because he needs to get the kill soon without racking too much damage. Every time he's hit, uh-oh. And with ledge guard opportunity, is he not going to make it? Oh my god, 3 stock to 1.
When anyone wins a match against Ken, you kind of say, okay, well, this is just one match of a set of 5. It doesn't matter. And very slowly you realize that history is in the making.
He needs to be careful on the ledge. Above all, careful on the ledge is what PC's got to be thinking. Oh, that's going to do it! The finals go to PC Chris, winner of the New York City season opener. Overthrowing the King of Smash, Ken. That's it. $2,000 and a lot of glory for PC Chris. Congratulations.
I end up winning, which I couldn't believe it, like especially in front of like everybody, like all my New York homies had my back.
Just the fact that it was like this new like up and coming player, you know, it gave a lot of people like inspiration who were just starting to play Melee, like okay, this guy's still new and he just beat the best player.
An MLG guy came with like directly with like a microphone and camera, and like I was not expecting this, and he's like, you have anything to say to your fans out there? And I'm like thinking to myself, like I have no fans. There's cameras going off. Like I like to think of it as like, you know, a little revolution in New York Smash itself. We, you know, turned a page on something old, and now we moved on to bigger and better things. Winning like a national versus like the best player, like I was the first person to do that.
I would always beat Azin. When PC Chris beat me, it was just like gave the East Coast a new hope. They're like, oh, we can beat him.
The East Coast finally had their answer to Ken. The savvy new champion found instant fame, not only for his technical skills, but for being what few pro gamers had been before. Cool.
He's cool as shit. He's humble. Well, as humble as a guy that's that good at something could be.
Cigarettes, phone, wallet, money, keys. Right.
PC Chris was the most laid-back person I've met within the pro spectrum.
He's a very funny guy too. He like cracks jokes. He like trash talks all the time, like jokingly though.
They just can't handle me right now.
Unlike those coronas in the back, it's cold, baby.
This is, you know, waiting for the party to happen. The party's already happened, my dude.
Well, some of the stories I might say might get PC Chris in trouble, so.
These are all my friends. I bust my ass all day. I'm hungover. It sucks.
See how good I can hide how miserable I really am to the customers.
Ken is a competitor, which I think is an important distinction among Smashers, and one that I've always preferred the competitor to the non-competitor. Your Chudats, your Ken, someone who will try to the last, which is why Chudat is one of my favorite players of all time, even though I've spent much of my life hating him. He does not give up. He can be down in a set, and he keeps playing, and he keeps playing, and he keeps playing. He doesn't give up halfway through, and that's Ken. Ken wasn't someone who just stumbled upon the skill. Ken was someone who wanted to win.
White, we've got the winners bracket final here, Ken versus PC.
Yeah.
You excited?
Really excited. Really excited. For those who don't know, Ken's been the reigning champ at this game for a long time. And East Coast, or any player for that matter, really hasn't been able to overthrow him. And then last event at MLG New York, PC Chris beat him and won the entire tournament.
Going into Dallas, you know, I obviously felt good about where I stood because, you know, I won the previous tournaments. I did well in the time between at the locals and things, so like by my knowledge I was like, you know, let's go for a repeat.
For the first stage is Dreamland 64. Ken struck Corneria, so PC can either get that on random or pick it himself, and PC Chris struck Fountain of Dreams. Obviously a little bit worried about his short hop lasering there on that stage with the low platforms.
I knew Ken was practicing. I just didn't know like what he was gonna do. I'm just gonna still go with the, this aggressive strategy, because his strengths are when he's dictating the match, and when he's like avoiding me, like I could just play my game, and even like if I'm not playing my best, I think I could still beat him.
Now PC, the Falco, is gonna try to get inside on the mark.
Nice double laser there from PC.
And Ken continues to point out the counter, which is that move where he puts his sword up, you just saw it again, and basically just takes the Falcon's attack and shoots it back. Despite how cool it might sound, it's generally considered mostly a useless move, but for Ken to use it repeatedly on one of the best players in the country and 3-stock him it's impressive.
No one would use a Marth counter. That's like a forbidden move that you use Marth. But I used it against PC Chris, so every single time he would laser me, I'd counter and he'd jump in and get hit.
He, discovered that if I'm just mindlessly approaching him all the time, he can just, try to bait it and counter my approach with Marth's counter.
Ken has been known to reinvent the way to use new tactics and new techniques with Marth, so it looks like he's doing it again against PC.
The fact that Ken invented Marth, look at him go with that counter. I can't believe it.
Well, obviously, I knew what he was doing. I could see what's happening. It's happening to me, but telling yourself to avoid it and, telling your hands not to, it's one thing.
So you can't counter unless you know you're going to get it off, but wow, but Ken obviously showing us that he knows when he can get it off. He says, don't worry, guys, I know.
It was brilliant to see. Even though I prefer PC Chris as a person and a teammate, I enjoy seeing Ken, the viciousness come out, and he did, and reigned him as superior.
That's it. Ken wins for Ken.
Ken works his way back, hopefully silencing some critics in his mind.
He outplayed me, he beat me, exposed me. It was, definitely a downfall after winning New York. Suddenly, wow, was it just a fluke? Can I really hang with the top players, or am I just gonna be that guy who's placing below them? Eventually, I just had to make a decision whether if I was just wanted to keep working and just do the normal life thing, work, school, or if I wanted to try, test this Smash thing out for Ron. And I was at the age, I was like, why not?
I was flying around everywhere, winning money, experiencing new places, new food, building new relationships with people.
She didn't even look like a Smasher, She looked good, I'm not gonna lie, but you see guys flocking, I'm like, relax. Let her breathe,
I was like, hey, I play Smash. And of course, the general reaction came, a girl that plays Smash?
Always hard to break the ice. It's just so awkward. What can you possibly say to this stranger that's gonna make him feel like this guy's definitely not trying to hit on me right now? Nothing.
What might even attract guys even more is that she's good at the game.
I somehow got introduced to her. I don't really remember how, friends of a friend, oh, PC, this milk tea.
I was just amazed at his Falco and watching him, and I asked him for a photo.
We were at that age where we had enough similarities to date, and we're both attending these tournaments, why not?
We've definitely fought over Smash. He gets always mad at me because I always would hit him during teams, but I thought we were a pretty legitimate team.
We teamed at so many tournaments while we were dating, and we got so close to winning, but we come up short. The day we break up, we go to a tournament and we win. It's that's how you know. We're still friends to this day.
Buddies.
She was going into college and stuff like that, so less time for practicing, whereas I was just playing Melee. Everyone was like, oh, Ken just figured out this stuff, and now he's gonna beat PC Chris every time, so everybody knew about it, so I needed to figure out, something to do about that. Trying to adjust mid-match, that seemed to be my weakness. If there's certain players that just knew my style more, I had trouble against Azen too, and I feel like he's one of those players that just knows how I play. I knew I couldn't be completely defensive and just try to avoid the counter, because like I said, he'll be playing his matchup then, he'll be forcing me to make bad decisions. So it's the term I like to use is called hot cold. Sometimes run up and don't do anything, see what he does, but at the same time sometimes I would just approach him. So I was just trying to mix things up just so he couldn't always just be throwing out counter, and if he did, he'd get punished for it, and at least start to think about doing it. That's what I was trying to do going into Anaheim.
MLG Anaheim came out, the third tournament, and they had a really great showdown.
See this. I think PC Chris is going to stick with Falcon most of the way through. You'll probably see lots of traditional like spacing and stage selections though.
I was there as a spectator, front row of the bleachers, and there's cameras and there's lights and a stage, and absolutely the energy was there.
Local tournaments, you're used to playing at like a comic book store, like sandwiched in between some guy that's 300 pounds and some other guy, and you're like sweaty and you're just doing anything you can just to stay on the TV and play matches. And then 2 years later, I'm suddenly on a stage.
The bottom middle of the stage. Ooh, excellent forward smash from Ken, and he gets the first kill.
Good read by PC Chris though. PC Chris is playing beautifully right now. He's managed to totally erase that stock deficit.
Well, I said he needed something magical, and he delivered.
Wow.
Wow. Excellent play from PC Chris. He's really big against Ken now. Oh, wow. Some of the production crew here, they're getting a chance to really watch Smash. They're realizing just how fast Smash players do things on their controllers. It takes a lot of skill to play this game at the level that you guys are watching it right now.
Came so close, down to the wire.
The last game, last match, last stock.
The West Coast crowd is going nuts. They're chanting, Cali, Cali, Cali. Ken is their hero right now. They need him to get this victory for the West Coast.
This is sort of a revenge match from back in New York where the East Coast crowd kind of tore Ken up.
PC playing really smart. Those cars are juggling PC for a lot of percentage there. This is exactly what Ken wants.
Oh, wow.
Morphing stage. Little ledge hop from PC turns it around. That's gonna do it. That's gonna do it.
It was like all the butterflies in my stomach went out.
They hoist them up on their shoulders, and even though PC lost, it was still a great tournament experience.
Huge, like a sign of relief.
I didn't really care whether Ken or PC Chris won half as much as I cared that people were actually watching, because the Halo kids were watching, and adults were watching, and girls were watching, and that's the direction I wanted to go. I always wanted more from Melee. I didn't want it to stay as it was. I wanted to explode into something different. I wanted it to be like poker or NASCAR, where it garners this fan base that's a little bigger.
Even though like I didn't walk home with the win or the money, and like people were still saying, "Oh, Ken's better than PC," but like I knew inside that like I went there and I did what I wanted to do. Just one tournament that's less known that I went to was the one in Hawaii. I went to Honolulu, got picked up by some smashers who just were excited to play me, and were like very excited that I was coming to Hawaii. But like, I'm excited to go to Hawaii, like, thank you, like, of course, like, I'm gonna do that. I tried to learn how to surf, like, the competitive stubborn person I am, like, it just took me so long to at least catch a wave and, like, start to, like, ride on the board, and then like, the next day I was trying to learn how to get up, and, like, at the time I was like, why am I doing this? But, like, at the end of the day, it was so fun, and, like, being able to at least stand up for a couple seconds was, like, totally worth, like, 10 hours in the water. I win the tournament, so I'm like paying for my trip, and it was just honestly the best time of my life, probably. Like, I really enjoyed myself. Everyone in Hawaii, I mean, shout outs to all of them. They made me feel like a king. They didn't need to, but they did. I had a great time. They were all kind. Hopefully I can go back someday. Just like being on the beach, you know, got the beers, got some food, got some music, got some friends. It really doesn't get much better than that.
He understood the game like decently well, but you would never have guessed he was going to be one of the best players in the world at that point.
I landed one hit and got wrecked.
You have to factor in the money.
I was all kind of shaken up in my head. I didn't know what was going on.
Arguably the best player in the world at that time, and you're down 3-1 and about to lose a set.
It felt like it was a push to the end of the wall in the house.
We have here the epitome of MLG.
Like, his goal was first, period.
This is my dream.
Good. No laughing so far.
You did that on purpose.
Alright, so we're gonna have to talk about the double DDD theory. My friend has this theory that on Dreamland in Melee, there's a, you know, King DDD, he's floating in the background. He swore he's seen two at once, at the same time, like one in one corner and one in another. And ever since he's told me, like, whenever I play Tom and Friendlies, like, I'll be on the prowl for that double DDD. Like, I'll be Falcon, and I'll have him in this, like, favorable position, but, like, I can't see enough of the screen, so I'll run to the other side, just so, like, I can get the full view of the screen. He says this needs to be on the documentary. I swear he's taking a picture of it, and I told him if he finds it, then we'll have something to talk about in the community. Until then, it's just a theory. It's a theory. It's just a theory. The double DDD theory.
I started playing when I was around 16 or 17 in high school. I'm 24 now, so when the game first came out, I played for about 2 or 3 years. When I first played him, I was probably around 16 or 17 years old, and it was one of my first tournaments, and he actually wasn't that great back in the day. He's kind of brash, he talks about his smack, but then when he blew up, and I saw him at UMass, I had no idea it was him. I thought it was just some random really good kid. What's your handle on Smashboards? And he was like, oh, Korean DJ. I was like, holy crap. Like the legendary Korean DJ?
I thought I was decent in Melee because I'd been playing since I was like 11. I had read about Korean DJ, not knowing who he actually was. I landed one hit and got wrecked.
He got 5%! He's always been, I guess, quirky, like he'll do things that people don't expect, and that's one of the reasons he took everyone by surprise.
KDJ went from nothing to the biggest stage Melee had ever known in less than a year. A year full of upsets and innovation, new rivals and old comebacks, all culminating in a match that would forever define him and the game he came to master.
On the ledge is what PC's got to be thinking. Oh, that's going to do it! The finals go to PC Chris, winner of the New York City season opener.
PC Chris was the first of the young kids. They were all young, and they were different than Ken and Az and Isaiah, or even myself and husband. They were a different breed. PC Chris paved the way for Korean DJ and Mewtwo King.
All three of them basically came to prominence at the same time. PC had kind of, started developing on a little bit earlier. M2K had gone to some local tournaments around here even. He wasn't like at that level yet. He didn't have any level of mind games really. He was just relying totally on his knowledge of tech skill. Korean DJ, we just didn't hear about at all.
The first orchestra meeting I had was absolutely horrifying because I couldn't read sheet music. I just play by ear. For some reason, I became the concert master of the orchestra. And I just went from this guy who just has absolutely no idea how to read sheet music to becoming the concert master in 4 years. I was like, I don't know how that happened. My dad was like the CEO of his own like clothing store called J City, and it was really successful. We had many chains up in Boston. We're actually thinking about extending it to like New England. I remember it was second grade. My dad and my mom went to a business trip down in Florida. My dad had to go pick up some shipments, some jeans from China that he had imported. One of my dad's friends gave him a referral. It's like, oh, this guy can give you a ride. The guy went to a bar, and he was pretty hammered. He dozed off on the wheel, crashed into a concrete wall. Doctors were like, no, this guy has only like a 10% chance of living. As a second grader, you don't really understand the magnitude of how serious things are. He just wouldn't give up. Like, he just didn't care. He just wanted to just get better. Just to see that happen, it's really inspirational. Like to see him like going through all this stuff. My father was in the hospital and recovering. My mom had to go to work, so most of the time I was by myself. A lot of the things that I did to really pass the time was like video games.
I think the first series tournament he went to was the one I ended up running.
I used to play with the Fall River crew. It was the Ninja Turtles. It was Crazy Jones, Hayato, Roga, Eve, Unknown Force.
He understood the game like decently well, but you would never have guessed he was going to be one of the best players in the world at that point.
I was doing okay. I was getting like maybe 9th place in my local tournaments. It was like decent, but I wasn't satisfied. I wrote down a list of all the people around me. Who's better than me? It was like a ladder process. I do it step by step by step by step by step.
I went to a tournament on the East Coast randomly, but I didn't have a partner. I asked around on the boards, and one guy offered. His name was Korean DJ.
And this was when he wasn't so good, and I was fucking excellent.
I was like, let me just kind of keep looking around, but I really didn't want to team with him. Like, I didn't know who he was. He wasn't doing very well. Like, he was just kind of low level.
You knew every good person in the country. Now, let's say I was as good as I was, which I know I'm not. You don't know who can beat you. You can go to a tournament and lose to someone whose name you don't know because there's just so much skill. and also the spectrum is wider and there's more notches along the way.
Instead, when I show up, he money matched. He asked me for a money match.
We were playing money matches. He wants to money match me.
I was notorious for money matching literally everybody. I don't care how good you are. I don't care if you're Ken. I don't care if you're PC Chris. I don't care if Isaiah. I'll money match you $5.
Truth be told, I spanked him. Like, I messed him up.
I creamed him, and he said, again. I'm your money boss. Creamed him again. I was like, I think you need to let some other people...
He asked me to money match. I was like, who is this guy?
He intentionally knew at first he was going to lose a lot of them, but you have to factor in the money. He was paying maybe $5 or whatever it was to get matches with the best players, and they were going to be taking it more seriously than they would in friendlies, where they almost never play seriously and almost always sandbag.
And he goes, okay, we'll rematch again. It's like, all right, sure. Like, he wants to give me more money, that's fine with me. Next event, it was an MLG.
He had a chance to play them and get to learn their styles and see what it was they were doing and figure out why he was losing.
And I was like, wow, I'm starting to get better.
He just started improving exponentially every time he would play.
And it was down to the wire. It was down to the last hit. And I was just thinking, this kid is hitting fucking good. I wouldn't be surprised if he beat me in tournament at that point.
I saw him starting to annihilate people like Neo and chillin' in money matches and just like destroy them, and they were like, what the hell, who is this kid? And
I can't even keep up with them.
Kind of turned from feeling sorry for him to kind of having a lot of respect for him, because he was willing to get his ass beat. Ever since then, I wasn't even close.
And it was a brilliant strategy that very few other players were doing. At every tournament, he had the plan of, in the end, becoming the best.
I felt like me and KDJ instantly got along. I mean, I feel like I have a lot of rivals, but me and Korean DJ are another rivalry, because like New York versus Boston, we got that going on. I hung out with him the most out of any of the other professional players, and definitely had a great time hanging out with him. He's a good guy. I had 5 normal tournaments, like regional tournaments, like one in New York, one in Texas, one in Chicago, one in Florida, and then one in Cali. And then they had a playoff in New York, and then a final in Las Vegas, and that was like the 2006 lineup. All the regional ones were $2,000 for first place. For New York playoffs, first place was $5,000. The finals in Vegas was $10,000.
I didn't have any trouble winning locals, but I also just didn't get too much like pleasure out of it. H2I was pretty much dead. Azen wasn't playing. I started to think, you know, okay, maybe I should retire as well, like Azen is. But Azen decided to come back. He was really excited about it. He was like, okay, you know, now that there's this point system and shit, like, let's see what we can do, given that we've already missed a couple events. So we go to Chicago.
This is JV. I'm checking in with Dreffen here again. We're watching a big match of Isaiah and Azen.
You know, the crazy thing about Azen is he had just come back from a hiatus, but he was already, like, his goal was first, period. When Azen would take retirements, it seemed to like clear his mind when it came to Smash, and he would come back even better somehow, even though he hadn't been playing at all.
All right, we're live here. We got a big match here. We got Mewtwo King versus Azen. We're down to the top 4 in singles.
Who's going to do next?
It's really looked like Azin's got some momentum going in that last match, and let's see how long he carries it over here. Some nice combos by Mewtwo King. He pulled off, let me think if I can recap that real quick. 2 up airs, a back air, a neutral air, and then an up smash, and that was a beautiful stock by Mewtwo King.
When he first came out, I despised him. He represented everything terrible about the Smash community. Like I was saying earlier about how cool it was when we found out about DA and that they're not just these basement-dwelling nerds. M2K was that basement-dwelling nerd. Especially when he started to get good is when I really had a problem with him, because I didn't want this guy to be the face of Smash. For that reason, I was kind of mean to him for a while, which I do regret, because it was kind of baseless, you know, just the fact that he looks like a nerd.
As he's trying to do his best to get Mewtwo King onto a platform, because that's when he can really do some heavy-duty combos right there.
He knows he can't afford, and that looks like it will end it. And a nice victory by Mewtwo King, takes it 3-1 over Azin.
He beat Azin, and, you know, that ended Azin's tournament, and Azin would have had Chu and then Ken. And I feel like, you know, even if Azin hadn't beat Ken, that would have been an incredible finals, and he definitely would have beat Chu.
And that will do it. Ken takes the victory, and another first-place victory knocks to his belt.
I think Chu was feeling so much pressure where he just sort of would just collapse and just not take anymore, just want to give up and just go back and fly back home to Virginia. He felt like he was being pushed to the end of the wall in the house because of things that probably affected Ken and Maneclad's performances in tournaments.
I couldn't try my best during tournaments because I felt as if they would kick me out of the house. And I didn't want that because I was dating Helen. So I kind of held back.
It was like, I don't know what to do with myself. Like, I love Ken's sister, I love my girlfriend, and also I love like Ken and Maneclad, but they're pushing me so hard that I don't know what to do with myself anymore. And what should I do? Do I go here? Do I go home? Do I stay here? I don't feel comfortable anywhere because I don't have my East Coast connection anymore, and my West Coast connection is in tatters right now.
Should have stuck with Azin chilling.
You know how I wrote down that list of people to beat? Ken was at the top.
When I first saw Korean DJ, I would just hear someone say, money match, money match, money match, money match.
He was the final goal and achievement, alongside with being the best ever.
He must have chugged 6 Red Bulls or something before he went to a tournament, because the guy was hyper.
MLG Orlando, winners semis. I have never played as well as I did in MLG Orlando against Ken. I was starting to do things with Sheik that I never thought was possible. DVD popped open, said it was full in the middle of my match against Ken, so I wasn't able to keep it. There are certain things that I was doing with Sheik that I never did again, and I wanted to see what was I doing.
He was just very, very aggressive and very hyper. It comes to a point where you have to be really defensive against that or be more hyper and aggressive. And I was right in the middle of that, so I guess his style pretty much countered my style.
I'm so in the zone, and I defeated him.
I could read him. I mean, he was an open book, but it doesn't mean anything if you can read a book if every single time you turn the page you get a paper cut or something like that, you know?
The entire crowd just went uproaring, they were going crazy, and I just felt like I just won the tournament. And then I played against Azin's Marth. I beat Ken's Marth. I got this. I lost. I beat Ken's Marth. I lost to Azin.
Within the pros, I mean, certain people did better against other people.
And it all goes down to their play styles and their personalities. Mewtwo King is perfect. He plays the game perfectly. And so when you play the game perfectly against someone who's really, really smart, it doesn't matter. Think about Mewtwo King versus Azin. Azin makes the right choice. Let's say Azin makes the right choice every time. Then Mewtwo King, all he has to do is think about what the next step would be to combat the right choice, because he's a computer. Input information, what's the winning combination, done. So Mewtwo King can beat Azin. Let's say Azin fights Korean DJ. Now Korean DJ is a ball of white hot flame, okay? Azin is not fazed by that. Azin is cool as a cucumber. Azin is what it is. He just sees the game. So when Korean DJ goes nuts with all his craziness, Azin can just we could dash back, F smash, and just sort of take care of him. So Asin can be Korean DJ. Have a Korean DJ with all his fire, Mewtwo King can't combat that. Mewtwo King doesn't know, those coordinates do not compute. You can't put in Korean DJ what he's gonna do because he's learning as he goes. So Korean DJ can beat Mewtwo King.
Asin played KDJ right after he had beaten Ken in the same exact matchup and dominated him. Chu came all the way back through losers and beat KDJ in losers finals, and then that set up Asin versus Chu.
Asin actually already beat Chuda earlier this tournament with Captain Falcon.
Oh,
I think was that a 3-0?
It was a 3-0.
Yeah.
I heard about it.
Chu was really looking to win this because Chu had not won an MLG all year. He's been getting the second to Ken regularly.
I can see Asin taking this life off, but it's going to be hard.
But Chu really good with that sidestep. Oh, really nice sidestep and kind of got him.
All right, we got a lot of applause going on for Chu.
Yeah, it seems the majority of the people here for Chu, even though Chu's West Coast and this is an East Coast tournament.
It's just so hard, and like there goes his stock.
And that was chilling in the background by himself.
All that crowd that you hear is just chilling.
I was by the commentators table like freaking out.
No one said anything but chilling in the audience for Asin right now.
Asin was down 3-1 to Chu's Ice Climbers on Stadium.
Asin's down right now, 3-1.
And he just brought it back and won.
And that's a good and then Asin wins the tournament.
Just won
Asin wins the tournament. And Killen's hugging Asin.
A few months earlier, I was considering possibly quitting or whatever, and now like we're back on top, so it was sweet.
Unfortunately, there's a loser, and Chu looks really disappointed right now. You want everyone to be friends after the match, and you just hope Chu doesn't take it any personally.
Towards the end of the MLG season, I didn't even place very well, so it was all kind of shaken up in my head. I didn't know what was going on. I started off first, got third at Dallas, second at Anaheim, fifth at Chicago, which was my lowest placing at the time. And then at Orlando, I finished 13th, which was the last one before New York. I lost to Hugs, which honestly, he's always been someone I've struggled versus, and he knows that, and I know that.
He's one of the few really, really good players that I was able to beat, and that's probably what made a big part of my success as a player, is that I had that ability. Skill-wise, yes, he was better than me. He just seemed to have problems with me, so I greatly enjoyed playing him.
I didn't want to say like, oh, I'm not good anymore, like, or I'm not going to be placed in the top 3, because even though I might not believe it, like subconsciously I'm going to be thinking it, and like it's just not a good idea. At the playoffs, there's less field of players because it's a sponsored tournament. It's not based on like player attendance.
The way singles was structured, you had to have like points to get in. If you weren't top 7 in points, there was only one spot left to get into that final bracket, and we all knew it was going to be Asin.
Congratulations to Asin, our level 1 champion. Right now we got a big matchup coming. We got Ken versus Asin on station 1. Ken versus Asin on station 1.
The first round was just full of these ridiculous matchups, but obviously the most ridiculous was Ken versus Asin, because Ken was 1 seed, Asin was 8 seed, since he was the one that had won the spot.
This is OmniGamer reporting from MLG New York 2006 playoffs.
Yeah, and this is White here commentating with OmniGamer. Now, this is probably the biggest matchup of the season, and quite possibly also the biggest matchup of this tournament here, because as many people believe, this head-to-head confrontation may very well determine the outcome of the entire tournament today. Blue mark and the red mark, they've always meant one thing.
This is East Coast versus West Coast Incarnate.
He was the new Asin, he was our hope for East Coast.
Exactly.
And now Asin's back.
seems a little unsettled right now. He's behind in matches and then behind in percent of this one.
Arguably the best player in the world at that time, and you're down 3 stock to 1 and about to lose a set if you drop that match. You know, it's not even the deciding match, but, you know, he didn't have any more matches to give.
If Ken wins this one, it's over for this set. Osden would have to fight his way all the way through losers to have another rematch.
Difficult losers bracket, that's for sure. Yeah, I'll predict Osden to come back and see Ken again. I will, but it's going to be really difficult, and that's going to have to play his top of his game consistently for several matches in a row. Oh, no, that's it. Oh, my fault. He gets back on.
Came back.
Just barely.
Oh, Osden got a 10.
It's the mark that it's all going to be about grabs here. Ken gets the first.
Ken has the lead, but Osden can come back with a combo and get him with a spike. But
see that? Okay. Osden can get a grab. He might have a chance, but Ken just keeps getting him first. There it is.
Uh-oh.
Use it, Osden. Keep guessing.
If Ken makes a mistake right there, he'd get tippered. And
uh-oh. That's a tipper. Do it, Osden.
Ken made a mistake by jumping so early.
Oh my God!
Oh! And Osden pulls it off!
Oh yeah!
Osden at like 130 on his last stock just brought it back.
It was the greatest comeback, in my opinion, of all time. People will point to videos where there's a stock difference of a greater comeback, but when Osden beat Ken and that Marth ditto, that was out of control.
And then ended up like 2-stocking him last round, so he won pretty solidly. So that alone remains the only time Osden's ever bested Ken in a tournament, ever. And the fashion that he did it in, like, that's one hell of a way to break a mental block, let me tell you that. KDJ beats M2K, so that sets up Ken versus M2K, first round of losers, and Ken loses.
It wasn't fun anymore. Pretty much, like, it became like a job more so than, you know, actually playing the game and having fun. I was getting older. I was traveling way too much. I don't think my body could take it as much. Like, at first, my prime days, like when I first started, I could go on Smash for hours and hours and hours. Hours, literally, without even sleep, 3 days straight playing Smash. After 2-3 years of doing it, it just takes a toll on you. And there's people out to get you, gunning for you. Just like that's what they want to do. Just beat you. All those emotions, all that stress, just like compiled, and then having like Chillin' Dude or whatever yelling in my ear next to me, I couldn't handle it anymore. I mean, props to him for like coming back and stuff for 3 stocks, but I mean, at that time and moment, I was just like, I think I needed a break.
But we should also congratulate the East Coast hero Osden, who took out his West Coast nemesis Ken on his road to his very first Major League Gaming Smash Singles Championship.
We're here at MLG's playoff event in New York City where Osden just won the Smash Singles event. Osden, congratulations, man. How'd you do it?
Thank you. Oh, I just went all Marth. Marth for me is just, you can be so easily creative with them, and he has a very cheap spike, get very cheap kills, and forward smash, and just, I don't know, he's just really easy to use.
All right, well, this makes 2 tournaments in a row for you, shooting for 3 in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, well, congratulations, and we'll see you in Vegas.
MLG Las Vegas. So we have here the epitome of MLG. We were at the Red Rock Casino. This hotel was gorgeous. Chandeliers, but tasteful chandeliers. Fantastic food. The shower had a mirror, so you could watch yourself shower, or presumably watch yourself have sex with the hooker. Vegas, baby. We flew there on MLG's dime. We took a taxi on MLG's dime to get there, stayed in the hotel that MLG paid for. So everyone there already feels like a pro.
It was a very unusual tournament. It was very small, I think top 8 only bracket. So being in Vegas, it meant that only a few spectators could turn up, and all of them were from the West Coast. So the Ken Alliance turned up again, which is about 12 people. And a few of the East Coasters turned up with their support crew and stuff like that. So I think husband and wife were there, JV was there obviously. It was very intimate sort of finals.
I was thinking at the time, like, this is I think this is probably going to be my last tournament. My fire is about to burn out. I got to try. I definitely know I could compete and beat these guys.
I try to just narrow it down to matchups that I liked and that I didn't like. And the only two people I wanted to avoid was Hugs and Asin.
My whole life was to win the MLG Lost Championships. Because that pretty much means you won everything.
Ken just so aggressive right in Asin's face, not giving him any time to breathe.
And that is it.
Congratulations to Ken.
And DJ knew right away, he's ready to go.
Yeah.
He was just like that
he was
last
angry.
night.
He's hungry for blood. You guys like caged animals just taking turns running train on each other.
Badge guard continues.
DJ's in control. Ken's in control.
Back.
He's trying not to die. Uh-oh.
This might be it.
Oh my god.
Oh, the cloud's coming. Here comes the cloud.
Cloud could change it. Oh my god.
Like, I was like, alright, this is my tournament.
This is my dream.
There it is, the up smash. PC has won. Congratulations to PC Chris. He came in at the beginning of the season, stunned everyone by beating Ken. He outlasts everyone else. He's going to take home $10,000 and be crowned the national champion of Super Smash Brothers.
It was almost like a body high. Like, I just felt great the entire day. I never wanted to be the best player. That was never my goal. But just like putting my time into something and seeing like these great results, and like I couldn't believe like from this game that I picked up with my friends that I able to accomplish something like this.
I was set on third. I was like, I'm happy. I'll take third.
When he got third and when he didn't become the best player anymore, he's like, you know what, that's okay. I can retire pretty happy because I know that I've done a lot in my time, and I was during a pretty, I guess, a golden era of Smash. So even to this day, he'd still be called the king of Smash just because he dominated during that era.
I felt like a huge weight was lifted off my shoulders. Like I can just be happy.
Like I was just like one game away from being the champion. I couldn't go to sleep for about 4 days. It hit me hard when I had lost. Like it really hit me hard. I beat Mewtwo King, I beat Ken, and I got the PC Chris. For some reason I couldn't beat him. I couldn't beat him. I was so close. And I have to wait another year?
If I had to pick my favorite Smash player of all time, it would no doubt be Korean DJ. For me, he's the spirit of Smash. He has this fire in him that's fantastic to watch. Once in an interview, he said that he played the game like a freestyle rap. It was different for him, and you could see it. In game, I mean in high-level tournament matches, you can see him trying new things and learning as he goes. I don't think anyone ever wanted to take a stock so badly in their life. I don't think anyone ever just hated the character, not the person, the character. He was like, I need to just take these stock and just destroy them. And it's that kind of mentality, that personality that drove him to fly off the ledge farther than people ever had, and just ledge guard in a way that was just rude. It was beautiful to watch. My favorite player of all time.
It was 1, 2, 3. That's it. First stop, gone. I just rage quit. I said I couldn't do it.
When I saw that Marth, I was like, he's going to be the best player in the world.
Unless you're frame perfect, you're not good enough.
He's in that Rain Man world. Mewtwo King can, in fact, recite many, many, many digits of pi.
Almost positive he just didn't understand the concept of paying for something in a store.
A lot of them felt like Brawl was intentionally made to not be a competitive game, which is true.
It's like something broke in his brain, and he forever has a mind block.
PC, wait, not even PC. M2K and KDJ, so many letters.
After that, like a week later, OC2 comes along, and me and ManaCloud, we get second at that tournament in teams. And I don't know, it's like every time me and ManaCloud fight, it's like we do really, really well in teams.
So what's the story on him?
Yeah, he just goes around to these tournaments, that's how he makes his living. Just go around to these tournaments, wins, doesn't have a job, doesn't go to school, play these tournaments.
I think the person who stood the hands of time as of right now is possibly Mewtwo King.
Oh God, M2K.
A superficially stereotypical, but then also very interesting person, especially in how it comes out in his play style.
He still, after all of these years, is able to get, top 5 if he stops getting emo and stuff like that,
He's
Interesting. Yeah. He's very interesting.
Melee controller? Dude, we're interviewing someone. Do you think you can make a quick announcement before? I need you to go somewhere else.
Alright.
Alright.
A bit weird, but I like him.
I know Ken was ready to play him. He wouldn't admit it, and he would act like Mewtwo King's below him, but he was damn scared to play Mewtwo King. I guarantee it. Everyone was scared to play Mewtwo King, because when he's on, you just don't understand how you can possibly beat this guy.
Lord, when the fuck did this pasty white kid learn how to play basketball?
Congratulations to PC Chris. He came in at the beginning of the season, stunned everyone by beating Ken. He outlasts everyone else.
They took it off the pro circuit, which was really upsetting for us because That's part of what creates the hype, is being in this environment with hundreds and hundreds of video game players.
MLG, they bought Smashboards. They obviously believe in Smash as a competitive game, and like part of it has to do with just Nintendo's a pretty reluctant company to work with. You know, through all the years of doing events, I've seen Microsoft and Sony, and they just understand that like competitive gaming's big. It means something for them, and they want to work with you. Like, you know, they've tried to help us along or brought developers over. Nintendo's kind of been very much the opposite, where they don't really embrace in competitive communities at all. They're difficult to even get streaming rights. Like, we haven't even asked them for like TVs, money, anything. Like, just can we show this game that we believe in, that you created, stream it for our professional events, and they've been reluctant to even do that.
They started 07 Circuit by having a little like grassroots event that they got a venue for. It was a nice venue and everything, but there was no hype. So that was kind of their transition, was we can't have you on the pro circuit anymore, but we'll try to help you guys out. So, which was nice of them, but like I said, it just wasn't the same as having it on the pro circuit. It was a really, really big difference.
The chance for Smash to grow into something more, something mainstream and professional, seemed lost. In the wake of MLG's decision, the community pressed on, back into the underground world from which it had emerged.
A lot of times one champion is replaced by another. Ken was replaced by PC Chris, Korean DJ, and Muji King all at the same time, which is kind of cool that it took three people to bring Ken down.
It looked like the stage was set for me, Korean DJ, Muji King, and just like anyone else who was hungry enough to get up there.
The three players wrestled for dominance in Ken's absence. KDJ bested Mewtwo King at the MLG-sponsored Long Island event. Mewtwo King stopped KDJ at Cataclysm 3. In California, PC Chris defeated Mewtwo King at OC3, and Mewtwo King trounced PC at FC Diamond in Indiana. All three were, beyond question, the most fearsome players around, but the youngest of the trio seemed slightly different, a savant pursuing one thing above everything else: perfection.
Unless you're frame perfect 99 out of 100 times, you're not good enough. That's my mindset. That's what I tell myself. That's how I got good.
He's so into frames, he's so into the tiny little details.
Just thinking about theories and logic and the steps.
I'll do like up air and fast fall like the next frame so that I can hit them just barely, but they can't hit me. And if somehow the up air misses, I get a double jump in air and stuff like that. I did that at MLG. I just trained and trained and trained like up 3 hours a day for like 2 weeks.
Everyone makes a joke that to be good you have to like sit in your basement for hours on end, over and over again until you finally have an understanding for the game. No one actually does it, except for Muji King.
Try to be as perfect as possible, and if there's some area that's not perfect, it's like, how can I make this a little better?
Super Doodle Man and Muji King with their frame data on get up attacks, on moves being thrown out, distances on wave dashes and wave lands.
I spent like 2,000 hours on that shit, just double checking and triple checking just to make sure it was as absolutely accurate as I could possibly get it.
He's very focused on whatever his objective is, and it can work for and against him a lot of the times.
I beat Super Mario Bros. Original on NES. I beat it when I was 5. I made tons of like pixel art and stuff back then. It's just something I started once, so it's like, I'm gonna make a big maze, and literally 90% of it, I do line by line, pixel by pixel.
I don't know that he's ever confirmed, where he is on the autistic spectrum, whether he's got a little bit of Asperger's or not. I certainly don't want to make any judgments, but he's in that vein. He's in that Rain Man world. Muji King can, in fact, recite many, many, many digits of pi, enough so that you have to tell him to stop when he's doing it. Muji King lacks the ability to judge social clues. You get him in ridiculous situations sometimes. One time I lost my jacket at a tournament, and I went out to the lobby and I found him sleeping in my jacket, and he didn't realize that it was weird. One time we were in a car together and we made a joke about like, just get out of the car. And he opened the door and tried to leave while we were driving. I mean, I think he would have done it if we hadn't pulled him back in. I mean, he's a complete nutcase.
One time we went to a Massachusetts tournament, and I'm almost positive he just didn't understand the concept of paying for something in a store. So he walked into like a gas station and just took like a Mountain Dew and left. And I was like, yeah, I'll just pay for that.
He might do things that offend people or things like that without knowing it, but he never means harm.
There was definitely things he would do that would rub people the wrong way, especially at that point.
People really, I think, dismissed him, if not outright disliked him, because I don't think he knew how to really express himself properly. But he wasn't good enough, and you got respect by being good.
There was like kind of two different camps, people that didn't really understand Mewtwo King, and then people that were like accepting and encouraging for him. And I think that kind of helped.
He honestly, back then, all he cared about was Melee. It was all Smash. So like any relationship I had with him was only involved playing video games, unfortunately. When he first started playing, he had a very robotic style. He only played by himself for his computer, so he wasn't really exposed to like just normal like play styles, like a thinking opponent, like who adapts and like tries to like read you. He's not used to that. So he struggled at first in the community, like playing wise.
He was a scrub.
He wasn't a natural by any means, but he had a work ethic at the time that was unmatched, and for most players still is unmatched.
It was, I think Melee FC's 3 or 6. We actually found Mewtwo King 3 in the morning. He was still holding on to his controller, sleeping with it, and he was actually pressing the R and L buttons, like sleepwalking in his sleep, and we couldn't believe, we thought, we like poked him, he didn't wake up. It's not like he was faking it, he was dead asleep, but he was just still going at it.
They all said I sucked, and then I was like, well, I'll prove you wrong then. That just made me want to prove them wrong. At 05, Ken and Umbreon, they both 4-stocked me. The next year, I beat Ken to 3 out of 5 set of Fox. The next year, I 3-stocked him in 3 different occasions in Martinis.
I'm a beast at Martitos, and he raped me consistently. He had to fight Wes, raped him. He had to fight PC Chris, destruction. When I saw that Marth, I was like, he's gonna be the best player in the world.
If I get a hit, I want to take it as far as possible.
It works, you know, the best possible method. This is what you do in every scenario.
The most fearsome player to know in a match.
He just became amazing.
Unless I'm absolutely perfect, I'm not satisfied.
I wasn't around personally to see Ken's reign. Everyone said, you know, it was crazy how much better he was than everyone, but I seen Mewtwo King's reign. Mewtwo King was just so much better than everyone. He just destroyed everybody. It was just crazy.
It was 1, 2, 3. That's it. First stop, gone. I just rage quit it. I said I couldn't do it.
People are cleaning up after him. People remind him to bring his coat. They buy him food. They worship him. Usually people wouldn't give him the time of the day. But now that he's a god of this game, people will do anything that he wants. The power that he holds by being so excellent, you have to respect it.
I'm like proof that a nobody can become #1.
In Melee, Mewtwo King was near perfect, but his obsession was for a game which it seemed would soon be made obsolete.
There's one more title I guess I should mention that will turn that fight into an absolute brawl.
I was excited. I mean, you play the game for so long, and you're like, you just want something. You want something new.
Oh, hell yeah.
It was like the new game to play.
This is going to be the death of Melee.
So beautiful. And trust me, it's the best Smash Brothers ever, by far.
We drove to this distant GameStop outside of Philadelphia because it's the only one that was doing a midnight release. We were so hyped, new characters. Melee was so good, so fast, so exciting. You know, it's gonna be part 2. We had the fest at my place, in my apartment. We had about 4 setups. We're playing it. And we're playing it. We're playing it.
It didn't wow me like right off the bat, and I was kind of worried about that, at least from a more melee perspective.
It was so slow, not what we expected at all.
We tried to make it fun, I guess, but after a while, after a few months, it became clear that like the engine was just designed to really, really reward defensive play.
There's just like little room for like combos, like exciting match play, whereas it's more like just like who gets hit less.
Everything that made Melee great, the combo system with hit stun, the various movement options, it had all been lost in translation.
A lot of them felt like Brawl was intentionally made to not be a competitive game, which is true.
This is going to be a direct shout out to Sakurai, but gaming got to where it is today because of its hardcore competitive audience that it was targeted towards 10 years ago. And I don't hate on the fact that we and other gaming companies are trying to increase and widen their audience, but at the same time, I feel like Nintendo this time pushed it too far and just, they like cut out their competitive audience. In Sakurai's interviews where he says like, he wants everyone to win, I cannot understand that mindset because Melee was so popular and still is because it had the duality of being able to be played as a party game and as a competitive game. I don't understand the reason for just eliminating half.
Nevertheless, people still developed a competitive game behind it.
There is such a scene for Brawl still because of Melee, and because Melee was so competitive, people wanted to make Brawl just as competitive, and you can, it's not pretty. I'd say like summer of that year, not even too long after its release, that's when most people started to realize, at least people that had gone to Melee tournaments, that this is not a legit game for tournaments, so that's about when I stopped.
Brawl cleaved the community in two, and seemed to mark the end of the road for some of Melee's elite.
I kind of got into Brawl for a little while, and that didn't last very long. And I didn't look to Melee to go back. I just honestly thought I was going to quit there. I was just like, well, you know, like I had my moment in Melee, like I had fun with it. I'll still play it, like with my friends, but like it's not going to be a big part of my life anymore.
Towards my later years in college, it was just incredibly difficult to have the same kind of lifestyle. When Brawl came out too was really what set the nail for my hiatus.
But for Mewtwo King, Brawl was a chance to keep going with competitive gaming and get a jump on the competition.
So I just tried to get really ahead of the curve, so that way I could like make a lot of money and make a name for myself even more and just have fun, just everything. I have fun playing Melee because he's fast and I like combos. If he was like the only Melee character, I just tried to figure out everything really fast.
Playing both Brawl and Melee at the same time competitively is very difficult because they're two different games.
At some point in 08, I was actually like top #1 in both games.
After MLG, Melee found a temporary home in the lineup of Evolution, the premier fighting game tournament in the United States. The professional setting and first place prize brought a familiar face out of retirement for one last tournament.
Third place wasn't good enough for me. Like, I wanted to go out with a bang. I wanted first place. I signed up for Evo, and I trained my ass off.
For Mewtwo King, a focused Ken would be the man to beat at Evo. But before he could take him on, he found himself facing off against a Melee newcomer and his stubborn Jigglypuff.
I remember Hugs talking to me about like, I went to a California tournament and I was like, yo, who should I watch out for? And he's like, you don't know who he is, but you need to watch out for this guy, Mango. Like, he might not beat you, but he's getting good, and he's improving so fast. And he's just sick with Jigglypuff, like, better than anyone you've ever seen with Jigglypuff. And I'm like, wow. Usually when you ask something, they're like, oh, watch out for this guy, blah, blah, blah. Like, he, like, went out of his way to warn me about Mango. So I was like, this guy must be legit.
Well, when Mango came on the scene, I was already on my way out. I was already a little too old, and I was already not quite good enough, and blah, 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 blah. So I was able to view it kind of on the outside. He was a hurricane force, and when he beat Mewtwo King, everyone said that it was a fluke, including myself. I thought, you know, it was middle of the night, and he was on West Coast time, and well, let's just Jigglypuff, please, that's not a real character, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And I made a lot of excuses, and then Mango continued to win tournaments.
What the fuck was that? Oh,
Mewtwo King is good at finding like the best options for a situation, which can lock him into a bad mindset of, you know, best option all the time. Mango knows Mewtwo King wants the best option, so he says, you just do stupid things that shouldn't work. Basically, you approach him in weird way. He says it's like, you know, you do weird stuff. He doesn't know what to do. He's not saying, okay, I'm going to wait for, you know, half a second, then run up and grab you, then up throw you. No, he says, I'm going to wait, and you're going to do this. You're going to roll because I'm forcing my will on you. It's a very typical West Coast player mentality. They're not really interested in dissecting the game so much as they are playing it and learning how to manipulate their opponent really well. Whereas Mewtwo King is just figuring out how to abuse the game as hard as he can.
it's so good. Mango combo!
He's a robot. He's really good. His combos are amazing. But once you get in his head, it's downhill for Mewtwo King.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Jigglypuff Ditto.
Go for Dan. Go for Jackson, Mango. Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Fuck yeah, Mango! Shake his hand.
So much of Mewtwo King's identity came from being a god at the game. So on comes Mango, his kryptonite, and when Mango beat him in those awful, horrendous, embarrassing Jigglypuff Dittos, I think it changed him forever. At least in a Smash way, if not in a real world kind of way. Mewtwo King's not able to beat Mango anymore. It's like something broke in his brain, and he forever has a mind block where he can't beat him, and it's a shame. And you see just the frustration in losing to him. He loses one match or two matches and that's it. He's done for the tournament. He can't bounce back from it. He's not like a Ken or a Chuda. He doesn't like the adversity. He doesn't like being cheered against. He doesn't like not understanding what's going on. And those things there, I really saw frustration and anger in him. It used to be everyone rooted for Mewtwo King, and then by the end people were rooting against him, and then to see him fall to Mango was very heartbreaking for me. It's very sad.
I have like depression problems. Like when I'm like not playing good in a day or just feeling down for whatever reason, I just get depressed, and then it's a really big problem I have. I just get depressed, and then I just like don't feel like playing anymore. I don't know. I mean, I know it's a genre, but it's like it's also the truth. No one wants me to win. It's like I feel like I have no friends. I feel like I'm the enemy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a big pussy, but I mean, what I'm saying is also true. I actually think it's both.
Even as we still decided to stick with the Melee, not all of us did. numbers were starting to wane. These events used to be like 40, 50 people in the tri-state region, starting to dim down like 20. And you're really concerned, like, is this the end? Melee looked like it was on its death throes. And it's like, let's just do one more, as a farewell.
AKA Olive Car, ladies and gentlemen. That's the boy.
Bright and early, man.
Bright and early. Rob,
I came a little late because, I had the females here setting up.
Yeah, the females.
What time does team start? Team starts at 12.
Who's interested? And then it was a waterfall.
TV, laptop.
You start hearing guys from the south, Hungry Box, Shiz, and then, Mango, still at rivalry with Mewtwo King. You have this mix of all generations of the game. Guys like Korean DJ, Shootout, PC, teaming with Mango. Mewtwo King, he's the bridge between those generations. There was nothing like it. I went from studying these guys in the hub to being there, playing them in friendlies and asking them directly. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. At that point in my Smash career, I kind of had said, okay, I made out a bracket, I can leave this community behind. I can go back to where I started, back to Street Fighter, Virtua Fighter. And then match 4 happened.
I want to see the Falco. This is the match. Stay marked, you son of a bitch.
Without that set, I probably wouldn't be in this chair right now.
All right, what stage are we thinking? So good. Is he going back to the stadium? Oh, my random. Keeping him as Marth? I don't know.
Shiz would be like a Karl Malone, someone who was extremely solid, might not have won the big one, but people definitely know that name. And MTK at the time was kind of Jordan-esque.
I don't know what the hell's happening. Why wouldn't he be?
Shiz was the one that everyone was screaming for and wanted to see advance. I was a Falco main, and Shiz is just pushing the brink of anything I'd ever seen before.
Damn, son. That's no shot. Yo, the Shiz was for real. What the shit?
I used to remember my doubles partner, Can I Smash, is standing next to me, screaming his lungs out, saying, I don't care anymore, I'm maining Falco after this. Felt like a lot of times he would defeat himself. If the crowd's not behind him, if he's being cheered against, if he suicides.
Whoever the fuck said that set in Florida was the best match ever, you were sadly mistaken.
It's over. We're going to Game 5. Shiz just has this in control. I can dominate, I can take over the game at any point I choose to. You make one mistake, that's all it takes, because I know how to get rid of you. If you pull victory from the jaws of defeat, there's no other ways from saying it.
Match 4 became the most watched of all time, and, just like that, a community which seemed destined to fade away was revived, thanks in part to a robot.
Yeah, he lost to Mango afterwards, but he was able to recover, where most players just mentally would have been crushed. If I see, Apex 2016 and he gets top 3 in Melee, top 3 in Brawl, I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think that a lot of people would have gotten to know him, possibly because of the social barrier between him and other people. But I think he's made real friends that he's been able to hang out with and spend time with and make a connection with because he was good at the game. Not because he played it, because he was good at it, because there was a difference.
He started hanging out with us, we actually got him to drink. and like I don't know, just talk, like just to hang out, not play Smash, not talk about Smash.
Over the years, I must say that he's changed for the better.
He's always trying to help people with stuff. He have helped me with Melee.
I mean, if you talk to M2K now versus 5 years ago, he's way more personable. He's definitely improved in that respect. So
I feel like the Smash community kind of helped him a little bit, in terms of like, if he was playing an online game, he might still be the same, like he might not have that communication, like when you're talking and developing real relationships, like that definitely helps out. Like he's gotten plenty of friends from Smash that helped him like kind of mold him to the person he is now, the real Mewtwo King.
Balls out, the most aggressive player you're ever going to play.
You watch him play, and it's like, oh god, this guy's the truth.
He hates personally playing Hungry Bucks because you have to play a certain style.
I got good using gimmicks.
There's always been like that little rivalry between the two, and I think it comes down to Puff.
He is gonna need to collect himself.
Gets him with a down air. Duncan wins game 2.
How will I react if I win? And how will that feel like if I lose?
Didn't sleep well last night.
You got some sleep?
Yeah. Had some nightmares. About things going wrong. I don't usually have things like that, so it wasn't usual. But I'm sure it'll be fine.
This will work because for singles, you only need 2. Right, But it's but- when we go to teams, can we fit 4 here? Well, actually, hold the phone. He's not going to be connected to this table, right? No, he should just need one system set up.
Where are we gonna set up check-in?
We're going to set Scuba check-in up to the front desk, and that's going to be Iggy. So, Iggy, let's get you going. Okay.
You're registered for Melee Single, Melee Doubles, your teammate is X-Dose
Balls out, the most aggressive player you're ever going to play. Like he's only got one direction, that's forward, and it doesn't matter how much he's getting messed up or how stupid it is, he always does that. The way I would play is I would try to, you know, find your habits and find out where you're predictable and exploit that and this and that. He doesn't seem to have any patterns or habits that I could ever pick up on, and I was good at that too.
Jake! Rick James, bitch! All right.
He would talk about having a notebook in his head, and he would just write down every little crazy thing that he would see. And I don't mean like crazy combos, like just crazy little aspects, like how a combo will work at certain percents and how certain things won't work. And he would talk about that, and we would always just kind of laugh at him or whatever. But then you would see him play a match, and we would see something like happen, something like just like you'll see him play today. You'll see him, he'll do the craziest combo that wouldn't even make sense. You wouldn't think it would work, and he just knows it'll work. It's not something that can really be explained or learned, I don't think. It's just something that kind of happens. And it's just something that only happened to him. That's why he hates personally playing Hungrybox, because if he isn't playing his not his best, but he has to be playing good. He can't just wing it against Hungrybox because you have to play a certain style. He makes you play his game. That's what makes him so good. He makes you play his rules, because if you don't, then he's there. He's figured out an option for a lot of approaches, a lot of just waiting you out. Like, he doesn't care, but that's not Mango's game.
He legitimately runs away when people are trying to fight him, and I think it's ridiculous. He thinks it's ridiculous, and this is coming from me. And a lot of people have called me boring, but I don't even do that. I don't run from people like that.
You saying you going the whole way? You think anybody's going to be any problems, or you taking this free?
Well, Mr. Mango over here, as usual, he's a really, really great player. As so much as the rivalry between us, the hate, I don't really want to go into that. That's silly. There was a point in my Smash career where I really hated that guy. Really, really disliked him. I wouldn't even talk to him, wouldn't look at him, just wouldn't even talk, like anything. I think we would barely shake hands after a match. My lifestyle and his lifestyle just are different things. And to the best of both of us.
Before we get started, just want to talk through a few things. I'll try and keep them as brief as possible. First of all, general conduct. I know I don't need to talk about this, but please, while you're in the venue, while you're in the hotel, be respectful of yourselves and other people around you. Make sure you're just upholding the standards of the community, making this into a place that we can be proud of, and making this a community we can be proud of.
They came over, and I have all kinds of GameCube games, and they see Smash, and they want to play Smash. I'm like, oh, cool, we're really good at that game. I'm like, yeah, I'm good too, man. I ended up beating them, and then with the little kid rivalry, I bet you can't beat our friend. He won a tournament and everything. And I was like, oh, well, sure, I'll play him, I don't care. I had my scooter, I was all ready to go all far to go find his friend, and they ended up taking me like 2 houses down. He comes out, probably the same thing he wears now, freaking basketball shorts and a tank top. After that, it was just kind of like a small rivalry. We always have that competitive feeling. I don't know if that's just natural for anybody or just being a competitive gamer. Just as a kid, we had that competitive spirit. I figured out up throw up air. He found out up throw rest. I figured out how to DI first. I didn't want to tell him how to DI. We kind of figured out little things, and we just kept kind of pushing ahead of each other until eventually at one point he just started just kind of pushing ahead. I've played the game for 6 years, and I've seen a lot of new players come and go, and no one grabbed a hold of the game the way he did.
I thought it would happen. We kind of knew he was going to be the best at some point, just the way he was progressing.
I believe it was Pound 3 when Mango decided that I'm going to lose in winner's bracket. You give me every single big name in loser's bracket. It's not a question. I got it. It's easy.
Pound 3 was like my favorite moment ever. It was so good.
Mango took that tournament to the bank. Like, he talked about Pound 3 for at least 2 years.
He just, it wasn't even like he raped Mewtwo King. He just kind of picked them apart, and the more the matches went on, the worse it got. And it was just crazy how he just kind of tore him down.
If he gets hit, he's got no jaw. So if you hit him once or throw something at him weird he's never dealt with, you win. That's it. He can't take punishment at all.
And the next time they played, he absolutely destroyed him. Like I said, once he figures things out, he doesn't forget him.
Punch him in the dick!
He really likes to get into someone's head. He got into my head for a while, so yeah, he likes letting people know he got him.
No.
They made a South Park parody. You know that episode where they're watching Indiana Jones get raped?
Come on, squeal!
Pretty much the kids in the theater watching that, except they replaced the footage with Mango, I guess, raping Mewtwo King in the match.
Come on, let's go! Why are they doing this?
A lot of people at the time said, he's using Jigglypuff. How many people are honestly familiar with that matchup? Is it the character? And in time, we knew, no, it's not the character.
The big thing for me was when he switched to Falco. Because people were just like, oh, it's just Jiggs, it's a one-trick pony. And then he came back and he was like, no, I can do this with like anyone. And he showed it.
"13 years old, playing my Game Boy Advance. I love that. My Game Boy Advance was my killer app system. I love that system. I'd get good grades in school, and then like my mom would buy me games that I wanted, and I would beat it all 100%. I would get every single achievement because that's how I played. I was, hardcore, right? Whatever it's called. But I'm like, this is really fun. I like beating games. And then I saw Melee. I had Melee, and I thought, how can I beat this 100%? And it's like, oh, get all the trophies. Eventually, I got through every single trophy except one. So I remember back to my Pokemon card days, back when I was like 9 years old. Jigglypuff, rest. Restore HP. I'm like, that's it. Her downbeat is nothing. I must restore HP. This move made the opponent explode off the stage. I'm like, that is incredible. I just picked up Jigglypuff with a puff tag and started beating everyone with rest and stuff. I developed my playstyle with it, my spacing and everything. And from there, you just go to more tournaments. And eventually, I started going out of state, a national. And Mewtwo King came in, and I was like, whoa, Mewtwo King. I mean, of course. Everyone who sees Mewtwo King for the first time is kind of surprised of what he's like. But anyway, they put me into crew battles with him, and I beat Mewtwo King in crew battles. And at that point, I had this strange confidence. I'm like, whoa, that's pretty cool. That's pretty fun. Getting the crowd all hyped and stuff. This is when people still cheered for me. That's not the same anymore. I got good using gimmicks. That's what I got good at. I couldn't get good using text skill. My fingers just aren't fast enough. When you play me, people get frustrated a lot, and I really, it's not like winning's fun all the time. When you see your friends get frustrated, and it's like, I don't want to play this anymore. Let's go play ping pong or something. Even my very first tournament win out of state in Georgia, even then, people already didn't want me to win. I was like, is this really happening? Florida was cheering against me. All I can say is that I'm used to it, and I know there still are some people who, even though they're frustrated by it and annoyed by it, I know the fact that they do think well of me.
Zelda's not going to be able to catch him. But he did get him there, 85% death.
Oh wow, good spacing. Oh, easy. Oh, tech! That's a very good mind game.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is where the matchup flips around.
A great read by Dark Rain.
Oh, he just goes in with the knee.
What moves?
Oh,
Reverse knee, and that's death. That's poor DI. England, very salty.
One thing Hungrybox is doing right now is he's ducking a lot.
That was an interesting forward B. Hungrybox starting off really strong. You think Mango will go Captain Falcon and Starker?
Mango getting those combos. Gets the read, but oh my goodness. That's an easy first shot.
Once Ganon's off the stage, it's really hard because his recovery is so poor.
Hungrybox just a really strong play there.
Sets up for so much.
That's a rough match.
Last match, and everyone is watching. Oh my goodness!
He's
the game's still going.
He's alive.
What a great up tilt. Another one.
Randall.
No! No! The Falcon Punch land and Mango wins.
Mango.
describe Mango as a person?
He's...
When we go to Vegas, he goes there ready to die.
You have to be like, that's just the kind of, it's just like all just, we gotta go. Like, we got things to do, we gotta move forward, and if we do it, we're gonna do it right, and we're gonna do it hard. I'm pretty sure I've almost died like twice. I got this lip ring when I was passed out in Vegas. I've been arrested almost like 8 times just because I'm always talking smack to the cops. I can never back down, dude. I just things like that. I'm reckless. I don't know.
He just spanked me so hard. Just like didn't even try. I mean, he still doesn't even try. He was like making fun of me too. Like, why'd you take me to Fountain of Dreams? Come on, dude. What? Oh my God. I was like, it's like I don't even know what to think. Like, it's the first time I met Mango. I'm like, damn, dude, this guy's a dick.
His humor is so asshole-ish, and like people still. They like that, you know. They like him. He's a people person. He just goes out and people just like being around him.
Even if they're like suit and tie type of people or this and that, he'll show up looking like a gangly little kid, like messed up beard, dumbass shirt, and like it'll end up working out.
It's crazy seeing him because you know some people get offended by his humor so much like online. Like I remember. Florida. It was a tournament. It was a small gigabytes tournament, some like little computer place or something. He went into their thread like just talking shit, saying all you guys suck. I'm gonna come rape you, all you guys, and yada yada. And like I remember Lamb Chop saying like, you know, you're not gonna come in here our state talking like that. You're gonna get your ass handed to you. We get to Florida and everybody loves him.
Like once you get to know him, if you get close enough to him, then he'll love you. I mean, it's kind of like that love-hate though, you know, like it's tough love.
Kind of like a kid, but not a kid, just doing things at his own pace, and his pace is pretty crazy. Hungrybox might not have had the best time.
World's best player being good. This happens every time. Barely stand up. Poor guy.
We also have over here, Chillin' and Mango against Axe and Fro. Thank you. Over there, last match of the night.
You guys won, right? But in terms of lifestyles, I'm not one to judge. I don't think anyone is. You know, yeah, he drinks. For a lot of people do.
Kish Prime is the best tournament host of all time. That also rhymed. But also, Mango needs to find his controller.
I found my controller. Yes!
I may not be like as capricious as he is, but I plan things better. I'm going to school now. I'm getting my degree in chemical engineering. I'm getting good grades. He's a sprinter. I'm a marathon runner. You know, same as Smash Bros. He just immediately short run, crazy, innovative things. I look back at what I am good at.
Well, now that you're warmed up a little bit, teams does warm you up. Top 10 people, Hungrybox is right here, but anyway, we'll get back to him. Anyway, top 10 people since there's so many good people here.
Me at Hope, you got PC, Future King, you got Shizzlers over there, you got this fag right here. He plays so gay.
Gayer than Mango.
No, I don't play gay.
He doesn't play gay.
Do you ever think about like the terminology that we use as Smashers?
Oh, yeah, it's a habit. It's a bad habit, like saying rape and stuff. Can you even take me seriously when I say that? Come on, it's just... really?
I have a real problem when people use gay as a derogatory term. I've had really traumatic experiences, like especially being in the South.
Being a girl in a gaming community, like I've gone through all of it.
being labeled as an attention whore, which admittedly I was when I was 18. I probably still am to some extent.
If you would have called me a nigger and then a black guy to call me a nigger, like, you know, it should be the same thing. It shouldn't be like, oh, he could call me a nigger, but you can't, you know?
People like codifying me as a sexual minority like as a negative, that's really disheartening, especially when gamers as a whole are generally more like progressive because we're all sort of weird.
You're not helping girls get into the gaming community at all by using terminology like rape.
As far as rape goes, like that's one of the things I catch myself saying a lot. It's kind of like retarded. Like it's something that I don't really tend to say because it's kind of downplaying the traumatic effects of natural rape. But I don't think it's as, if we're going to categorize like what's more offensive, and I'm a little biased.
Everything to me is just perception. Like, you know, those old sayings like, oh, sticks and stones may break my bones or whatever, yada, yada, yada. So, I mean, if you let it hurt you, then, you know, it's kind of your own fault because everyone is just branded to feel a certain way about certain words. But I guarantee if everybody was brought up a different way, words with me have different meanings.
No, I don't play games.
He doesn't play games. He does high risk, high
I'm all
reward.
aggressive and shit.
It's high risk, high reward.
All every other puff cancel it.
There's always been like that little rivalry between the two, and I think it comes down to Puff.
He was the first Jigglypuff to do a lot of things. He was the first Puff to win a big tournament, first Puff to beat a lot of the big East Coast players, especially Music King, because Music King, you know, was the king for a long time. Hungrybox comes and does the same thing with almost like, it looked like not even half the effort of what Mango did. And I think that really, I don't want to say offended, but it kind of did. It wasn't even that he was better than Mango, he just kind of figured his trick out. I mean, it was just so simple.
His rancor comes from, you play a very, very defensive or campy play style that I'm not really a big fan of. That's not how I like to play the game or how I like to see the game being played.
Mango stopped playing Puff, and I'm sure there was all kinds of Hungrybox fans saying Hungrybox is probably better. Hungrybox, you know, he gets results, yada yada. And Mango just didn't like that. Mango was the Puff player, and Mango is a very, very prideful person. Me growing up with him, I know that probably better than anyone. He is about pride. Hungrybox goes for those results, he goes for those wins. That's his own pride. He likes getting that win, you know? And that's probably the way it is for a lot of people. But for Mango, it's different. Mango likes just showing how good he is. Even if he loses, if he shows how good he is, then he's happy. And that's why Mango can generally lose to Hungrybox, because he doesn't want to play that game. And you know, I mean, Hungrybox can be happy about the win. You know, he got the win. He's gotten it a couple times on Mango, but it's like not to John for Mango. It's his own stupidity. He's better than that. He's a lot better than that. Because players like that, like I said, they make you play their game, and Mango refuses to 100% do that. And if he did, I don't think he would be losing to Hungrybox. But I mean, what can you do? It's Mango.
Are we waiting on that, or are we doing it now?
Yeah, winner goes to the fight. You guys can do it over there if you want. Okay. Once you get to the
I thought Mango was going to go Puff for a second there. He had his cursor on her.
All right, we're up doubles. Chillin' Dude goes hard right towards DOH, wants to start shutting him down, and I think he really wants to split it up so that Hungrybox can pick up Mango, but instead he ends up getting the rest on DOH.
That took 10 seconds already, and HBox is already...
HBox is doing
seconds.
work. He wants all the monies.
Wow.
And he gets opened up by Chillin' Dude, and he doesn't
Mango
even
has
recover.
Mango has quit
He
this
has
match.
given up on this match.
Mango has decided to quit the game, summoning his inner Mewtwo King.
And he is going to need to collect himself if he wants to start playing. Just look at him.
People don't realize how hard it is to play on a hangover. It is extremely hard. I've only done it once, and I got absolutely rocked. If you watch day 1 of Genesis, the crew battle, where Hungrybox rocked me, I was hungover that day, and it was like the end of the day, and you know, you'd think I would have like a clean 8 hours to sober up or whatever, get off the hangover, but no. I've seen him, he'll drink till he passes out, blacks out, and I've never gotten that drunk. I'm like, he does that constantly at tournaments, but I mean, he's so good that he'll make it happen.
On to game 4, 2-1 in favor of Fox and Peach, Mango, and DOH. Survive all that. He did a good job.
Hungrybox's survival is the key right now for him.
He cannot afford to die. As they are, it's significantly more
Mango
believable.
with a big mistake, almost dying
Oh,
for
and
it.
a crazy pinball bounce on DOH. He gets the
looks like
dash
he got
attack. Gimp, he doesn't get the edge. Chillin's still in it.
Hungrybox with the save with that down air. He gets Mango right out of the air. Great job. That could have been
And
pretty
the
bad.
bomb! No.
Oh, wait. Nice forward air. This is still possible for DOH here.
Can he win the 2v1? He just needs to pick up a good hit on Chillin.
Oh,
He set him
my
up.
God. That's it.
DOH
It's over.
wins doubles. Wins the 2v1.
DOH.
Done with Mango. A magnificent work from DOH. Bringing it home for Mango.
We're going to relaunch with singles here very, very soon. We're going to take about 5 minutes.
All right, the rules for this, if you play during the bracket, you start with the set count that you were at during the bracket. So if you were up 2-0, if you won 2-0 against somebody, you started 2-0, the other person has the counter set.
So, on the stage, we are going to have a continuation set to finish.
There are certain people I feel like encapsulate the emotion or the feeling behind a character. You have Kage with Ganon. And then you have Dark Rain with Falcon.
Yeah, everyone else is watching. Everyone is watching.
Doesn't go to too many events nowadays. He's still just such a strong player, period. People shouldn't be surprised with how he performs.
The arena is wrapped. Everybody is watching this. They aren't turning to watch other pools. There are a couple jerks over there in the corner playing friendlies. They don't matter.
I know they played earlier, and Mango decided to Falcon Ditto him. And he's going to it. He's going to it. You can hear the cheers in the crowd.
I'm about as excited as I can be.
So they've struck to Dreamland, a very good Falcon stage. Very good for this Ditto right here.
A lot of room, and Mango player 1, Dark Rain.
Dark Rain as usual, black, and player 4.
Gets out of the Mango pressure, nice spacing, weaves around him, gets back to center stage. Mango clipping him, gets the throw. Does he follow him? He does not, anticipates a tech in place. Dark Rain tries to go for the jab, regrab, doesn't quite work. Mango jumps out, goes for the down air. These guys are smart. They aren't reading each other's techs yet, neither of them have picked up. And Dark Rain, he sees through the up air, but then he fast falls after the air dodge.
Oh, Mango stage spikes him with a back
tech.
air.
Could have survived, could have extended it, but he just didn't believe it would happen.
Falconville.
Reading.
Oh, it gets Mango off there. Gets him with a down air. Dark Rain wins game 2. Oh, Mango going right at him this time.
And, ooh, Dark Rain picking up good up airs, but not quite able to link it into something solid.
Oh, big knee. Another knee.
Into knee. The greatest combo.
And
into knee. Decides to go for the grab. He's on his shield.
Oh, wow. Great read by Dark Rain.
Knee to the groin. That's
And
not your
another one.
purse. That doesn't belong to you.
Power shields at neutral air. Gets the gentleman, but Mango crouch cancels into a down tilt. He's going to get him
Excellent
there.
read on the tech chase. They call this combo video Mind Reader for a reason.
Oh!
He does it again. He does not care what Mango thinks.
Mango hits him with the back air. Hits the rapid was shielded. He's going to kill him right there.
Combo,
Dark Rain.
takes it. He's up 3 stock to 1. 55% Mango kills
Mango
himself.
quits on that match. Concedes to Dark Rain. Amazing stuff.
You won't see him in his full potential unless you're like playing in the room and you make him mad. You make him mad, he'll go all out.
And right now, Mango is getting booed by the crowd.
He flips them off for good measure. They go right back to Dreamland. Last time this happened.
This is pride.
Mango has this grasp that can't be taught. It's not something that comes with time. It's something you have to be born with.
Mango is awake right now.
How does he think so differently about this game? And I just don't know.
He is the natural.
Even I wanted him to win when I'm saying to someone else.
Mango gets the final knee, puts
An
that final
incredible series
nail.
of Falcon Dittos.
Oh my God.
Absolutely nuts.
And two of the sets people will remember from this weekend are the two sets that these guys played.
He's completely ripped it open, right? He's already there. He is the new Deep, right? That is great. That is art and another self, watching someone like Mango be so willing, so doing such risky things and technical things and being consistently like proven that he can do it every single time. It's like, wow. I have full respect for him as a player. Oh yeah. I don't know if he doesn't like me, but as far as I can tell, I think we're on better terms now. I can understand if he still doesn't appreciate me as a player, because I understand where he's coming from. I do. The way I play is very frustrating, but I had nothing but the utmost respect for him because he's taking the game to a new level, and I can't really be mad at someone who's done that to the game I love so much.
As that last stock, not likely to get a gimp,
Oh,
but he gets
almost.
that serious combo. Kel's really showing that he's got good out of shield shine. Mango saying he doesn't care.
Hungrybox is probably the scariest edge guarder of Spaceys there is.
Forward smash is the other way, and somehow it makes him dodge. That's the Mango effect.
And up throw rest to finish out the set. Great job by Hungrybox and the
It's
forward smash.
the forward smash. Axe takes 3rd place. FC 10.
What will happen in the next minute? How will I react if I win? And how will that feel like if I lose? It's like riding a bike for the first time and realizing you're finally getting it, or just falling off and getting more hurt than you ever have.
The Kishes have been running a really tight ship here. I have no doubt that they've been tracking the pool's results and making sure that things happened the way they did. I don't believe it is a coincidence whatsoever that the match for 3rd and 4th place just happened.
Absolutely.
And we're about to get the match for 1st and 2nd.
Absolutely. They've been really smart in choosing their matches. And here we go. Grand finals.
Mango Fox, always a favorite against floaties. Always uses it against Hungrybox. Hungrybox, excellent at the Fox matchup. Mango, excellent at the everybody matchup.
Exactly.
Excellent crouch cancel tech.
Oh, misses
and
it.
Misses the rest.
That's him with a forward smash instead. Knew it was up smash wasn't going to kill. Decided to keep him nearby.
It's entirely possible. That's what he wanted to do. Mango's
There's a
one
kill.
of the few people, one of the few Foxes that can connect with up throw up air against Hungrybox. He gets the timing right, and he accounts for the possibility of that smash DI when he positions it. His shield pressure is insane. Back air shine, back air shine.
Slowly whittling down that shield, trying to get Jigglypuff's ears or whatever gets exposed under that. Gets him again.
Gets another
It's
up
another
throw
stock.
up, and this time he has the boost of that other platform. There are a lot of cases where Mango would say, no, I'm not going to use just the most efficient option, but he hates fighting Jigglypuff. And he really doesn't, he's not a fan of H-Box.
That's good.
So he's
Yeah.
willing to make the exception just because of stuff like that. Even though, funny story, he used to do it to people all the time.
Exactly, I was about to say. That's the irony.
He started as a puff.
Oh, he gets Mango off stage, but Mango keeps himself close to the ledge. Gets the back air. That should be the stock. Mango with a pretty dominating performance for game 1.
Mango gets the neutral air. He's always just that little bit faster with his aerials than other players. That's how, when he played Axe, he was able to interrupt so much of his Pika stuff compared to SFAT, who got hit by most of it. It's just that Mango thing. Mango might have lived, but he wouldn't have been back in time. And there we go.
H-Box.
That's the puff stuff that Hungrybox is needing.
Uh-oh. I
And
thought he was
yeah,
going to try to grab him there.
right
Oh,
now, Mango's in that mode. He doesn't care where H-Box goes right now. He's going to try and hunt him down. He wants him dead.
Oh, went for the grab there. He really wanted to just finish it with another up air. Nice rest by Hungrybox. Absolutely.
Waits to watch for the tech, sees it's a miss, and because he's so prepared, he's able to react.
And they go to final destination. H-Box does a jab there, which really surprises me. He's messing up right now on his execution.
A nice back air from him. That slight up angle sends Fox straight into the Puff back air, and then Puff right into the Fox back air.
HBox has been doing some really strange things. He whiffed 2 up smashes straight and immediately got punished for it. And for some reason, he tried to grab Mango while Mango was jumping around 3 times straight.
Yeah,
I don't understand what's going on with HBox right now.
He might be having finger flubs, or he's just panicking.
It looks like it right now. Honestly, it does. And Mango is at tournament point right now. If he takes this, he's the champion.
And he's just demonstrating he knows where to put his aerials so that Hungrybox crashes into him, and he knows how to weave around Hungrybox's typical style of spacing.
And he manages to get him with that again. I honestly thought Battlefield was a great stage for Mango in their first game. I'm not sure about this counter pick.
Needs to keep his face to the center of the stage, but he needs to have his hits going.
Oh! He didn't get the jump to get the second aerial.
It's entirely possible it wouldn't have connected, but the mistake definitely
he
there.
gets him. Oh, the Mango head landed on the stage. Gets him
picked
again.
All the right up B, all the right ways to follow his up B. Mango gets a little turnaround, and now it's at a point where it's absolutely anybody's game. No clear advantage.
HBox is back off the stage. He's trying to recover here. Mango misses with the back air. HBox catches him.
Oh, a sudden forward
barely.
B. He doesn't hesitate to do those. And he's going out there to pick up a shine spike, even though he doesn't really need to do that.
Oh, misses that up smash. Gets him with the back air. Mango does it. Mango is crowned the champion of Melee FC here in South Bend, Indiana. Mango manages to defeat Hungrybox.
Disappointed look on his face. Really downcast.
Wow. He's...
Congratulations to Mango, champion of FC Legacy.
There's just 2. It was the last day of the event, I'm pretty sure, and they told everyone to clear the venue, get out of the venue, and go into this field. It's huge open field. Weather was beautiful also. California, great weather. I'm jealous of California. And we're all outside. This is a time when me and Mango still hate each other, but that's not really important. And well, it is kind of important because people started playing tag, right? Just tag, oh, running around because we had nothing better to do, right? There's like 400 people outside. And at one point, I got tagged, and I walked up to Mango, and the whole crowd's going, oh! And everyone's like, what's going on? So I tag him, but he's like, nah. I'm like, okay, whatever. But you know, I'm getting into the physical, like, we're like moving around. We're having fun. Let's play a game.
Ben! There goes Ben.
And just a stampede of Melee players, intertwined with Brawl players, intertwined with spectators, just not knowing what's going on, but having a blast because of it. And see, that was great. Like, how nice is that to, you know, finally put the controller down and really show, like, hey, we're all human beings, and we're all good people, too. Good people who know how to have fun. While I was just looking at the game unfolding, I looked around, you know, I see people smashes with their friends, you know. Some guys carpooled here, some guys flew here, you know, together. They're sitting down eating some Chipotle, some guys are eating In-N-Out. They're just talking, laughing, they're smiling. You see that smile. It's like, for some people, these tournaments, they're an escape.
Oh, shit.
I walk in somewhere, and I feel respect, and it's really nice. Now, I didn't really get that in like middle school or, you know, sometimes high school, and it's just like, it's really been a confidence booster for me. It's really developed me as a person, this whole tournament scene. Really grateful for it. I don't know how it would have turned out without it, to be honest, and really glad to have met even the ones I did. Hopefully I can meet 1,000 more and get more Facebook friends. But yeah, that's that.
Fucking $50,000 and we're not done. Like that's amazing to me.
Armada is probably one of the best things that's ever happened for this game.
Since he didn't put in the effort, he didn't try, it's always gonna be that question.
Maybe you could turn up now. Like, they're always begging you for you to come back. Like, they miss you, you know? You should really just come back and represent yourself. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad anymore.
Being described as maniacs, not a bad thing at all. I take it as a compliment.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
A lot of our friends growing up got into, tagging, gang activities, a lot of drinking and partying young. Playing Smash, we stayed away from that on the weekends. We'd go to school, and then come the weekend, we'd go to tournaments.
Yeah, if I didn't play games, I probably would have been some OG gangster or something. Probably, yeah, actually, yeah. If I didn't play Melee, Melee helped me out a lot with that.
The whole night, Mango was talking about fighting, so he was like, all right, let's do it. We go outside. Apparently he said only body shots, but I don't remember this. We're fighting, and he's running around like a little girl, throwing punches. I'm just like, what are you doing, dude? And I just sock him right in the face. And he's like, what the hell, dude? It's like, why you sucker punch me? I'm like, what? What are you talking about, dude? And he just so mad. And then after that, we made up. We just got butt naked and jumped in the pool and went skinny dipping. So.
He was almost looked unbeatable for a time. He was looking almost Ken-esque, I want to say it.
That was legit, man. That was legit.
It looked like he was going to kind of go through this reign of terror where he's winning for 3 years or 4 years.
If people said he couldn't do it with Falco, where you at?
For a while it did look like that, but I mean eventually it's just how things work. People catch up, people get better, people fall off. Somebody's going to be there to replace your spot, as long as people are hungry enough for it.
I think one of the biggest things for this game is upsets and regional or international rivalries. Armada is probably one of the best things that's ever happened for this game. That man coming in with a character that no one thought could win anything, Peach, right? He whooped all of our butts at Genesis, and so everyone, and he did it at the first Genesis. He almost won the first Genesis, so everyone said, oh, wow, this guy.
He's a beast. I really think he's the favorite to win this tournament, if you were to ask me.
I agree. I'm rooting for Mango.
I'm rooting for Mango as well. He's my boy. I got his back. But based on what I've seen, it just seems like Armada's just taking off, looking ridiculously better than everybody right now.
No one would question Mango being the best of all time if he had clear-cut victories over Armada. The Genesis ones were what Mango said mattered. It's 1-1 at Genesis. But they really didn't get to face off at other tournaments because there was Mango getting third at a tournament after Armada beat him, and then they just didn't see each other at all at Apex 2013. If Mango put in that effort, that time, that work, there is no question about him being the best the game has ever seen. But because he hasn't put his all in when his back was against the wall, when the one person that really threatened his title, I think there would be a lot less chatter about that. But since he didn't put in the effort, he didn't try, it's always going to be that question. There was a Facebook poll first on EVO's Facebook saying, what games do you want to see at EVO? This is a list. Let's add one more, just to see. And the Smash community came out in full force saying, we want this spot. This spot was ours once before. We want to take it back one more time at the very least. And there were some issues. A lot of people were like, the Smash community can't be that well represented. These had to be bots. Someone is like nuking Facebook to give them like 800 more votes. So the EVO staff was like, okay, let's do this a fair way. If your game got over 500 votes, you're in the running. We're gonna do a fundraiser. Whatever game makes the most money, we're gonna fight breast cancer, you get that 8th spot.
God, I'm sweating over here, man. I don't know if I can deal.
It came down to Smash and Skullgirls, bit by bit by bit.
This race is so close.
We'd do an event on stream, and the next night they would have something. And then we'd have something, and then they'd have something.
Like $50,000, and we're not done. Like that's amazing to me, and as cool as going to breast cancer.
Let me just ask for a tiny, tiny bit more support. We haven't even dropped the spirit bomb. That's true there. When we act as one, throw our hands up in unison, shit we can do is crazy.
Smash was able to pull it out, but I have to definitely show a lot of respect to Mike Z and the entire Skullgirls staff. It kind of was all surreal until Mr. Wizard pops in and says, do you know where we can buy some GameCubes and CRTs because none of our games use them?
MLG Anaheim was probably one of the only examples where people would cheer on Ken when he was still playing and when he was still active, because it was his home turf. I feel like people ostracized him, and I'm not sure if that contributed to his retirement, but like whenever he looks back at Smash and he talks to me on a personal level, he always says chaotic. Like the Smashing was good for me, but like I don't know if I could deal with all the trash talk and all the Smashers anymore, treating me like that anymore. And I said to him, like, maybe if you turn up now, like they're always begging for you to come back, like they miss you, you should really just come back and represent yourself. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad anymore. It's nice to see a familiar face, sticking to his guns and like playing the game that we all love, and we love to see him perform and do his Ken combos,
Can you hear, dude?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Oh my god, it's the voice that we all know and love.
EVO was it's kind of weird getting back to it and thinking, how far we've come since then. Look at the top 3 then. Ken was in first, Hugs in second, and some tough player named Mango got 3rd. Who would have thought that this many years later, we'd be on that main stage? It's magical. Vegas is gonna be fun.
Mango still considered best player in the United States right now.
This is a tournament everyone wants to see. It's like Virgil with swords.
Wow, perfect spacing. He's got his hit and he can't make it back. Best players are in the U.S. This is the strongest country. That's why Armada winning was such a big deal. And then a torn. Nice
moonwalk. He's just trying to show off.
You can hear the USA chants in the background. Mango opting for the USA name tag. Oh, here we go, up air.
Oh, he's definitely loving it right now. He's been waiting months for this, probably years. Mango yelling at the crowd saying, I've got your back. I'm sending Armada home. Trouble now is not tech chase. Armada known for being one of the very good pitches with a combo game.
Wake up attack.
And a stitch. This is vintage Armada. Oh, this is trouble.
Now is he going to go for a low percentage kill? No, can't keep him out there. It's a minute of it!
Oh, it's knocked him out. He's taking his shirt off. Searching the crowd. Melee Army's very own Mango saying, I've waited so long for this one. This is one of the most storied rivalries in this game. These two have had tons of bad blood. He's so close.
Pixels away from that blast zone.
Bucks needs a miracle right now. Oh, he read that roll! He read that roll! Reminiscent of Genesis. He knew it was happening. He knew it was coming.
This is 3 out of 5 at Grand Finals. Oh, nice down A to save himself just from that one situation. But still, there it is! And there it is! The up smash and wobbles is gonna go down. 3-1 Mango has come all the way back
from loser's bracket.
For all the people that, you know, they fiend over getting into the NBA or the NFL and this and that, there are people who don't have that athleticism or just don't find the same kind of pleasure in it. They prefer to use their minds on something else. For those kinds of people, this would have been great, to aspire to be a cyber athlete and then play for money to be there. And I would have loved that opportunity. I would have done it. I would have dropped everything. I would have done it. People like Wife, people like me, people like Chillin', there were a lot of people heavily invested in the game and trying to make it the next big thing. JV3, M3D, these were people that cared about the game. They wanted it to be something bigger. These people have the same competitive nature that any other athlete does. It's just we don't have the means to nurture that and to make something of it. And it sucks. And I hope it changes at some point in the future, and not in a bullshit way, like they're trying to do with some of these games where they're just commercializing it and exploiting these people that are legitimate mental athletes and exploiting them because they don't feel that the public will accept them as athletes. Hopefully that changes, and you know, by some dumb luck, hopefully Melee is a part of it. We'll see.
A lot of people want, you know, Nintendo to acknowledge our existence. If they pumped some money into our competitive scene, it would be fantastic, a lot of people feel like. I certainly feel that way as well, but, you know, in that same sense, we're kind of weird as a game. We took Smash, this party game, and we made it our own. I think we are kind of maniacs in that sense. We have this sort of fervor for the game. We go from event to event. These are our churches, basically. You know, there's no praying, except if, you know, you hope your DI's on point. Nintendo won't give us support. We'll put in the legwork. We can do it ourselves. We're still playing this game 12 years after its release. There's another game in between there. That game we weren't happy with. So some people in that community said, why not mod it to make it more like the game we love so much? I think all that does kind of borders on lunacy, but I think, you know, in this case, our love for the game being described as maniacs, not a bad thing at all. I take it as a compliment.
You want me to wrap up Smash, like, as a whole?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
You want me to wrap up all of Smash? It means so much to me, and I really do think it was important. I really do think it was important, but you're asking me why? Well, it was a chance for us to be somebody. It was a chance for all of us to be somebody, and that was a big deal.
Most of my conscious life, I've been playing Smash. Like, it's this cliche statement, but it's more than a game. Like, it's literally part of my life. Most of my close friends, most of my best friends I've made through Smash. It also just shows, like, I feel like the reason I get along so well with Smashers is it shows their excellent judgment that they chose to play this amazing game. So, I mean, there's partly that, but, it's just, it brings people together that otherwise would not have been brought together. Like, that I was saying earlier about, how we met DA and everything, like, there's no reason for me as like a 13-year-old high school kid to be hanging out with like these 20-year-olds Bronx people, but it happened and it was awesome and we actually got along and laughed with each other and stuff, I really like the fact that it brings together people from every walk of life, really, except girls, but we'll work on that too.
We understand that the small details, the small intimate interactions we have in these very small meetups and small Smash Fest and tournaments make a really big impact, a really big deal on how we can communicate or how we can bond outside of that context. It's not about the Smash. Wobble said this to me a few days ago. He said, Smash Brothers is like an art form. It actually isn't about being the best. It isn't about winning. It isn't about learning matchups or competing in tournaments. It's about turning up at a venue with a game you all love and care about and playing it really cool. Just making it an art form. Just perform kick-ass awesome shit. Do awesome combos, invent stuff, be creative. Yeah, and I think that's why we cheer and we rave. That's why we bond. That's why we make friendships. That's why we hang out in hotel rooms and lobbies at 4 a.m. drinking and talking about God knows what. It's not because we play Smash Brothers. It's actually because we're just friends.
Suffolk going to come back from? A drunken jab? Michu King takes it with authority. Out of the tournament. 2 sets. He started twice today. The King Mango Nation in ruins. Because Michu King, the Mega Bus, and the Fire Nation attacked. He rolled in on the Mango Bus and just took over the Mango Nation.
It's a beautiful game. I see it as a symphony. It's a piece of artwork. It's perfect. It is a perfect game, and playing that and learning it and expressing myself through the game was always the most important thing.
Smash is jazz. Everything else is classical music. You can have the sheet music in front of you, and it's all about your execution, because you know what sounds are going to come out. Jazz, you have to play some improv in there. You know those scales. You know what notes you want to hit. Can you hit them on time? And if not, what can you do with it?
Here I am, like 6 years later, and Smash is still a big part of my life, so I'm in no rush, really. You know, whatever comes along, it might take Smash's place, but like, even if it does, like, there's always gonna be a small part of me that's always gonna, yo, Tom, let's go in the basement. Let me expose that Falco real quick. Play a couple matches before we go out to a bar or something. Like, I know it's gonna be like that, and I hope I play when I'm older, because I definitely want to just be old playing Melee. Like, that's just a funny image. Like 35, like playing like this really technical fox, like this 35-year-old guy. Like, I just think that's hilarious.
Hell yeah, man.
Just like he was like 18-year-old kids at tournament, I'm just whooping them. Still got it.
Will not still play the game if it wasn't for the community. It's like in the beginning when I started playing, it was more like, yeah, I'm playing Melee. Now it's like at least half of the part is like, yeah, getting to more people and see old friends and stuff like that.
At MCO, which is the Orlando airport, there were 2 girls holding up signs, one that said wife, one that said husband, to welcome us to Orlando. This was for MLG Orlando, and we got to keep the signs. These were our first and only groupies we had, but it was great. We went to Disney World together later that weekend.
Like, shout out to Smash community, we all kind of take care of each other, when someone goes somewhere. But, if I was in California, a couple people would house me, and then, someone would be going up north for, school, and they'd drive me up there, and then I'd hang out with other people. So it was just cool how it worked out. It was just kind of like, a little tour of, the United States, but not from, a tourist perspective, but you get, the actual real stuff from, the people who live in the towns, and, you get to see all the local spots and stuff like that. And then, honestly, I almost feel like that's more important to me than all the money and, the first place titles and championships or whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, everything I learned and experienced and met, that's the only thing that matters. The money's gone now, the check sits on the wall, it doesn't do anything. But, the experiences and the friends I made, they're still, affecting me to this day.
It's a cool game. I just want to play.
Amada is hungry. He's constantly striving. He's wearing those short shorts. He's just got out of that concentration camp, and he's at the buffet. That's how hungry he is.
I will probably stop you not too long because this is a very small cassette.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll just pop out another one.
Cool, and I'll look at you.
Yes, don't even bother with the camera.
Got it.
So, I guess we can start in the beginning. What's your real name?
My real name is Chris Fabizak.
And what's your handle?
My handle is wife. W-I-F-E, wife.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would, kind of go back in time to the beginning of when you first picked up this game called Smash Brothers?
Sure. Well, I mean, I first picked up the game when it came out, obviously, as I hope most people did. I was there waiting in line at, I guess it would have been Best Buy, and brought it back and played all the challenges, one by one, event mode. Fell in love instantly. It was brilliant. It was even better than 64, which I also played all the time with my friends. It was fantastic, and I've been playing it for a couple of years when we found out about tournaments, that they hosted tournaments for the game. And I think that I was interested, although I didn't really take it seriously. I didn't think that it was a serious thing, which is one of the reasons why my handle is wife, because I didn't think that it would be the name by which I would be known all over the world. I didn't know that more people would know me as wife than as Chris. Let me say that again for you, because I looked at the camera. That's my bad. I didn't know that more people would know me as wife than as Chris. I thought it was just it was a one-time thing. It was for fun. It was silly, and we went to Live or Die. It was our first tournament. It was a crap show. Honestly, it was crowded and it was smelly, and I did really, really, really poorly, and it was frustrating. But that was it. It was just like turning on a light. That I wanted to be a part of it, and I wanted to compete. And then we went to Go, and that was when I developed the handle wife, and I was still excited about it, but still didn't take it seriously. And I thought it was a flash in the pan kind of thing. And we went to Game Over, we went to Go, and it was grand. It was a lot of fun, but again, silly. I certainly wouldn't have thought that it would ever been something that I would take so seriously, which I did. Not only was it silly, but everyone told us that it was ending. I remember speaking with Jaytanic, Don't Panic, and he was telling us it was bad timing that we came to this one, because this was the last one. This is the last big showdown. I'm going to find out whether Ken or Asin is better. We're going to find out what team is going to place on top, and then everyone's going to go home. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, lights out. And so we thought that's what it would be. And then now, over 10 years later, I identify very closely with wife, and it was a huge part of everything that I did.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And you got that, it wasn't just something out of a vacuum, you just plucked that name out. There was a counterpart to your wife.
There's a counterpart to my wife, a husband, of course, which has been very difficult over the years. I can't tell you how many times I've had to explain to someone that I'm not gay. I'm not in a gay relationship. It's just a thing. It was at the time with the Newlyweds. It was a TV show with Nick and Jessica, and that was part of it. But also, Peach wears a white wedding dress, and she looks like a bride, and so it was silly. And the night before Game Over, or maybe it was a week before, we had drawn on Photoshop these images of wife and wife. See, Peach and wife are synonymous for me. That's the trouble there. Of Peach and Marth together, as the couple, as newlyweds, and it was Dr. Mario was doing the ceremony and like that, and people knew us when we got to Game Over. They knew who we were before we got there, and that was my very first taste of what an alias was, and how the internet could make you a sort of pseudo-celebrity, and what that was like. And by the time I left Game Over, wife was permanent. I had no choice. I signed up on Smashboards. My tag was wife, and that was it. And if I could go back and change it, I probably would. I would be something cool like Dark Rain, but as it is, I'm wife, and I identify with it. As weird as it is, I identify with it. And when I hear the word wife, the term wife, I get surprised. Like if I'm reading it at work, so-and-so wife, I think, why are they talking about me? And it takes me a second to realize that wife means something besides a Peach player from the East Coast.
Nice,
Yeah.
Nice. And when you started playing, like when did you? I guess you and husband went to Game Over. Did you have high hopes of like being able to perform well? But you obviously knew about Ozin and Isaiah and all.
I did. I played Ozin when I went to Live or Die, and he didded me with Ganondorf, which was my character at the time, and totally embarrassed me. And that was the reason I wanted to get into it, is because it was remarkable how much better these people were at me. And I'm a very competitive person, and it spoke to that, and that was very important. We went to Game Over, little known fact, a husband and I, the newlyweds, entered teams. We did not enter singles. Oro entered singles. It was decided that he was going to be the singles guy, we were going to be the doubles people, and that's how we were going to go on. And I don't think that we expected to do well. I do remember husband, if anyone who knows him knows what a stubborn, thick-headed person he is, and he would not live or die, and he would not believe that there were people at this video game who were so much better than us because we were awesome, but we were trash, just trash compared to these people, and that was very exciting for us, and I think we did get a taste of how much better people could be, but we didn't do too bad. But I can tell you that once I realized where I was on the spectrum of this game, how far down I was, that the training started right away. There was no gradual ascension into what I was doing. Once I learned what an L cancel was, I wanted to train right away. I can remember sitting alone by myself in my dorm room with Ganondorf and a level 1 computer, short hop, down air, L cancel over and over again. I would force myself to L cancel 50 times in a row without missing it. And then it would be, dash dancer or whatever it was. And it was a lot of just training and getting better. And I had a notebook where I made notes and I would watch videos. It was very serious for me, and it was a very conscious, specific, directed effort at becoming better. And I knew that I wanted to be top 10 from the start. That wasn't something I realized after fooling around or joining the community. I think, as people also may know, it wasn't about the community for me. Community didn't mean as much to me. It did mean a lot to me, and I have met some incredible people, but it always will be the game itself that was so important to me. It's a beautiful game. I see it as a symphony. It's a piece of artwork. It's perfect. It is a perfect game, and playing that and learning it and expressing myself through the game was always the most important thing. Not the journey and what else was there. Even though I did enjoy that, it was always important that I place well, that I learn the game, that I do better. That was always important to me.
I do want to talk more about that, specifically about the idea that the game is beautiful, because that is something that I think people might not necessarily appreciate. Like, there's a reason you played that game, played Smash, and not a game like Street Fighter.
Mm-hmm.
And was that, a function of, like, when you describe it, why did you play Smash and not Street Fighter, or what is it about the game itself?
Well, I can't tell you why I played it from the first part. Actually, you know what? I can, because it was 4-player. It's not common enough that a game is 4-player, and that's why I played 64, and that's why I played Melee, because playing with my friends, playing with husband, Kevin, and Ben, of Team Ben, and his little brother in Ben's basement, that was what it was. It was fun. It was 4 people, and that was all there was to it. But learning more and more about the game, you realize how complex it is. And if I were to identify one difference between Melee and every other game I've ever played, is adaptability and the fact that you can do whatever you want to with your character. Okay, there aren't set combos, there aren't a list that somebody somewhere decided what you can do. You can do whatever you want to with your character. You decide how far he runs and how high he jumps and what he looks like. What else can you compare it to where a person, you compare it to sports, you compare it to basketball or football, where a person is in control of every movement of their body. And while the video game is just a series of zeros and ones, everybody looks different. I can watch a video of a Marth, I can tell you whether it's Ken or Neo or Azen or husband because it looks like Neo. Either way, you can see the style in a person's character, and that to me is incredible. And you can also see the decades. I mean, if you watch a tape of football from 20 years ago, you can tell people are doing different things. The game evolves. You can see that with Melee, how the game evolves. There's just it goes so deep, and there's so much flexibility with your character. You can have your character do a dance or drink a cup of tea if you want to. It feels that way because you have so much control. You're not choosing between left, right, up, down, A. Someone else hasn't decided that for you. You decided, which also means that there's no limit to it. There's no limit to the style and the types of combos you can do. And the videos that I see, even though I don't play very much these days, if you go online and watch videos, you can see that the things are different. And it's unbelievable that at once upon a time, I was an authority on the game, absolutely. So I would commentate, and I would know everything about all the players and what was happening. Now I don't, and not only do I not know who's playing all the time, I can watch a video, and after playing it for 10 years, I can say, I don't understand what I just watched. I don't know how that worked. I didn't think that combo worked, right? I couldn't even, I doubt my competency as a commentator because I don't know that I understand everything that's going on. It's too fast, it's too subtle. It's a lot of subtlety to the game, which is a big part of it.
Yeah. And I love the points that you bring up too, because in terms of the openness, there are are no set combos, like you say. Like maybe once or like Marth's little like up down thing where he does this little.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like the only tiny little thing. It's much more about the openness of it. Did the early aspects of the game, I guess when you first started getting into it, the East Coast West Coast rivalries, or I guess just like even crew battle rivalries, was that kind of like a big driver for you between regional kind of rivalry, I guess?
It was a huge driver. It was absolutely a huge driver. Not in the very, very beginning. That Game Over, I didn't really care. Like a lot of people did between the Ken and Azin thing. That wasn't really interesting to me. But absolutely, and it was being so confident that East Coast was better. It wasn't so much about who's going to reign supreme at this tournament. It was, where can we find an outlet to demonstrate how superior we are than West Coast in every way? And I think that we were. And I think a big reason for that is that we were geographically more dense. There were just more people. In the same ways that ideas reach the coasts and then go into the middle of America or any body of land, it was like that. And everyone lived so close together. And you have different types of people, so people are sharing ideas. That's bound to happen.
Okay. Now my thingies popped out. Pause you right there.
Cool. Can you understand me well enough?
Yes, excellent.
Okay.
Perfect. You are.
I certainly won't be offended. I again was an actor for a time. I know that sometimes if I'm stuttering or if I'm slurring my words.
You are
okay.
By far the most authoritative speaker I've had.
Okay.
In terms of the way you speak and the content of your speech.
Well, I don't want to disappoint, so please feel free to adjust me if I can.
I would change nothing about what you're saying.
Okay. All right. Well, let me know if that changes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. So, oh yeah. So the like kind of the regional rivalries, I guess. Were you on Smashboards at this time?
Oh yeah, I was heavily on Smashboards. Smashboards was everything. It was everything, and I'm sort of ashamed, sort of proud to admit how I would say that I was good at Smashboards, but also obsessed by it, and owned by it. I can remember being on Smashboards in the morning and talking some trash, and then going to the library on my way to class when I was in college to check to see if anyone had read it yet, because it was so important to prove yourself. And things were tough. The way they are now, and even the past several years ago, and to me now means these 3 years that we're in right now, because it's a different era. Everyone's nice to each other and they're forgiving, but back when I started, the only way to earn respect was to be good. And if you weren't good, you were trash. You were not important, and you were to be treated that way. And as I got better, and one by one, I started beating names, even little names at a time. I needed to establish myself, so I would get on, and I would flout those victories, and I would insult the people who were below me, because that's what you did, and it was okay back then, and now it's not. Now if I get on there and tell someone that, if they want to say, oh, wife, I think your point's wrong, I'm like, well, I've never heard your name before, so go suck a dick. That I'm a bad guy. But back in the day, that was what you did to prove yourself, and it was different. So yes, I was on Smashboards very heavily, and I probably argued mostly within the East Coast. I mean, I had a lot of rivalries with, I think Chillin and I went back and forth, Wes and I went back and forth. It was things like that. It was a big Team Ben DA rivalry for sure. And that was the beauty of the West Coast versus East Coast rivalries, because we all had such tension, but when it came time for crew battles, we're all on the same team. And all the, what were those New York tournaments called? All Smash for Cashes, where DA would be screaming at me and just being awful and hating them. And then it was East Coast versus West Coast, and we get to see the pretty boys from California just getting donked all over by Wes and by DA Dave, saying just this great stuff and just completely breaking their will. And I was like, well, this is what I've grown up in, Ken. I mean, or whatever else from the West Coast. This is how we do it on the East Coast. It's not easy. Not only do you have to play, but you have to deal with all the pressure of not being good enough or being heckled while you play. It makes you a stronger person. And I think that's something that some of the community is missing nowadays, is not enough pressure to do well, because the competition has always been important to me.
Yeah. So you would say that pressure cooker that gets created by, specifically like maybe some of DA Wes's trash talk is notorious for. That was a good thing in your mind.
it was an excellent thing. It was an excellent thing because it pushed us to be better, but it also pushed us to find a piece of yourselves. You know, Fight Club, when they're asked to start fights and how difficult it is to actually start a fight, how much can you know about yourself you've never been in a fight? How much can you know about yourself you never had a nemesis? Okay, I didn't have a nemesis before Ken, but I'll be damned if he wasn't my nemesis, and I'll be damned if he wasn't the person, less so Chillin versus Ken, but you have a person who's your opposite, who you need to go against, someone who really wants to see you fall. That's exciting. It brings out a piece in you, and yes, it was. I loved to see it. It took people out of a comfort zone, which I think was important, and especially gamers who don't necessarily aren't getting in fights at bars, you know, but it was an outlet to find a place to prove yourself, and you could do that with your controller and, you know, with your presence and standing up to someone. It was great.
Nice. Now, you actually got into commentating. How early on was it clear that you had a natural talent for that?
Only at MLG. And commentary did not exist before MLG in any facet that I would deem noteworthy. But when MLG started doing commentary, it was very few people that wanted to do it. Again, unlike now, unfortunately, they just pass the mic around to anyone who's wandering by. I think that's very regrettable, if you ask me. But at MLG, it was M3D and JV3X3 and me and OmniGamer. Pretty much those are the only people that did it. And I realized that I enjoyed commentating because I like talking. I like talking about myself. I like talking about Melee. I like personifying the game. I like talking about the characters behind the game. It's not enough to know who's playing, but where do they come from? You know, what are their temperaments? What are they like in between matches? It's fascinating. And commentating, to me, is interesting, and I do appreciate that people have said that I've done a good job, but I've always thought that I wasn't able to realize my potential as a commentator because there was no time. And it took me a long time to be good at Melee, as it takes a person a long time to do anything worth value. But by the time that MLG was exterminated, and there was no more really strong commentary, and people have done it, and I appreciate that, but it's never been quite right. I don't think that the degree of professionalism was there to really just to bring out the potential of commentary like sports commentators are. I think that pro wrestling, like WWE, has good commentary. I think it's interesting. I'm a different type of commentary, one that should be tried out, but you have your good guy and your bad guy. You know, someone who's going to sit there and sympathize with all the dirty chicks, and someone who's going to actually give the real play-by-play, and you have a color commentator. And I often was the color commentator, you know, besides, say, OmniGamer or M3D, who had the facts, and I'd say, well, you know, I just saw the person who's playing, you know, look at their friend and talk some trash to them. Let's hate them. Nothing wrong with a little bit of hate, in my opinion. You know, I think that fueled it, and I think that we never really saw where commentary could go.
Yeah. Well, it's great that you did get to do that because you were right in the hot seat too when you saw a lot of these amazing matches. Which you know, watching them again, I mean, I can't help get excited by your commentary.
Sure.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
One of the ones that came to mind for me was, and we're kind of hopping all over in terms of the history here, but the New York opener, where PC Chris was fought Ken. So could you set the stage for that? Like, you know, what was it that was leading up to this, and why was this such a big deal when it did kind of come down?
When PC Chris beat Ken, it was a big deal for a couple of reasons, but I think the most prominent reason why it was a big deal, why it was a showdown, is their personality differences. Ken is a villain. Ken is a villain. I have to say that with certainty. He and I respect him. You can respect a villain, but he was a villain. He was a good person to hate. He was a dick. I mean, he was rude and he was selfish, and he was good enough to make a valid villain, someone who really does have the power to be worthy to go up against, but someone who was nasty. I mean, he could be pretty rude, to be honest, and he was hateable. And PC Chris was the most laid-back person I've met within the pro spectrum. Okay, he's the kind of person who really didn't care that much whether he won or lost. You didn't see him throw his controller when he won, or you didn't see PC Chris throw his controller when he lost, and he didn't boast when he won. He was just there to hang out, but he happened to have this innate skill, and I think that Ken worked very hard at the game, which I respect just as much, but PC Chris had the natural ability. So what saying goes that PC Chris didn't own a GameCube. I guess that's true. I don't know. Just played with his friends. And so PC Chris was, you know, laid-back Falco with his combos that even someone with terrible tech skill like myself could pull off. He said, that could be my Falco. I can do that. There was no really fancy stuff. He was just smart. You know, and his style combated Ken's perfectly. And also because I think no one saw it coming. I wasn't ready for it when it happened, and as the matches ticked by, it was this feeling that when PC Chris, when anyone wins a match against Ken, you kind of say, okay, well, this is just one match of a set of 5, it doesn't matter, and very slowly you realize that history is in the making, and history was made at that New York opener when PC Chris beat Ken. Absolutely.
How much was the crowd getting into a factor? Do you think having the East Coast trash talk getting at his back, because he didn't have any allies there really.
That's true. That's true. I don't think it bothered Ken. Ken is a competitor, which I think is an important distinction among Smashers, and one that I've always preferred the competitor to the non-competitor. For all the talent that you see other people who might have, or the talent that Mango has, or Mewtwo King, I much prefer to watch someone who's a competitor, your Chudats, your Ken, someone who KDJ, someone who will try to the last, which is why Chudat is one of my favorite players of all time, even though I've spent much of my life hating him, and even though he wasn't the best, but he will try to the end. He does not give up. He can be down in a set, and he keeps playing, and he keeps playing, and he keeps playing. He doesn't give up halfway through, and that's Ken. Ken wasn't someone who just stumbled upon the skill. Ken was someone who wanted to win, and he was that kind of person. I think I'm that way as well, just not as successful as Ken. But yeah, he concentrated, and I think that I don't think the crowd bothered him because he was thinking about what he was doing. And he wasn't messing with his chi, he didn't have a chi. He worked very hard. And I think that one of the most impressive things I've seen in my time of Melee is when PC Chris was beat. PC Chris beat Ken, and Ken said, huh, okay. He didn't let it get in his head. He didn't, it wasn't a 2-year mind block like we've seen with Mewtwo King. No offense, Mewtwo King. But he took exactly one tournament's time, the 6 weeks between MLGs, and he said, okay. What about a counter? Because I can only imagine what he said to himself. Or we practiced with whomever he practiced with, his brother or whatever. And he came back to Dallas and positively embarrassed PC Chris. And PC Chris didn't go home and practice. He wasn't watching Ken's videos and wondering how to exploit his weaknesses. But you can bet Ken did. You can bet he watched that match and realized what PC Chris did and exploited his weaknesses. And he came in and he just countered over and over and over again and positively threw PC Chris flat on his face. And it was brilliant to see. Even though I prefer PC Chris as a person and a teammate, I enjoy seeing Ken, the viciousness, come out. And he did, and reigned him superior. And then when MLG Anaheim came out, the third tournament, they had a really, really great showdown. And I was there, and the cameras were there, and we did a lot of shouting and screaming for PC Chris. And when Ken won in the 5th match, it was pretty incredible. They hosted him up on their shoulders, and even though PC lost, it was still a great tournament experience. I went to MLG Anaheim with actually my girlfriend at the time and her friend, 2 people who knew nothing about the game, but we were there, the front row of the bleachers, cheering, and it was one of the few times when Melee has really felt like a real sport, because it was accessible to those who didn't know a lot about it. You didn't need to know all the technical terms, but it was a competition, it was a spectator sport, and that's when I really believed that Smash was going somewhere, that it was going to be big and important and mainstream, before it all crashed and burned.
Yes, yeah. And I'd love to. That was a great summary of the next two, the Anaheim and Dallas and then Anaheim. Take us back to Dallas really quick, because at the conclusion of New York, there's PC is crowned. How would you say that defeating Ken, PC's defeat of Ken, kind of changed things? I guess in terms of maybe a new generation of Smasher that PC represented.
When I was playing, everything that I had seen from being there, the concept of generations wasn't there to me. I wasn't thinking about it. So PC Chris's victory over Ken, I think, was the first time I thought about there could be a generation of players, and then I'd go on to see many generations of players, or at least a few to several. PC Chris was the first of the young kids. They were all young, and they were different than Ken and Az and Isaiah, or even myself and Husband. They were a different breed. PC Chris paved the way for Korean DJ and Mewtwo King, and then the Mangoes later. In that time, it showed us that Ken could be beat. It showed us that a different style of play was important, and I think that it absolutely opened a door.
Nice. It was kind of out of left field, the whole counter thing at Dallas. You knew the drawbacks or the traditional drawbacks, and there was a moment when you're commentating and we were like, "It's all right, guys. He knows what he's doing." Was that totally out of left field, seeing that, or?
Yeah. Well, what I remember thinking is that Ken was playing with him. I don't know how true that is, but the counter thing that you do rarely, but he just kept doing it. And Ken is just, he's smart and he's really good. I mean, if you can outsmart PC Chris, you're smart. Let's be honest, and he was using the counter. It was the best way to exploit. It may have been a matter of exploiting PC Chris's aggressiveness, or I don't know. It's too long ago for me to say that with assertion. But I can say that in a counter, spotlights to everyone watching. I'm more comfortable in this matchup. I am better than you, and I will do the move that really, I mean, both literally and figuratively turns what you're doing around, and just spun PC Chris around, and I don't think he was able to recover from it. It was excellent. It was very much an exciting. It was a sports event when PC Chris did that, and when Ken did that to PC Chris. You know, I'm not sure there is an equivalent to that in sports, because what's happening now in mainstream sports, we know about the things that are going on. We follow people as they train, and we've got mics in people's helmets and ridiculous things like that. There's less mystery there. But I don't think anyone thought that Ken was going to do that. There's lots of surprises. That reminds me of when Armada pulled out Young Link. I don't know that anyone knew that was going to happen. And when Caveman pulled out Young Link many, many years ago. The surprises are exciting. I don't know that that happens in mainstream sports.
Yeah. It is interesting, too. I mean, it's like there's a lot of mystery there, and maybe that's because, you know, the internet wasn't played on the internet or something, so you wouldn't be able to see all this stuff, and regional things would come up. Or yeah, like Ken's just malevolent brilliance.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick to Anaheim, that was an intense match.
Mm-hmm.
What was that like? Because you had seen and commentated those last two where it was PC and then it was ridiculous comeback by Ken. What kind of, was that like a pressure cooker, especially having now is on the West Coast?
Sure, absolutely. Well, at Anaheim, I was a spectator, which is very different than being a commentator. You've got absolutely no reason not to be biased, even though I was pretty biased as a commentator as well. But I was there as a spectator, front row of the bleachers, and there's cameras, and there's lights, and a stage, and absolutely the energy was there. The energy was absolutely there in that match. Although if I'm being truthful, what I was thinking about during that match was I was a spectator to my spectatorship. I was thinking how cool it was that people were watching us and how cool it was that it was exciting. And I was thinking about the possibilities. And truthfully, I didn't really care whether Ken or PC Chris won half as much as I cared that people were actually watching. Because the Halo kids were watching, and adults were watching, and girls were watching. And that's the direction I wanted to go. I always wanted more from Melee. I didn't want it to stay as it was. I wanted to explode into something different. I wanted it to be like poker or NASCAR, where it garners this fan base that's a little bigger.
Yeah. I think that moment then must have been kind of more joyous than anything to see Ken getting hoisted up and carried around, because maybe that would have like been a hallmark of.
Sure. I wasn't really upset when Ken won. I probably pretended to be upset, but truthfully, I was just having a good time. MLG was still so novel at the time that everything was happening was constantly impressive and constantly blowing away. MLG Anaheim was also the tournament where they brought children who were hospitalized. They brought them to the tournament so we could play with them. It was play with a pro, so it was some charity work at the same time. And that, again, it was very mainstream for me and very exciting. So at Anaheim, I started to really think about Smash, competitive Melee, competitive video games as a career, as an industry, as opposed to a creepy hobby.
Nice. There was another large upset that year. I believe this was the later in the year, 2006 New York playoffs, where Ozin came back against the evil Ken.
Sure. It was the greatest comeback, in my opinion, of all time. People will point to videos where there's a stock difference of a greater comeback, but when Ozin beat Ken and that Marth Ditto, where he came back 3-1, where he basically didn't get hit, and when he was off the ledge, he just kept not dying when he should have died, that was out of control. I mean, it was an out-of-control match, and I cannot imagine anybody watching that match and not getting wrapped up in it. That was absolutely epic. And remember, Ozin was out of the game at that time. MLG Chicago was his first tournament back in a long time, and that's why he was in the amateur bracket, okay, because he had to come back from not having any points from the first couple of events. And he came back, and there was a lot of doubt whether Ozin still had it or not. But when you have it like Ozin, you never really lose it. Okay, you don't, and Marth Ditto was always one of his best matchups. Any Ditto was Azin's best matchup because it concentrates on the mind games. I combined it. Azin concentrates on the mind games, as the H2AR rap goes. I play with the mind games. These games cause the migraines, which I love. And that's what he did. I mean, just in a ditto, he can really spotlight how smart he is and how he transcends character and is only about decisions. And a ditto that's spotlighted, and that was a fantastic match.
Nice. And like that was actually the first time that Ozin beat Ken in a tournament, right? Like that before then, and then he went on to win it, of course.
That's right. Ozin was able to really find his spotlight, and that was very important, that tournament, because that was the first tournament where Ozin and Chillin and husband and wife were all part of something called Team Carbon, which also included the Halo guys. And that tournament in New York, Team Carbon won every single event, because Karma won the Halo free-for-all, and Carbon won the Halo 4v4. Ozin and Chillin won 2v2 in Smash, and then Ozin won singles. So we swept an entire Major League Gaming. And it was unbelievable. I don't think anyone's done that before or since. And the alliance of Smash and Halo was already exciting. And then to sweep the entire event was brilliant. So if Ozin were to pick a time to really come out of nowhere and just take the time to finally overthrow Ken, and Ozin and Chillin for Groom Blue to be on, that was the tournament. Everything lined up, and we all felt like celebrities. And actually, there was a bomb threat at about 3 o'clock in the morning of Anaheim, as it were, and we were all outside and celebrated. We were with Shockwave and Karma and Gandhi and hanging out and just really feeling like we were on the dawn of something greater.
Nice. Now you said Anaheim. Was that Anaheim?
Oh, I meant New York. There was a bomb threat in New York. We all went outside in the parking lot and talked about our success and really felt like we were really on the cusp of something that was about to happen, that was about to get even better.
It made me remember actually does the name Chocolate Diablo mean anything to you?
Yeah, El Chocolate Diablo, potentially a contender for the greatest team of all time. Ken and Isaiah marked the first reign. It was a reign even more powerful than Ken's reign, in my opinion. They were even more unthinkable to beat. El Chocolate Diablo, Ken and Isaiah, you have... Isaiah is, without question, the best teams player to ever play the game. I don't think anyone would challenge that. And when you put him in a team with the best singles player at the time, it was absolutely daunting, and playing them was ridiculous, because they would play with Marth Falcon, and if you somehow found a way to get the edge over Marth Falcon, they just play Marth Sheik, and then it was just stupid. Because Isaiah's Sheik is dumb, is stupid, is ridiculous. You feel like he's breaking the game, and it's not even any fun to play against. He gets you by the balls and doesn't let you go. And the Newlyweds played against El Chocolate Diablo a number of times, and I can't say that we ever got close. But it was exciting because it wasn't, and that's what I mean about having a villain, how important it is. We didn't play them, and we all said, let's split the winnings after this tournament, and we're like, oh, we play again, it's fun. It was very serious, and I remember this would have been MLG Atlanta of the season before the golden season, when the Newlyweds, and then also Lucky Number 7, which would have been Oro and Neo, and El Chocolate Diablo, Ken and Isaiah were the last 3 teams in the tournament. And Team Men always decides who's going to go on. We don't play for it. We don't believe in that. We're one crew. And so we decided to let the Newlyweds take a shot at Ken and Isaiah. And we didn't go in thinking there's no way we can win. It's just, it's where let's just have fun. We went in trying to defeat them. Let's identify their weaknesses, and we play, and we got creamed pretty hard. But we were very serious about it the whole time and trying to beat them. And we're doing the absolute best they can. Absolute best we can. And when the set was over, Ken said to me, you should have let them try. You had no chance. Ooh. But that's the kind of thing that makes a person want to get better. That's exciting. It gives life a little flavor. No one would say that now. People don't say things like that to each other, but Ken, he didn't care. He said he should have let them try. They're better than you.
Bastard.
What a bastard.
There was a match where you were fighting Ken. Chillin actually asked me to mention this, where you were this close to beating him.
Yes.
What was that like?
I'll be happy to tell that story. It's a good story. So to recap quickly, I am the Marth Slayer. I don't lose to Marth. Okay, let's just be clear about that. I don't lose to Marth. Kevin, husband, and I have been playing video games together since we were 7, and our synergy is very important. He's my #1 practice partner. Kevin is also a douchebag, which is important to the story, because when you're playing Kevin, he won't let you stop playing until he wins. And he will not. Okay, we can be about to go to a party or a movie or to sleep, it doesn't matter. We don't stop playing until Kevin realizes why he's losing. And so if Kevin and I are playing Marth Peach, Marth Peach, Marth Peach, March Peach, I want to play Sheik for a little while. Nope. Let's go catch that movie. We're going to miss it. Nope. Sit down and keep playing till I win. Okay, because he wants to get better. He's got that drive in him. And he's a jerk. It's a combination of the both. It's a fantastic combination. He's very stubborn, though. And so Kevin and I played endless amounts of Marth Peach, so I know everything that Marth can do. Nothing surprises me. I'm talking in the present tense of, 6 or 5 or 4, Lord knows when it was, many, many years ago. And so that was for sure. And I beat Eduardo at the first FC, and that was one of the first names I ever beat. And I sandbagged against KM in the first tournament I ever won, where we were playing a best of 5, and I lost the first 2 matches on purpose to make him think that I was weak against Marth, when of course I think could be farther from the truth. I can play Marth in my sleep. Forget about it. And it was my destiny to play Kem. It was my destiny because we were rivals as people, and because I was the Marth Slayer. And it finally happened that at MLG Atlanta, I was pitted against him. And I found out, I read the bracket. It was great too, because I beat Mike G for the first time, my Peach mentor. I finally beat him. And a quick side story, the way I beat Mike G was I copied him. I figured I'm not as good as this guy, so let me be exactly as good as him and just hope the cards fall in my favor. And so we were playing this ditto, Mike G and I, best of 5. I just copied his moves, play by play, stock by stock. I just did whatever he was doing to me back at him, and I swept Mike G 3-0. I was ecstatic, and I'll be damned if my next match wasn't Sephiroth Ken, my destiny to fight this guy. So I walked over to his TV and I said, Ken, we gotta play. And he was like, and I was like, no, you don't understand. This is Destiny. We play right now. Okay, insert Dragon Ball Z metaphor here, whatever. Okay, I said, get up, we're playing right now. So I sit him down. Marth Peach. He trashes me. Then I do some ridiculous combos, and I win the first match. Done. He makes the error of staying Marth. Okay, let me try that again. And then same thing. He had the fighting a 2-stack lead on me, but when I'm playing Marth, I don't get nervous. Okay, that was what because it's comfort zone for me. And I beat him again, 2-0. I'm about to beat Ken, who's never been beat before. Okay, I'm about to beat him and 3-0 at an MLG. Big deal. Third match is just to go to Fox, as if I don't eat Fox as well. Pokemon Stadium, right? So I'm eating him. It's going great. I'm up 2-stack to 1, and he's ready to go. One good ledge guard would do it, no problem. And then he kills me, and then it's 1-stack to 1-stack, but I'm up 1%. And then he pulls the what I now call the Pokemon Stadium combo, where he's climbing me upwards, up air. Maybe there's a second up air, I don't know. But a third one would have killed me, but Fox can't reach Peach at that level. So I didn't even bother to DI or to air dodge or anything, because Fox can't reach there. But Ken, that resourceful son of a bitch, jumped on the windmill and then got me on the top level. And I died. I was furious, and that was it. That was my glory. And then I do start to get nervous, which is terrible. Ken goes to FD, which should be no problem. Peach, Marth, and FD. I could do it again with my eyes closed. I don't know why I went back to Marth. I guess because they did pretty well against this Fox, but he beat me. I don't really know how. I guess it was the nerves, but I consider it a fluke because I don't lose to Marth. And the final match was on Mute City. It was on Mute City, and I was doing well, as a Peach should on Mute City, and I was up again 2-stack to 1. All I had to do was just finish him off. I was so nervous at this point. I've never been so nervous in my life. My hands were physically shaking. They were covered with sweat, and they were shaking, and I couldn't play, and I'm sorry to John. I know that I am, but it was conditions that I couldn't handle. And maybe that's why Ken won, because he was a better competitor. Maybe he could handle the pressure, and I couldn't. Maybe that's why, but I couldn't. Is the fact of the matter, I couldn't do what I wanted my character to do. I was clumsy, and I must have been obvious, and he beat me, and I threw my controller, and I screamed, and I dropped a couple of F-bombs, and I know that Hugs taunted me about that for a long time. I was pissed. I was mega pissed. I didn't shake his hand or anything. I was bad. It was pretty shameful for me to lose so poorly, but it was I think the trajectory of my Smash career would have been forever changed if I'd won that third match, fourth match, fifth match. If I just realized that he could get up on the windmill, or if I just finished him off on Mute City. He was really ready to go, and it was my match to lose, and I did, and it was very tough, and I can't go back and watch the matches on YouTube. It was just too painful, but I do think things would have been different for me if I beat him. I think everything would have been different.
Probably doesn't help his cause as the evil, malevolent one in your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we in history now? I guess at this point we're 2006.
Well, yours confused me though. We did go backwards because we went all the way to New York playoffs. We didn't go to Vegas, but we went to the season before where I played Ken and also Mike G and stuff.
I guess actually it would be great if you could talk about Vegas a little bit.
Sure.
That was another crazy event like that. Like that. At this point, this was a lot more of these new generation guys like KDJ and MGK.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. What was Vegas like?
Vegas.
Yeah. You could grab a. Are you out there?
I am out there.
Did you want to get some water or did you want another beer?
I don't know. I mean, just the right amount inebriated.
Would you like a little water?
I'll take a glass of water,
Right.
please. Yeah,
Let's do a glass.
right above the sink are the glasses. That'd be great.
See that you're into the seaweed snacks, as am I.
It's our first time getting them, but we love them. They're brilliant.
Unbelievably good.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. MLG Las Vegas. So we have here the epitome of MLG, the epitome of why MLG was such an amazing thing for so many reasons. Let's talk in this setting. We're in Vegas, first of all. Vegas, baby. And we were at the Red Rock Casino, the single most beautiful hotel I've been to. I've been to a lot of beautiful hotels for work for one reason or another, but this hotel was gorgeous. It was gorgeous. There were chandeliers, but tasteful chandeliers, and fantastic food. And the shower had a mirror, so you could watch yourself shower, or presumably watch yourself have sex with the hooker you brought back in the shower. I mean, either way, but I'd never seen a mirror in a shower before, and it was gorgeous. And we really, really enjoyed the luxury that it was. We flew there on MLG's dime. Okay, we took a taxi on MLG's dime to get there, stayed in the hotel that MLG paid for, in this fantastic hotel, and they had the split screen set up for the singles to play. It was a brilliant, brilliant setup. So everyone there already feels, I think, like a pro, like a professional, and that was very important. And I think that MLG Las Vegas, among other things, was the mark of definitely Ken's ultimate demise. I mean, that was it. There was no denying. I think even Ken admitted to it at that point, and then also possibly the official ushering in of the new generation. You had Korean DJ beat Ken. I don't think it was his first time beating Ken, but he just smeared Ken's face in the mud at this tournament, so much so that Ken went Captain Falcon in his last match. KDJ was just running circles around him, truthfully, and it was very exciting to see. I always think that KDJ had it in him, but this time he really showed it. And Ken plays. Actually, I was really, really impressed that Ken placed fourth at that tournament. I thought he was going to place much worse after the beating he took. But again, he's a competitor, and so staying away with fourth was impressive. But for me, that was it. Knowing that it was time for the new people to come in. Your Mewtwo King, your Korean DJ, and PC Chris. And then the finals were Korean DJ versus PC Chris, and I remember thinking that watching this match, there was no heat whatsoever because we were just so surprised to see these two people. I mean, imagine the parallel if you're your favorite football, baseball, whatever. I mean, if you saw two teams that you really weren't watching to go fighting each other, you almost wouldn't know what to do with it. You don't know who to root for. You're just kind of watching, and it was great melee. But I wasn't as invested even because there was no heat. There was an entire season's worth of rivalry culminating in one match. It was PC Chris versus Korean DJ, and surprisingly, PC Chris won. And PC Chris winning, showing us that the fire that was Korean DJ wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, even though it was enough to beat Ken, which was fantastic. I remember I was commentating on Korean DJ versus Chudat. It's not important, but I was commenting on a Chudat match, who, by the way, went 2-0. After a stellar season, he went 2-0, and I must have been very difficult for him, because, again, he's a good competitor, but just wasn't his time. And off in the corner, it was Mewtwo King versus Ken, which is an incredible match. That was when Ken hit Mewtwo King under the stage of Dreamland, and he upbeat and caught the right side of Dreamland. He went all the way under, and everyone was screaming, and that's the excitement of commentaries. You can let the audience know what else is happening. And we were trying to commentate on two matches at once because it was pretty incredible. But yeah, it was a beautiful tournament.
Nice. It was I'd love to get your opinion on these these various competitors too, like their personalities.
I love talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure you can illuminate some, like yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to say or have on your mind about Vegas?
About Vegas? No. Truthfully, what I remember most is Vegas.
Yeah.
And the hotel.
Yeah.
Some of the tournaments there, but not all of it. Oh no, I'll tell more thing about Vegas. Yeah. MLG Vegas was also the best tournament the Newlyweds have ever seen. We started off the season at the New York Opener with 4th place with a great showing, and we did worse and worse every single event. We went 4th, 5th, I think 6th, 7th, 9th. I mean, I don't know, but it was really just in a downfall. And still making maybe a couple $100 if we were lucky, but the Vegas was our last shot. You know, neither one of husband or I were in singles. We didn't place high enough to make it into the pro bracket for Vegas, for the championships. But our team was there, and we had a very, very exciting tournament. We beat Groom Blue. It was the first time, maybe only time, but definitely the first time we ever beat Groom Blue, which is really impressive. We beat Crystal City. It was a good tournament for us, and I think 4th place was really solid, and it was a really great way to finish out the season. And again, we felt like even though we were down, we weren't out, and that things aren't written in stone. We lost to Music King and King, which were an incredible team, but I was very pleased with their performance.
Do you remember who won in the doubles? Like who won first place?
I don't, and I'll tell you why. Because after all the excitement and all the great teams and the great season, somehow, if I'm not mistaken, it was Chudat and Mana Cloud who made it to the finals with Ken and Isaiah. And so they didn't play it out, and no one cared, and it was dumb. I remember just being appalled that happened, because Mana Cloud's Mana Cloud, and because they didn't take it seriously, and it was just what I would call a mess and not exciting. I don't know how Music King and King didn't get the better of them.
And what happened with Chudat kind of like moving to the West Coast, the whole thing? Like he went out with Ken's sister for a while, right?
Yeah, Chudat went out with Ken's sister. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. I try not to dignify that by paying too close of attention to it. But I remember being really pissed at FC. I guess it was 3 when Chudat wanted to play for the West Coast because he had spent like 2 months there, which is just a long sleepover in my opinion. And that was really silly. The silliest part of all was that they thought that they could win if they recruited Chudat. I don't know what that was supposed to have anything to do with anything, but it was West Coast 1 year and it was the South another year. Yeah, I really hated Chu. I like him a lot now. I mean, good guy. He made some shitty choices, and something to remember is that we were all kids there. We were all kids, and teenagers just in general suck. And so, you had these, big rivalries, and this and that, but really you're just snotty little kids making dumb choices. I'm sure I was an idiot too.
Was it ever like, with these big prizes when MLG came into it, having that kind of big money on the line, did that ever change the dynamic? Was there ever, like, things get really personal with that kind of...
I don't think money ever changed the dynamic between the players that were there. I don't think most people cared. I think people who were good at money weren't playing for the money. Some were. Ken, for example, was playing for the money. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's good. But Asin, for example, on more than one occasion, I'd go over to Asin's house to play, and there'd be a pile of checks on his desk. Like parking tickets to him. You can't just ignore him. You can't throw him away, but he feels like dealing with that's just garbage, So he wouldn't cash his checks. And that was true, I think, of a lot of the competitors. Music King, for example, PC Chris, they don't need that. What are they going to use the money for? They don't need it. They don't want it. So no, I don't think that mattered. What I think the money did, and aside from the sponsorship and legitimizing the game and blah, 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 which I could go on for, but what I think that the money did is I think it introduced players who may not have started playing without a money incentive. You have what I call MLG era players. For example, your Zelik and Fast Like Tree. I'd never heard of him before that season. I think they pretty much disappeared. Or what about King? He kind of came out of nowhere. He was an MLG player. That season he was there and he was good, and that was kind of it. And I do think that, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but for players like him anyway, the money was important. And for me, what was nice is not necessarily that every last dollar, but it was getting a check. I'm going to show people, look at this check I got for $500. Instead of taking home, 620s that you lose in gas money anyway. It was about legitimizing the sport. That's what mattered.
That's cool. I like that. With the regards to someone like Mewtwo King and Actually, could you describe a little bit about Mewtwo King? Like, you know, who he is as a person and
Sure,
as a competitor?
sure. Mewtwo King is one of the people who makes the game interesting, and it is what made it such a learning experience for me. Because what a fantastically interesting person, what a superficially stereotypical, but then also very interesting person, especially in how it comes out in his play style. I don't know that he's ever confirmed, you know, where he is on the autistic spectrum, whether he's got a little bit of Asperger's or not. I certainly don't want to make any judgments, but he's in that vein. He's in that Rain Man world. Mewtwo King can, in fact, recite many, many, many digits of pi, enough so that you have to tell him to stop when he's doing it. Mewtwo King lacks the ability to judge social clues. You get him in ridiculous situations sometimes. One time I lost my jacket at a tournament, and I went out to the lobby and I found him sleeping in my jacket, and he didn't realize that it was weird. In Mewtwo King, one time we were in a car together, and we made a joke about, like, just get out of the car. And he opened the door and tried to leave while we were driving. I mean, I think he would have done it if we hadn't pulled him back in. He's a complete nutcase, which is exciting. And while we're doing anecdotal stuff, but I'll get past this, a fantastic Mewtwo King story, which just has to be told. Mewtwo King was staying at Scar's house, and Scar got really, really sick. And it took me like 90 minutes or so to take Mewtwo King back. And Scar's dad, who was like, you know, he's Philadelphia, you know, but like tough guy Philadelphia, you know, Italian. And he said, I'll take the kid home. Don't worry about it, you know. And Scar's like, you don't understand. You don't understand. You can't just take Mewtwo King. And he's like, no, I'll take him home. And I wasn't there, but so the story goes. It's a great story. But so Scar's dad is driving Mewtwo King home. Mewtwo King is giving him directions on how to get to his house. And he's like, all right, take a left at the light, and go straight here, and turn left in here. And he directs him straight into McDonald's. And he turns to him, instead of like explaining why they're McDonald's parking lot, he goes, 5-piece chicken McNugget. And just like assume that Scar's dad would buy him a chicken McNugget. I mean, that's what his life was like. That's what the people in the community did for him. They sort of babysat him, but they got him everything he needed. And do you know why that's so fantastic? Why it's so interesting and idiosyncratic and story-worthy? Is because in the beginning, Mewtwo King was what they call on the internet a troll. Okay, it was. Of course, everyone's aware of Mewtwo King's the breakdown of the game and frame rate. If you want to know how many frames your character's jump is, you ask Mewtwo King; he will know. And it used to be that he was on the boards and talking about this and that. And I remember trying to get housing for GS2. No one gave him any respect, and no one wanted to house him. And I remember playing him, and he lost to me by a stock. He goes, "Oh, well, Chillin lost to you by a stock at such a tournament. I'm as good as Chillin." It's like, shut the fuck up. You know, he was pompous, and he rubbed people the wrong way, and people really, I think, dismissed him, if not outright disliked him, because I don't think he knew how to really express himself properly. But he wasn't good enough, and I think that GS2 was still in the realm and the phase where you got respect by being good, okay? Flash forward 2 years, he's reinvented the game and is absolutely the best person on the planet at the time, and he's done incredible things for this game. And now people follow him around. People are cleaning up after him. People remind him to bring his coat. They buy him food. They worship him. Mewtwo can get on the boards and be like, I need a controller. And people respond and say, take my controller, Mewtwo King. And usually people wouldn't give him the time of the day. But now that he's a god of this game, people will do anything that he wants. The power that he holds by being so excellent at this game, you have to respect it. And he's an interesting person. I don't think that a lot of people would have gotten to know him, possibly because of the social barrier between him and other people. But I think he's made real friends that he's been able to hang out with and spend time with and make a connection with because he was good at the game. Not because he played it, because he was good at it, because there was a difference.
Interesting. Yeah, and it is amazing how that experience with the Smash community has kind of brought him out of his shell a little bit.
It did bring him out of his shell. It brought Mewtwo King out of his shell, but it also destroyed him. It absolutely just obliterated him. For one thing, I don't know this for a fact, so I don't know how documentary this is, but I do think that Smash introduced him to drinking a little bit. Definitely some socializing and some partying. I suspect it made drinking altogether, perhaps. I think it introduced him to it, which is fantastic, so that it brought him out of his shell, and so there's that aspect of it. But also, so much of Mewtwo King's identity came from being a god at the game. So on comes Mango, his kryptonite, and when Mango beat him in those awful, horrendous, embarrassing Jigglypuff dittos, I think it changed him forever. at least in a Smash way, if not in a real world kind of way. Mewtwo King's not able to beat Mango anymore. It's like something broke in his brain, and he forever has a mind block where he can't beat him, and it's a shame. And you see just the frustration in losing to him. Particularly, I think ROM was a good case of that, where Mewtwo King lost to Mango, and he loses one match or two matches, and that's it. He's done for the tournament. He can't bounce back from it. He's not like a Ken or a Chuda. He doesn't like the adversity. He doesn't like being cheered against. He doesn't like not understanding what's going on. And those things there, I really saw frustration and anger in him. And I think he takes that on himself, and I think it's sad to see him build up so much as a hero, and then to, first of all, be turned into a villain, someone you root against. It used to be everyone rooted for Mewtwo King. And then by the end, people were rooting against him, and then to see him fall to Mango is very heartbreaking for me. It's very sad.
And there's pieces of footage of him like kind of, drinking, and like there's one in particular that I find is an incredibly compelling piece where he's, and it's heartbreaking. He's like really drunk and he's just kind of sitting like this in a corner after a match at somebody's house, and I don't know. It's tough.
When I played the glory days, as you might call them, I didn't drink ever, let alone at a Smash tournament. I didn't imbibe, and I do now. I found the glory that is alcohol eventually, of course, but in my time I didn't drink. I abstained completely. It's very frustrating for me to see people bring alcohol to tournaments, because that wasn't what tournaments were about for me. They were escape from college, where all that mattered was drinking, and people would bring the drinking into the tournaments, and to me, I really disliked that, and it disconnected me from the rest of the scene, especially Maryland and Virginia, because they were heavy partiers.
Was that a big part of Team Arlington?
I think that Team Arlington believed that you should play the game to have fun, and I believe that you should play the game to make other people feel badly about themselves. I don't really mean that, of course. That is hyperbole. That's an extreme of what I thought, but I did think that you should play the game to exploit the game and be good at it and discover things that way. But Team Arlington wanted to play to have fun. It didn't matter how you played. And of course, I would always retort, that's because you're not as good as me. That's why you think it's for fun. I think that we're both a little bit wrong, for sure. But yeah, they would bring pot to the tournaments, and they would bring a drink to the tournaments, and it caused a couple of fights, I think. Not between them, I think they were fine, but between me and them, for sure. And it disconnected them. And when MLG came out, it was an avenue where you weren't drinking at the tournament because it was a professional setting. And it just created the gap even wider between my local community and MLG. And despite the fact that I was born and raised in Maryland, Virginia, and with this community, and that's where I learned to play, I think that most everyone who lived in MDVA disliked me and disliked Team Ben. And that was just the way it was for a while. I symbolized MLG and what I thought was progress, but certainly a stiffness and a professionalism and money and progress, and they didn't want that, and I did, and we were very viciously divided on it. It was difficult, especially when it came time for crew battles, and I was captaining the team, when sometimes we were able to get past it, but sometimes not.
Yeah. We have to definitely touch on FC3, which kind of, I don't know, you were a captain on one in that setting, right? I believe, or were you not?
I was a captain for the East Coast for 3 national victories. Gotcha. FC3, FC6, and also an MLG where they did a crew battle. I was captain all 3 of those times, and and we reached victory. And under when I was captain, as well as I think a few times when I was not, the East Coast was positively undefeated. And then actually, for every time that I captained it, we never once put in our last man, and that's a fact.
Going to the more personal, those stories are exactly what I'm looking for about like Mewtwo King. So that really like brings out the humanity in him and in the interactions that he has and what the community has done. Give me those stories.
Sure.
Are there any that are in the top of your head bubbling up about Mewtwo King or KDJ?
Okay. I'll do KDJ briefly. It's an easy one for me. Okay. If I had to pick my favorite Smash player of all time, it would no doubt be Korean DJ. For me, he's the spirit of Smash. He has this fire in him that's fantastic to watch, which again legitimized the game as a sport. He was good in interviews. He said interesting things. Once in an interview, he said that he played the game like a freestyle rap. It was different for him, and you could see it in game. I mean, in high-level tournament matches, you can see him trying new things and learning as he goes, which reflects his personality, which is just spicy and fiery and just a lot of there. The first time I met Korean DJ was one at a tournament up in Massachusetts, I believe, and this was when he wasn't so good and I was fucking excellent, and we were playing money matches. He wants to money match me, and this was back in the day when there were you knew every good person in the country. Now, let's say I was as good as I was, which I know I'm not, you don't know who can beat you. You can go into a tournament and lose to someone whose name you don't know because there's just so much skill, and also the spectrum is wider and there's more notches along the way. But back in the day, there were a handful of good people. That was it. If I don't know your name, you can't beat me. If I had never heard of you, I'd put $100 on the line. So it was simple. So I was on a TV and I was just taking the money matches, just one at a time, just line them up. $5, let's go. I'll give you 2-to-1 odds. I'll start with 3 stock, you start with 4 stock, whatever. It was invincible. This is a long time ago. Things were different. And we're doing that, and KDJ would play me in a $5 money match, and I creamed him, and he said, again, your money, boss. Creamed him again. I was like, I think you need to let some other people get up so we can keep the rotation moving. Nope, he wouldn't get up. I think he lost $20 to me. I think he lost 4 $5 money matches to me in a row. But he didn't care. He wouldn't get mad. He would just get determined. You could see it. He wanted to play and play and play and play. And again, it's so funny that this was just this kid here. What's your name? Give me $5 more. And then flash forward, I can't even keep up with him. I can't even positively understand the genius of his play. It was always in him, but he hadn't brought it out yet, and that's fantastic. But he's absolutely a competitor, someone who never gives up, and you can see it when he plays. I remember seeing him at MLG Vegas when he would get bested. If you play, this was back when there were 2 TVs facing each other, and usually when someone loses a game, they think to themselves, they consult with a friend, or they might want to regroup. But he, whether he won or he lost, either way, he would win, and he would stand up, look over the TV, and tell his counterpick and get back down and start the match as soon as possible. I mean, he wanted as much non-playing time, or as little playing time in between matches as possible. If he lost especially, start the next match as soon as possible. I want to get back in the game, I want to get back in the fight, and I want to go. And you could always see it in there. It was fantastic. It was his personality, but it comes out in the way he plays, which is fantastic in the game. And when you saw KDJ play Mewtwo King, and KDJ Sheik went off the ledge to chase Mewtwo King's flame and hit him with that F-Air, we didn't see it anywhere before. And you know why? I don't think anyone ever wanted to take a stock so badly in their life. I don't think anyone ever just hated the character, not the person, the character. He was like, I need to just take these stock and just destroy them. And it's that kind of mentality, that personality that drove him to fly off the ledge further than people ever had, and just ledge guard in a way that was just rude. As a player, he was rude, and as a person, so nice. But once it came there, it was whatever necessary. It was beautiful to watch. My favorite player of all time. And I think had he kept at it, he would have been the best. He was arguably the best at the time. PC Chris, some other things were happening. Mewtwo King and him was never quite clear, but he was the potential to be definitely the best of all time.
Was that like a 3-way rivalry?
Absolutely. PC Chris, Korean DJ, and Mewtwo King were the 3 young kids, and it was a 3-way rivalry, and it wasn't clear who was best, which is interesting. And they all took the way with Ken, which was interesting. And they were the 3 people who were able to beat Ken, which was a big deal for a time. And I kind of feel like, whereas a lot of times one champion is replaced by another, okay, for example, Mewtwo King was replaced by Mango for sure. We've seen that, but Ken was replaced by PC Chris, Korean DJ, and Mewtwo King all at the same time, which is kind of cool that it took 3 people to bring Ken down. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'm going to say that again because I hate when I stutter. Ken was replaced by Korean DJ, PC Chris, and Mewtwo King, which is actually pretty cool that he was so good and such an enemy that it took 3 people to bring him down. And that's the way it was. He was replaced by the 3 of them, and then they went at it, and it wasn't clear. They were also all 3 from the Northeast, which was important. So they were from the same region, which I think really had an effect on the way everything felt, which was beautiful.
When that happened, when they slew Ken and Ken started to kind of fade away a little bit, was that kind of an indication that, yeah, West Coast is just not as good as East Coast?
I do think so. The only reason why West Coast could compare with East Coast is because of Ken and to a lesser degree Isaiah, and their prowess was what made our coasts sort of comparable. But with Ken Feld, it was no doubt that the East Coast was best. And there was a time, let's not forget, there was a time when Maryland and Virginia could take on the entire world. I don't think we ever actually did it, but let's be honest. The players just in the states of Maryland and Virginia could have taken on every other top, let's say top five from MDVA, top five versus the rest of the world, and we would have won for a time. That was a big deal. And then Northeast got better than MDVA, but it was all the East Coast. That's where it happens, where all the major cities are. That's where the best players are. That's a fact.
What is your, in the same vein as your descriptions of M2K and KDJ, your take on Isaiah as a person and as a fighter?
Okay.
In watching him and seeing him.
Isaiah is a fantastically interesting person because I definitely don't know really what's inside him. I don't know how many people do, but I get the feeling that he's hiding a certain amount of his personality, and I have often suspected that he always hid a little bit of pain. And I don't know that, I don't know his story really, but I do think it's interesting. I think that his tag is little known where it came from. Isai is how you would pronounce that, but it's just, Isaiah is just kind of what he's called, and it sounds like it's this thing that it's not. But his tag being Asai, and the tag he puts on his on Melee when he plays, the girl that he likes, a girl we don't really know a lot about, and a tag we don't really know where it came from, and it's a very quiet person, a person who doesn't like the rivalries, a person who is withdrawn into himself, and I think isn't one to celebrate his greatness. I mean, as amazing as he is on teams, do you know why Isaiah is so good on teams? Because he doesn't want to let Ken down. Because he's that kind of team partner. Maybe friend, I don't know. But when there's someone else on the line, he will play his heart out. But in singles, you don't see that from Isaiah. You don't. It's not choking. He just doesn't care. Sometimes I think that Isaiah didn't want to take the victory away from the person across from him. I think he'd rather lose and see the next person win than win himself and see the person across from him bummed out. That was the kind of person, he didn't care about the glory, didn't care about the victory. He went to Smash tournaments because I think he liked the community or the camaraderie or the support. I never stayed in Isaiah's house, but husband did, and he told me about it, and I think he was able to make much more of a connection than I did, and it made me wonder about this person that we don't know. But as with Asin, similar, very quiet people. I don't know that crippling is fair, but certainly a shyness that just absolutely changed the way he went through life and the way he went through the Smash community. A very shy person, so I don't know that everyone got to know him. And the biggest tragedy about Isaiah, as well as Asin, is they're funny people, so funny. But you would know it because they don't speak up. They're not making videos where they threaten to throw states in the ocean, and they're not screaming bung when someone gets hit. They have their own brand of humor that's a little more subtle. And I don't know that it always came out, but he's a person with a lot of depth that I don't think that we really got to know.
Yeah, talk a little more about Asin too, because he both of them in the same vein. It's funny you mentioned that little piece of pain, because I talked with Isaiah, just as an aside really quick, for 3 hours at Apex, and we were just, he's very quiet, and so I was very kind of stayed back and let him kind of talk and just at his own pace. And it came out, like, he talked to me a little bit about, at the tournament there was a girl with him that he had feelings for, and it was amazing. He talked to me a little bit about his confidence issues and stuff like that, and it was amazing because it's like, I don't know if he's really opened up like that before. So it's very interesting you picked up on that.
Yeah.
Because I think you're right. He does have some kind of deep-seated kind of things.
Whatever they are. And let's also examine how amazing Smash has been for so many people, because it's provided a whole different world for sure, but also an outlet for these people. And I wonder how many people wouldn't have expressed themselves through Smash. They find an identity that maybe they didn't have in real life, or that's different than they had in real life. I wouldn't say that I found myself in Smash, but I found a second self in Smash. Having this gamer tag and this alternate life and this alternate set of friends and this alternate set of goals allowed me to have an identity that was very different. In regular life, I'm actually some people call me the most positive person they've met. I'm a very positive person, but in Smash, I'm arrogant. I'm arrogant and I can be condescending and I know what I want and I'm aggressive and forceful, and it's fun to have that second identity. So for me, it was dual identities. For me, it was being able to have fun in a different manner without there being the same sets of consequences, because it was almost like being in battle or in war. But I wonder how many people found a community where they were able to express themselves where they couldn't before, and they found friends where they could express themselves and they could before. I love hearing about and seeing Smashers hang out at tournaments, outside of the actual gameplay. I think that's fantastic. And I think that Asin may be one of those. And I don't know about Asin's real-world personality. I can't say that for sure, but I can say that his personality in the Smash world is very cool, and I did get to know that Asin, and I very much enjoyed it. Asin's one of the funniest people I've ever met. He's great to hang out with. He's great because he's so unassuming. No word could better describe Asin than unassuming. He is loath to accept his greatness, and he is humble, to the nth degree humble, for all the games that he's good at besides just Melee, where he holds these world records in a game that he just picked up just because he's Asin. He's humble, and he never brags. He also doesn't talk badly about anyone, and he doesn't say no, which is another great part of it. Not only is he just mellow and kind of goes with the flow, because he doesn't really want to put up a fight, I think he really wants to do everything you say. It's like, hey, Asin, do you want to play Smash for 12 hours in a row and not eat? I do. But that doesn't matter, but it's not just about the game. Hey, Asin, let's take a road trip to Michigan. I'm in. He's always in. Asin sit in the front seat, great. Asin sit in the back seat, great. Everyone's falling asleep on a road trip, and Asin, here's what Asin would do on road trips. This is fantastic. Team Ben took many a road trip with Asin. He was always good to go. Team Ben was always good to go as well. But Asin would sit, let's say there's 3 people. Let's say it's husband and wife in the front seat and Asin in the back seat. Okay, instead of sitting in one of the seats or maybe falling asleep on the door, he sits in the center seat and leans forward so he can be up in the front seat with you guys. He's just always game to party. He's always ready to go. He always wants to be a part of it, and always in such a positive way. Hey, Asin, let's sit in silence for 3 hours. Great, I've got no problem with that. I won't bother you with questions. Asin, let's put on show tunes. We're going to sing Little Mermaid. And we did sing Little Mermaid, okay? And he was game for that, and that's what an incredible person he was. This is a funny story about Asin, a little tidbit. When you would go to restaurants with Asin, he was so, if shy is the right word, or indecisive, or just passive maybe, but he didn't like to pick something off the menu to order. So much like in Smash, how he would ditto your character, he'd ditto your meal order. He'd wait till you would order and just go, I'll take whatever he's having. And he would ditto Oro, who's a vegetarian. But he would, great, I'm vegetarian tonight, awesome. Tofu, great, give me one of those. And it didn't matter, he's always happy. And plus we always got to finish his food, which is a big deal as well. But funny and a lot of fun to hang out with, and all those 12, 14-hour trips to the Midwest for FC and whatever. He's great company and a great guy.
Nice. That's so cool, man. That's so cool.
Can we take a brief break?
Yes, absolutely.
Just a super brief. I'd like to pee and get a beer.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it easy to dismantle this or hook it on, or
here, I'll take this.
Or should we unplug?
So, we were talking about individual personalities and cool stories and illuminating things. Why don't we touch on Chillin'? Chillin' Dude 8249 or 2849.
Chillin' Dude 829. There's a powerful force in the Smash community. There's someone who's been around for a long time and was able to do a lot of things at once. Was able to be an important part of a rivalry that was perhaps even more potent with Ken than my own. And he was a kid, immensely talented, immensely smart, just very quick and sharp, but also with a bit of a mean streak in a way that gives a person personality and gives them weight in the community, and I really enjoyed that. Chillin' is a person who I would definitely call my friend, who was decidedly better than me overall, but my record in tournament is 3-0. That's 3 me, Chillin' 0, even though he beats me all the money matches we play. And otherwise, he's a very talented person, and he's got a move named after him. Who else has a move named after Who else has a move named after them besides Chillin'? A couple people, let's be honest. But he has a pretty basic move. He has a move that requires 2 buttons named after him. So he's a staple of the Smash community, which is very exciting. But he ran Live or Die single-handedly. I think he was a big part of running Go, and he's always around versus during all these very big Smash moments. Chillin was there. He was a part of it, and that's a big deal.
Now, the move that you're talking about, was that the one that he pulled on Ken to defeat him at Game Over, or was that?
I don't know, did they name it because he defeated Ken? I don't know. The Chillin is simply this. You throw somebody upwards and then hit them with an up air. Do you want me to repeat it so you can get that, or you got it okay?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It must have come from Game Over then, because
Okay.
Game Over was where he, that was the first time that Ken had been defeated in a tournament and lost a set. Was that Game Over? So.
Yeah. Well, and that's a simple move that people were already doing at some point, but we named it the Chillin because he trademarked it, and that was very cool for me. Yeah, but he was a training partner for me, because he lived pretty close, and a person with a spirit, but also a capable person, who I team with on more than one occasion. Teaming up with Team Ben and Carbon, and someone who can get something done, and that's important to have those because you don't have a lot of people in the Smash world who can get things done. Let's just be honest, and he was one of them. Turns out I don't have a lot much to say about Chillin. I was trying to think of a good story while I was there. I don't know.
No worries if you don't. He's definitely a big supporting character, and I've had a huge interview with him, so
yeah.
There's no need to
okay.
Into it. But if we could talk a little bit about Mango. How he came about, and what your experiences were with him.
Well, when Mango came on the scene, I was already on my way out. I was already a little too old, and I was already not quite good enough, and blah, 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 blah. So when Mango was there, I was able to view it kind of on the outside. I wasn't really on the inside, but he was a hurricane force. And when he beat Mutsuking, everyone said that it was a fluke, including myself. I thought, it was the middle of the night, and he was on West Coast time, and Jigglypuff, please, that's not a real character, et cetera, et cetera. And I made a lot of excuses, and then Mango continued to win tournaments, and slowly but surely he garnered my respect as a player, and he played the game and plays the game.
Sorry.
Sure.
That is battery.
So it's very easy to write off Mango as a Jigglypuff because he's just a Jigglypuff and it's cheap and we don't understand. There's not enough Jigglypuffs. You can do that to you're blue in the mouth. But then when we started picking up other characters and being just as dominant with them, it really shut people like myself up. I mean, what are you supposed to say when you watch Mango's Captain Falcon or his Falco or his Fox and just think, well, I guess I'm the asshole then. If he can pick up these characters and be just as good as Puff with them, why was using Puff in the first place? So he showed us that Puff could be great, while at the same time showing us that really he had it in him the whole time as well. I mean, it was flooring, and he was a dynamic force, and he's at one point undisputedly the best in the world, and unfortunately, like too many other players, didn't realize the potential because I think of his own hesitations, whatever those might be. I don't want to say what those are, and of course because he continues to get trashed and he's either drunk while playing or hungover from the night before. And how many times does he lose a tournament and doesn't really get a real placing? And that's so frustrating for a person like me who values placing and ranking and trying and winning so highly. You really can't gauge how good he is because he's not trying hard enough. Now, to me, that tells me that he's not. It makes it difficult to understand how talented he is, but not where he ranks. For me, a person who throws a match, a person who can't show up on time, that detracts from their ability as a competitor. And I will always maintain that. And it bothers me when people say, well, oh, if he'd been trying, if he wasn't hungover. Well, that's not the point. He didn't show up. okay? Or he was hungover. And that's not just with Mango, that's with other people, but he's a classic case of someone who maybe he already proved his prowess and doesn't need to prove it again. More power to him for not being so hung up on himself, and I suppose there's something to be said about that for someone who doesn't need to win every time, whatever the reason may be, but I want to see it. I want to see him bring his A game every time and find out. So I look at placings and see Mango 7th and think, well, that doesn't even matter. It doesn't mean anything to me. Because not only does Mango's placings not valid, but nobody else's placing is valid. Because who did he let pass him? You mess up a tournament that way, and that's frustrating for me. And so while I'm absolutely in awe of him as a player, it's frustrating to see anybody with talent squander it like that. And I think it's even a little bit of an insult to the community when you enter a tournament and don't try. Those are two more things that I like about Mango. This is a story I heard, don't know if it's true, wasn't there. I don't go to those big West Coast tournaments because I've heard they're crap, and also because I go to tournaments less and less, but the story goes like this. Mango and I have one thing in common probably, and that's that we really, really despise Brawl. And the story goes that he was in a fight with some Brawl kids, and they said, you're not playing Brawl because you can't play it. You're not playing Brawl because you couldn't really handle it if you tried, you just did Melee. So, great. Let's go ahead and take care of that. So he entered Brawl and Melee, that tournament. In his Brawl tournament, he played until he got into the money, into 3rd place, and then stopped playing. So I'm not playing another match. I proved my point. I won't waste another second on this game, and he burned the winnings. I don't know if it's true, but reportedly he placed 3rd, top 3 at a Brawl tournament, gave up, burned the winnings. Screw you. And I love that. I love it because it's rude and it's bold and it's insulting to Brawl. And to me, that's good. I give him props for that. And I don't care, what atrocities he may have committed. I have to respect Mango for his team's play as well. Mango and Lucky are another contender for best team of all time because not only are they dominant, not only do they win a hell of a lot of tournaments and go a long time without being defeated, but they have great teamwork. Better teamwork than Ken and Isaiah did, that's for sure. I feel some camaraderie there as well because with the Newlyweds, we weren't good enough individually to compete with your Ken and Isaiah, with your Razin and Chu. We just weren't. But I think our teamwork was decidedly better. I think the Newlyweds have better teamwork than Ken and Isaiah, hands down. I think the Newlyweds is greater than the sum of its parts. That kind of thing can't be true. The same thing cannot be said of other people. But Mango and Lucky, I think their sum is greater than their parts. Oh, sorry, say that again. Mango and Lucky, their sum is greater than, how do you say that?
Their
total?
No, I think you were right. Their sum is
It's greater than the sum of their parts is how
that's
it
right,
ends.
That's right.
Okay, I'll say again.
Yeah, that's
okay,
right.
great. The thing with Mango and Lucky is their team is greater than the sum of their parts, which I also think is true of the Newlyweds, but not true of Ken and Isaiah. Not true of a lot of these other teams that made it to the top, but their chemistry, their teamwork, their rhythm, their flow is really good, and I have to be impressed by that.
When it comes to like his, because I guess now he's kind of, fallen down a bit, and Armada now I guess is arguably the best in the world. In fact, that might be just like that's the truth now. And I know you feel free to say you don't know anything about that at this point, but what do you think about like a player like Armada, who has kind of come to replace it more, Hungrybox, who like at Apex it was Young Link versus Jigglypuff in a arguably incredibly boring match, but it's something of a different thing, I guess.
I like to see players exploit the game. I like that. I don't ever boo at the game. I think that Melee is so beautiful that you can't make it ugly. I think Melee is so perfect that you can't abuse it to the point where it's not interesting. I think wobbling should be legal. I don't care. It's in the game. Because you know why? If wobbling was too good, Ice Climbers would win every tournament. But they don't, because wobbling isn't that good, so I'm not that worried about it. And if a Young Link and a Jigglypuff want to camp each other for 8 minutes straight, fantastic. Go for it. I actually think it's fascinating to watch the will and the patience of players. That to me is more interesting than perfectly placed wave shines and pillars and reverse bear and whatever else I don't even understand because I'm too old. I get less a kick out of that than I do out of watching the Young Link and the Jigglypuff camp each other. That was a great match between Armada and Hungrybox, and Armada put out the Young Link, and they both just, two competitors again, they just really wanted to win. That's fantastic. More power to them. I'll sit there and watch it all day. That's great. And really sincere respect for Armada too, going back to the drawing board and saying, if my Peach can't do it, what can? What else can we do? That's what real champions do. And I do think Armada is a real champion. I think what he's done with Peach is brilliant in its simplicity. He just does everything that's in my head, but does it right. And he does the things I don't know how no one's ever discovered, that he just does it. I don't know why it wasn't doing that in 04. It's so obvious. Drop down, float, neutral air. How was that not discovered before him? But I think he sees the game very clearly. And I think that makes him a very impressive person.
Nice. Yeah, it's incredible the way he approaches the game. I'm trying to think now. There's anything we missed, because I know we didn't talk about FC3, the crew battles.
No, we didn't touch it.
We should
Let's do that.
There.
Okay.
That was an absolutely electrifying thing.
It was. The FC3 crew battles might be the best thing I've ever experienced in Smash. They very well might be. This is fantastic. I mean, because you have the church and everyone's there. I mean, you have what was pretty much everybody at the time. Again, the Smash community was a bit smaller back at FC3, so it's pretty fair to say everybody was there. All the people, all the Smashers were there. And it was this huge, huge crew battle with all the rivalries that were great. And when it was East Coast versus anyone but West Coast, we squashed them like a bug. I mean, that was fun because we just put in our third string quarterbacks and we went our secondaries. And we had one time we wanted to see how many Falcons we could get in one crew, and we were just that much better than them, which was great. And then you had like your Midwest versus West Coast, which was pretty close. And the church had balconies, so we were lined up on the balcony screaming things down. When Mango tried to switch his character based on who he was going, we all screamed down that he was a cheater, and we called his ass out, and that was great. And we just talked trash and trash, because in a crew battle, it's okay to talk trash. In a crew battle, it's okay to coach. So you got your best, just enthusiastic, just enigmatic, just interesting people all coming together, talking trash to each other, which is fantastic. And we were in the church, and one of my favorite pieces was that Wes standing behind Mike G playing people, and just, it wasn't even screaming, it was just a commentary. Wes would say things like, I saw that coming, why didn't you? And it's like, read him like the Bible, which is a good one. Read him like the Bible, I like that. So the camaraderie was big on one side, and the competition was huge versus the coasts, and Midwest versus West Coast was very great because the East Coast was rooting for Midwest. And we did a lot of screaming. My voice was positively hoarse by the end of that day, which was great. I mean, who knew that was going to happen starting off this Smash thing with playing competitive video games, that it would be not just getting into it, but I mean, screaming like it was a big deal. And I wasn't drunk. I think most people weren't drunk. That was just passion. That was excitement. That was brilliant. And then it was East Coast versus West Coast, and it was incredible. It was incredible for me because I was the captain, but I didn't compete, so I got to feel like I was in a leadership role and a collaborative role, but it wasn't about my Peach, which was good, but arguably not top 10. The people I wanted on the team besides me, which was very exciting, making the right picks and going back and forth and everyone getting into a huddle. It was very cool. And when we played against West Coast, it started to feel like it was going to be a little bit intense, and then it wasn't. It started to feel like it was intense, and then in the end, it was just we just took them out and won by 6 stock, and it was incredible. And we did our East Coast dance, which is on camera when everyone danced, and that was incredible. And I still have the dollar bill, actually, signed by all of West Coast, by every member of the West Coast team, Ken and Isaiah and all of them. They signed the dollar bill, and I keep it, and I keep it near and dear in my bedroom. It's one of my most prized possessions.
Do you have it here?
Actually, I do. Do you want me to bring some of that stuff out?
Can I see it?
I have the dollar bill. I have my wife poster. I have my
Nice.
controller. I could bring that stuff out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me do that. Let me disappear for a minute. Do you want to do this? Because I can't say. I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah. I can't believe you still have that dog. was your team called Team Ben?
Okay, so when Kevin and I were in high school, we were super close best friends with Ben Vasily was his name. And when we were our senior year of high school, so this would have been January of '03, he was murdered in the middle of everything. And I say that because no one saw it coming. This wasn't drug related, it wasn't a domestic dispute, it was just out of the blue. Just one day, someone decided that, if I can't be Ben, no one can be Ben. Only in the same reason that John Lennon's murderer killed him. And so, it was a tragedy of unspeakable proportions, of course, and it really ruled our lives for a while. And this Ben thing, to have him ripped so violently and so suddenly from our lives. So obviously it was on our minds. I mean, not only was it the loss of a friend, but it was also, it dominated. Everyone in the school knew about it, and Kevin and I, husband and I, were both key witnesses in the murder trial that ensued, so it was always a presence. And we went to our first tournament. The person at the door asked us what crew we were with, and we didn't know that crews existed. It was the first time we'd ever heard of it. And so again, it was without thinking, because it was present in all our minds. We said, we're Team Ben, ? And then that was it. And then we were Team Ben. At that point, we had no idea that Smash would have any kind of longevity, that competitive video games would be something by which we would identify. But it ended up being so. And then again, much like more people know me as wife than as Chris Fabizak, Ben's name was known by more people, and Ben's name was on the lips of more people than it ever had been when he was alive. In his death, because he was the non-existent figurehead of our team, and I think we did pretty well as far as promoting ourselves. Team Ben not only did pretty well as far as placings, we were also everywhere. In Smash panel rankings and commentary and road trips and montages. It always had the Team Ben label on it, and because of so, his name got around.
And you say it was because he was really good at Smash that he had been targeted, or?
Well, Ben was as good at Smash as the rest of us. I mean, we did play Melee with Ben, absolutely. We played 64 with Ben, we played Melee with Ben all the time, and it was one of those things where, if you could look back now, we were so miserable at the game, but we, did our free-for-alls, and we played with Link and things like that, and we all had a lot of fun with it. The Team Ben was never planned. It was an accident, much like wife. The term wife is just kind of stumbled into it, and now that it's here, I'm very proud of it. And now, Oro, husband, and I, are all still friends. We still refer to ourselves as Team Ben when we're not playing Smash. We all took a trip to Europe recently, and I officially titled it Team Ben Goes to Europe, because we'll always be Team Ben, whether playing Smash or not. It's very much forever imprinted on who we are.
Nice. And what is it about the game, I guess, for you that was so? I know you were kind of coming to the. Almost 12. No, that's not.
No, that clock is way wrong. We're actually doing pretty well. It's only about 9:10.
Oh, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any in kind of an overarching kind of if you put in the poetic terms of the game, that you really made a lasting effect on you, the whole experience? And I know you've touched on it a little bit here and there, but if you feel free to put it in more terms.
You want me to wrap up Smash as a whole?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
Want me to wrap up all of Smash? It means so much to me, and I really do think it was important. But you're asking me why? Well, it was a chance for us to be somebody. It was a chance for all of us to be somebody, and that was a big deal. It was a chance to be someone different, somewhere different, with different people. And if I were to pick the one reason why Smash was so important to me, over everything else, over the competition, it was broadening my horizons and opening my world. Because it was through Smash that I got to see the country, which is incredible. And I got to meet people I never would have met otherwise. I got to learn about myself in a way that I never would have been able to otherwise. Before Smash came along, I'd never been off the coast. I'd been to New York or whatever a couple of times, down to the beach, but that's it. And then suddenly Smash comes along, and it's Michigan one weekend, Boston the next weekend, Nashville the next weekend, Indianapolis the next weekend. I mean, it didn't stop. It was all the time. It was traveling, and it was finding a piece of me I didn't know existed, and seeing parts of the country I knew nothing about. What an incredible thing it is that that started off as a video game, that if you want to go somewhere, I mean, let's say it's 2008, 2007, 2009, whatever. I want to travel anywhere I want to in the country. I can do it for free because I can stay with my friends all around this country. How else can you say that? You know, what other thing happened to a person that they instantly gained a network of people all around this country? It was a whole other world that didn't exist before I started playing Melee, and now it was there, and it will always be there.
That's awesome.
That's why, yeah. Just another world.
Were there any other stories about Melee that we either haven't gotten to or might be good candidates that you are thinking about? Anything else?
About the game?
Yeah, about Smash or...
Okay, yeah, I'm going to try to do this one. Sometimes just go to my head real fast one time. There is an incredible phenomenon that happened one time. It was sort of a rock, paper, scissors three-way between Azen, Korean DJ, and Muji King, where one could beat the other and so on, but a winner wasn't clear. And it all goes down to their play styles and their personalities. Muji King is perfect. He plays the game perfectly. And so when you play the game perfectly against someone who's really, really smart, it doesn't matter. Think about Muji King versus Azen. Azen makes the right choice. Let's say Azen makes the right choice every time. Then Muji King, all he has to do is think about what the next step would be to combat the right choice, because he's a computer. Input information, what's the winning combination, done. So Muji King can beat Azen. Let's say Azen fights Korean DJ. Now Korean DJ is a ball of white hot flame, okay? Azen is not fazed by that. Azen is cool as a cucumber. Azen is what it is. He just sees the game. So when Korean DJ goes nuts with all his craziness, Azen can just wave dash back, F smash, and just sort of take care of him. So Azen can be Korean DJ. Have a Korean DJ with all his fire, Muji King can't combat that. Muji King doesn't know. Those coordinates do not compute. You can't put in Korean DJ what he's going to do. You can't do that because you can't foresee it because he's learning as he goes. So Korean DJ can beat Muji King. And so it goes in a circle. And that to me is very fascinating. Three very powerful Smash personalities. Each can meet the other in a triangle, like a rock, paper, scissors.
So true.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun. We also had that at GS2. We were trying the Swiss format, which was just crazy for a lot of reasons. And it came down to Mike G, Azen, and Chudat. And we had them play it out. But Mike G could beat Chudat because Peach beats climbers. Chudat could beat Azen because Chudat could beat Azen because he knew how to do that. And Azen could beat Mike G because Azen was better than the other two of them, arguably so. And so they went in a circle like that. We had them play it out twice in best of 5 sets, and it came out the same way. And they weren't willing to do it a third time. They finally were just like, we give up. It's a 3-way tie. And we had to all have our payouts be the same. Yeah, that was really funny.
That's too funny.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a cool arena, I think. Chillin mentioned that there are these things called, like the tool-assisted Smash or whatever it is, where you can like do it frame by frame and add like almost be a perfect Falcon or a perfect Sheik or whatever. And it gave him. He said that it made him just like be in awe that still 10 years down the line, you can still see the potential for even better, play and even more. What do you think makes a game? What do you think about the phrase "easy to get into, impossible to master"?
I do think that it's impossible to master. I do think that we will never get to the bottom of Smash. I think there is no floor. And there's no ceiling, however you want to look at it, but I think that we can keep delving into Smash and learning more and more about it. We're not going to get to the point where we've mastered it. We're not going to get to the point where it's perfect. There is no such thing as perfect. This is a game that is so brilliant that everything is there, can continuously be molded to how the people see fit. And I don't think that we think we play it for 100 years and we continue to learn new things and play the game a different way as well as better. And that's why I don't understand why people defend Brawl by saying that that it can be a party game, because there's plenty of people who play Melee, people I knew in college who just get high and play Smash Melee because it's what they do. They didn't need it to be easier. They didn't need to be dumbed down. It doesn't matter. Beauty is beauty. If you play Puccini for someone who knows nothing about classical music, they're still going to appreciate it. Let's think of it that way, okay? If you take someone who doesn't watch sports, but they're watching Michael Jordan, you know, or otherwise you get the beauty of it. You understand you don't need to be there. If you show, oh, what's a good example? If you show Star Trek to someone whose favorite type of movie is romantic comedies, they're going to love it. The good movie is a good movie. And if someone whose genre is action movies and they see a romantic comedy that's actually just brilliant, it's good. Garden State is good no matter who's watching it. You don't need to be a fan of that genre. It doesn't matter. And that's why Smash, it appeals to everyone. I think everyone can at least appreciate its depth and its orchestration and so many things happening at once in perfect symphony.
That's cool.
It's a cool game. I just want to play.
I know. Do you have a copy?
I do. It's like the TV. We certainly could.
Cool. Was there anything else you wanted to say about Smash, or trying to think of any other?
I think little tidbits I missed.
And if you do think of some later, we can do more on a telephone interview or a Skype interview too.
Okay.
To make up for them. I'm doing the same thing with Chu and Chillin, because just as soon as you get on a roll, it's like, man, where did the time go? And oh shit, there was that other story. You know,
Yeah.
It's trying to compress like a decade worth of.
Sure. So much has happened.
Yeah.
No, I think we covered all the big things, and we did a lot of talking. I know I'm just a small piece of it, so you should have even if it's a good piece, I'm still a small piece. You should have a lot of information, so
absolutely.
It should be good.
Sweet, man. Sweet.
All right, sweet, cool.
Well, I am more than blown away, and this is like more than what I was hoping to get.
Good, I'm glad.
Can I buy you a beer down at the bar? Do you want to?
I deeply disagree with who you think owes whom, but it's rare that I get to go out and just get a beer with a friend. So yeah, let's do that.
Cool.
Yeah, let's do it for that sake.
Let me.
Yeah, let's not do this.
What what do you see as like
Oh, yes. I told you this project was important. My CNC chainsaw is gonna save the day.
Stay back. I will kill you.
So it's obviously not a real bear trapped in the log, it's the idea of a bear. And my CNC chainsaw will remove everything that isn't the bear. Although normally the log is wood, not foam. We'll get to that. If you're wondering why I'm trying to cut bears out of logs with chainsaws, this is something that people do. And I could even buy one, but they are really expensive. And I knew in my heart that I could make a much worse one for free. I just need thousands of dollars in equipment. This is one of those ideas that's so bad it wraps back around to good. I think you know what I mean, right? So the basic idea here is I'm attaching a custom chainsaw to the end of a robotic arm. So I should be able to move it anywhere that I want and cut whatever I want. The arm is a Tormach ZA6. They asked me if I'd be interested in beta testing it, and there really is only one answer to that kind of question. I live streamed the setup to my Patreon, although I tried to do it without a manual, which was kind of a mistake. I'm sure my CNC chainsawing feature requests have been invaluable. Robot arms are super cool. They can move and rotate any way. See how the joints are moving in crazy ways to make it go in a straight line? The math behind this is called inverse kinematics, and for once, I don't have to solve it. Thank goodness. So to understand CNC chainsaws, you first have to understand a few things about normal CNC machines. I'm sure you've seen a CNC machine run. You put a block of metal in, you hit a button, it goes to town, and you get a nice part when it's done. Have you ever wondered how it knows where to cut? The answer is it doesn't. It doesn't know anything. The only thing that a CNC machine knows how to do is follow instructions. For example, I might tell it to go up, maybe a bit higher, and then down again, to the left, to the right, and so on. If I tell it to stab itself in the face, it'll do it. To make the machine cut this part out, I have to tell it the specific moves that I needed to do so that the resulting shape is the part that I want. The motions that you tell a CNC machine to do, they're called tool paths because they're the path that the tool takes. When I want to make a part, I load it into special software that generates the instructions for the machine for me. I'll tell it things like drill a hole here or cut a pocket here, and then the software will generate thousands and thousands of specific instructions for the machine to follow to make my part. Just like the CNC machine, the robot arm doesn't know anything. So I'm gonna have to write software to tell it specifically how to move so that the chainsaw cuts out the part that I want. This is one of those things where it's pretty easy for a human to figure out, like, duh, just cut it here, but it's very hard for a computer to figure out. It's kind of like a CAPTCHA.
Dog. It says /.
These kinds of problems are hard because a computer doesn't see like a human sees. It doesn't have a concept of shape or space. It can do things like tell me how much material would be inside of a specific cut. This leads to a kind of guessing game where you test all the different possibilities and choose the best one. This is similar to trying to guess a password. The number of combinations of all the different letters is really high. For example, a 5-letter password has about 12 million combinations. It is completely infeasible to go through all these possibilities to find the best or even a really good cut. I'm going to start by focusing on just removing most of the material and not worrying too much about the shape of the part. I'm going to do it in a very inefficient way, but it'll allow me to avoid most of the problems I just described. I'm going to use what I call the apple peeler algorithm. Have you ever seen one of these old-timey apple peeler / slicers? If you haven't, they are a miracle of science. The interesting thing about this apple peeler is how it removes the apple from the core. It essentially does one long continuous spiral slice. I can do something very similar with the chainsaw. If this was my log, I could cut down to the depth of the part that I want and then rotate around, changing my depth to whatever I need to just hit the part that I want. And then just repeat that all the way down the part. This would remove most of the material. To actually do the apple peeler algorithm, I start with my part, and this is a side view. I take a bunch of cross sections of this part that are spaced out by the thickness of the chainsaw blade. Let's say one of the cross sections looks like this. My goal is to go all the way around this layer and cut away everything that isn't the model. If I do that for every single slice, then it'll remove almost all the material. The downside is we convert almost the entire log to sawdust. But it's easy, and that's what matters. There are a couple problems. The first is that the robot arm can't actually reach all the way around a big part. I'm going to put the part on an automatic turntable so I can turn it to face the chainsaw. There is another problem. If I cut along this surface, the chainsaw is too big to fit into this zone. I also can't fit the chainsaw into this area here. There's an amazing math trick that I've been wanting to show for a long time, so let me show you. I take the shape of the bar of the chainsaw and I mirror it. I place a copy of it at every single point along this curve. The shape formed by the outer edge of all of these copies is all of the valid spots that I can move this and it won't go into the places that it can't go in. There's a rigorous definition of this. It's called a Minkowski difference, but it basically is magic. If we put all this together, we can calculate the chainsaw motions to cut a part out. I want to try my toolpaths, but I need a chainsaw that sticks out the absolute minimum distance. The further the saw sticks out, the more it will multiply any error in the positioning of the robot. And then on top of that, it will multiply the forces going back into the robot, which can overload it. Think about it like a wrench. The longer the handle is, the more torque you can put for the same amount of force. And that's why I have this bar, which they call a cheater. When you have a bolt that's really stuck, you get way out here and snap your wrench in half. Ideally, just the blade would be sticking out. But I can't just bolt a chainsaw to the side of the robot like this. These arms move in mysterious ways, and many of these movements will make the saw collide with the robot. All right, here's my design. It's built around a pole saw, which is basically a chainsaw on a stick, which you use to cut branches out of trees and stuff like that. The number one concern for this design is keeping it as compact as possible so that it sticks out the minimum amount. The way my pole saw works is there's a shaft going into the back of it, and if you turn the shaft, that drives the blade. I'm driving the pole saw through this belt, which allows me to fold the motor up next to the pole saw and make it a lot more compact. This motor is an electric skateboard motor, so it's almost an electric skateboard. This design should be able to avoid hitting the robot arm at least most of the time. All right, let's get this thing built. Remember, this is my software-only project. Don't pay any attention to what I'm doing here. It occurred to me how dangerous this thing is. It has a kill radius of like 1.5 meters, and it can really zip around. All right, it's pretty safe now. I really just want to go for it, but some tests on a small log seem smart. Oh, finally. I really wish I would have built and tested the chainsaw before spending an entire week writing the apple peeler algorithm. I thought it would be all right based on my big chainsaw, but it is just way too slow. I estimate from the speed that it was cutting that it would take about 10 hours to remove most of the log, and there's zero chance that that little chainsaw would survive continuous cutting for 10 hours. Now that we've established that converting the entire log to sawdust isn't a great strategy, I need to find a way to calculate a series of cuts that removes as much material as possible. Although this is where it gets tricky. If I'm only allowed to take slices off the model, then there'll be no way for me to get into these concave areas. The best I'll be able to do is something like this. In computational geometry, this is referred to as a convex hull. That's no good. I want my bear to have curves. What I really want is for the chainsaw to take scoops out of the part. Chainsaws can't do this. They can't turn. They can only keep cutting in the direction that they're cutting in. So the best thing that I can do, come in and cut and then come back out, and then come in from another angle and meet the other cut, and then this will remove a sort of a wedge shape. Unfortunately, throwing wedges into the mix makes choosing a good cut about 1,000,000 times harder. Now I have to think about where the cut is, but how wide it is and how long it is. I'm not going to go through all the math, but my conservative estimate for the number of possibilities is approximately a bazillion. It would take my computer 1,000 years just to count them. So what I need is a way to search through this massive number of possibilities and find my needle in a haystack. I'm going to try a computational trick called gradient ascent. Imagine I have a little ball and I'm trying to get it to the top of this peak. I could move the ball to every single point on this map and then figure out which one is the highest, but that's really inefficient because I have to check so many points. The idea behind gradient ascent is that I start with a guess, and then I say, if I move the ball side to side, does that make me go up or down? And if I move the ball in the other direction, what does that make me do? And from this, I can figure out what direction will make the ball go up the steepest path. So you move up some, and then you repeat it, and you do it again and again. And in very few steps, the ball will walk up the hill and get to the peak. I can do the same thing for my cutting problem. I can start with a guess and see how much material that cut would remove. And then I can figure out how much the removed material would change if I tweak the cut. In doing this for all the possible changes, I can figure out the direction that will most improve the cut. This method sounds really good, but the devil's really in the details. I've spent more than a week on this, and I cannot get it to work. The problem with gradient ascent is that it can get stuck at points that aren't actually the highest point. You can imagine that if my guess was here, I would walk up to this point, and then the ball would happily say, I'm at the highest point, but it's really a false summit. Getting stuck at a false summit happened in my program almost every time. I'm sure there's someone really smart out there who could make this work, but I can't. So this means I'm gonna basically have to write it again using a different technique. Hopefully third time is the charm, because I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm a little weary of writing code, so I'm gonna go work on some other problems. There's a very subtle problem that I have to deal with. If I don't fix it, my parts are gonna look completely wrong. This stand was made by a total poser amateur welder. This means squareness is unlikely, which is a bigger issue than you probably think. Imagine that I'm trying to cut this part out with the chainsaw, and the chainsaw can move around the part to cut it from any direction. The robot thinks that up is up. Now imagine that this part is tilted, and this part hasn't been cut yet, so it's just a block. So the chainsaw is going to try to cut this dotted area. It doesn't know that the part is tilted. It'll just miss the part. Where things get really bad is when you start rotating this part that you're cutting. So what will happen is the chainsaw might cut too shallow over here. Then if you rotate that part that you just cut 180 degrees, and you bring the chainsaw over here, it's gonna cut way too deep, and it's just gonna completely destroy your part. Getting your rotation axis lined up with the chainsaw is extremely important. Everything is adjustable, and I made a calibration system so that I can measure this and then dial everything in. I could fix this in software, but I'm pretty sure I would do it wrong the first time, so this is just easier. For machines like this that can kill you and not even realize that they killed you, the e-stop is really important. It's what you slam if anything is going wrong and everything stops. Although the way I originally designed this, there was 2 e-stops. There's an e-stop that I made that would cut the power to the chainsaw, and there was an e-stop built into the robot that would stop it. I found this a bit concerning. If the robot is coming at me, I have to decide which e-stop I'm gonna hit. I found a way to wire my button up so that it stops the chainsaw and the robot. I press this whenever I'm gonna go into the kill box and disables everything. I have the warning sticker and I have the e-stops, but I still feel like it would be really easy for this thing to kill me. And so I wired in this party/warning light, and whenever the system is in kill mode, it will enable this, and it's a nice visual indicator that you will die if you come in here. I think it's time to get back to the software. So before everyone tells me, I know that a rapidly exploring random tree is probably the way to go here. If you don't know what that is, it's just a way of searching an enormous number of possibilities to find a pretty good solution. From my perspective, this would be a terrible solution because I would have to write a lot more code. And besides, I have a half-baked solution that has a chance of working. Imagine that this is my part and this is the remaining material that I need to cut away. I start by taking every point along the boundary of the material I need to cut, and I calculate how far it is to the closest point on the model and what direction I need to go to get there. I use this to find the furthest point from the model, and then I search along this direction to figure out the biggest cut that I can take. I'll explain how that works in a second. This method works pretty well, but it does have a big problem. If I search at this location right here, I could very easily end up searching in this direction or in this direction. And when I look at this, I think I would want to do a cut kind of like this so that I really get into that notch. So what you can do is you can search in this area. What are the possible directions I could go in this area? Then you can search for that range of angles and pick up these special cases. So when I say I search along a direction, let me tell you what that means. Imagine that I'm trying to find the best possible cut along this path to the part. My simple algorithm starts here, and it figures out what's the widest angle cut that it can do. It tests all the way up to the part and chooses the best one. Doing exactly what I just described is probably still too slow, but it's not too bad to write, so let's try it anyway. All right, this is probably going to take a while. I have a very unexpected problem, which is that I cannot find a good 3D model of a bear to cut. I thought there's going to be tons of these things. There's just tons of bears in the T-pose, which would be hilarious to carve out of a log, but they just don't really fit the aesthetic that I'm going for. So I found this dog model. Don't let the low poly count fool you. It doesn't matter. I'm cutting this with a chainsaw. All right, it's been a while. Let's see if the algorithm's done. This is way too slow. This will take a week or two to process. Thankfully, we have an ace up our sleeve called software optimization. This means using tricks to make your code go faster, make it really hard to read, and usually break it. So my plan is to take advantage of what's physically happening, like what these computations actually represent in reality, and I'm going to use that to cut out a lot of computation that I don't have to do. We can know from the geometry that some things may or may not happen without testing them. For example, if I run a test at this point and I find that this is the widest wedge that I can cut, I know that any angle less than this will also work because it's inside of the bigger angle. I also know that any point on this trajectory before this one is also good at that angle because they're also contained within it. By doing this single test, I eliminate an enormous amount of variables that I don't have to test anymore. I can do similar tricks when I figure out how long the wedge cut should be, as well as what orientation it should be at. I was just really excited because my optimized code ran in less than a millisecond, and then I realized that I optimized it so hard that it didn't actually compute anything. I fixed my dumb problem, and it is a lot faster. It's maybe about 10 minutes to generate the cuts for a model, whereas before it was days and weeks and months, so solid improvement. Everything that I've described so far is to compute a single cut. To compute all the cuts, I just do that routine over and over. And when it's done, I have a set of moves that the chainsaw needs to do to cut out my model. All right, I need some big logs. Fortunately, I know a guy with a tree. This log looked a lot smaller outside. All right, here we go. The other purpose of V-stop is to stop the robot before it does something stupid that I told it to do. All right, here we go. For some reason, the chainsaw is getting hot, like really hot. If I try to cut into the log so that the tip is going into the log, it just won't cut. I think what's happening is that the blades on the tip just aren't cutting, they're rubbing. This is why I was smoking so bad and setting off my smoke alarm. I think the problem might be related to this little anti-kickback tooth. There's no way that I'm gonna be able to cut this log. At least not today. With some really big changes in my toolpaths to maybe rock the saw or something like that, I might be able to get through it, but that completely breaks everything that I did. We'll save that for a future project or something. For now, I'm just gonna do the reasonable thing and compromise. This is basically a log, right? If you think I'm just gonna hit go and it's gonna work, you are sorely mistaken. In fact, let me show you my 5 easy steps to wasting an entire week. Start by going up to the machine full of youthful optimism. Then hit the start button. Within 5 seconds, smash the E-stop. Go upstairs and fix whatever boneheaded programming error you made. And then go back to step 1. And for a bit of variety, hit the robot with the chainsaw several times. Ideally, this would be violent enough that you have to rebuild the whole saw, at least 4 times. But look on the bright side, there is a finite number of ways to screw it up, so you will eventually finish. This doesn't exactly look like a dog, but it doesn't totally not look like a dog either. I think I need to go figure out what the heck is going on, but it's something. A lot of testing later, I caught the perpetrator red-handed, and it was me. Previously on Stuff Made Here. Getting your rotation axis lined up with the chainsaw is extremely important. Long story short, I screwed up the alignment. Nothing lined up, so I was pretty much just skewering the porthawk randomly. It should be fixed now, although that's what I said before. I'm almost out of things I can screw up, so I'm feeling pretty good about this one.
Stay back, I will kill you.
Finally! This was a long time coming, but it is so cool. Overall, I'm really happy with how this turned out. My heart says make a wooden dog, but my brain says, but think of all the other things you can do with this arm. I'm torn. This is way better than I was expecting, especially based on the last result. There were some areas that it just couldn't reach, and so it's not cut there. And then there's some cuts where it couldn't make the connecting cut, so there's a few slices just into the model. I'm super curious to see what my wife thinks of this. I think she's really gonna like it. She likes dogs.
It's so cute.
You like my dog?
I love it.
Where should we put it?
On a column like those lions. You should make one in wood. And
I try. I think it looks a lot better than the first dog.
well, yeah, that looks like a weird mountain that someone would call Monkey Rock or something, because it sort of looks like a monkey a little bit. You should put the crown on the dog.
Ah. This project was really fun, and if you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing. It helps me out a lot, and it'll keep you in the loop when I post new projects, so win-win.
Win.
Oh, wait, the final question. So we both made dogs. Whose dog is better?
That really is a hard one, actually.
If it's so hard, why does this dog have a crown on? This is the lock-making engineer, and today I have something really exciting. These completely custom locks are designed to be unpickable. Although the truly exciting thing is that while making this, one thing led to another, and I ended up making a working front door.
Why'd you make this? Can I look through the people? Where are the two locks? Does this doorbell work?
I designed this lock to be unpickable and invited some locksmiths to try to get through it. I thought that was the end of it, but this is my life now. In fact, it's getting kind of ridiculous. The time has finally come to send stuff to the lock-picking lawyer, and I'm sending not one but two locks. I have a totally new design that I think is even better. It has more pins, more parts, and should be even more unpickable. It was also even more of a pain to get working. The lock has eaten the key. If you haven't seen the video on the first lock or you've forgotten, let me get you up to speed in 30 seconds. Locks work by requiring you to set a series of pins to the correct height. There's millions of possible combinations of pins, which makes it nearly unguessable. Unfortunately, locks have small variations that make it possible to solve one pin at a time. I devised a lock which tests the pins away from the key so you can't test one pin at a time. If all the pins aren't set right, you have to start over. And remember, there's millions of possibilities. Have fun. I made the new lock because the original one just kind of bugged me. These cantilevered pins are just the worst. They're only supported on one end, which makes them so weak. A little force and... This is why rich people live in houses that look like this. They're hard to make, so you know they're expensive. Normal locks for normal people support the pin on both sides. In fact, there's no gap at all. To break this pin, you have to shear it in half. Aside from being total weak sauce, these pins are totally custom. They're also gigantic, so you can only fit 3 in a lock, which makes it less secure. But even worse, you have to go out wearing a key that looks like this. You might as well grab this while you're at it. I figure if I'm gonna send the lawyer a lock, I better put my best lock forward. This lock isn't that, so it's time to make a new lock. These problems were not a surprise. I knew about them when I was designing the lock, I just didn't care. And that's because I was following a specific engineering process. When I started the project, I had no idea if a lock like this was even physically possible. The entire project was just figuring that out. This has a funny, kind of bad design because it was the easiest possible way to prove the concept. Imagine if I was also trying to make it armored against physical attacks. It would be really hard to make modifications to an armored lock. This would have bogged me down and I probably wouldn't even have finished the lock. This is the idea behind my engineering process. Focus on the biggest problems first and ignore everything else. Since I got the first lock to barely work, now I can spend time trying to make it a better lock. After that, I might make it cheaper, add packaging, and then sell it. Although let's not get ahead of ourselves. So I almost have a design. I've been working on this for quite a while. What you're seeing here is Gen 3 of Lock V2. The first one I accidentally designed with microscopic parts. There's this problem where you can zoom in as much as you want when you're designing on the computer. Next thing you know, you're making parts like this. So I redesigned it, but it was way too complicated. We're not even gonna go there. I'm skipping the parts where I just stare at the computer for a couple days because that's boring. All right, third time really is the charm. It's still pretty complicated, but I think it can work. Before I dig in, remember that the way to pick a lock is to solve it one pin at a time. Imagine that we start with the inside of a regular lock. We make a copy of it, and then we remove the keyhole from the copy. The upper lock can't be unlocked because there's no way to put a key into it. Although I could remotely put a key into it if I transmitted the motion of the key through a series of pins like this. Although you still need to rotate the upper lock to unlock it. This is where the magic happens. If I don't connect the lower lock to anything, meaning if I twist it, nothing happens, the only thing that it can do is set the upper lock's pins. If I set the upper lock pins and then rotate the lower lock, when the lock is rotated, it can't reach the upper lock anymore. Now imagine there's a fairy inside the lock, and whenever the lower lock rotates, the fairy will twist the upper lock and see if the pins are set correctly. Because you can't touch the pins while they're being tested, there should be no way to pick the lock one pin at a time. This whole magic business is where things get really complicated. I don't have magic, so I had to do it the plebe way and devise a scheme to do everything that the magic bubble did with only the insertion and rotation of the key. Imagine that I connect the two locks with a gear. When the lower lock turns, the upper lock turns. This will allow me to unlock both locks, but it's still pickable. But if I took one of the gears out back and roughed it up, I could knock some of its teeth out. Now I can make the upper lock rotate only when the key is clear of the pins. This is equivalent to the fairy, but it has a major flaw. It doesn't relock the lock. When I take the lower key out, it just leaves the upper lock wherever. Another way I could link the two locks is with a little rod like this. When the lower lock rotates, the upper lock rotates. If I make one of the holes bigger so that there's play, the lower lock can't rotate the upper lock until it turns enough to bottom out the hole. This is just like the gear with missing teeth, except for that it locks the lock when it's done. And now for the real doozy of a problem. The lock pins are spring-loaded. If I lift them up and then rotate the key out of the way, they will immediately shoot back down. And unfortunately, the springs are pretty important. I checked. If I pushed into the side of a pin that I didn't want to drop down with another pin, I could wedge it in place. If I made the end of the lock pin a little ramp, I could slide a spring up onto it to lock it and slide the spring off to unlock it. We can put one of these on every pin and then move them together to lock all the pins at the same time. If you do this before the key stops supporting the pins, it'll keep them from dropping. Here's what the real part with all the springs in it looks like. We just need a way to push and pull on this when we rotate the key. Sounds like a problem for some difficult to calculate ramps. These ramps lock the pins just before the key loses contact, and they unlock them when the key is ready to be removed. And that's all there is to it, though it is a lot of stuff, so let's recap. The key goes in, it pushes the upper lock pins from below. As the key rotates, it locks the pins in place using a series of spring-loaded pins. If all the pins are set correctly, the upper lock will unlock, allowing the lower lock to rotate and unlock your door. If you don't set all the pins right, it won't unlock, and you just have to try again. At least in theory. Let's see if these grand ideas actually work. Getting this lock made means tons of metal parts. If you want to learn more about this process, check out my CNC chainsaw. It's a weird way to make a key, but it works. I just spent several hours machining all these pins, and I realized you can buy them for like a penny. It looks good, but does it work? And the answer is no. Let's That's not good. Ugh. The lock has eaten the key. There was some metal where there shouldn't be metal. This is an easy fix, but the lock still doesn't work. This is a very annoying problem. I have basically a little block of metal with stuff going on inside of it that should unlock when I put this key in, but it doesn't. I can't see why it doesn't work. It could be anything. And this is what they call integration hell. This is where nothing works and you try to figure out what life choices got you into this mess. Not being able to see inside this lock is just killing me. The whole point of this lock was to make it impossible for a lock picker to figure out what they need to do to get the lock to unlock. I'm in the position of a lock picker right now where it won't unlock and I'm trying to figure out what I need to change to make it unlock. I've remade a bunch of parts that weren't quite right and I think I'm getting pretty close. All right, I've got a good feeling about this one. Just kidding. Let's take the lock apart again and probably make more parts. All that you need to know about these springs is that they're very annoying and extremely important. Some say that I'm still making this part to this very day. I think this is gonna finally work. It works. It's about time. And it seems to be reliable, which is so cool. Finally! I came up with all these crazy parts. I spent weeks making them and trying to make them obey. After all that, you turn the key and it unlocks. So good. The mechanism's a little crunchy. It feels like a dollar store lock. I mean, it really feels terrible, but it works. I'm gonna call that good enough. Remember, the engineering process. We can make it feel good later. I think my favorite thing about this lock is the totally open keyway. It's just screaming, pick me. This lock is better, but it is still basically the definition of over-engineered. Let me show you. See? This is why I don't plan to sell it. Too complicated and expensive. It just doesn't feel right to send a bare deadbolt. I want this to be an accurate simulation of breaking into my house. I'm building a scale replica of my front door.
Just like 2 hours of like silence.
Which of these will make it look the most expensive? Yeah, that didn't really work out. This is my favorite part of the whole project. Every single time. This may have been the most important requirement. Oh, we're just gonna ignore this. These hinges could be my downfall. I can just see it now. I know it's not rational, but I love this. I am really excited to find out what's gonna happen with this lock. I thought that it would be interesting to put in our predictions.
I don't think he'll be able to get through either of them.
Very optimistic.
That's me.
I think that there's a pretty good chance that he'll be able to get through at least one of them. I'm actually most worried about the second lock. The first one is so custom that he doesn't have any pre-existing things that he can throw at it. And so I'm worried that there's some tool that I've never heard of that he's gonna just pull out of his bag and go in and just unlock it. I'm actually hoping that happens because it'll be more interesting and also it'll tell me something that I can do to make the lock stronger. I want it to be the strongest lock possible. This is the point of collaboration. We both bring different things to the table and the result is going to be something that neither of us could do by ourselves. If you think this is a competition of me trying to beat him or him trying to beat me, you just don't get it. Bark once if you think he's gonna get through. All right.
Looks promising.
Very optimistic dog.
Poochie.
I'm at the point where I'm just adding random accessories to this door, so I think it's about time that I just send it off. There's a couple of potential attacks that I've realized since I made it, which I could fix, but I'm not going to. I'm leaving it in exactly the same state as the first video, including damage from the locksmith using the bump key. It's a little bit finicky, but it pretty much works. The only thing I care about is if you can pick the lock, not if you can break it with a hammer. There's actually some plastic parts inside of it that you could break pretty easily. There may or may not be some kind of prize on the inside if he manages to get through. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. It'll keep you in the loop when I post new stuff, and it helps me out a lot. If you're interested in supporting these projects directly and getting some behind the scenes info, check out my Patreon. If this thing gets lost in the mail, I'm going to die. So it has been a month since I sent those locks out, And from what I'm hearing, they're giving the lockpicking lawyer a real challenge. I told him to stop at nothing until he gets through these locks. So I'm curious, is it gonna be picking, a hammer, maybe something a little more powerful? I'll post a link to his video as soon as it's ready, but for now, you're just gonna have to wait. That's what I've been doing. Welcome to the club. Wait a second. I know what happened with the locks. I'm not gonna spoil it. What you need to do is go watch the lockpicking lawyer's video. I'll link it somewhere, and I'll also put a link in the description. It was very fun working with him. I like him a lot, and I think you're gonna enjoy it, so go watch it. I did a live stream for my second channel where I watched this video and give you kind of my director's commentary on hard things and interesting things. You should check it out, it's pretty cool.
Here we go. Oh, this might actually work. All right, I've read some comments, and this is an interesting challenge. Can you take an ordinary PC fan and make a flyable airplane? First, we're gonna need some PC fans. And before you freak out, I do know about the Delta fans that are extremely powerful and will rip your fingers off. That may be a thing we're gonna get to in this video. But for now, I'm going to take the humble PC fan that we all know and love and have our own PCs and build an airplane out of these. It's gonna be a little bit of a challenge. These are weak, like really weak sauce. They can barely even move themselves. I also got a deluxe option. We got this AMD Ryzen 5000 series 5600X. Inside the box, you will find a CPU. We don't really need that. Now this is what I spent my money on. It looks cool, look. I actually have no idea what these are going to do. Let's put them all on the scale and fire them up to 12 volts and see which one produces the most thrust. Oh wait, critical thought error. It's blowing the air onto the scale itself. So about 13 grams of thrust when this is running full tilt. Oh, I also should mention, this is a 22.2 volt lithium polymer battery. This fan is designed for 12 volts. You can do the math. We basically overclocked this fan. I have a more appropriate 11.1 volt lithium polymer battery. So we're going to try this now and see how much thrust we actually get. This is what your computer would probably actually be doing. About 5 grams of thrust. This is the PureX technology fan that I got at the discount bin at Micro Center a long time ago. That fan weighs 74 grams. Let's try the Kingwin $3 special. So the Kingwin is 59 grams. It doesn't even really show any grams. 6 grams on a 22 volt battery. It could be operator error here. All right, we have the AMD fan on the scale, and it is currently registering 4 grams. Let's try the big battery. Uh-oh. I heard a pop. I think it just blew up. Oh, it smells. We have these two fans. I think the PureX is the most promising, sort of, with the most thrust, but the Kingwin is the lighter of the two. Now, there are a lot of options we could do when it comes to building an airplane. Airplanes are very, very diverse as far as missions goes and power supplies that flies them and, like airspeeds and all that. So I'm going to point towards my history in the past. Enter the mousetrap airplane. So the mousetrap plane was a very efficient design because it's designed to fly very slowly, which these fans put out a very minuscule amount of thrust, so it's going to be optimal to use something like that. And they also are extremely lightweight, therefore reducing the overall weight of the airplane, meaning the PC fan has to carry less weight. So we're going to try to build one of those super lightweight, super skeletalized, ultralight stick tissue paper airplanes, and then mount the fan to it. This is so freaking fragile. It's like if you were trying to I don't know, short the stock market and you only held, so many shares, but then everyone came together, bought GME, got all their shares together and held the positions, and then we short squeezed our way into the air. This is what it would totally look like. This is not financial advice, by the way. Yeah, it's nice and stiff. I can do this and it's not breaking in a million pieces. I really still have my doubts about the little PC fans. We may have to go to a, oh, something broke. But I am going to try with all my might to make it work with the crappy little PC fans we tested earlier. Where's that camera, Dave? Look at this. Oh, flies with it. It's super floaty. It's kind of heavy. Really not sure how this is gonna work. Let's just throw it around and have some fun with it gliding first. Then we'll wire up the PC fan, see if we can actually get some power flight. I don't know, man. I mean, it definitely like floats slowly, but I don't know if that fan's got enough oomph to really, you know, keep this thing aloft. It's so cool. We're gonna measure the weight of the aeroplane. Looks to be about balanced. The plane is 60 grams. The plane weighs as much as the lightest PC fan that we have. It's kind of incredible when you consider the size of the airframe to power plant. I feel better. It feels like it's really heavy, but that's because it's got such a large like mass, and when I move it around, I'm feeling the airflow, you know, interact with the airplane and, you know, my hand. It feels way heavier than it actually is. 60 grams for an airplane this size is kind of ridiculous. So I made this cool battery tray, which is basically a piece of balsa wood with batteries literally stuck to it. So I have these little 1-cell batteries. These are 220 milliamp batteries. I've basically wired them in series to make a 3-cell lithium polymer battery. Now we're gonna take the fan and tape it on there, because I literally have no better options right now. Hey Sam, hold this, will you? All right. So we have the fan, which is just, yeah, taped onto the front of it. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Oh, you can't hear it. You can only hear fish tank, because at least these PC fans are whisper quiet. All right, Sam, Cash, I'm gonna fly it towards you. Oh no, oh no, oh no! It's totally fine. Okay, let's add more batteries. Now I have double the LiPos. So instead of a 3-cell LiPo, we are now up to a 6-cell LiPo, because I figured rather than going 3, 4, 5, 6, let's just go to 6, because 6 is the maximum we can get with this ordinary PC fan. So you plug it in. Well, you can hear it now. You hear that? It's a lot louder. All right, let's see if it works. I can feel a little bit of a breeze. Yeah, it's a lose-lose. It's not really gaining altitude. Yeah, it's descending. So I think the verdict might be out on the ordinary PC fan without modifications. I think the case and all this stuff is just a little bit too heavy, but I do have one more trick we can try with the PC fan, but it does involve modifying the case some. Alright, we got our super skeletalized fan. I've only managed to save like 4 or 5 grams by chopping all that plastic off, so it's really not that much of a benefit. I'm going to try this anyways before we take even more drastic measures. Whoa, that's way better. It's definitely, the sink rate is definitely a lot lower now. I'm not quite feeling it. It's better though. Time to take more extreme measures. We're gonna go from 54 grams to astounding 33 grams. Now I'm gonna glue this to the front of the airplane. I'm pretty sure we can fly off the stock fan, motor, combo, propeller thing, just without the case. So we have the caseless fan. It's now heavily modified, but it's still a normal PC fan. Because the PC fan is so much lighter now, we have to move the batteries forward to compensate for that lightness. All right, let's see if this can fly. Grab it, Dave, grab it. My airframe design is pretty archaic at best. It's not the most efficient. So I'd still say at most this is very plausible that you can get something to fly like this if you're a better aero engineer than I am. This is probably like 70% of the equation. The other 30% of the equation involves a lot of math and extreme calculations and super precise building, all of which I'm not really capable of. Let's try cheating by adding more batteries. We now have 7 cells of power. Now we're running into dangerous territory because I'm not sure how much these little PC fans can take as far as, you know, ramping up the voltage. But this is going to be the first 7-cell test, so it could fire up or it could explode. Ooh, it works. It's close, man. It's really close. But I'm starting to already kind of break my slight rule going into this, because the goal was non-modified PC fan can it fly? I've already heavily modified this PC fan. I've already like double the voltage, but I do have one other option. Earlier today, I went into town and I've met so many fans. Earlier what we were using was a basic normal PC fan. Usually designed to be pretty quiet because people are really picky about their builds. As far as gaming PCs go, they like really quiet stuff. People don't really care in the server world. So you got these really small fans. They consume more amps. They're very, very, very noisy, but they produce a lot of thrust, or sort of, you know, cubic feet per minute as far as airflow goes. Where it's not so, you know, critical whether they're noisy or not. Some of these are kind of like a hybrid, where they're a little noisy, but they're also still efficient. So we're gonna do a little bit of testing to determine which one we're gonna use in an airplane. Now, I could do thrust per gram, but the problem is our scale kind of sucks for measuring thrust, and it takes a little bit of time to put these all on the scale. So I thought of another clever way to figure out how much power we're producing. We're actually gonna calculate for watts. So what I'm gonna do is take the voltage times the amps, and then that's going to give me the wattage each fans produce. And I'm gonna do watts per gram, so I'm just gonna divide that amongst the weight of the fan. So that'll tell me how many watts per gram the fan can produce. There's obviously gonna be differences like as far as blade design goes and all that, but I think that's gonna get us a pretty good accurate model of which fan is going to do the better job of flying the airplane. Alright class, we've done some quick maths. Our original King Wind benchmark fan is 30 grams and produces 2.88 watts. That's about 0.96 watts per gram. It's pretty trash. We don't want that one. In red, we have the 12 volt fans, and in purple, we have the 24 volt fans. I don't like 24 volts. It's more batteries we have to carry, and my batteries are already kind of large. I could get smaller batteries, but I don't have that right now. So we gotta stick with what we got. So all of these purple numbers, we're getting rid of those fans. Don't want that one. I also don't want that one. This one, yeah, you're 24 volts. Get out of here. So this is 0.105 watts per gram. It's pretty good. I'm looking at this fan right now. This San Ace 40, this thing's even more fire. Look at that. 0.257 watts per gram. That's really good. The top motor fan sucks because that's worse than the King Wind. So I really don't want you. You're out of the equation. The last two fans, we have the San Ace 80 and the Delta fan. This thing is a monster. It's about the same as this little guy right here, and I feel like this is going to do really well. Unfortunately, that 90 grams is just way too heavy for our application, so I don't want any more weight, because weight is the enemy. We're already really heavy in this plane. The faster you make it go, the worse it's going to behave, so we're getting rid of this too. So that leaves us with the Alina fan and the San Ace 40. Now, this is a really weird fan, because I've never seen anything like this, but this is a push and pull fan. 2 stages. It actually clicks together. So we're going to try this one last, because I already fired this up, just this part, and it moves a lot of air. Alright. Can you hear it? The Alina fan, it's definitely a lot more vocal than the other fan. And it's running on stock voltage, which is pretty realistic. Let's try it. So I think what we're gonna have to do is go to the other fan, because the other fan is like double the amount of power. I'm running out of tricks in my bag. We have the San Ace 40, but we only have half the fan, because 2 fans might be real ridiculous. Plus I play with one of these, like listen to this thing. It's like a little jet engine. It's like a mini jet engine. It's so powerful. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna fly. I'm gonna have to put the fan up a little bit higher. Because right now what the fan is doing is it's pitching the airplane up, so it's stalling and then it comes down. The fan is now top mounted, so we've kind of got the thrust angles adjusted. Spool up the mini jet engine. Alright, I need to fix that. Alright, it's still just barely enough thrust. Time to add the other stage on. Alright, Sam, can you catch this? If I can get it going in a straight line? That was a really good one. It's like almost straight level.
I was gonna say, yeah, it better be on a calm day.
That's probably as close as we're gonna get right now. I am going to go get 2 of the same fans, because the problem is I think one fan is better than the other. Because like I said, these are designed to be stacked. One sucks, one blows. This is not the most optimum thing. So I'm gonna get two blowy fans and put them next to each other, because I'm pretty sure they'll be more matched. And we'll probably try to add another lipo to get a little bit of extra juice to boost. Take it outside and let it go away. the cold temperature caused the plastic to shrink a little bit more, and then it exploded. Man, the whole thing is actually getting real scrunchy. I'm not sure if I get to fly this or not. Moment of truth, I don't think we're gonna get much with this because it's cold and ultra fragile. Whoa, look at that. But the wing's coming undone. Wait to do that. All right, let's try again. Whew, it's cold. Whoops. We're done! Alright. I have some better ideas and better thoughts of what we're gonna do now. Alright, ready to try airplane number 2. This plane has no throttle control, so I just gotta plug it in and then throw it. And then I'm gonna steer. Ready? Haha, look at it, it flies. It's very anemic, obviously. We're not getting massive rocket thrust, but we are able to fly. Hey, is that your power supply? No, it's just my airplane flying through the air with a PC fan on it. Server fan, I should say, to be more correct. Oh no! Oh, my wing! Hang on, I gotta get that. So it totally actually worked. But before we get into the science of why this specific airplane worked and the other one didn't work, I want to show you guys something cool with PC fans. Now, if you didn't know, PC fans can generate an infinite amount of power if you have the right stuff. This is an ordinary PC fan. I have some south and north polarized magnets, but I also have a special westerly polarized magnet. I've glued some metal onto it, and metal is actually attracted to magnets. So we're going to finish this up. So as you can see, all of our stuff is on it. You can see it moving just a little bit, but don't let it spin yet. For the voltage device, we have a little LED because it's low current. It doesn't take much power to turn that. As you can see, also, there's no batteries, no trickery going on here. And let's go and test it. All right, here we go. All right, just give it a second. It'll start going. Oh my God, look, it's totally working. It's going now. As you can see, yeah, it's working. It vibrates a little bit, as you can kind of notice. It's free, clean energy. That's perpetual and violates the laws of thermodynamics. Isn't that amazing? I said, isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? That was all foolery. It's not real. Oh yeah, where were we? Yeah, the PC fan airplane. Why did we go from this plane to this plane? Well, the reason why is the original task or challenge was to make a PC fan fly. This is your normal, boring, semi-high CFM, low noise PC fan. What that basically meant was I had to design an airplane to kind of fly around this. So the airplane I designed was a huge plane designed to create lift at low air speeds. Now the problem was when we started experimenting with more of these PC fans that are a little bit more high velocity, is, well, they don't really move a large amount of air. I mean, they kind of do, but they do it with, you know, a lot of noise and a lot of thrust coming out of a small hole. Now, we could potentially just go faster with the airframe by introducing more of these fans, which we did. Now, the problem with that, though, is the faster you go, the more drag you create. The more drag you create, that means you need to add more fans to overpower that drag. When you do that, you weigh down the airplane even more. That means you need to fly faster to create the amount of lift. It's a vicious self-fulfilling cycle that honestly ends up with the plane burning to the ground. It didn't actually burn to the ground. I set it on fire because I had no use for it. Now, through all the testing though, I still found the Sand Ace 40 was the optimum fan to go to. These tiny server power supply fans still have to move in large CFM to cool a power supply unit or server. However, usually server closets and stuff are away from you, so they don't bother your gaming experience. So that means they can make all the noise they want to produce the thrust, or not really thrust, but more likely move the CFMs through your electronics to keep them cool. The benefit of that is there's an extreme column of air that comes out of the back of this thing, which is basically thrust in our case. Basically that means that this plane is going to fly faster than our earlier airplane. And when you fly faster, you still need to be moving a certain amount of air to create thrust, because the fan has to be moving more air than the speed the plane is flying at to generally fly. So ultimately, it worked. It was still anemic, and I wouldn't really want to use these things on any significant number of airplanes, but we did get a usable flying airplane. So as far as testing your normal PC fan, I still believe this is sort of plausible because I can't really get to a big indoor facility to really design the most fragile airplane in the world to fly with this. However, going outside and using a server power supply PC fan, totally doable. We completely can totally do this. So that's it. That's all I have for you. Whoops. Whoops. I've at least converted my airplane into a mobile hand warmer. First rule of surviving in the wild is to start a fire, by all means necessary, even if it means burning your own aircraft. This video is sponsored by Cubico. I guess I want to make this do. Oh yeah, we're making another Nerf gun video. I've done Nerf gun videos in the past where we've made a hydrogen powered Nerf gun, a propane powered Nerf gun, and a compressed air Nerf gun. But I thought, why don't we make a gas engine powered Nerf gun? So I got this piece of crap flywheel Nerf gun. So you take the magazine, stick it in, you rev it up, it has flywheels inside of it, and the flywheels shoot the darts. The reason why I had to choose the specific Nerf gun is because of this mechanism here, the pusher feeder thing that feeds the darts into the flywheel. So here's what we're gonna do. We are going to take these electric motors out, make some cool adapters to mount this Tanyan engine into it. It's a 4-stroke engine, it's really cool. I'm gonna start this thing up because I've never played one of these before. And then we're gonna make the world's first gas engine powered Nerf gun blaster thing. This 4-stroke engine. It should be pretty dead simple. Famous last words. This came out of the box, and from all the reviews I've seen, these engines are sweet. They run pretty good. Amazon link down below that I'll probably forget to put there. Maybe, maybe not. And here we go. You ready? And then it stops running. Think of this.
I think this is a bad idea waiting to happen.
So I have to cut this hardened steel shaft to make the adapter for my flywheel thing for the Nerf gun. However, in my research online, I could not figure out how to cut this hardened steel shaft, but I thought the only way I could cut this in the past was with a Dremel tool.
You needed a whole Dremel to cut this like dinky shaft?
Yeah, I need to grind it down a little bit. It's just I tried the carbon cutter or carbide cutter. Won't cut it. But let's try it out. Here, hold this camera.
I thought you were talking about like
No,
one of these.
Yeah. This shaft is bent. We're gonna test it.
Terrible idea, but like really effective apparently.
All right, cool. Let's go ahead and make the rest of the parts. That lathe, awesome. I'm so glad I've decided to mess with one of those things and get some skill, but basically what I'm going to make here is a little doohickey that attaches to the flywheel of the stock Nerf blaster. I'm going to drill some screws here so I can mount it together, then drill a screw through it so I can put a locking grub screw into the shaft. And man, this is so cool. I now thinking of all sorts of crazy things I want to make now that I've actually had a lathe.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
And I'm just gonna make sure everything works, because if it works right now, it means it's pretty much great, and I can just go and decorate the thing and make it look really cool. Alright, I'm gonna just fire the Nerf darts with the starter motor first to see what happens. So I'm gonna run the starter and then pull the trigger, which will feed the darts. Oh, that's gonna work great. I guess it's gonna fire this bad boy up. Alright, this is idling shoot. Not beating. Well, they don't go that far. It just craps them out. It's about like it's a little bit shorter than the original distance. I think I know why. It's because the RPMs aren't very fast. Like those little motors that come with this thing, they're very, very low torque. Like, because this is half a horsepower is what this motor can deliver. The problem is it's half a horsepower at the very, very low end, so it turns very, very low RPMs compared to the little brush motors that come with this, which are very, very high RPM, but very, very low torque. They kind of get through the darts because only a certain dart goes through a few seconds and they're foam. So I'm going to need to do something with either changing the ratio of the belt here or shrinking this down. So I'm gonna have to. Man, is that lathe cool! Second plug for the lathe. I just made this adapter because you know this shaft is small, and this doohickey is big. So those go together like that, and boom! Look at that! You got a rotating doohickey on a shaft. Looking at the darts, it looks like they're getting chewed up. So I'm going to have to make a fancy gearbox to get the bottom roller to rotate. All right, Dave, check it out. Turns out all I really needed to do was add the bottom flywheel. And guess what? It works amazingly now. It shoots, it goes all the way to the door. I think it's actually a little bit better than the stock Nerf blaster. I have another flywheel launcher we'll compare it to in a second. But I'm gonna fire it up. It works so good now. Oh no! The gear fell off. The bottom gear for the flywheel doohickey thingy finally let go and fell off. Alright, well, that's easy fix. I'll work on that and getting that thing back in there. But look at it, it goes all the way to the door. It works amazing. So I've made the world's first gas internal combustion engine powered flywheel gun launcher thing. There's probably no rhyme or reason to do this. It's just really fun and stupid, but that's the name of my channel. Actually, no, it's named Peter Schuppel, but I do fun and stupid things. Alright, we are all done with the Nerf gun. It looks amazing. Whatever, amazing enough, I guess. Enough for me. Oh, I gotta do one more thing. Hang on. Okay. Now we're done. It's the internal combustion engine blaster. .30-round mag dump. Whew, that's amazing. Man, I want to do this really fast. Internal combustion engine Nerf gun. It's completely impractical and stupid, but it's pretty cool. Cool lighting. The lights are off. I'll fire up the engine in slow-mo. It'll make, you know, the engine spit. Like, you'll see all this like moisture and like smoke. Well, that was awesome, but I'm pretty sure it's pointless. The Nerf darts don't really go a whole lot faster than you could with a conventional electric flywheel Nerf gun. I think we should do a quick range test compared to a normal Nerf gun. And yeah, let's see if it's any better or not. So we have one normal, boring, stock Nerf blaster. Runs off 4 AA batteries. This is how far it goes. Meh. Also has a problem too, where if you shoot too many darts in rapid succession, the flywheels get bogged down and it can't resume firing at a further distance. Time to whip out the old Ice Blaster 9000. Okay, it's really not much of a competition. This thing, much better. The reason why it can sustain that super ridiculous rate of fire is because it has a lot of mass in the flywheels and all these rotating bits and pieces. Plus this motor is half a horsepower. So, it's pretty good. 0 out of 10 as far as like close quarters combat, because people are going to be knowing you're coming through the room to, you know, shoot them with this thing, so this would have been my first weapon of choice. But if you're going to do sustained fire, you know, suppressive fire, so your teammates can run up and shoot the other guys with the Nerf guns, this would be an excellent suppressive weapon. It's also kind of scary, because it's got a little engine running on it, and it's really noisy. This has been a fun, dumb tinkering project. I love excuses to purchase equipment, such as like the lathe to build this thing, because I learn best when I'm just tinkering with my hand. Well, there you have it. Another Nerf gun that's really weird and really impractical. Actually, this is probably my least deadliest Nerf gun, unfortunately. We've had a ton of other Nerf guns that I've built in the past. If you want to see, here's like the air compressor one, which will put screwdrivers through 2x4s. The hydrogen-powered one you can check out. The steam-powered one, and the propane-powered one, which is probably my favorite because it does this. But yes, this is probably the noisiest, most impractical one of the bunch, but it's extremely cool, and it did give me a chance to play with the lathe and test out some of my hand-turning skills for some aluminum. If you guys have any suggestions of what kind of other Nerf guns you want to see, or, you know, other novel propulsion systems you want, let me know in the comments below. That's it. You can go away now. Alright, DIY Airplane Mark IV video part number 2. So a lot of things have changed since that last video. I say I'm feeling pretty good about this. The wings are on, they don't feel too heavy. Right now it's 14 pounds on each side. I'm really only expecting to maybe add another 8 pounds to each wing, and that's being pretty generous. So if I come out with that, I'll be really, really well set as far as the all weight of the airframe. Wings are sanded, everything's finished. We're attaching the vinyl covering, and this is highly unorthodox. But that's why I kind of like experimental aviation, and that's kind of also why I'm reinforcing and sticking to the bit that I'm not releasing plans for this, because this is definitely interesting. This could potentially be fairly reliable wings for maybe like 2 or 3 years, or they could be completely disastrous if you leave it out in the sun and then, you know, it's all over in a couple days. This is fun. Like, I like this because like I don't have a lot of money wrapped up in this. It's just really the aluminum, which is the most expensive part, and maybe the hot wired foam. So yeah, experimental aviation, yeah. Although we're in the ultralight class. All right, now the vinyl's down. I'm actually gonna slightly melt the foam and the vinyl and try to fuse the adhesives together as much as possible. I think this is really gonna keep this thing stuck down. I actually made a test piece a year ago, and it's actually still very hard to kind of separate this kind of method from each other. So this is working out pretty well. Well, it definitely doesn't look good, but hopefully it stays attached. Because like I'm more concerned about cheap and effective versus, you know, a high-speed finish. This is not a high-speed finish. This is not a high-speed airplane. I'm curious about this vinyl covering too and how much it'll weigh. So let's get a weight of the wing first. 19.8 pounds. That's actually not bad at all. This is a lot lighter than all my previous wings. Hopefully the vinyl covering, I'm only maybe expecting like 3 pounds per panel. So hopefully a flying weight of 23 pounds per panel. I will definitely be on track to making my light ultra light. 21 pounds even, so 20 pounds. So it looks like we're only at maybe around like maybe a pound and a quarter so far. That's just not that bad in just vinyl covering. So yeah, these will be very light wings when I'm done. All right, now we got the other side covered. It looks like it's 22 pounds on the scale. This is officially the lightest completed wing I've ever made for one of my crappy homemade airplanes. All right, let's do the other one, and then we can move on with the tests. These are the same sandbags I used last time I stress tested my third airplane design. It is now time for the wing loading test, because I did a bunch of TLAR engineering, that looks about right, which is horrible for airplane design, but luckily I have an airplane building experience, and I had some actual aero friends come and look at this thing. Plus I've actually used basic components that are used off of other traditional ultralights with the same weight class, so this should pass with flying colors, because everything is a lot lighter on mine than what I'm using. But we're gonna figure this out. Everything that's not lifted weighs about 100 pounds, and then I weigh about 150 pounds to just save it on the safe side. So that's 250 pounds. So if we get to 250 pounds in the wing, that's 1 G, so that's basic normal flying. If we double that, we'll get to 2 Gs. And that's still okay, it's whatever, it's good enough. 750, 3 Gs. 3 Gs is actually kind of a lot for an ultralight that flies on a calm evening. So we'll probably stop somewhere around here. We may go a little beyond 750 depending on how much sandbags we have. I don't think we'll get to quite to 4 G, because that's 1,000 pounds, and that's a lot of weight. Also, we're actually doing this a little bit differently. This is sort of incorrect, but I have a block here that we're setting the airplane on. Because the only thing that we're not really going to get a good test on is the fuselage itself, because the members that hold the wings up, they're going to be in compression rather than tension. So if my original plan was to cement it from the ceiling, however, I couldn't really get stuff up there to do that. So we're going to have to do it this way and just stress test the spars, the wing struts, and the center part of the fuselage. We just won't be able to actually test the strength of this right here, which is the center part of the fuselage. Because in normal flight, it would actually be pulling itself apart rather than being compressed. All right, let's begin the test. that's 1G. That's very obvious. It's going to survive that. Let's go to 2Gs. This is 2Gs. This is probably what the most I'll ever really realistically load it in flight to. I'm looking for compression here too, because this is loaded incorrectly. Like this thing is being squished right now.
Right.
Typically it will be being pulled apart in flight, so this is a little different than how it would actually be loaded. Setting down the wing, and it's hardly deformed at all. No real flex in that at all. So we're gonna keep going. Getting heavy now. So we are at 900 pounds. So we're not quite at 4, but we're over 3. This is good enough for me. I'm happy. I want to measure deflection and then take the sandbags off and then see what we get. Okay, now it's being supported fully. That's a lot of weight for some styrofoam and some aluminum. I see some stuff going on in here.
It almost looks like it's bowing a little bit.
Look, it is bowing.
Is that why this is like?
Yeah, that's why that's flexed out. This is in
Yeah.
compression, but luckily it doesn't look permanent. So when I take this off, it should just go back to the way it was.
Yeah.
But the windscreen is being pushed out. All right, let's just take everything off. Well, the wing looks back to normal, just covered in a little bit of sand. Actually, that was a good test of the foam itself too, because there's actually no ribs or any sort of wood in here, and all that force was localized like within the center of the foam, where the spars are actually out here, but the sandbag was here, so all that was actually being sunk straight into the foam. So that's really impressive that with that pattern cut out in it, the truss shape, it was still able to survive that very easily and not buckle or crack or rip right out to the bottom. So we're definitely more than good to go, because on a normal flight, when it's stressed out, it will be dispersed almost evenly across the surface. It really depends on your angle of attack, but that's just more airplane complexity stuff there. But I'm very, very satisfied with what I see so far. Don't get any ideas about doing this yourself yet. I have no idea how long this is actually going to last. This is a very, very big experiment. Lurking around the comments on the internet, it looks like I actually found some more information about this engine. It turns out someone actually got like communication from Vitarazi, which is the manufacturer of this motor, and it turns out this PSRU, or Prop Speed Reduction Unit, does not like being pulled on, such as my airplane, because it's in a tractor configuration. So unfortunately this is not going to have to work. So I had to pull it off and start from scratch basically. It turns out I actually have a friend, Paul from OpenPPG. He's been working on a single motor electric pair motor, and I thought, that's kind of cool. Maybe I should do electric again, especially because, you know, things have advanced in like the last 4 years since I did an electric ultralight. So now we're going to use something that's electric. Ooh. I don't want to do much more than that because of the crappy motor mount. I installed all the electronics and stuff and fired up the motor. It does work. Nothing exploded, fortunately. But I did find out I can fit the tiny propeller on the really big motor. The reason why I'm not using the big propeller is I'm still waiting on the motor mount. So I'm going to check to make sure the amp meter works, and I'm going to put a small load up by putting on this propeller. It's going to push the air backwards, moving in the wrong direction, but hey, at least I'll get to see the meter do stuff and confirm everything works before we go to the big engine. We're currently drawing 1 amp. 1 amp at 92 volts. 130 watts. Oh, here's the cool thing too. Come over this side. One thing I did just in case the, let's say the motor's running away. Oh no, I don't like this. Pull it and it completely disconnects the system. So it's no longer running. Now, however, you do not want to get the smart idea of plugging this thing back in, because 92 volts without a spark suppressor, ooh, it's gonna make a big spark. I got the motor mount. Get some use out of that winch. All right, here we go. That was full power. I can't even pull it back. It sounds very smooth. I'm actually very happy. It doesn't terrify me. The funny thing is I didn't really mention this, but when I was using the old Moisture 185, this thing was like, shake it. This is really smooth, crisp, and clean with no caffeine. It's done. A lot faster than on other planes. Cotter pins are in basically. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 bolts and you're done. I don't really count the fairing to, close the wingtip stuff. So it's literally just 10 bolts, put the pins in them, and we're good to go. I want to pre-fly it because obviously this is the very first time flying this and you should really pre-fly any aircraft, but this one needs a thorough inspection because it's been trailered now. So I need to make sure everything's set, and then I'm going to start the taxi test, or the low altitude flying test. Probably I'm just end up flying it if it's too windy because it doesn't have aileron, so I literally have to just go for it to keep the wings from touching the ground. All right, one last thing. Don't forget the IFAC kit in case I have a blowout because the propeller comes back and smacks me in the face. Clip. Look at this foam. Yeah. Yep, all foam. All right, batteries are locked. Time to put on the aerodynamic bolt holder. That's what I'm calling this. It just weather vanes and it should keep it from spinning if I think this works the way I think it's gonna work. The thing with this plane is it has no ailerons. If this was an aileron airplane, if I start getting too high off the ground, the wing starts rolling, I just flatten it back down with the aileron and just fly, adjacent, like crabbing across the runway. This is an aileron, so if I get to that stage, I'll probably have to correct this rudder, but gain more altitude to keep the wings from touching the ground. So at that stage, I'm probably flying. So I'll either fly to the end and put it back down, or if it's too high, I just fly it and go around planes. All right, we're ready to go. Well, it flies. I forgot how to steer the airplane. I'm trying to move. I was like, oh wait, yeah, rudder. It's always better to err on the side of a nose-heavy airplane for the first couple of flights. But I think I could probably put a few pounds in the tail, so I'm gonna put this in the tail. I would say make them just a little bit nose-heavy right off the get-go. Nah, I won't fall off. I'll be weight different. I'll barely probably notice this, but it's something. What I do is I need a gun. So when I'm flying, if the plane is too tail-heavy, I look back, I shoot the water bottle. The water bottle empties out its fluids, and then I resume nose heaviness, and I can continue flying. All right, y'all, ready to see me fly? It was at full power the entire time. This thing does not make any thrust once it starts going kind of fast. I was like, max power is like just flying the verge, so I was like, yeah, we're going round and round and round. Back on the ground, get me on the ground, I want to be on the ground. Okay, we're back from the first flight. Yeah, that did not go as well as I wanted it to. The pitch speed of the propeller was a little bit too flat, meaning I couldn't really accelerate even with the throttle pegged at full power. The propeller was basically just turning as fast as it could possibly go. However, the oncoming airspeed was too quick. Also, one thing that I found really interesting, because I've never really flown a aileron-less airplane, this is basically a 2-axis control, was the rudder is extremely sensitive in like roll control as well. A lot better than I thought it would be, especially like if you look at one of these tests here. You'll notice that when I kicked the rudder over, it rolled a lot, and that was actually just induced by the coupling of the whole dihedral thing and where the rudder is and so forth. So it actually flew very well and actually satisfied my kind of requirements for control. The second thing that I noticed was the leading edge of the elevator, which is this surface here, was fluttering a little bit. This made me very, very, very nervous. I knew it might have been a possibility, I just didn't think it would happen at this kind of sort of airspeed, which is around like 35-ish miles an hour. So what was happening was I couldn't see it during the taxi test because I was more preoccupied in just flying down the runway. Now climbing away from that and actually getting some time to kind of pick up some speed, I noticed it was probably fluttering maybe around 3 inches from center line of deviation. It's a bit much for me, it makes me a little bit nervous, so I was like, okay, need to slow down, fly it on the edge of sort of the minimum kind of flyable speed I could fly it at, and just slowly bring it around and put it back down the ground, because we need to make some changes. So now that we know we need to change, we're gonna do it. The first thing I'm gonna do is lob off the old wing. I'm just literally gonna hotwire the foam cap off, then add 3 feet onto it. It's actually very simple because the way I designed this wing, since it's just 2 aluminum bars, it's like a ladder style ultralight wing, so I literally just machine some spacers, slip the aluminum tubes in, put some glue on top, and just literally add more vinyl, and then the wing is done. That's it. I added a 3-foot extension onto the wing panel, so it's got a higher aspect ratio now, so it should fly better because there's hardly any penalty for adding any extra wing on, except for extra wing structure, but I did that by taking more aluminum tube and simply shoving it in. We've done a little bit more modifications. I added a wheel to my tail skid because I'm probably gonna do more taxi testing this time because I just hate dragging around. When I actually fly though, I'm taking that off because I like the brakes. And by brakes, I mean dragging the tail on the ground. We have a 3-blade propeller now for better performance. The propeller is more pitched because last time we were flying a plane in first gear. If you can kind of imagine this, it's basically trying to ride a bicycle at 30 miles an hour in first gear. You got to pedal really fast, but you're not really making any extra speed. There's a little resistance, but the motor's just turning very fast because I watched the amp draw go way down. Also, it's worth noting, I flew on 11 kilowatts of power. To put anything into perspective, because those are just numbers, my first plane had 25 available kilowatts of power, and I probably flew over maybe around like 20-ish of that. So it's pretty good that it flew on 11 kilowatts. It should be even less with the increased wingspan, and with this prop with more pitch, I should get more kilowatts, and I put it on the meter, and I can generate, I think it's around 18 kilowatts now at full power, so that's better. Alright, I think we're all set. And my flight plan pretty much is to fly. But we'll see. If it feels really good, I'll probably just continue to climb and we'll just fly around. Alright. Well, it's not really quite that simple. So I did think about this ahead of time, like how I wanted to specifically handle a low speed, low performance airplane. Because a lot of you guys have pointed out, you need to fly that thing to 1,000 feet and then some so you can use that rocket parachute. Well, yes, but also kind of no. The weird thing about my airplane is it operates like in such a low performance category. It's like simply like it's below like 25 knots flying, and that's like flying fairly well too. It's not the fault that specifically kills you when you jump off a building. It's the sudden deceleration, and there's not a whole lot of energy, however, potential energy that needs to be absorbed somewhere. If I were to simply have a complete structural failure like below 50 feet, I'd probably give myself a 75% chance of survival. Maybe the rudder falls off or something catastrophic, maybe even a full wing collapse, which is highly unlikely in this case. 75% chance there of me surviving that. Now, here comes the issues. Like climbing from beyond like 100 feet to 1,000 feet, this puts me in a very weird area because it's high enough where I can get enough velocity to hit the ground very hard and suddenly stop and also probably scramble my brains. Also low enough too that I have no time to literally throw the hand toss parachute, which probably needs a little bit more than 500, maybe even 1,000 feet to really successfully deploy. So I've kind of given myself like brackets on how I would survive. And this is all if the plane does not climb very, very quickly. I'm going to stay kind of low. Because I'm thinking, if it doesn't climb super well, I'll just stay low because I know it's safe down here and I know I have a fairly good chance of walking away. Because a lot of guys are using this metric of like a composite airplane or something that flies at like 80 knots at like liftoff speed. Anything below like 1,500, assuming the plane has a ballistic recovery system, which is a rocket parachute or something similar to that, you would have a very, very, very low chance of surviving if anything were to happen. And having altitude is your friend specifically in this case because it gives you more time to think if you were having like an engine out or something like that. But a structural failure, all the energy's got to go somewhere. It's probably not going to end well for you. That's why I really have a slightly different flight plan planned for my ultralight. We should fly now. So happy with that. Ooh, cruises around like 80, 90-ish amps or so. Flies at a nice, comfortable 30 miles an hour. It is the dream machine. It flies good. Ooh, we still got plenty of battery left too. Ooh, I'm so happy. It flies so good. Yeah, that was much better. Much, much more satisfying. Perhaps the most satisfying ultralight I've ever designed and built and flown. It still didn't have as much power as I thought it would. I think I needed to advance the pitch of the prop just a little bit more. However, man, this thing flies great. I wasn't really sweating at all. It was just more just like a nervous laughter flying around like, ooh, I'm flying and this is great. So obviously I decided not to climb very high because, well, my climb performance was anemic, so I couldn't really climb out of that safe bracket because within that bracket of time I know I need to get out there very quickly to be safe. So I figured, let's just fly it on low. I like to fly low and slow anyways, and this is what this airplane is designed to specifically do. So anyways, it's a 2-axis design. A lot of you guys keep freaking about that. I noticed it's like, yes, ailerons are great and all that. However, if you look back in the days of like the 1970s and early 80s, a lot of ultralights were 2-axis. To name a few designs, the Sky Pup and the Weed Hopper. They were both incredible airplanes, and I haven't really heard anything bad about those, so I knew it would probably be okay, and well, it's okay. It flies alright. Alright, so future mods. There are a few more things I want to clean up, such as like putting aerodynamic struts on there and sealing the gaps and stuff. But that stuff costs money, and this project was a very expensive project, considering all the batteries and electric motors and stuff. That's why I really would like to say thanks to KiwiCo for sponsoring this video and making this possible. So a lot of you guys asked me, Peter, how'd you get so good at making things? Basically, when I was a kid, I tinkered around a lot. Tricopter thingy. This is the VTOL I've been working on. And that's why I'm very happy to have KiwiCo sponsoring this video. This has been quite an adventure. Man, I'm so happy with it. It flies so great. If you guys want to see more flight footage of this and more raw stuff ahead of time, check out Sam's channel. He's been kind of doing his own thing lately, especially if you want to see early stuff, because like you can see this thing flying like weeks in advance. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Enjoy some more of the smooth B-roll, and I'll see you next time.
You've probably received a lot of spam calls. That sounds something like this.
This is Amazon.com. You have been charged $379.
Now behind this harmless sounding call is a $20 billion scam industry, and today we're gonna roll over that log and see what crawls out. Because for the past 5 months, with the help of my trusty glitter bomb, which I typically just reserve for porch pirates, I've worked my way up every rung of the slimy chain of command involved in this scam. This journey is going to take us around the world and through 5 states. It involves Homeland Security, stakeouts with PIs, and of course glitter bombs, and the scammers trying to hopelessly rid themselves of sparkly evidence before getting arrested. I'm gonna show you exactly how they make so much money off these calls. So buckle up, cause it gets wild. Now all this started for me when I was working on Glitter Bomb 3.0 this past November, and I kept getting those annoying calls, so I thought maybe to return the favor, I could send them my harmless box that shoots out glitter and fart spray when you remove the lid. Now my buddy Jim Browning has a YouTube channel where he's able to reverse the connection to the scammer's computer and then thwart them in real time as they try and scan someone else. My idea was to have a legitimate victim agree to send the money, but then we'd work with them to actually send a glitter bomb instead. So Jim checked all the scammer computers he was currently monitoring, and it just so happened a woman named Tracy was being scammed for $12,500 at that very moment. So he immediately tried reaching out to her and eventually got through.
Hello. Hello, Tracy. This is Jim Browning here again. I'm calling you. Hopefully you've got my voicemail.
Here's what happened.
Now listen carefully to what Tracy's about to say here, and hold your judgment about how could anyone ever send $12,000 in the mail until I explain how the scam works in a minute. Because I hate to give these guys credit, but it's pretty clever.
They were supposed to give me a refund of $300, and when I put it in the computer,
I mistyped it as $13,000. So I had to send money back to them, $12,500, and that's where I am.
Right. I'm hoping you haven't sent that money.
I have sent it.
Oh no, right. I hate to break this to you, but this whole thing is a scam.
What do I do now? Because
I'll tell you what to do, Tracy. You leave this to me and Jim. The first thing we did was look up the address they told her to ship the money to, and given there were 6 cameras outside, this clearly was some kind of safe house for the scammers. We then had Tracy call FedEx to cancel the package, but just in case, we hired 2 PIs to be on the scene that day to intercept it. And we knew we shouldn't do that right in front of the house because they'd probably be watching, but since we weren't sure which direction the FedEx truck would come from, we overnight shipped a package to a bunch of their neighbors that explained they were randomly selected to win one of these super cool Glitter Bomb t-shirts. And if you wanted to buy one of these from markrover.com to help support making more videos like this, I'm certainly not going to stop you. This would allow us to speak to the delivery driver somewhere up the street to get the package stopped in time. And the plan worked flawlessly. Because despite Tracy's efforts to get it stopped, her package was in fact out on the truck for delivery.
Tracy something, yeah, that's the one, don't deliver this one, please. Okay. This is the fraudulent one. If that one's going, that's also going to 1731? Okay.
But in a wild twist, there was a second package going to the same location addressed to the same fake name. Her name was Phyllis, and we later found out her package contained even more cash than Tracy's.
Okay, so that one's going back, right? And then...
Definitely, yeah, it's good. That's done.
And FedEx was cool enough to eventually return the packages, so both Tracy and Phyllis got all their money back. And when the scammers angrily called Tracy back asking why the package didn't arrive, she explained she accidentally selected 2-day shipping instead of next day air, so they would get the package tomorrow. And that's where he switched from defense to a very light offense. And so the next day, we delivered the package in an official looking vest.
Have a good holiday. Thank you.
And waited for the sweet retribution.
Hello. You guys give up, or you're thirsty for more?
But for the first time in 3 years of glitter bombing criminals, someone didn't immediately throw the box outside, and he just sat there with the wretched smell, leaving the box untouched. And then as we waited, wondering what his game plan was gonna be, suddenly a bunch of NYPD officers started showing up, and it didn't take them long to figure things out.
It's a glitter bomb, it has a camera built into it. There's a camera built into this.
We had a phone number on the box, and they called us up, and I explained the whole situation, and I'll just say there was some mutual admiration for each other's work.
Cameras in this thing as well? Because this is a hell of a 3D printed little thing you got here.
I mean, there might be cameras on there, officer. And as it happens, the reason a scammer would call the cops on himself is because he isn't a scammer. This is Gary, and it turns out he's a super nice guy. But Gary runs an Airbnb, and once you go in that door, there are 2 rooms upstairs that he rents out to people. So this wasn't a safe house at all. These scammers would use Airbnb to get a temporary address they would only use once. But if that's true, that meant the scammers must have been there yesterday. So Gary showed us his security footage, and we saw this woman in an orange jacket who appeared right as the PI was talking with the FedEx driver up the street. She also looks directly at the camera and then decides it's probably cold enough outside to zip her jacket all the way up. Once the FedEx truck passes and she realizes he skipped by her, she hurries over to talk to him, and when he told her he had nothing for her for that day, she walks right back to her car, never stepping foot inside the Airbnb. The PI's got all the license plates on the street that day, and it turns out her name is Crystal. You should remember that name for later. So then Gary showed us who booked the room. It was this guy from Utah with a brand new account and 0 reviews. In fact, when the reservation was booked, he sent this message in awkward English at 3:06 a.m., which happens to be just after lunch in India. So I did some more research and learned that after the scammer in India found a willing victim, they would use a money mule and have the victim send the cash there. So Crystal in this case was the mule. But instead of sending the package to the money mule's house, they use an Airbnb. Then the mule gives the package to a supervisor who deposits the cash and wire transfers the remaining money back to the scammer. And they must have got spooked because Crystal was long gone the next day, which meant we caught poor Gary in the crossfire. But he wanted them caught just as much as us, so we compensated him handsomely just for being cool about everything. So we'll call that round a tie. We stopped the scammers from receiving 2 packages containing $30,000, but they were still glitter-free. But before I show you exactly how we tip the scales in our favor, let me explain exactly how this scam works so well at tricking so many people. There's an email that goes along with the scam that basically says the same thing as the robocall, which is Amazon just charged you $200, but if you don't recognize this charge, please call right away to have it refunded. So when you call, they say, I'd be happy to walk you through the refund process on your computer. So just type this here and simply install this, and then I'll be able to fully help you out. And most victims don't really comprehend. They've just installed a remote software program that gives the scammers full access to their computer. Now they're ready for the scam. They tell her that some accounts have actually already had their refunds automatically processed, so she needs to check her bank account to make sure the $200 refund isn't already there. And when Bessie here asks if he can see her banking info, he explains in technical terms,
it's a 3D page, so I cannot see anything.
Okay.
And so sure enough, she hasn't got the refund yet, so he needs just about 5 minutes to work with his billing department in order to process it. But first, he makes a really big deal about this.
I'm signing out from your account in front of your own eyes.
And this is true, he actually does sign out. At which point he triggers her screen to go black so she can't see anything that he's doing. And then he immediately logs back in using the browser pre-stored username and password. He's going to do a simple browser HTML edit on this page to temporarily make this Lowe's purchase look like a refund for $20,000, and you'll see why in a minute. And as he's editing away, he chats her up to try and build trust.
You're like my granny, Miss Bessie, do you know this?
Yes.
She was like one of my closest friends.
Oh.
I used to share each and everything with her.
You mean like what you do for a living? And you might be wondering, why doesn't he just wire transfer himself money while he has unrestricted access to her account? But the problem there is that it's traceable and it would likely get flagged by the bank's fraud detection system anyways. But if you can get an old lady to mail you cash, it's so untraceable, the authorities don't even begin to try and track it down. Now that he's finished, he unblinks her screen and he informs her that unfortunately, the billing department couldn't process the refund, so they have one last option to try.
This is the Chase online refund server.
It's actually just a text window that does absolutely nothing. It's pure theater.
It is an irreversible form. Whatever you are typing it over there, put it in a correct manner. Nothing would be changed over here.
Basically, he makes a big deal for 3 minutes that she's the one that has to enter all the information, and anything that gets typed there is immediately permanent. Maybe you can see where this is headed. So her name, last four of social, zip code, and finally refund amount.
Please enter your refund amount.
If you go back, you can actually hear him type the 2 extra zeros on his keyboard and hit enter.
Check everything, is it correct?
Oh no, this is a mistake. Oh, I screwed up.
Jesus.
It was supposed to be a 200 in there. Oh, God almighty. I'm exhausted. I can't do this. My mind is absolutely fried.
Please check your account. Did you really receive that money in your account? Oh my God. Plus 20,000.
Yeah.
Please save my job, ma'am. If I'll not earn for my family will die due to hunger, due to starvation. Oh, please,
yes, of course. I mean, what should I do? I mean, I can.
Feeling bad for you. You are also like my grandmother.
You know, I'm an honest person.
You are making me cry now. You are making me cry now. I'm getting attached to you.
Now, how do I fix this?
He tells her that unfortunately mailing a check or wiring money would just take too long, so he needs to think for a minute. And then he comes back with this.
Hello, Miss Bessie?
Yes.
I got an option.
And you can see now how he's got her to the point where she's totally willing to send $20,000 in the mail and to lie to the folks at the bank or FedEx or even her family who might try and stop it. In her mind, she messed up. And because she's a good, empathetic person, she'll go through great lengths to make it right for someone she doesn't realize is a heartless scammer. And on top of weaponizing their empathy, maintaining pressure on their victim is a key tactic. They keep them on the phone the whole time, even as they drive to the bank, or they yell at them.
Go to the UPS, why don't you go to the UPS?
Or call this many times in a row. And if you've ever seen this clip,
name a woman.
Name a woman?
Yeah.
You already know when you're under extreme stress, it's an actual biological response for the part of our brain that does critical thinking to just shut down.
Yes, this is so hard.
Name a woman.
Once they're back from the bank with the cash, they coach them through packing it. In Tracy's case, they had her put $100 bills in the pages of a book so it couldn't be detected in the mail. In other cases, they had the victims wrap the cash in saran wrap so the dogs can't sniff it, and then foil so it can't be x-rayed. And unfortunately, there's a small portion of the population that are just too trusting for their own good. And sadly, it's nearly always older folks. So for the scammers, it's just a game of percentages to find them. According to data Jim has gathered from the scammers' own computers, in one shift, a call center like this with about 25 employees will send out 500,000 robocalls. They'll get about 500 calls back and land maybe 5 to 10 victims like Bessie or Tracy or Phyllis. And speaking of Phyllis, after we got FedEx to send back her package, I was able to get in touch with her son, and I found out her husband of 40 years had passed away the very week she was being scammed of her life savings. The scammers knew she was mourning this loss, but once you're scammed, your phone number is really valuable because it means you're an easy mark. So they sold her info to other scammers, and she was scammed twice more the same week her husband died. And as hard as it was for me to even hear a backstory like that, it just made me that much more motivated to seek some glitter bomb retribution for all the Phyllises out there, and perhaps in the process, we might stumble upon some good information that we could pass on to the authorities. So now we needed another scammer to send a glitter bomb to, but we decided when Jim spots a scam in progress, it's better for him just to stop it cold and not stress out the victim any more than they already are. So we reached out to our friend Pierogi from the YouTube channel Scammer Payback, because whenever Pierogi gets a scam call to his actual phone, he turns on his cameras, makes his voice sound like an old lady, and has some fun.
If they will ask you in your bank, like, why you are withdrawing this much of cash, what you gonna tell them?
I'm getting it for Derek Wilson from Microsoft.
No, ma'am, no. You need to tell them that you are withdrawing the cash for your personal reason.
And it didn't take long for fake victim, old woman Pierogi, to get us an address in New Jersey.
Is this where I'm sending it to?
Right. Grab the box, right? So you can put the cash.
Yeah, I've already got a box. That's big enough.
This one was actually to a hotel and not an Airbnb, but as soon as we pulled up, once again, a money mule was out there waiting for us.
For Jacqueline, sure. Hey, this is on here. You still have a good day.
So they took the package and drove around for a couple of hours, and when it was clear they weren't going to open it, we made the call just to get the box back before the batteries died, and then maybe the box audio recording might help us piece together more info on the scam.
You guys picked up a box from FedEx today, part of a scam?
I didn't have no scam going on today.
Oh, really?
No.
Let's see the box.
I just was told
I understand.
by somebody to pick this up for them.
I understand.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm being honestly and truthfully, and I don't want no trouble.
And when I first heard that, I was like, oh, well, now I feel bad. Sometimes these mules don't even realize they're participating in scams, and they might even be victims themselves. But then I was like, look, not that I don't believe her, but maybe just in case, we just have a little peek at the audio.
I'm waiting on so many packages. I don't even know which one is which anymore.
Then she got on the phone with her boss, James.
Yeah, I know. I got one with me right now. I took the picture and sent it to you. I'm gonna bring it to you. That's what I'm saying. He said that I was done for the day. What I gotta be at tomorrow? You said that we was working out here in New Jersey. I don't know. Wherever they give me an address, that they don't even have the B&B addresses or nothing for tomorrow. This is the first time they split me and Crystal up like this in New Jersey.
That's right, Crystal. Apparently they're a team, which means Jacqueline was probably in the car the other day in New York.
Any other time she in the car watching me. She don't do shit.
By the way, Crystal, hate to say it, but Jacqueline was talking a lot of trash about you. In fact, I'd watch your back, because her cousin in the car that day might be gunning for your job.
I want to be a driver. How much did they get paid? How much you get for that one parcel?
$500. Everybody gets paid the same. So we get 7 partials, and it's $75 or $100 for each partial. Everybody's getting $700. You're gonna be back and forth. You're gonna be either in Florida, Delaware, Maryland. You're gonna be here, there. So you'll be looking like you on vacation, having the time of your life. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm being honestly and truthfully.
We learned 2 key things here. The first is that a supervisor will have multiple mules reporting to them, who apparently get flown all over the country, and just one mule could receive as many as 7 packages in a day. And the second is that this address was from a totally different call center in India. So that same supervisor can work with multiple unrelated scammers as well. And so in the spirit of avenging Phyllis, if we were gonna glitter bomb and fart spray anyone here in the States, we really wanted it to be a supervisor. And thanks to Pierogi, not long after, we would get another chance.
Get the $50,000 in cash with you, get in your car. Once you're in your car, let me know. Make sure you don't involve any third person, nobody.
So I don't need to tell my husband?
Your husband, your daughters, anyone.
This one would be in Illinois. And the delivery address this time was to a Walgreens. It was interesting to see them experimenting with different package drop-off methods. And right away, we heard some good news.
Meet me at the gas station then. Yeah, I see you. Come park in front of me.
The Walgreens was here, and the handoff occurred here at this gas station. And with that, we had our supervisor. They tailed the supervisor for a few minutes and got a good look at his 2019 white Honda Passport, and then 20 minutes later, he stopped here in a seemingly random parking lot and opened it. Hello! And even though he kept it by his feet, the cameras got a perfect shot of his face here. And the PIs assessed the situation and felt safe enough to approach him right after he opened it, but then he took off. And they let him go, and we just used the GPS and the glitter bombs to once again locate it in the ditch snow. And right after that, Pierogi got this message from the scammer in India, which shows two things. The supervisor and scammer are in close contact with each other, and neither one likes glitter. And that seemed like the end of the story, until we ran the plates and realized his name was tied to a business really close to where he opened the box. So we went back a week later to get footage to show just how close. Here's where he opened it. You can see that dumpster and house for reference, and then you pan over, and that's the business his name is tied to. And wait a second, that's a 2019 Honda Passport. And wait another second, that's the same guy whose face is on camera opening the glitter bomb. So this was a nice little package of intel we were able to hand off to the authorities, because the supervisor is sort of the hub and a direct connection between a bunch of mules in the States and a bunch of scammers in India. Pierogi came through with one final address in Texas, and this one was back to the MO of being delivered to an Airbnb. And like all the others, the mule was right there waiting for us, and then she took it inside to open it.
Hello. You guys give up or you're thirsty for more?
Notice how she films herself opening the package. Apparently this is pretty common because I suppose there's no honor among thieves, and the scammers will demand the video to confirm she hasn't taken more than she's allowed. As we learned before, the money mules make a flat amount per package, like $100, but I ended up reading somewhere that the supervisor gets a 10% cut and sends the rest back to the scammers. This lady later admitted she herself was exchanging the cash for Bitcoin to send back to the scammers, which meant she was actually a supervisor, and for the sake of Phyllis, that was a lovely surprise. She took off and parked about a mile away, but the police were alerted and were on her tail pretty quickly.
You have your ID on you? Oh, yeah. I cannot park here.
I love that attempt at just getting away with the parking warning. So she gets out of the car, and I have to applaud the effort here, but as every parent knows, the only way she's getting rid of the evidence from her pants and car is by burning them both to the ground.
Well, you got all the glitter on your pants for? Yeah, so I just... lawyer, because I'm in the Homeland Probation officer. I don't know what's happened. Okay. So I want to contact with someone.
And so after she was taken into custody, the police returned to the Airbnb to gather evidence. The dude on the left there is a detective, and they already had her under investigation for another package scam. So now they're bringing charges against her, and the actual glitter bomb and footage is being held as evidence in the case. We did one more in Illinois and two more in California, but I've decided against showing those because those scammers are being monitored as part of ongoing investigations. In fact, over the past 4 months, Jim, Pierogi, and I have been in contact with investigators from the respective local police departments, the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and the FBI, and we've turned over to them every last bit of evidence we've stumbled upon. So hopefully, like me, you now have a better understanding of how these scam calls operate, and here's why that matters. The authorities are cracking down more on these guys, both here in the States and in India, but it's sort of a game of whack-a-mole, and another one will just pop up because the financial incentives are so great. The only way to truly defeat this is by spreading awareness, thereby making it ineffective. So if you have someone in your life who's older that means a lot to you, please educate them or even share this video with them. I put some resources in the video description if you've been exposed to fraud, but all the experts agree it's much better to not be reactive here, but proactive by spreading awareness and understanding what this looks like. And speaking of being proactive, I will close with some good news, which is that thanks to Jim, who explains how he did it in a video he just released on his channel, we have the identifying information of the folks over in India who scammed our girl Phyllis. And by the way, everyone in India hates these guys too. And so over the next year, of course, working with the proper authorities, we'll be executing a multi-phased operation that will be, as always, relatively harmless. And I don't want to give too much away, but we already have some informants working for us in some of these call centers, and the first phase might include a door handle and actual poop from Phyllis's actual dog. So make sure you're subscribed, because it's gonna be a banger. This is the brand new Guinness World Record largest ever elephant toothpaste foam experiment. In today's video, which is partially sponsored by LastPass, I'm going to walk you through everything we had to go through to get to this point, as well as some really cool side discoveries we made in our hundreds of hours of testing along the way. The main ingredient for Elephant's toothpaste is hydrogen peroxide. It's the same stuff you pour on a scrape to disinfect it. The thing is, the bonds that hold the hydrogen and oxygen together are pretty weak. So if we poured some of this in here and just left it for a while, it would keep releasing oxygen and eventually you'd be left with just water. However, if you add a catalyst like potassium iodide, you can make that slow process happen almost instantly. So that's cool, but we can make it way more impressive if we add one key ingredient: soap. So if we pour this in and then do everything else the same, now when the oxygen is released, the soap captures it, creating bubbles and foam. And then finally, if you do all that again, only now you add food coloring and use a flask that tapers like this, you can focus the expansion of foam so it looks maximum awesome. So in order to fill a pool with this stuff, I first got together with some friends and we spent literally hundreds of hours for a few weeks running experiments to calculate the best raw ingredient combinations, in addition to brainstorming other cool things we might do with it. And so before we attempted to shatter the current world record, we had an end of summer party with my son and a bunch of family friends where we wanted to share with them the coolest side discoveries from our research. But first, in true end of summer fashion, we had to knock out some slip and slide kickball. I plan to kick things off by attacking them with an elephant toothpaste gun we made, as revenge for when a bunch of these same kids ambushed me on a recent beach trip and then offered me some cookies, which were just 6 massive cockroaches. And I hate cockroaches. However, as part of our testing, we discovered the reaction is highly exothermic, which means it generates heat as a byproduct. If you watch it infrared, you'll see the temperature of the foam right after the reaction can reach almost 200 degrees Fahrenheit. So because I'm nice, I shelved my revenge plans and just demonstrated what would have been their fate and told them to sit and watch at a safe distance. And they listened. Sort of. And so now that we had their attention, it was showtime.
3, 2, 1, go!
This one's called the Melted Unicorn. You might recognize Bob Flugfelder here, aka Science Bob. He's been on Jimmy Kimmel Live 11 more times than I have, and I invited him out to join me for a very specific reason, which I will address in a bit. And so with the success of the science show behind us, it was now time for phase 2. So we are here standing in an empty swimming pool, about to try and break the world record for elephant's toothpaste. You want to tell the good people who owns the current world record, Bob?
I do.
You want to tell the good people who's about to not own the world record, Bob?
Pretty confident, aren't you?
No, I'm
Mr.
not.
Engineer.
But if everything goes well, we're hoping to quadruple the amount of the current record which you hold. I'm not sure how much of like the trees and neighborhood we're going to cover in the process. Only time will tell. And chemistry, which I don't understand, but we'll see what we can come up with. We wanted the foam to be safe to play in afterwards, so we used ordinary baking yeast as our catalyst. We could have bought yeast in big buckets, but it turned out it was cheaper to get them in 1-pound bags. The only downside to that is then you have to cut open 180 1-pound bags of yeast, but that's why we have Science Bob.
Come on out, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
This is an emergency tarp system. So if we did our math right, it shouldn't overflow. In the case that it does, we have these tarps here to contain all of the foam from not going everywhere in the yard. So we hope for the best, plan for the worst. We built these 3 frames for the tarps that would contain the catalyst yeast solution. So when it was time to fill the pool, we could just cut the tarps and it would pour out. The same way we cut the tarp when we added the bigger Orbeez.
I'm alive!
And Kevin. It's go time, baby. We're probably like 7 minutes out. Got a bunch of kids inside who are just raring to get out. The challenge here is this water's warm. We didn't build these containers big enough, so this will start rising. So it's sort of a race against the clock before it starts overflowing. We still have to add the soap, and then we have to add the food coloring. Oh, this looks terrifying as I stab this bloody thing. I think I'm about to get demonetized. Okay, now we're adding the soap. This is what will actually make the bubbles. Soap isn't part of the reaction. 2 more soap buckets. Oh, as you can see, that bucket's filling up real quick. So after a few final touches, we were ready to go. 3, 2, Now before we get the tarps, I want to point out I'm not a chemist. With the physics and engineering problem, I'm way more comfortable understanding the parameters and getting closer to the final solution off the bat. But chemistry is just little molecules I can't see, and it feels a lot like trial and error without any guarantee it will actually scale up predictably. This was feeling like the nightmare of the Jello pool all over again. To get to this point, we had ran over 150 tests, sometimes at great peril to that which we hold dear. And so once again, if this was a total failure, it wouldn't be from lack of effort. Having said all that, here she is. 2, 1, go! So the good news is, we broke the record. The bad news is, we're kind of overachievers. Uh-oh. It's coming up! The great tsunami! Hey, hold this. Okay, stand back off the tarp. Oh, we need to grab them, stand back. Hold this up, Bob. Okay? Woo! So while we pushed all the foam back into the pool, that gave it some time to cool down so we could actually touch it. The drone was super cool because not only did it make the foam look like an alien cocoon, but you could see it travel in infrared because it would expose the much hotter lower layers of foam as it flew around. What do you guys think? Do you think this is gonna float? No! No? Alright, here we go. After all our tests, we perfected the chemistry for this stuff. So if you want to make a home version you can play with, check out Science Bob's website. I'll leave a link in the video description. All right, Bob. Sorry, you're looking at an obsolete piece of material there.
I had it for over a year.
You did have it for over a year, but all good things must come to an end.
I was mad, but darn, that was a lot of fun.
That was a lot of fun. And I have good news because you are still the world record holder. I'm putting you on there with me, buddy. Oh, yeah. Nerd hug.
I'm William.
I'm Alan.
And we're
Slow Dudes.
Oh no! In today's experiment, we're going to be dropping things onto other things.
Like one specific thing.
I, William Osmond, am an idiot and bought the most expensive piece of tungsten I could find on Amazon Prime. It cost $2,200 and is the heaviest thing you will ever hold in your life that can fit in a 4x4-inch cube.
This is a solid tungsten cube.
This cube cost more money than my 1998 Ford Taurus station wagon, more money than the camera we're filming this video on, but less money than what I lost in the stock market this past 2 weeks. The good news is I didn't pay for it. Thank you to Google Play for sponsoring.
Hello, I'm Gav. I'm Dan. We're the Slow-Mo guys.
They're kind of dull.
They have accents.
They do. Should we have accents?
It's a little late for that.
Give me 2 fun facts about tungsten.
Fact number 1 about tungsten is that it's the densest element that you can just sort of buy off of Amazon. A second fun fact about tungsten, it weighs a ton.
A tongue?
Tungsten is so dense, in fact, that 4 of these cubes is my entire body weight. But William, lead is super heavy. Hell no. You would need almost 7 cubes of lead to equal my body weight. What are we gonna do with this really expensive, really dense cube? I don't know. How about we throw it at things? Yeah, let's throw it at stuff.
It's small enough to hold, but your wrists and fingers are like barely strong enough to pick it up.
Your fingertips.
Like struggling.
Like, no, just they're white.
The problem is, we're all fairly certain that if we drop this, it will go through the deck.
Right through.
And our landlords in this house will kick us out like they did at the last house. In order to guide the cube consistently, we have built this dropping jig, which is just some wood.
And we filled the kiddie pool up with sand to soften the impact.
Oh!
Hopefully, this allows us to hit the same spot over and over again, so we don't have to worry about the cube bouncing or falling or landing in the wrong spot.
And then film it in slow motion. That's his job.
And now, introducing the things we're gonna be smashing. A wide selection of fruits and tropical treats. A 6-pack of soda. A porcelain throne. No, Jabril, you can't do that on television. A flat screen television. A brand new 55-inch microwave. A real human being who knows he's about to die.
I'm here. I'm gonna. No, you're good. I'm just gonna watch it.
Oh! That was so violent!
Alan, how did the slow-mo guys react to stuff?
They just go like, whoa!
That was pathetic. You gotta give it more beans. Maybe
Should we be giving it more beans? Oh my god. Here it comes. Oh, it exploded! It's just right fast, isn't it?
Wow. Rather rapid.
I'm legitimately scared.
Second floor? I know. I wish there was something more gradual than just doubling the height. Are you ready, Daniel Thrasher? I trust you. Okay. How bad could you possibly mess up?
You can't really, that does all the aiming for you. It's so heavy. We can only hear you grunting from down here. Go. Oh, God! Look at that, it's a coin!
Wow, that is very flat.
Second floor. There's a whole nother floor that we can go up.
This is hard. What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh. It's like watching like you know a bullet in slow motion where it like
Yeah.
flattens out. That's what the can looks like. I want to drop it from the third.
We definitely have to do it from the
I'm
third.
gonna do it.
Yeah, failed Mythbuster Alan Pan. Are we ready?
Oh yes, definitely.
Do you think we should test a piece of like wood to make sure that it's not gonna go through the deck?
Yeah, you got like plywood or something?
We're gonna try to test a piece of wood just to make sure that it won't go through the deck. It's gonna. What are we doing? This is stupid. Oh my God, Alan! It went straight through the plywood and destroyed the cinder block.
And the cube is like completely unfazed.
Whoa!
I can barely hold this thing up. All right, get out. Get out. Get.
That was pretty centered. And then just embeds. Oh! And you can see the block splinter.
The pressure of the plywood cracked the block.
Oh! It just keeps going. It just
Wow.
barely stops from the wood, and that's like.
I think it would have punched almost all the way through if it had like less of a tear in it already.
And that's like 5/8, you said?
That's thick plywood, yeah.
That's
It's so heavy.
It looks like a grenade went off in that sand pit. I know it's very.
I'm sorry.
slippery.
I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done that.
Why would
I'm
you?
now. You've
I got
pinned
it,
my
I got it.
hand to your
Your
stomach.
hand is stuck to my body. Now I'm going up, Will. There you go.
Hey, Alan, this is nuts, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, cocoa nuts.
Cocoa nuts.
You know, a coconut's about as hard as a human skull.
Is it really?
Yeah, I heard that somewhere.
In this experiment, if the tungsten cube crushes the coconut, it also means that it would kill you.
3, 2, 1.
The thud it makes too, like you can't even describe. It's almost like in your chest, like a huge thump. It's good. It's not good. It tastes kind of sour. Is that normal? Why does it taste sour?
Straight on, gone, disappeared.
It just goes right through.
It's actually just liquid. Like it's a coconut and then it becomes liquid coconut.
It tasted like blue cheese, the coconut.
I don't know if that's
there was
good
some.
or
I
not.
think that means it's moldy.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing we aerosolized it so we could breathe the mold.
This next fruit needs no introduction. The kumquat, and it's about to be a gonquat. Bazinga. Can we put a laugh track? We did a laugh track.
Pineapple, 3, 2, 1.
It doesn't get old. It just vaporizes. Good, I'm gonna eat this.
All of our hypotheses were wrong.
Yeah.
I thought that the tungsten cube would be less destructive, but if anything, it blew everything away.
What did you think was gonna happen?
I just thought, it would bounce off. Like, look, pineapple, bounce off.
Just
No,
look,
it just
look,
goes
right
through. Oh, like that one, it spreads
right
out.
on the wood. It like extruded it
Like,
out.
yeah, it's like a hydraulic press
Wow.
button, fast
Wow,
speed.
dude, it shredded it.
And it's just pieces of
Like-
kumquat now. You're burying the cube right now, you idiot.
Is there really a cube in here? I feel like I'm pulling a dead body. Ah, there it is. For my next science experiment, does the TV work after smashing it with a cube?
I'm surprised it didn't go
That's pretty much kind of what I thought was gonna happen. When I pull this cube out, we've got ourselves a pretty squirrel.
And then,
I mean,
oh!
That's pretty cool.
It's like a sheet of
Yeah.
like rubber.
Looks like a trampoline.
Like it, oh my god.
Like when your fat cousins jump on the trampoline.
Yeah, it looks like the TV turned into a trampoline being jumped on by your fat cousin.
Right.
Your fat cousin.
Right.
I don't have fat cousins.
No, I don't have one anymore. He was too fat.
Went right through the trampoline.
No heart disease.
Oh, that's.
Leave a comment in the comment section down below and we'll pick one of you to win this TV. Our next experiment is going to be making a toilet explode. We found this toilet on the side of the road. We're gonna put it into Alan's car. Hey Alan. Thanks for helping me pick this toilet up.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
My hypothesis is that it's going to explode. Do we open the lid? Is that the compromise? No, the compromise you put both lids down.
Down?
That's the compromise.
Oh, so that the girl has to.
Right, exactly. So everybody has to do work. So
Oh,
like
okay,
the dudes have to do work and girls have to do work.
Well, let's be girls. It's gonna be sharp. There's gonna be shards. I recommend iPro if you're watching. Close toe shoes for everyone except for Will.
I'm wearing Crocs. Yes! It just crumbled. Oh, we got a gash. I mean, all things considered, that's a win for the cube.
Tungsten poop come down the chute.
Right. And right
Makes
through the plastic.
contact.
Oh.
It like explodes in the bottom.
Whoa.
You could that was aimed perfectly, cause like it doesn't hit from the top. It actually makes it into the bowl like it was.
So you
a
can't
poop.
even see it. It's
Yeah.
almost like a little charge went off
It
in the
was
toilet.
Actually, a turd in there.
A tungsten
Went
turd.
off.
TT, we can call it. For our next experiment, we're gonna test the classic myth. Can a microwave protect a rotisserie chicken from a falling tungsten cube? And to prove to you this is real chicken. I mean, you remember from George Orwell's 1984 when they stuck the rotisserie chicken in the microwave?
Classic myth. Everyone clear, this will kill you. William Osmond's egg drop finale.
No. Oh! Myth busted, Alan. That chicken was absolutely devastated.
And it just goes through. Folds up. Because that is a microwave. Like, that's steel. And
Wow.
it kind of crumples up.
Like
it's
it's, the top is bending and absorbing energy.
Yeah.
The sides are bending and absorbing energy.
And
like
look,
there's
the-
multiple layers of sheet metal in there.
door is launched up because I think the door actually ended up behind the microwave.
And
right?
look at the front door panel rips off too. So like the door, oh, and then the plastic, the door plastic,
It just
like the film.
completely delaminates into every like composite part it's made out of and gets flung backwards somehow.
Wow. Check this out. If you look kind of close up in here, you can see that the microwave is completely destroyed.
Wait, are you sure?
I think that if someone threw a tungsten cube at you, you should get out of the way.
I think you might die.
You definitely would be, you'd be like, ow. I forgot that we have to clean this. Hey, do you remember when you were 9 and really dumb? I don't exactly remember that long ago. Ever since the accident, my memory's been a little bit foggy. But when your parents were rolling up the window and you had your fingers out, so you'd quickly pull them back in, well, I've always wondered, could a window actually cut your finger off? Let's find out. Oh, it was just a carrot. It was just a carrot. Don't demonetize us, YouTube.
In January 2009, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reported around 2,000 injuries and 5 fatalities caused by automatic power-operated window systems. Like someone cut their head off in a car window, or maybe like a kid. That's horrifying.
Before getting to the finger, I kind of want to scale up, right? Like, if it can crush a banana, it might be able to crush a finger. So let's get a banana. Maybe a sausage? Oh, definitely a carrot.
Fruit isn't really a finger substitute, but we're not looking for a perfect finger substitute, just something that gives us an idea of the damage a window could cause. Bananas, much like Michael Reeves, have a tough exterior but a soft interior. I don't think the window will cut through the banana, but it should do some damage.
What if we, like, break the window in the car? We're gonna use John's car because it's more of a straight ledge across, so it can just guillotine. What do you think's gonna happen? I think it's gonna just mush the banana. Oh, it's Taylor Swift playing, that's not good. Let's just cut right to the chase. Banana getting cut or mushed by window. I didn't make it go backwards, it detected that. No! I'm holding up still. It automatically detected like a current spike or something. A carrot being rolled up in a window. This whole experiment is being foiled by this damn car. What? What do we do? The safety has foiled our plans, which I guess is a good thing, but it sort of feels bad.
Confident in the German engineering of his own car, and in the name of science, cameraman John offers to sacrifice his fingers.
Ready? Yeah, if that was, did it hurt? A little, not really? Well, there you have it, guys. We'll see you next time when we do another stupid video that we spend a day on and then we go to experiment and it just doesn't work at all. Wow. lot of thought was put into building cars, and I'm very grateful for it. But right now, I kind of wish. I cannot believe we've been foiled by a safety system. This is not okay.
The German engineering of cameraman John's Jetta has proven to be way too safe. So let's switch back over to my American engineered car, the Ford Taurus.
You see how this right here goes like much more of an angle, so anything that's being pushed up is gonna get bent? Carrot on the American car. Yeah! Let's get some of that American lack of safety. All right, this one, I'm not sure either of us should put our finger in. Let's go for the banana, or the neighbors must think we are absolutely insane. Oh, it just keeps going. It just doesn't care. This might actually break your finger. Sausage. Oh my God, it lopped it clean off. That was awesome. If you cruise around in an old Ford Taurus wagon, do not let your parents roll your fingers up in the window.
What we need is to build something that represents a human finger.
Did you know you can buy human bones on the internet? Check it out. Real human finger bones for the low price of $90 US. If you ever wondered what the bones inside of your finger look like, I think this is it. Whose bones are these? Back on the topic of buying bones on the internet.
You can buy the bones of a child on the internet. That's not a joke. You can literally buy the bones of children.
Like, do they kill the kids?
Is somebody killing children for their bones? I don't know.
In the end, it doesn't really matter because I got what I needed, and that is real human finger bones. They are much more brittle than live human bones. We need a better representation of the actual strength of a live human bone.
Hey nerds, I'm back with another scientific paper.
Biomechanical test substitutes for bone. This paper suggests oak, the strength of oak versus the strength of bone, and tried to come up with an equivalent, and I probably didn't do a very good job, and this isn't conclusive, and I think I actually did a bad job, but I tried my best, and that's all that matters.
Is your ice cream machine working? Yeah. Could I get 2 cones? Do you want to? Okay. How often does it break? Once a week?
I have to say twice.
Twice a week it breaks?
And then they clean it out a lot.
She said it was literally just broken. Conspiracy theory? Why is the McDonald's ice cream machine always broken? Here, you want to spin? Oh, thank you so much. Where did we leave off? Oh yeah, to simulate a human finger bone, we're going to use oak wood. Hard oak. There's gotta be a better. Oak dowel. The first thing we need to do is make a mold of my finger so we can cast the bones inside of ballistics gel. I've always wanted to play with ballistics gel. What is ballistics gel? It is simply gelatin. Like, it's literally jello, unflavored jello. Alan Pan recommended a brand of synthetic ballistics gel, which is non-perishable. I think these zip ties might be a little too tight. My finger's starting to turn purple. And then to make the mold of my finger, we're gonna use alginate. I've never done any of this, so this is gonna be a learning experience. 1 part warm water. Wait, what does warm water mean? It's everywhere! It's on the computer. Ah! Making a mold of something small before going on to larger models, you'll gain a lot of experience with a small test. Yeah, right. I don't need to do any practice. I'll nail it on the first try. Does stuff like stick to clothes, or does it come off pretty much everything?
Alginate is a really inexpensive mold making material. It's kind of one-time use, but it's so cheap that it doesn't really matter. We're going to mix the powder with warm water, and then I stick my finger into a shot glass filled with the paste, and it solidifies in about 5 minutes. Then I can remove my finger.
What a weird feeling. It was like molting. I felt like my skin was shedding a layer.
And fill the mold up with gelatin. Just normal, ordinary gelatin you can buy from the store, except way less water than you'd normally use for a dessert, or I don't know, what else do you use gelatin for?
It smells like a gross soup.
Gelatin is an animal byproduct, which is why it smells so weird. Kind of like a mild corpse smell. It's not great. But the idea is that gelatin at a certain temperature, I think around 40 degrees Fahrenheit, is a really good representation of human flesh. So if we can create a human flesh exterior with some sort of interior structure, like the oak dowel, we should have a pretty good representation of a human finger that we can crush in a car window.
Look at this. It's worse than the first time. It exploded again. I made the same exact mistake twice in a row. Yeah, I think we ruined our clothes. Well, Good thing this wasn't like a one-of-a-kind hand-painted t-shirt from a fan. How to clean alginate off my computer. Algae? No, alginate! Oh! Oh my God. Look at the detail. This is awesome. Caretaker, open your hands. No, please, open your hands. What do you think it is?
Well, I saw something in the fridge. Oh, that's so gross. Is this your finger?
Yeah.
This is creepy.
Does that freak you out a little bit?
Oh, that doesn't, I don't like that.
Come back. Wait, no, Chelsea, wait, come back.
Why?
Should you do the bounce test? All right, American Car Gelatin Ballistics Gel. I think this window might actually break your finger. Synthetic ballistic gel finger with no bone. Wow. If you don't have any bones in your fingers, kids, you can roll them up in car windows and they'll only come out mildly bruised. Now, unfortunately, for those of you who do have bones in your fingers, let's see what happens when we roll your finger up in the car window. Yeah, it's not quite a scissoring action, like it's bending it too much. As I sort of just slowly scoot the window up, you can see it just like turns vertical. This would still be really painful. Look, it's starting to like cut the skin now. I think this would mess your finger up, but we're not quite in a position to break it because of how the window closes. Caretaker is letting us try her car. You know how much car windows cost to replace, right?
Wait,
The synthetic finger in Caretaker's car. 3, 2, 1. Oh, that would totally break your finger. It snapped it right in half. It just kept going. It like powered through. In the medical industry, this is called bone sticking out of skin. Ah! Did you get that? That was awful. It like exploded it. That sounded like a finger breaking too. That was a pop.
Window.
And the worst part is it automatically goes up
Do
too.
I have like Jello in my car?
Probably. I can't believe the newest car of all the cars here was like the most dangerous. So I don't think this is gonna be conclusive. What it will show us though is you don't want to stick your finger in a car window. You think we'll do the center bone? We're gonna go for the, what do you call this? Because I'm thinking like a kid hanging their finger out, kind of hooked onto the window. Real human finger bone, synthetic ballistics gel. 3, 2, 1. Didn't break, but it mushed the finger. Is it bad? Does it look gross on the outside? Oh, it ripped the skin off. At what point is it no longer a broken bone and just a severed finger? I think we might have found that point.
Did it split the bone, or
It split the bone at the joint, but it just ripped the gelatin. We're gonna go for the big bone. Do we have a name for these bones yet? None of us have any medical experience. This is the bottom of the finger, the largest bone we have. Synthetic ballistics gel, real human finger bone. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, that felt like a good, solid grab. I didn't hear a crack, but if it was gonna break it, that would have been it. I don't think you're gonna break your finger in a car window. Maybe an older car or a different, like a certain type of car. There you have it, fellow kids. Don't be sticking your fingers in your parents' window when the car is rolling them up. That didn't make any sense, but we're sticking with it. If you wanna win my human finger with 3D printed, is it mine or is it Cameron John's? Oh, it's mine. If you would like to win my finger with 3D printed bone in it, leave a comment. We're gonna scrub the fingerprints off of it so you can't get into any of my very important safes. We'll see you next time. I really wanna go get a car door from a junkyard and jerry rig it to just crack right through this. That'd be fun. I think that'd be fun. Hey, you wanna see a magic trick? Oh, I got your finger. Dad, are we there yet?
Just let me know.
After 5 years of searching, I have finally found something. Back in 2014, I received an email with a link to an article. The article was titled "Solve the Mystery of the Pointy S" and was about this stylized symbol in the shape of the letter S. Upon seeing the symbol, a dormant cluster of neurons and synapses within the deepest recesses of my brain lit up like a Christmas tree and forced a long-forgotten memory to the surface. I used to draw this symbol back in primary school. 2 rows of 3 vertical lines connected by 4 diagonal lines in the middle. The ends were then capped like so to create an S-shaped symbol. Beyond that, I could not remember where it came from, what it was supposed to represent, nor if it ever had a name. I think it was just a cool symbol that me and my classmates used to draw. To my surprise, however, this wasn't just some localized fad, but a globally recognized symbol. People from all over the world reported that they too had learned to draw this symbol as children or teenagers, none of whom seemed to know where it came from. After reading about this, I showed the symbol to my friends and family to see if I could provoke a few more Christmas trees, and sure enough, every single one of them recognized the symbol. Unfortunately, they were just as clueless as I was when it came to its origin. At this point, I was hooked. This is exactly the type of inconsequential, good-for-nothing mysteries that make me want to wake up in the morning. But as I began my search, I soon realized I was far from the first attempt to track down the origins of this symbol. Many had tried and failed where I now stood, but in my delusions of grandeur I brushed it off as the failings of lesser men, and into the abyss I went. I turned to my trusty board of keys, making sure to enable investigation mode, and after some intense clickety-clang, I managed to track down over 40 online discussions about this symbol. From this, I quickly learned the symbol was strongly associated with the American clothing brand Stussy, so much so that many even referred to the symbol as a Stussy. Stussy was founded in the early 1980s, and many insist they remember this symbol being one of their logos. The problem is, there's no evidence of that. Countless attempts notwithstanding, no one has been able to produce an article of Stussy clothing featuring this exact design, or even just a photograph of someone wearing such an article. Although, to be fair, some designs, like these two, are quite similar, and it's not difficult to see why people would conflate one for the other. Now, this could have been the end of the story if it wasn't for the fact that many claims to have drawn the symbol long before the 1980s. I mean, it's not like people would just go on the internet and lie, but even a spokesperson for Stussy claims the symbol predates the founding of the company. And so I returned to my alphabet shovel and resumed digging. Another frequent association is with the Japanese car and motorcycle company Suzuki. While that emblem has the same basic shape, the differences are also quite pronounced. The 2 most obvious ones being the spacing between the strokes of the letter, as well as the complete lack of vertical lines. However, the Suzuki logo has been in use since 1958, and so it has the advantage of being old enough to possibly be the origin. As such, one could argue that this is merely a simplified version which developed over time because it's easier to draw. Even so, I struggled to reconcile the fact that school children all over the world would want to reproduce the emblem of a Japanese motor company. At least the Stussy explanation made sense, as it is a clothing brand specifically targeting that demographic. And so I spun up the old dexterity trampoline once more. Another popular theory is that the symbol originated as a logo used by a rock or metal band. For instance, the symbol is frequently associated with the American heavy metal band Slipknot, but there's not even a passing resemblance in that case. Other bands include Styx, Slayer, and Kiss, just to name a few. The only band I've come across which actually does use the symbol as part of their logo is the American thrash metal band Sacred Reich. Unfortunately, the band was founded in 1985, and so it's not a contender for the origin. I could go on and on about all of these dead ends, but in the end, they're all just dead ends. So after spending a whole lot of time on a whole lot of nothing, I decided to do something productive. I needed a way to gauge the prevalence of the symbol, and so I spent some time extracting all the comments from all of these online discussions until I had a list of more than 27,000 comments. I then sifted through this wretched hive of scum and villainy to extract all the comments that mentioned a country, demonym, or capital city. After filtering out all the false positives, I ended up with a list of 1,215 comments which mentioned a country where this symbol had been seen or drawn. When mapped out geographically, this is what that data looks like. Alright, let's dial it back with the theatrics. As you can see, this symbol is practically universal. There is naturally going to be an overrepresentation of English-speaking countries like the US, UK and Australia, as these comments were taken from websites dominated by those countries. But it's still interesting to note that the symbol has a presence on every continent. Well, except Antarctica, as far as we know. I then went through the same process, except this time I extracted all the comments that mentioned a date. This is what that looks like. If these users on the internet, which is a sacred place of truth and nothing but the truth, then sightings of this symbol may go all the way back to the 1940s. It's not just international, but an intergenerational symbol. An S that transcends both space and time. It's the universal S. Speaking of which, is this even an S? Because some claim they always recognize the symbol as the number 8, which, when you think about it, makes perfect sense. It could also depict the number 5 or the number 2 when horizontally inverted, as seen in this graffiti from 2006. And why limit ourselves to just alphanumerics? It can also be a depiction of an infinity symbol, a $sign, or a double helix. Some speculate it could be a simplistic rendition of an Ouroboros, which is an ancient symbol of a snake or dragon eating its own tail to represent the circle of life and death. While it is tempting to think it could be a Möbius strip, this is not the case, as a Möbius strip famously has one side, while this symbol clearly has two. To further complicate the situation, there are way too many names for this symbol. One frequent name is the Superman S, presumably in reference to the iconic S of Superman, despite the lack of similarity between the two. Others have opted for more generic prefixes like skater, surfer, stoner, cool, and gangster. In total, I've come across over 60 different names, which make researching this symbol an absolute blast. I have also noticed a tendency for people to combine the symbol with certain terms and phrases. For example, it's frequently drawn as part of the word smile, specifically with a palm tree in place of the letter L. This is especially common in Greece for some reason. As if that wasn't enough, quite a few people claim to have drawn a chain, rope, or braid-like pattern by continuously adding rows of 3 vertical lines before closing off the ends, like so. What this means is the universal S have originated as a pattern that was eventually truncated down to an S-shaped symbol. If that's the case, this pattern could have existed for many centuries, if not millennia, because humans kinda have a thing for symmetry. Every culture on Earth has at one point or another made use of tessellation, interlacing, and decorative knotwork. So with that in mind, I spent an ungodly amount of time looking at ornamental books, ancient artifacts, and medieval thingamajigs, yet I have been utterly defeated in my quest to find evidence of this exact pattern. Some were indeed similar and might have inspired this pattern, but I could not find an exact match. Suffice to say, things were going great. In the midst of this action-packed adventure of indiscovery, I happened upon this comment posted by a user on Reddit back in 2011. According to them, the universal S began as a puzzle. The puzzle consisted of 2 rows of 3 vertical lines, and the challenge was to turn those lines into an S using nothing but straight lines. This sounded quite promising, and so I contacted said user and received this response. The puzzle was more specifically a matchstick puzzle, and it had supposedly been featured in a magazine titled Dynamite, published by the American publisher Scholastic. Unfortunately, the first issue was published in 1974, so even if this puzzle existed, it could not be the origin. However, I decided to pursue this lead anyway, because if I could find it, at least I would have some tangible evidence of the symbol's existence. Keep in mind, up until this point, all I had was hearsay. A bunch of internet strangers, the most voracious group to ever walk this earth, claiming they had seen or drawn this symbol at various points in time. The oldest photographic evidence came in the form of this aforementioned graffiti from 2006, as well as this squiggly version of the symbol etched into a desk from a Danish prison that closed down in 2006. I don't even remember how I found that. Anyway, I've since acquired about a dozen issues of Dynamite magazine as well as a bunch of matchstick puzzle books, and this would turn out to be a massive break of my spirit. Not a single one of these issues feature a matchstick puzzle of any kind. It's not even featured in the German masterpiece Streichholzspiele, which is said to be the mother of all matchstick puzzle books. And despite the near endless repository of matchstick puzzles available online, including every single puzzle featured in these books, this one is curiously missing. After spending so much time on this and getting absolutely nowhere, I reluctantly put this topic aside and moved on to other projects. For April Fools of 2017, Reddit orchestrated this event called Place. It was essentially a blank canvas divided into 1,000,000 pixels, and each user was allowed to alter the color of one pixel every couple of minutes. Whole communities came together and painted anything and everything, one pixel at a time. And as my eyes marveled at this pixelated microcosm of human civilization, something caught my attention. In the corner, there it was. In this rainbow-colored soup of insanity, some loose-knit band of heroes had joined forces to construct a symbol of which they knew nothing about. The gods had clearly spoken. The search had to continue. And this time it was different, because this time I found something. Throughout the video, I've alluded to another potential origin, namely graffiti. Many believe the symbol originated within the American graffiti movement of the 60s and 70s, and claim that various street gangs, especially on the east and west coast, used the universal S as their tag. It makes a lot of sense because graffiti makes heavy use of outlined block letters, and drawing a symmetrical S in that style can be quite frustrating. Perhaps this frustration is what gave birth to the comparatively simplistic technique we use to draw the universal S. 2 rows of 3 vertical lines connected by some lines in the middle. Simple. I can't even remember how many tens of thousands of photographs of graffiti I must have sifted through over the years, but one day I found this. It's an art piece by an artist named Jean-Michel Basquiat, and it was painted in New York in 1982. I almost missed it, but in the corner, just as the pixel gods had promised, there it was. Basquiat describes it as the classic S of graph, graph being short for graffiti, and it's not his only piece to feature the symbol. Interestingly enough, here it's painted right next to what appears to be the Superman symbol. Now, I knew this was not the origin, but it was some much needed evidence to substantiate this ocean of hearsay. Furthermore, it gave me some much needed motivation to keep digging because I had all but given up at this point. And with this newfound motivation, I stumbled upon something totally unexpected. I was reading about this photographer named John Narr, who in 1974 had published an influential photo book about graffiti titled The Faith of Graffiti. For some reason, the name John Narr sounded familiar, and after retracing my research, I managed to figure out why. Years before, I had watched an interview with John Narr conducted by none other than Stussy. I don't think I paid much attention to the video back then, but I really wish I had, because 1 minute and 38 seconds into that video, one of the photographs from The Faith of Graffiti is prominently displayed on screen, and hidden amongst the graffiti in that photograph is the universal S. The photograph was taken in New York City in late 1973, and it's not the only photograph in this collection in which the symbol is featured. What was so unexpected about this discovery is the fact that the symbol was literally hiding in plain sight. Not only was the interview conducted by the brand most strongly associated with this symbol, the video was uploaded in 2010 and has since amassed over 25,000 views. In spite of this, it seems to have gone completely undetected. Nevertheless, these photographs were now the earliest known evidence of the universal S. After spending a few more weeks chasing down potential leads without success, I put the video back on the shelf once again and went to work on other videos. Fast forward to mid-2018 when someone else discovered that in the movie Piranha from 1978, the symbol can be seen scribbled onto the wall of a jail cell about 2/3 into the movie. I found out the scene was filmed in Los Angeles the same year, and while it did not predate the aforementioned photographs, it was still more evidence. Sometime thereafter, I stumbled upon another collection of photographs taken in Los Angeles in the early 1970s by photographer Howard Gribble, many of which feature the number 8 in a style reminiscent of the universal S. The least ambiguous of which is definitely this one. Given that the symbol in this photograph is slightly faded compared to the text underneath, which appears to have been written in 1970, it might have been painted in the late 1960s. This was now the earliest known evidence. Although, as I later discovered, I am not the first to find this. A Reddit user by the name of Gary Duder posted a comment with a link to this photograph back in 2013. Unfortunately, it was buried beneath a mountain of other comments, and so this quite significant piece of evidence fell by the wayside. In any case, I was fairly satisfied at this point. I may not have found the origin, but I had found irrefutable evidence of the symbol's existence, and that was a hell of a lot more than I had at the beginning of all of this. So, a couple of months ago, I began writing the initial draft for this script. In doing so, I found myself going through my research for the quadrillionth time, just to make sure I had exhausted every conceivable avenue. That's when I stumbled upon this illustration featured in a book titled Mechanical Graphics. This book is not from the 60s, nor the 50s, nor the 1940s. It's not even from the 1900s. This book was published in 1890. What's so wonderful about this book is that it was written by a professor named Frederick Wilson, who taught geometry at Princeton University in New Jersey. So perhaps, just maybe, this is the school where it all began. As an expert on descriptive geometry and technical drawing, Wilson might have taught his students this neat trick of how to draw a symmetrical S. I suppose we may never know. Regardless, the existence of this illustration makes the universal S well over a century old. Presuming, of course, that you accept this slightly rounded version as a distant ancestor of the more angular version we see today. While it may seem strange for a symbol like this to be globally recognized long before the internet, it's really not. There are numerous pre-internet symbols with unknown origins which have as much of a global reach as the universal S. The Sator Square and Kilroy are but two examples. If anything, this symbol exemplifies the phenomenon for which Richard Dawkins coined the term meme back in 1976. An idea or behavior transmitted from person to person, in this case through writing and word of mouth. Nor is it difficult to see why it spread, as the method by which the symbol is drawn is both clever and practical, a perfect recipe for virality. No, the mystery here is all about the origin. Where did it come from? Does it really stem from some generic pattern, or could this 19th century illustration truly be the beginning? For all we know, this symbol may date back to the dawn of mankind, plastered across the walls of Paleolithic caves just waiting to be discovered. Okay, that may be a bit of a reach, but all I know is that I certainly won't be the one to definitively solve the mystery of the pointy S, because with the conclusion of this godforsaken video, I am so done with this topic. Thanks for watching, bye.
Just let me know.
On the 4th of January 2012, a user on 4chan posted this image to the site's infamous B or random board. The anonymous author, who went by the 4-digit pseudonym 3301, challenged users to uncover a message hidden within the image. Unbeknownst to those who stumbled across it, someone had just set in motion one of the most elaborate scavenger hunts the internet has ever seen. Within minutes of the image being posted, someone discovered that by opening the file using a text editor, an appended string of readable text could be found. The string contained a cipher that, once deciphered, formed a link to yet another image. At first, this appeared to be a dead end, but using an application known as OutGuess, users were able to extract hidden information embedded within the first image. The extracted information led to a subreddit, which in turn contained information about the book. The book, along with a code, could then be used to uncover a phone number that, when called, played this pre-recorded message.
Very good. You have done well. There are 3 prime numbers associated with the original final .jpg image. 3301 is one of them. You will have to find the other 2. Multiply all 3 of these numbers together and add a .com on the end to find the next step. Good luck. Goodbye.
By the following day, the initial image had been reposted all over the internet. A growing community of armchair detectives sought to unravel this elaborate puzzle, but no one was quite sure what to make of it. What was the puzzle for? Who was behind it? What happens when you reach the end? Some naturally dismissed it as an elaborate joke, while others perceived its complexity as evidence against it being the work of a mere troll. Before long, rumors began to circulate that this could be the work of some secret society or intelligence agency, with the intent of recruiting individuals proficient in cryptography, steganography, and other related fields. Of course, it was nothing but a rumor. The 2 missing numbers mentioned in the recording proved to be the dimensions of the original image. After multiplying the width and height with 3301 and using the product as a web address, users were taken to a website. The website consisted of a countdown as well as an image of a cicada. When the countdown reached 0, the page was updated with a list of coordinates. The coordinates pointed to locations around the globe, 14 locations in 5 different countries. It was now up to participants living near the specified coordinates to rise from their comfortable armchairs and venture outside. Those who believed Cicada to be the work of an organization now felt their beliefs had been justified. In their opinion, only some international collective possessed the means and resources to create a scavenger hunt of this magnitude. This was not the work of your average troll. No, this had to be something else. At each location was a poster with a cicada symbol and a QR code.
On the bike shelter over here. See, I got it right there. Oh. You can see the corners. I was excited. I just kind of ripped it off.
The codes linked to an image, the image contained a riddle, the riddle led to a book, and the book led to a website. But here, the puzzle took an unexpected turn. Only a select group of first arrivals to this website were accepted into the final stage of the puzzle. The site eventually closed down with the message, "We want the best, not the followers." The finalists were also warned not to collaborate with others nor to share the details of this private stage of the puzzle. Well, given that we know this, it's safe to say that not everyone heeded that warning. But those who did presumably advanced through the final stages before reaching the very end of the puzzle. After nearly a month of silence, an image appeared on the subreddit announcing the conclusion of the puzzle, and just like that, the hunt was over. Cicada had supposedly found the highly intelligent individuals they were looking for, and whatever happened to them is a bit of a mystery, but more on that in a moment. The complete lack of an explanation was perceived by many as confirmation that the puzzle had been nothing but a wild goose chase intent on wasting everyone's time. After all, questions raised by the original image remained unanswered. What was the puzzle for? Who was behind it? What happens when you reach the end? However, as it later turned out, this was only the beginning. Whomever was behind this intricate game had the foresight to include an authentication code known as a PGP signature along with every clue. This allowed users to verify that an image or message was actually from Cicada, as opposed to some imposter seeking to derail or hijack the puzzle. Cicada had repeatedly warned of such false paths and insisted that any message lacking a valid PGP signature should promptly be disregarded. That's why this image, posted exactly a year and a day after the first, provoked such a frenzy. After a year of lackluster imitations, this image finally matched the official PGP signature. Cicada was back, and it was time for round 2. The second puzzle was not too dissimilar from the first. The image enclosed a message, the message led to a book, the book produced a link, and gradually the puzzle unfolded. At one point, a recording titled The Instar Emergence was uncovered. Another clue led to a cryptic Twitter account, which then led to an image. The image proved vital to the progression of the puzzle, but the inclusion of this runic alphabet would remain a mystery for quite some time. Much like the first puzzle, the second swelled into the physical world when a list of coordinates compelled participants to once again take to the streets in search of enigmatic posters. This time it was 8 locations in 4 different countries. But eventually the trail went cold once again. Another select group of first arrivals had been accepted into a final private stage of the puzzle. Unlike the first puzzle, the second did not conclude with an official message from Cicada. The trail merely went cold and Cicada vanished once more, leaving us no closer to an explanation. However, this was still not the end. At the beginning of 2014, it was time for round 3. Once again, the image enclosed a message, the message led to a book, the book produced a link, and suffice it to say, it was more of the same. Except this time, the puzzle seemed to revolve around a strange book. The book was titled Liber Primus, meaning first book in Latin, and was evidently written by Cicada. The runic alphabet uncovered in 2013 finally made sense, as the book was primarily written in runes. Even so, the meaning of the translated pages were cryptic at best. The book consisted of various philosophical and ideological ideas and appeared to be their manifesto. Many have since compared the strange writings to that of a cult. Nevertheless, the book also comprised a myriad of clues and codes. For example, this page advised participants to seek out a website on the deep web, but the site remains undiscovered. Another page led to a website containing yet another recording titled Interconnectedness. However, a significant portion of the book has yet to be translated. The runic text on some of the pages appear to be obfuscated by layers of encryption that has yet to be decrypted. Of the 74 pages featuring runes, only 19 have been successfully translated. As 2015 came and went without the launch of a new puzzle, many came to suspect the Liber Primus had to be completed if Cicada was to return. This was more or less confirmed at the beginning of 2016, when Cicada encouraged a re-examination of the book. More than 4 years have now gone by with minimal progress and near complete silence from Cicada. Questions raised by the original image have gone ignored. What is the purpose of these puzzles? Who's behind them? What happens when you reach the end? When the initial image appeared on 4chan back in 2012, many assumed Cicada 3301 to be an alternate reality game designed by a corporation to promote a new service or product. For example, Microsoft developed an elaborate ARG back in 2001 to promote the film Artificial Intelligence, and a similar viral marketing campaign was used to promote the release of Halo 2. But the release of subsequent puzzles and the complete lack of commercialization has more or less eliminated that possibility. If we choose to believe some of the leaked information from the private end stage of each puzzle, then we do gain some insight into who this group might be. For example, at the end of the first puzzle, finalists supposedly received this email. In it, Cicada described themselves as an international group who believe that privacy is an inalienable right. The aim of each puzzle is to recruit like-minded individuals in an effort to develop privacy-conscious solutions. The email then concludes with 3 questions. The PGP signature, which would have confirmed the authenticity of the email, was conveniently removed by the leaker. If a version with a valid signature does exist online, I was unable to find it. But regardless of its legitimacy, I find this question a bit odd. It reads, "Do you believe that information should be free?" Assuming the expected answer is yes, then the very first sentence, "Do not share this information," seems a bit hypocritical. While the idea of a secret society recruiting individuals by means of elaborate cryptographic puzzles may seem a bit absurd or even conspiratorial, it's not entirely unfounded. Corporations and governments alike have employed similar recruitment techniques since at least the Second World War. In 2013, the British intelligence agency GCHQ launched a recruitment program known as Can You Find It? Participants had to decrypt a number of cryptograms hidden across the internet, and those who managed to solve the entire puzzle were offered a prize or a position at the agency. Google did something similar with enigmatic billboards back in 2004, and the US Navy launched a near-identical project in 2014. Okay, but then what about the recruits? Why have we not heard from these chosen few? Well, we have. It's just that separating a legitimate finalist from an imposter is virtually impossible. In a 2015 interview with Rolling Stone, 2 alleged winners of the first puzzle chronicled the events beyond the final stage. After receiving an email from Cicada, they were taken to a forum on the dark web. Here they could communicate with 20-some-odd recruits as well as a handful of established members of Cicada. They were told that Cicada 3301 had been founded by a group of friends who shared common ideals about security, privacy, and censorship. The goal was to work as a collective to develop software applications in line with that ideology. As friends recruited friends, this secret society quickly expanded into a decentralized international organization. The recruits were then tasked with developing software that fit the ideology of the group, and members of Cicada would oversee their progress. But without the allure of a puzzle to be solved, the recruits quickly lost interest. By the end of 2012, all but one had left, and a few months later, the site was gone. They never heard from Cicada again. One of the 2 winners, named Marcus Wanner, later elaborated further in a video by YouTuber Nox Populi. Furthermore, Nox Populi himself claims to be a winner of the second puzzle, so I reached out to him, and this is some of what he had to say. After completing the final stages of the second puzzle, Nox Populi received an invitation to join Cicada 3301. However, he was not invited to a website but was instead merely told to be patient. Then, around May of 2013, all communication with Cicada abruptly ceased. This was around the same time as when the website dedicated to the winners of the first puzzle was suddenly taken down. Nox Populi later contacted other winners of the second puzzle to compare notes, and their experiences were identical. In his own words, "All the stories were the same. We were invited to join 3301, then something happened, and silence followed a request for patience." Nox Populi supposed that roughly 5 others completed the second puzzle, in contrast to the 20-odd winners of the first. In regards to who or what Cicada is, Nox Populi believes they could be a remnant of the cypherpunk movement of the late 80s and 90s. Essentially a small group of activists advocating widespread use of strong cryptography and privacy-enhancing technologies. but he admits that there is no way to know for certain. If you want a far more comprehensive walkthrough of these puzzles as opposed to my brief overview, Nox Populi has produced a number of videos on his channel which I highly recommend. While these accounts cannot be verified, they do make for a very compelling argument as to what Cicada is. A group of anonymous developers seeking to develop privacy-conscious applications by recruiting talented individuals via cryptographic puzzles. Sure, it is not nearly as exciting as a shadow government seeking world domination or any of the more fantastical theories, but it is certainly more plausible. You have to keep in mind that no part of these puzzles would have required more than one person. The posters are often pointed to as evidence that this must be the work of some international organization, but I beg to differ. I mean, right now, I could use any number of services to hire random persons around the globe to install posters for me. Although, given that no poster was located more than an hour away from an airport leads me to believe that one or multiple persons actually traveled to these locations. I mean, some of the posters were found within walking distance of an international airport. The fact is that anyone with a disposable income and enough time on their hands would be able to create the illusion of a vast, secret network spanning the globe. Not saying that that is the case with Cicada 3301, but it is nonetheless a possibility that cannot be discounted. With all of that being said, I personally think a loose-knit group of privacy-minded hobby cryptographers to be the most plausible explanation. Cicada made their last public statement in April of 2017, merely warning against disinformation, but the current status of the third puzzle and the possibility of a fourth remains clouded in mystery. Abraham Lincoln famously said, "If you've read it on the internet, it must be true." A quote that most YouTube list channels seem to have taken to heart. But it is often difficult to know if the things that you read and view online are true or not, which makes it especially difficult for me as it's part of my job description. The last thing I want is to be the source of misinformation. So in today's video, I'd like to demonstrate how truly difficult it can be and how a single inaccurate citation can lead to an ocean of misinformation. Okay, so a few weeks ago I stumbled upon a supposed fact. It goes like this. The average person annually swallows 8 spiders in their sleep. I've seen variations of this claim many times before and it's quite easily dismissible. For example, most household spiders are not exactly fond of wet and windy regions, which is a perfect description of the human mouth. Furthermore, spiders are very sensitive to vibrations, and while asleep we tend to move around, breathe, snore, etc., which causes the spider equivalent of an earthquake. A human quake? Nevertheless, experts in both human and spider biology can attest to why spider munching in our sleep is highly improbable. But it did make me wonder, if the claim is so easily dismissible, how did it begin? And holy community guidelines, did I discover a rabbit hole deeper than your favorite inspirational quote. A quick search led me to an article on a website known as Snopes.com. Snopes is a website specializing in debunking urban legends, and most people seem to agree that it is a quite reputable source. In the article they claimed that the myth gained popularity in 1993 when a columnist by the name of Lisa Birgit Holst wrote an article titled "Reading is Believing" in a magazine known as PC Professional. She supposedly wrote the article, which included the 8 spiders myth, to demonstrate how people will believe anything they read online. They further claimed that she took this myth from a book released in 1954 titled Insect Fact and Folklore. So, if Snopes is to be believed, the myth began with a book released in 1954. And to solidify this claim even further, you can find hundreds of articles and books telling the exact same story. Simple enough, quite an interesting piece of trivia, case closed. If it wasn't for the fact that I bought the book, and it does not include any mention of swallowing spiders in your sleep. In fact, it would be a bit strange if it did, as spiders are not insects, they are arthropods, which is, a bit ironically, the only thing you will learn about spiders while reading this book. So I went back to Snopes' article and went through the rest of their citations. 2 are unrelated to the origins of the myth. Then they cite an article in a 1997 issue of the newspaper Chicago Sun-Times. I was able to read the article thanks to some incredibly kind people over at the Chicago subreddit who provided me with a copy. Unfortunately, it does not shed any light on the origins of the myth, as the article only consists of a reader asking if this urban legend is true or not, followed by an entomologist claiming that it is unlikely. That leaves us with citation number 3. And this, my friends, is where we go off the deep end. A quick search reveals that I'm not the first to investigate this source, as most of the top results are that of other people looking for the exact same thing. As it turns out, no one has been able to find a columnist by the name of Lisa Birgit Holst, nor has anyone been able to locate a computer magazine by the title of PC Professional. At least not in the United States. So perhaps the magazine was published in another country. The name Lisa Birgit Holst does sound quite European, and sure enough, the given middle and surname is of European origins. Using various online archives, catalogs and indexes, I was able to locate 5 different magazines with either a similar title or with the exact same title published in a language other than English. There's a magazine from the UK with the title PC Pro, but the first issue was first published in November of 1994. I also found a magazine with the exact title of PC Professional, but it was unfortunately written in an unsophisticated and intelligible language known as Danish. The first issue was also published in 1997. A Swedish magazine, also with the exact title of PC Professional, published a grand total of what appears to be 2 issues, one in 1992 and one in 1993. The thing is, if we're searching for an article responsible for a widespread global misconception, I fail to see how an obscure and short-lived magazine from Sweden with a readership of a few thousand at most could possibly have served as the catalyst, not to speak of the tremendous improbability of this local magazine then ending up in the hands of an American couple who happens to run a website specializing in debunking urban legends, who then also translated the magazine from Swedish to English, yet failed to mention any of this in the very article they wrote about the topic. So let's put it in the maybe pile for now. The last 2 publications, one from Italy and one from Germany, seem to be the most likely candidates. Both magazines are titled PC Professional in their respective language, had a readership in the hundreds of thousands, and has released monthly issues since 1991. At this point, there was no doubt in my mind that the German magazine must contain the article for 2 main reasons. First, the surname Holst is Danish and German in origin, and thus a really common surname in Germany to this very day. As a comparison, I was only able to track down a single person in all of Italy with the surname Holst. Second, the magazine is the official German version of PC Magazine, which is one of the most popular PC-oriented magazines in the United States. In fact, PC Mag has mentioned its German sister publication on numerous occasions. This had to be it. And if I wanted to know the truth, there was only one thing left for me to do. I packed my bags, jumped on a plane, and traveled to Germany. On second thought, maybe I should see if I can find it online first. I eventually found a German library that, for a small fee, could send me a scanned copy of page 71 from the 1993 January issue of PC Professional. And here it is. Unfortunately, the library who provided me with this scanned copy had some serious copyright restrictions, so I hired a translator to replace the German text with English and then recreated the page in Photoshop. But it doesn't matter, because it does not contain anything even remotely relevant to this mystery. No Lisa Holst, no spidery misconceptions, no nothing. And if this is not it, I highly doubt this article exists. I mean, I even clicked page 2 on Google search, so you know I've been thorough. After pacing back and forth and questioning my own sanity for the better part of the week, I began to wonder if Snopes had, for whatever reason, intentionally provided incorrect information. I then quickly found a Reddit post demonstrating how the name Lisa Birgit Holst is an anagram for "This is a big troll." Unless we are to believe that this perfect anagram is just a random coincidence, it would mean that Snopes has written a meta-article about a made-up columnist who once wrote a made-up article about people's willingness to accept false claims as the truth, in order to expose people's willingness to accept false claims as the truth. A bit convoluted, sure, but oh, did they succeed. Almost every mention of this urban legend since has been accompanied by the supposed origin story, which is of course presented as the truth, when in actuality it may be as mythical as the myth it is attempting to dispel. All of these hundreds or even thousands of authors has fallen for the exact same trap, as none of them could be bothered to validate a simple citation and gladly lifted information they assumed to be accurate. And it's easy to see why they would make that assumption, because if you search for this urban legend today, this is what you will find. Page after page of articles proudly and unknowingly presenting a fake story in order to disprove a fake story. I should also mention that I contacted Snopes on multiple occasions in the hopes that they could shed some light on the whole situation, but like everyone else before me, I received nothing but an automated reply. But even if this godforsaken article exists and the anagram is just a random coincidence, the endless retelling of this story has been told under the pretense that the Lisa Holst article exists, and not due to any prior knowledge of its existence. Because the fact still stands, no one has been able to find it, yet everyone writes as if they have. It's the most perfect example of circular reporting I've ever come across.
Hello, welcome to my Minecraft Alpha tutorial, how to survive the first night.
This short tutorial is going to show you how to make a diamond pickaxe from scratch. And today, I'm going to be showing you how to make a mob spawner.
Today, I am going to show you how to make your very own dirt house. The
This cave, this music, this artwork, this biome, perhaps even this house, takes each and every one of us back to a certain chapter in our past life. A period specifically unique to only our own memory, that is now simply a representation of a chapter to which we will never return. It's bizarre, isn't it? We seem to place a higher value on what happened in our past, as if the game we were playing in 2010 was significantly better than that same game in 2020, despite the fact that on paper, the game has improved significantly since. We try to justify and pretend that the early 2010s was better than 2020 by stating that we preferred the old texture packs, or we preferred when there were less mobs in the game, or possibly even everyone's favourite excuse of the game was more simplistic back then. However, the reality of why many of us feel as though Minecraft was so much better in the early 2010s was nothing besides that dirty little liar by the name of nostalgia, insisting that things were way better than they seemed at the time. But the most important question might be, why do we feel so much nostalgia for Minecraft? And why is it that there are elements of the early 2010s to which we just unconsciously ignore as if they were nothing but a simple ant walking on the pavement, while there are other aspects of the early 2010s such as Minecraft where we have an almost deeply emotional reaction when reminiscing on the topic? Well, to pour the slab, to set the table, to establish a foundation for what is to be covered in this video, we first have to ask, what is nostalgia? Well, these days in popular culture, nostalgia references that bittersweet feeling you get when thinking about the good old days, or earlier parts of your life. However, this definition wasn't always concrete. When the word was first derived, it was actually a medical condition. Nostalgia, that feeling of wanting to be back in the past, a medical condition? Well, let me explain. The word was coined as a description for soldiers in the 1600s who had homesickness to such a level that they would receive stomach pains, high fever, fainting, and sometimes even death, all from this longing and desire to leave wartime and be back at home with their family. So in the beginning, nostalgia was far from a positive, an almost debilitating mental homesickness disease that you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. However, as wars were fought and won, as nations rose and fell, as the natural death and rebirth of nature evolved the biological experiment known as man, the definition of nostalgia began to change. Rather than the original definition of wanting to be back home while at war, nostalgia seemed to bizarrely take on the definition of wanting to be back in the past. Only 90s kids will remember these advertisements. 2000s kids, my childhood. 2010s nostalgia that will make you cry. Products, services, videos, all exploiting that natural desire to be your younger self once again. And if you look very closely at the thumbnail on this video, it's obvious that one of the prime suspects in 2010 nostalgia is Minecraft. But why? Well, to begin exploring, we might first ask, what circumstances do we normally feel nostalgic for? Well, as a baseline, I think it's safe to say that we don't normally feel nostalgic for events that we remember to be unpleasant. A hospital trip in your childhood, hurting yourself after falling off a bike, accidentally walking into the girls' toilets during your formidable school years. These don't seem to be events that we wish to reminisce on. No, it seems to be the opposite of this. We feel nostalgic for events that were overwhelmingly pleasant. Events that in retrospect appeared to be when our monkey mind wasn't chattering. Events where we didn't have a care in the world. What is this feeling if not how we felt while playing Minecraft? The game seems to be almost built around the elements that are retrospectively so nostalgic. Peacefulness, simplicity, and perhaps a lack of competition. Minecraft has been built in a way where you never really have to come face to face with stressful moments or harsh levels of competition. Now obviously this isn't entirely true. Your first trip to the nether, digging straight down with no knowledge of what might be beneath, or those few seconds after falling in lava that could be more stressful than someone typing www.p in your personal computer's address bar. However, for the most part we seem to have a bias towards remembering the non-stressful events. Trawling through a cave on peaceful mode looking for diamonds, trying to recreate that house that you saw your favorite YouTuber build, linking up with your school friends online after creating your first server. The low stress, low competition, simplistic moments seem to be the ones that we remember most vividly. And it seems as though this is kind of how the developers designed the game to some extent, especially when it comes to the graphic design and textures of the game. The game is a poster child for simplicity all the way down to the way the blocks were created. The low graphics and block-like textures give off the vibe of retro simplicity, and that retro simplicity is a prime suspect for the nostalgia that the game produces. It's like a modern day Frogger or Pac-Man for the 2010s, two games that these days are almost solely remembered and played for the nostalgia factor. The game was and is literally notorious for how bad the graphics were. I'm sure many of you guys remember in the early 2010s how Minecraft would always spawn an argument along the lines of, just because a game has bad graphics doesn't mean it's a bad game. However, without us realizing over time, these bad and simplistic graphics were just another element that added to the nostalgia significantly. significantly. But it wasn't only the simplicity and graphics that made the game nostalgic. Saying that bad graphics equals nostalgia is a pretty weak argument. No, as if Minecraft's nostalgia is comparable to a work of art created by Da Vinci himself, there are multiple layers to analyze. Emotion, the next key player in Minecraft's nostalgia.
You know, it's not just numbers, they describe the emotion and how hooked they are, and I was playing all night again, I can't go to work, I gotta call in sick.
The gameplay style, focusing on the emotion and creativity rather than the competition. Genius, because there's not many games that focus on emotion rather than competition. Every game these days, Fortnite, Call of Duty, League of Legends, all focus on becoming better and beating other players within the game. And while each of these games certainly has their own elements of nostalgia, they don't seem to have that compelling emotional nostalgia that you get when you think about the early days of Minecraft. Increased emotion alongside decreased competition seems to be a recipe for a nostalgic memory of the game in question. But the real question might be, where does this emotion come from? What are the elements of emotion within Minecraft? Sure, it's easy to say that Minecraft becomes nostalgic owing to the emotion it produces, but that's very broad. Can we think a little bit more specifically? Let's think about smell, one of the senses that can produce an overwhelming sense of nostalgia should you get a whiff of a scent that reminds you of your younger years. An old deodorant that you used when you were younger, those plastic Christmas tree leaves teleporting you back to your younger self, staying up for the formalities of Christmas morning. The smell of sunscreen, even in the coldest of winters, preparing our mind as someone ready to jump in the deep end of a swimming pool. Certain senses produce varying levels of nostalgia, and while there were certainly some nasty smells coming out of my 14-year-old room after a 6-hour gaming sesh back in 2012, Minecraft itself obviously doesn't have all that much of a smell. It's a video game. And a video game can't trigger your sense of smell, but what it can do is trigger your hearing with sounds, and specifically music. The Minecraft soundtrack is one of, if not the most memorable game soundtracks of all time. Why? Well, it provides everything that we discussed in the previous paragraph about the elements that seem to trigger nostalgia. Peace of mind, that flow state, simplicity, and specifically an overwhelming provision of emotion. Minecraft's soundtrack was created by Daniel Rosenfeld, or C418, and took a very different approach comparative to many other games at the time. Considering Minecraft is an open world adventure game, you might expect some kind of adventurous music similar to maybe Borderlands or Skyrim. However, due to the game's weak Java engine back in 2011, C418 had to make the music as simple as possible, producing the basic soundtrack somewhat representative of impressionistic classical music back in the 1800s, a music type that focuses on mood and atmosphere. And the mood that the Minecraft soundtrack produces is this feeling of bittersweet, like the music is happy but also kind of sad at the same time. And I don't want to sound too much like an 8th grade English teacher here, but this feeling of bittersweet seems to be a representation of the feeling that many of us have for the nostalgia of Minecraft. Bittersweet, we're both kind of happy that it happened while simultaneously sad that it's over. And the music seems to represent this perfectly. When we hear the music now, it seems to connect us back up with the innocence of our younger years. And that's kind of exactly what nostalgia is, the innocence of adolescence, or probably more accurately, the perceived simplicity of earlier life. Then let's take everything we've discussed so far, the calm, carefree, competition-free gameplay as well as the emotional, atmospheric music, and combine it with one final element, the age in which we all played Minecraft upon its early release. Now, in this video so far, I've tried to ignore anything to do with the scientific side of nostalgia, because I basically have as much science knowledge as a chimpanzee wearing a lab coat. However, there's one element I stumbled across which I really couldn't leave out. So I'm going to go ahead and give you my extremely uninformed opinion on a scientific phenomena that, yes, I only just kind of learnt myself, yeah. The lifespan retrieval curve. A graph that shows when the most memories are encoded in our brains based on our age. The graph shows that the first memories that we begin to become nostalgic for start at around age 10, and increase as time progresses. So ask yourself, what would you say is the target age for Minecraft? Or perhaps you might ask yourself, at what age did you start playing Minecraft? Something like 10 years old onwards possibly? Is it possible that Minecraft just so happened to be there for many of us at a time in our life when we were most susceptible to memories that would eventually turn into nostalgia? It makes sense, really. For every period in our life, we seem to be nostalgic for one thing or another. And in your early to late teens, what was there to be nostalgic for besides maybe school, an event which many of us didn't even feel nostalgia for? We could also link this theory up with the fact that our earlier memories seem to be the memories that we feel more nostalgic for. Now, this is a theory that once again has absolutely no scientific evidence behind it, and would be completely different from person to person based on their own situation, but for many of us watching, you could argue that you seem to be much more nostalgic for the events that happened 8 years ago as opposed to the events that happened 6 months ago. Perhaps it's because as time progresses you have more time to dwell on how good that initial event was, and after 8 years of occasionally thinking about it, you come to the conclusion that, hey, that was actually a pretty good point in my life. And whether or not this nostalgia was intentional, it's now been proven to be an extremely vital element of Minecraft's business model, causing players to constantly revisit the game over the years to get that sweet release of their childhood. And it's well and truly spread out into different areas such as YouTube and Twitch, with YouTubers and streamers alike gaining massive views by revisiting the game after many years of not playing. And with one individual, the element of nostalgia quite literally re-exploded the game into the mainstream. PewDiePie posted the video Minecraft Part 1 in June 2019, with the initial idea being that PewDiePie would simply play the game for the nostalgia just to see what had changed.
I have not played Minecraft properly in ever. I think a lot of it has changed. I'm not sure. After all these years, I'm back in Minecraft.
Well, it seems as though the audience wanted to get a hit of this PewDiePie playing Minecraft nostalgia as well, as the video gained a whopping 45 million views. Then, if you look at the Google Trends graph for Minecraft, this video posted by PewDiePie quite literally caused a resurge in the popularity of the game, and it became mainstream on YouTube once again. Since this period, mid-2019, about a year and a half ago, many other huge YouTubers such as MrBeast Gaming and Dream have utilised the popularity to gain massive views and grow their audience. And how can we be so sure that this growth would be possible if PewDiePie didn't revisit the game for the element of nostalgia in mid-2019? So, to put this to rest, let's answer the final question. Why is Minecraft so nostalgic? I think it's safe to say that it's basically the multiple elements of emotion and simplicity that produce a peaceful state of mind which slowly transition into nostalgic memories over time. You could probably also argue that it has something to do with the age in which these memories form, with many of us experiencing the bulk of the Minecraft nostalgia from our early to late teens. And this conversation about age is an interesting one, because the resurgence of Minecraft in the mainstream has made it so the younger generation may very well have another wave of nostalgia for the Minecraft of today in 7 to 10 years. And who knows, maybe the generation after that will have yet another wave, continuing indefinitely until we're telling stories in the year 2080 of the great game we all knew and loved in the 2010s, Minecraft Alpha.
You never know. You might be like a broken man in your late 20s. Like,
you think?
I mean, most YouTubers are, so.
He was basically with his underage fans, you know, sending eggplant emojis. They were sending back peach emojis.
19 and 17 isn't illegal. It's only illegal on Twitter.
So recently, Carson has been facing some very serious allegations that he was soliciting pictures from an underage fan of his.
Using his position as a YouTube creator and internet influencer in order to manipulate fans.
This could honestly just be the end of Call Me Carson. Like, this could honestly actually be like a genuine cancellation of Call Me Carson.
At one point in time, Carson was what many considered to be a king of the internet. He had an incredibly loyal, almost cult following, a differentiated public image as a nerdy yet confident introvert, and arguably one of the most solid reputations across the content creation sphere. But only 4 months ago, all of this seemed to change. With the assistance of the drama community, including individuals like Keemstar, Scarce, and almost every commentary channel on YouTube, Carson's content creation journey would come to a halt. Since completely disappearing off the internet 4 months ago, Carson has barely said a word. Where did Call Me Carson go? Why has Carson decided to avoid the drama instead of facing it front on? Do these 4 recently posted updates hint at a return? Or is it simply Carson finding an outlet to troll while remaining out of the public eye? This video will explain every single event leading up to the sudden disappearance of Carson King, so we can ultimately answer the question of what happened to Call Me Carson. Carson King would create his first YouTube channel all the way back in September 2011 at the age of 12 under the name Blue Creepers 1.
Hey guys, it's the Blue Creepers 1.
And considering he's only 21 years of age now, this means that Carson has been on his YouTube journey for almost 50% of his lifetime. Carson explained that his desire to begin making content came from
watching like Pokemon walkthroughs. And I was like, I want to do that.
And that he was almost addicted to the content creation process from the second he began. However, despite this long-lasting channel making Carson an absolute YouTube veteran, he saw little success in the beginning. Carson would upload videos such as Carson's Choice and Minecraft multiplayer adventures.
Yo, what's up guys? I'm playing a little Minecraft again.
But due to his young age, the poor quality and lack of story within the videos, they wouldn't even touch the surface on the YouTube algorithm. And Carson would remain as a barely recognizable prepubescent teen with a following of less than 50 subscribers. But despite the lack of following, Carson enjoyed making the content and always seemed to have that vision for being YouTube famous despite his young age.
I already love the idea of being a big YouTuber, but I was a f***ing child.
And perhaps with the assistance of his early obliviosity, Carson would do something bizarre. He'd create 3 similar but separate channels to make videos on. Blue Creepers 1, as previously mentioned, Gamercraft 157, and Icebox Carson, spreading regular content across all 3.
Hey guys, what's up? Carson here, back with the Minecraft challenge.
Throughout 2011 and 2012, Carson would upload more than 130 videos across these 3 channels, once again signaling his love for the content creation process from a young age. However, despite clearly enjoying the idea of being a YouTuber, none of these channels really did much for him, as most of the videos on these channels still have less than 50 views to this day. But the lack of success ended up being a positive for Carson, as it perhaps indicated to him that it was time to ditch all 3 channels and focus on a new singular channel that he could invest all of his energy into. For this reason, on his 13th birthday, the 10th of May 2012, Carson King would create the channel that would eventually become the famous Call Me Carson channel that we know of today. The official Call Me Carson channel, or Blue Crew Pros as it was known in the beginning, was pretty similar to the previous channels in terms of performance. Carson's young age and fairly horrible video making skills repelled a potentially loyal audience. But this would begin to change slightly in 2013 at the age of 14, when Carson would upload a video titled Mine of Duty Summit Trailer. This video has since been privated, but would gain him 100,000 views and provide the channel with its first bit of subscriber growth, also possibly signifying to Carson that continuing the uploads would be worthwhile, and with perseverance and consistency, something might eventually become of this channel. But if Carson was going to continue the uploads, it only made sense that he wanted to put a face to the name. So he would go ahead and reveal his face to the audience in a video appropriately titled Face Reveal.
Hi, how are you?
Now, having a face attached to the Call Me Carson channel was extremely useful for identifying the owner, but it did little for him in the way of growth. Throughout 2014 and 2015, Carson had some semi-viral videos such as a now deleted Butter song dedicated to Sky Does Minecraft, but by March 2016, almost 5 years after starting his YouTube journey, Carson had barely cracked the 4,000 subscriber mark. The videos he was posting were self-described as
Those videos were so they were so unbelievably bad.
Dude. And therefore this kind of low-level growth would continue into 2017, then 2018, gaining at a rate of around 200 per month. After 7 years of making content, Carson was still unable to gain more than 1,000 subscribers in a month, but Carson didn't care that he was gaining less than 1,000 subscribers a month. He instead valued the growth in comparison to 2011 when he was gaining 0 subscribers a month. Carson just continued to push through the mud, and in May 2018, the Call Me Carson channel would finally get its big break.
You guys like Garfield?
Oh,
Hell
I
yeah.
love Garfield. Show me some Garfield. I don't like Garfield all that much.
Oh my.
On the 11th of May 2018, Carson would upload a video to his channel titled DeviantArt is Not Safe.
Power/abilities. Pete Bizon. Street.
She's not an alien.
She's an alien.
The video was done in a somewhat similar style to many other rising internet review videos which were being popularized at the time, and as a result performed in somewhat of a similar manner. Only 2 months after the video had been posted, it had added a total of 1.25 million views to the Call Me Carson channel, which was more than the channel's combined total views from the 6 years worth of previously posted content. On top of this, Carson would gain 35,000 subscribers from the video, and Carson had officially gone from a nothing to a small YouTuber. However, Carson wouldn't stay as a small YouTuber for long, because he was about to post a video for his 35,000 subscribers that would quintuple his total count once again.
How's it going, Don Cheadle?
Hey, Don Cheadle, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty okay.
Oh, hey, Don Cheadle.
Hey, Don Cheadle. How are you today?
Oh
no, 3 Don Cheetos. Oh,
hi, I'm Don Cheadle.
Hey, how's it going, Don Cheadle?
Oh, hey, Don Cheadle. Hi, I'm Don Cheadle.
After seeing the success of his DeviantArt is not safe video, Carson would go on to upload a video titled Invading Discord Servers, and to say that this video was hilarious would be an absolute understatement.
Watch out, gamer. I'm close to leveling up and you look like just enough XP.
The hilarious nature of this video caused Carson to gain a whopping 158,000 further subscribers in July 2018, only 2 months after he would gain his first bit of traction, ultimately revealing 2 main things to Carson. Firstly, that his videos were finally of high enough quality to maintain an audience, and secondly, that he should continue to pump out videos with a similar style and premise. Carson would go on to do so.
What is this kid? Where is my super suit?
And by March 2019, only 9 months after initially blowing up, Carson will pass 1 million subscribers, which was accompanied by a video celebrating the milestone.
Thank you guys all for 1 million subscribers. This has been my dream since I was about 11, so I really can't overstate how joyful I am about this.
Carson's YouTube channel and Twitch streams would continue to grow throughout 2019, to the point where he would even announce that Carson and some of his YouTube friends would be hosting a podcast titled Unzipped.
Here's the plug.
The plug! It's coming! Go subscribe to the Unzipped podcast down below. We are going to upload podcasts weekly.
Each of these elements led to an incredibly successful 2019 for Carson, to the point where he would state that he couldn't even leave his house without being recognized in public. However, despite Carson saying that constantly getting recognized in public was one of his goals,
sooner or later you will start getting recognized out in public. Like, I swear I know you from somewhere.
That's the goal.
And then, I mean, is it?
It would be in 2020 that Carson's fame would begin to turn into somewhat of a burden for him.
Am I cute?
Are you cute? Yeah, you're cute.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Carson had begun to date popular Twitch streamer Katarino in late 2019, early 2020, and in the beginning, everything seemed to be going well.
Do you think I have Disney princess eyes?
You have very pretty eyes.
However, many people who barely even know who Carson is are aware that this relationship would go on to end in somewhat of a catastrophe. In March 2020, after dating for approximately 3 months, it would be revealed that Katarino had been hiding some skeletons in the closet that she had been keeping from both Carson and her audience.
Carson gave her everything, and then she goes and cheats on him with Fritz.
Crazily enough, Katarina was actually in another relationship at the time while dating Carson, and had also been cheating on each of her partners with a long list of other confirmed and unconfirmed content creators, one of which being Fitz, who Carson was good friends with.
You know, I have apologized and explained myself to Carson privately behind the scenes, and things have sort of been...
As the information was spilled out into the world publicly, Carson would make a tweet stating that he was taking a break indefinitely. This has been a difficult decision, but after considering some recent personal events and my own mental health, I've decided I need a moment to step away, going to focus on making myself a better person. Thank you for the support. Katarina would then post what you might call a classic YouTuber apology, stating that she was in the wrong and that she was sorry for cheating on Carson.
I still let him on and ended up hurting Carson and my boyfriend at the time very badly in the process.
Which resulted in a hilarious ratio of 565,000 dislikes to 17,000 likes, showing that the audience most certainly saw Katarina as the perpetrator and Carson as the victim. Throughout his time off, Carson would continue to make random hilarious tweets in true Carson style, such as, well, at least I have 8-ball, increasing his notoriety once again. But after 1 month, it seemed as though Carson had got tired of doing nothing, would make a statement about the event and return to creating content.
I've missed this, by the way. I've missed being on this site. Anyways,
It's been a minute. It's been a minute, and I'm glad to be back in the saddle, I think.
Generally speaking, to be involved in drama often ends up in a loss of reputation for the YouTubers involved. However, since Katarina was the one who did the cheating, the event as a whole would be incredibly beneficial for Carson's reputation and growth. Despite being completely inactive for the month of March, Carson would gain 180,000 subscribers and 17 million views, resulting in the second most successful month ever in the history of his YouTube channel, despite the fact that he wasn't even posting videos. And when compared to Katarina, who would lose more than 30,000 subscribers from the event, it's safe to say that Carson would come out as the victor in this episode of YouTube drama. Carson's increased notoriety stemming from the drama would lead to further viewers, followers, and subscribers on both YouTube and Twitch. And with the cheating scandal now in the rearview mirror, it seemed like Carson was ready to take over the world. However, within less than a year, Carson would find himself embroiled in yet another controversy, ultimately leading to his disappearance from the internet.
But this is a very important story. Today we are going to be talking about one of the most beloved Minecraft YouTubers known as Carson.
On the 5th of January 2021, YouTubers Travis and Hugbox, who are part of Carson's Lunch Club group, would come forward and explain to Keemstar that Carson had been texting a 17-year-old girl in 2019. Carson had admitted to this via Discord, so the proof was certainly there and Carson was unable to refute the reality of what was happening to him. Other members who were also part of the Lunch Club, such as Jay Schlatt, would post a video explaining that he had been aware of the situation for some time.
He explained that he had exchanged photos with the 17-year-old while he was 19 and that he was done with it. He hadn't done it in months. He was ashamed of what he had done.
And that he was unimpressed with Carson's actions. Carson would lose a massive 270,000 subscribers following the release of the information, which was approximately 10% of his subscribed fan base. After making a tweet on the day before the release of the allegation stating, "If you spell your name wrong on an IQ test, does your score get knocked down?" Carson would go ghost on all social media and hasn't been heard from besides a few recent appearances, which will be discussed in just a minute. The most unimpressive part about the whole drama was simply how Carson dealt with it, or you might say how he didn't deal with it.
You know, since the drama, he hasn't said anything. He hasn't made any public statements, any apologies, literally anything. He just went dark and left the platform.
Carson just went completely silent and didn't even put any effort into saving his image. Now, it's not like Carson should have come on and tried to convince his audience that he wasn't in the wrong, but Carson had an extremely loyal audience who supported him through the thick and thin, and if he'd just been a little honest, stated that what he did was wrong, he'd learned from his mistakes, then continued to upload videos, depending on how he executed it, there's a reasonable chance that his audience might have moved on, because it's not like what he did was something that he couldn't come back from. Sure, what he did certainly wasn't commendable, but it's not like he did a full-blown EDP and got caught in 4K attempting to meet up with a 13-year-old. We talked about this in the video discussing how Logan Paul saved his reputation after the Japanese forest video. Give it a little bit of time, acknowledge it happened, then frame the whole scenario as a stupid mistake and not such a big deal.
Delete Logan Paul's YouTube channel. Check it out. 533,029 have signed. Well, I'm gonna make sure this gets to 533,030 right now because I'm signing it. Because, Logan Paul, right?
But for Carson, he perfected the part where he gave it a little bit of time, but instead of coming back and framing it as a, yeah, whatever, it was just a stupid mistake, he clearly let the whole thing consume him to the point where a successful return is becoming less and less likely. However, I could be completely wrong, as from numerous comments on Carson's videos, it actually seems as though his fans are almost yearning for his return, and perhaps many have forgiven him after a bit of time has passed, best summed up by this comment. It says a lot about Carson that after he got cancelled, the comments of his last video are mostly about fond memories and hoping he gets better instead of hating him. And perhaps Carson has noticed this, because over the last month, he has lightly resurfaced across a few social media platforms. And while we're trying to avoid a full-blown commentary channel clickbait situation here of Carson is back, there are 4 main pieces of compelling recent evidence that hint at a possible return. The first sign that Carson is still alive and well was during a stream of Ludwig's on the 5th of April 2021. On the stream, Ludwig was playing a video involving Carson.
Carson first, Carson?
Pag chomp.
And Carson actually texted Ludwig to request that he stop playing it.
You want to know who told me that the Carson video is playing? Carson. Send me a text.
However, Carson would then go silent for another 3.5 weeks, up until the 29th of April 2021, at which point he would post the following video to his Instagram story.
That seems alright.
Carson would leave the video up for approximately 8 minutes before removing it again, an action that made many of his fans question whether or not the video was posted accidentally. He deleted this 5 minutes after he posted it. Do you all think this was an accident or meaning something? However, the more likely reality is that Carson was testing the waters with how his fan base might react to a potential reappearance, which is also backed up by another act relating to him testing the waters, and that's his Steam profile changes. Over the last month, Carson has changed his Steam profile name from Happy Easter to Fart World Road Trip, the CEO of the world, a message from Carson, long sandwich, and most recently, Balls Man 2, which thankfully shows us that Carson is still somewhat active and has maintained his sense of humor throughout the rough period. The final piece of evidence for where Carson is at the moment comes from Twitch streamer Connor Eats Pants, who stated on a stream from early May 2021 that Carson has been seeing a therapist and seems to be getting the help that he needs.
Yeah, I've been in contact. Not too much, but I do know that he's in therapy and he's getting help, so that's what's good.
A much needed message for the many fans wishing for Carson's return. What happened to Call Me Carson? Well, the answer to this question seems to be somewhat obvious. He clearly took a break to deal with the drama associated with his scandal in early 2021. But the more important question that everyone wants to know the answer to is that, will we be seeing a return from Call Me Carson? Well, the answer to this question can only be determined by the man himself. However, much of the evidence seems to hint that Carson is on his way back to creating content. Sure, there's nothing that's rock solid, but 4 pieces of information in the space of a few weeks, as opposed to a few months of silence previously, show that he's certainly wriggling his toes once again, and we might be seeing a return of Call Me Carson in the near future.
So you may have noticed, I have a lot of tools. I have a lot of tools. In fact, my wife tells me, you have a problem. And everyone else tells me they want a shop tour. But I just can't show you all my tools without some results. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna design and fabricate a catapult with every machine in my shop. That's 9 catapults, and they're all gonna be totally different. And this will let me show you the machines and how they work, but it'll also give us some really fun results.
I also see some very exciting ways to prank my wife.
What's in the box?
I have all these tools so I can make whatever pops into my head as quickly as possible. They're basically the conduit from my brain to the physical world, and it's awesome. Each of the catapults that I'm gonna make corresponds to a different part of the shop. I have tools for working with metals and plastics, additively and subtractively, and a whole lot of other stuff. This should be cool because it'll show just how many ways you can solve a problem.
Thinking this through, I'm gonna have to stretch the definition of the catapult really far. This is definitely a catapult, right? So here's my rules. It shoots 1/2-inch steel bearings. This is the premier size to take an eye out. All of the important parts need to be made on the machine. So if I was making a 3D printed catapult, I couldn't just 3D print the trigger for a potato cannon. I'm gonna be trying to keep the danger level to about a 3 out of 10. We'll see how that goes. I had try not to get too carried away, but I've already broken that rule, so it's gone.
I really should stop saying catapult, but I've said it too many times. So they're catapults. We're gonna start simple with some of the more basic tools. I'm limiting myself to the bandsaw, the drill press, and the belt sander.
For all of these designs, I'm using a really important tool called computer-aided design, although most people just call it CAD.
I'm using Autodesk Inventor to design everything in the computer before I build anything. Doing this means that everything usually fits together, and it also do things like calculating the strength. I came up with this kind of wacky handheld catapult, and I'm using the 3D model to make paper templates so that I can cut everything out accurately. This is a really powerful technique. You can make almost anything this way, it just takes a while. I'm using a little portable bandsaw on a stand that I made, and this thing is incredible. I use this on literally every project. The drill press and belt sander are cheap imports from Harbor Freight. I've had them for over a decade, and they just won't die. I kind of wish they would so I could get a better one.
You can do an incredible amount of things with these machines. They are definitely the most bang for buck way to get into making these kinds of things that I know.
I invested in a high quality 8-inch vise early on, and I have zero regrets. This thing is amazing. I'm also using it to do some low-end blacksmithing. A little glue and a couple screws, and we've got a catapult. It looks like I just have one of those little white Looney Tunes surrender flags on it, doesn't it? All right, let's try it out.
Cock it like this. Ball goes here. I don't even know how to aim this thing.
This thing turned out really cool.
Because I love everything that I make, I asked my wife to give an impartial score. Really, a 4?
If this was a competition for a food fight tool, then it would be higher.
You're lucky it wasn't loaded. Breaking glass isn't the most scientific test, but it's the funnest test.
This catapult is just impossible to aim. Well, that was anticlimactic. Let's make the next catapult. I am so jealous of kids these days growing up with their fancy 3D printers. When I was a kid, all I had was a corded drill and a rusty chisel, and I liked it. Anyway, I'm gonna make a catapult with my fancy 3D printers. I came up with a design that's fully 3D printed, including the spring. Plastic doesn't really want to be a powerful spring, so I have 18 kind of weak plastic springs working together to make one mighty spring.
This is one of the 3D printers I'm going to be using. It's called a Form 3. It's a resin printer made by Formlabs. And as a fun little fact, I was actually responsible for developing this machine. That's what I was doing before I started making YouTube videos.
This machine has a tank full of liquid plastic, which it shines a very tiny laser spot at, and wherever the light touches the plastic, it triggers a chemical reaction that turns it into a solid. The machine will steer the laser around to cure a very thin layer, and then it'll move that layer up and then cure another very thin layer on top of the previous layer. If you repeat that a bunch of times, eventually you get a solid thing. The parts come out sticky, so you wash them off in a bath of basically rubbing alcohol. These weird structures that the parts are on are automatically generated supports. This is actually an algorithm that I spent a lot of time on. They're super optimized, so they just break off and you have a nice part.
If I could only have one tool in the shop, this machine would probably be it. So I don't think I've shown this in any videos. This is an SLS machine. It's called a Fuse 1. It's also made by Formlabs. It prints things out of nylon powder, and the parts are just fantastic. I said this was an SLS machine, but I think the more correct technical term for this is an absolute unit.
It works by spreading out a very thin layer of nylon powder, and then it melts together the areas that it wants to be solid using a laser. And just like the other machine, if you stack a bunch of these layers on top of each other, eventually you get a solid object. The parts come out surrounded in powder, and you sift through it like an archaeologist. This machine collects all the unused powder and then recycles it back into the machine so you don't waste it.
If something I want to make can be done on a 3D printer, that's what I'm going to do. They take the least amount of work by far, and they can also do the widest variety of shapes of any tool in my shop. The reasons that I won't use a 3D printer is that I need something big, very accurate, or very strong. I also want to mention that I did not buy this. It was given to me, and that's actually true of almost all the big expensive tools in my shop.
This has been one of the best things about having a YouTube channel. And it's great because you win, I win, and the toolmaker wins when something awesome gets made.
And I'm so grateful to be in this position.
There is just way too much to show here. If you want more details, keep an eye on my second channel.
So this one's pretty similar to the last one, except for that it's totally different. You cock it like this, put it in the ball, and you're ready to fire. These things are just impossible to aim. That was kind of weak. IV4. This is better than a 4. 18 leaf springs. Or 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 18 leaf springs.
I'd have to know what a leaf spring is to be impressed by that.
Will it break the glass? Yeah, I didn't think so. All right, next up, we're gonna be looking at the CNC router.
It's a Tormach 24R.
It's basically a wood router attached to a robot that can move it around to cut out whatever shape you want. It's really good at making big things out of sheets. It cuts up to 2x4 feet. I use it to make all kinds of more precise wood stuff, and especially explosive bats. I think a trebuchet would be perfect for this router. I was chatting with patrons on my Discord, and someone brought up the really good idea of a floating arm trebuchet, so that's what we're gonna do. I'm holding the wood in place with plastic nails so that I don't break the bit when I hit one. I love using the router because it's really easy. You put your wood in, it cuts the parts out, and that's pretty much it. And those plastic nails just shear in half with a hammer tap. This whole thing goes together kind of like Lincoln Logs.
The way I designed this is just a little bit too narrow. Here we go. That is way more powerful. Are you just messing with me now? Let's just fire it with 10 pounds. Ugh. Hopefully it doesn't break. 2, 1. Snap the arm in half.
We won't get to find out if it would have broken the glass, but we all know it would have. Milling machines take a lot of work to use, but they're probably the most satisfying tool in my shop. I've really been looking forward to designing a catapult for these machines.
So one thing led to another, and I accidentally made something kind of insane. This is a centrifugal catapult that fires 1/2-inch steel ball bearings, full auto. This is way overkill for demoing my mills, but I just couldn't help myself. It's so cool. So I'm gonna build it and show how the mills work, but there's probably gonna be an entire video just about the awesome things that you can do with this kind of machine.
The general idea is that you have a spinning arm that flings the balls. Before we can machine anything, we have to cut our stock out.
The little bandsaw I showed earlier is a total workhorse, but when you want to cut a slice off something like this, it just isn't going to happen.
So let's talk about my horizontal bandsaw. It's a Grizzly G0613, and I love it. This thing is perfect when I have thick stuff, long stuff, and when I need an accurate square or angled cut. This design is awesome because the entire vise rotates, and you can cut really accurate miters.
This is my first CNC machine. I actually made it in an apartment years ago, and it doesn't get much use these days because I have bigger and better machines, but Building this, I learned so much about CNC. I really recommend it. It is a fantastic baptism by fire. Computer-controlled CNC machines are amazing, but human-controlled manual mills are also amazing. This is my Precision Matthews 935. It's called a knee mill because of the configuration of all the pieces. It's kind of a standard layout. Machines like this are great because you can just throw stuff in them and start cutting. You don't have to go up to a computer and program the moves that it's gonna do. It's super fast for a certain type of work that I do all the time.
It has knobs that you turn to move the thing you want to cut in 3 dimensions. And you pretty much just force the cutter into the metal and it cuts through it like butter. Did you know you can cut metal with a sharp knife? That's exactly what these machines are doing. They're spinning a round knife that just cuts through the metal. One of the most important things for milling machines is getting the speed and depth that the knives are cutting correct. People call these feeds and speeds. Whenever I show people the mill, they think that the part is going to be really hot, but it's not. Most of the heat goes into these shavings, which are called chips, but they're not edible. There are tons of different tools and cutters to do different things in the mill, but I'm not going to get into those. I'm using the mill to make a bunch of the simpler parts, and this part, which you would normally make on a lathe.
I have 2 lathes, but according to my rules, I can't use them.
But I can use my mill as a lathe, which is a nice trick to know. Sometimes can get you out of a jam.
When I need metal parts for a project, which is like every project ever, I'm using this machine. It's a Tormach 1100 MX. It's a CNC mill, so it's just like the manual mill, except for there's a computer turning the knobs instead of me. Computers are fast and precise, so they can do stuff that I just can't do with my hands.
The liquid that it's spraying is called coolant. This lubricates the tool and keeps metal from sticking to it, and is really important for washing chips away so they don't build up and break your tool. It holds 10 tools that it switches between automatically, which is amazing because I can just put metal in it and it'll make the part for me while I do other stuff. It also has this rotating axis that really reminds me of cooking something on a spit. It'll spin your part as it cuts and it'll allow you to do all kinds of fancy things. You can get machines that have a rotary axis like this stacked on top of another rotary axis. It sounds kind of crazy, but you can do some incredible things with that setup.
I don't know if you're out there, Haas, but if you can hear me, I'd love to talk about a UMC 500. I can at least dream, right?
This thing is so over-engineered. I think in French they call this a resistance piece. Hold on, why is there a 3D printed part here? I mean, if you're gonna cheat, you might as well commit, right? You spin the launcher mechanism with this crank and drop a ball in, and it should launch it.
Okay. It's not at all where I was expecting it to fire.
This is like my 100th try. Finally.
More chooch means more power, and I totally agree with that score, although it's not really a score.
But it will be fixed. In a future video, I'm going to attach a high power motor to this and do some really cool things.
The other thing that it really needs is a timing mechanism so the balls go in at the right point of the rotation. Right now they go in at a random time and shoot out at a random point. We need them to always come out of the end of the tube at the same time so that they fly consistently. I'm not even gonna try to hit the glass. I could barely hit the foam.
Metal joining and cutting is a really important part of my shop. It allows me to make big, strong things really fast.
I'm going to weld up a steel replica of Da Vinci's catapult design. Before we can get to welding, I have to cut out a lot of thick steel, and we are going to use a tool that would have absolutely blown Da Vinci's mind.
This is plasma cutting. It is raw power cutting through steel like butter. The way they do this is super cool. Plasma cutters use electricity to make a super hot stream of ionized gas, which is called a plasma. Plasma conducts electricity, which allows an arc to form between the torch and the metal that you want to cut. The energy from the arc melts the metal, and the focused blast of ionized gas shoots the molten metal away. Add in some computer control and you can cut out whatever shape you want.
This is a Tormach 1300 PL. It cuts up to 4 foot by 4 foot, and I cannot overstate how superior this is to cutting metal with a grinder or any other way. So this is the torch, and this is what does the cutting. You can actually move this around by hand, but here I have it mounted to this gantry, which moves it around and cuts out whatever shape you want.
The whole thing is powered by a Hypertherm PowerMax power supply. I designed and built a plasma cutter before this one, but it isn't with us anymore. It's watching over the new machine from Plasma Cutter Heaven. And now the fun part. I'm welding everything with a Vulcan Pro TIG 200 from Harbor Freight. It is surprisingly good, but you can't get it. As far as I can tell, Harbor Freight got sued so hard by Lincoln Electric that they just deleted the thing from the internet. It's a TIG machine, which stands for tungsten inert gas, which basically describes how the machine works. This pointy rod is the tungsten. It's charged with electricity, which makes an arc between it and the material you want to weld. This delivers so much energy that it melts the metal almost instantly. Although most metals have this annoying problem, when you get them very hot, they rust super fast. To avoid this, the machine flows a bubble of inert gas around the weld. In my case, it's argon. Argon is a noble gas, which means aside from its aristocratic lineage, does not want to react with anything. Unlike oxygen, which will react with pretty much anything that moves. Since argon won't react with stuff, you don't get oxidation. TIG doesn't really fume or smoke, which is great for the basement. When you're welding parts, the heating and cooling tends to distort them. So my welding table has a very thick top, which you can clamp the parts to, and this helps minimize the warping. All these holes, which make it look like a precision block of Swiss cheese, are made to accept drop-in clamps and other fixtures, which makes setup super fast and easy. If you're wondering, my welding table is called a Rhino cart. To make the catapult spring, I'm using this cool tool called a ring roller, and it's used for rolling rings. I think that's as much as I'm going to be able to do. If you put your hand in front of this and it went off, I bet it would break your fingers. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That Da Vinci was one smart guy. With a few tweaks, this thing could be really powerful. We all know what's gonna happen with the glass, but come on. I know the Da Vinci catapult is fast, but I wanna know how fast. And I have the perfect tool for the job. So there's 8 of these cameras hanging from the ceiling throughout my shop, and these are motion tracking cameras. They're made by a company called OptiTrack, and you've probably seen these used in video games or movies. You see people wearing silly suits with white dots all over it. That's for these cameras. So the way that these work is they flash a really bright light that we can't see. It's invisible to humans, but the cameras can see it. And then anything that's reflective to that light bounces it back to the camera. This allows the camera to very reliably see the things you want to track. If you have multiple cameras, you can triangulate where that thing is in space. This is the same thing that your eyes do to figure out how far away stuff is. These things are super fast, super accurate, and the next project I'm working on uses the heck out of them. I think it's very fitting that you calibrate the tracking system by basically waving a magic wand. Alright, the system is up and tracking a ball as I move it around on the table, and here we go. Alright, this is pretty cool. This is the path that the ball took. The catapult zinged it up, it bounced off the foam, went into the ceiling, and then came out over here and fell to the ground. We hit about 38 miles per hour. It traversed my workbench in 150 milliseconds. That's how long a blink takes. Machining is awesome, although starting with a block of material and removing everything that isn't your part is pretty slow and expensive. This is why I love plasma cut and folded sheet metal. You're only using the material that you need to make the part, and it's really fast and easy to make big, strong things. For example, an all-metal crossbow. This crossbow has been designed to be folded out of thin sheet metal, kind of like origami. My CAD software can flatten it out into a pattern that I cut on the plasma cutter. This is basically the same as the Da Vinci catapult. When you cut thin sheet metal, a bit of the molten metal tends to stick to the bottom of the parts. I'm grinding it off at my downdraft. There's a powerful metal dust collector attached to it. This sucks all the metal particles away so they don't go into my lungs. I find it hard to spend toolbucks on safety stuff, but it is important. And it turns out my wife agrees. Finding a way to classify a tool as safety critical is the best way to sneak it by my wife. Isn't that amazing? Just look at the hot dog.
Why don't you just not put your hand in the table saw?
While we're on the topic of safety, let me show you what I do for first aid. If you're gonna have big tools, you have to be prepared for some big injuries. Tourniquet, just in case. This probably only applies to my shop, but if I have a chest wound, this will seal it. If I'm having a really bad day, it'll also seal the exit wound. So if you got a skin stapler, which I hope my wife will never have to use on me, but it is pretty easy to catch your scalp on
stuff, yeah. This is what I use whenever my wife talks about one of my projects. This is super glue for closing up wounds, way better than bandages. This is actually made for animals, not humans, but I think it's basically the same stuff and it's a lot cheaper. Don't quote me on that, I'm not a doctor. Get the human stuff. The vet stuff is a bad idea. I'm an idiot and I'm gonna be getting the human stuff probably. Bending sheet metal accurately is really hard to do, which is why I have such a ridiculous bender. The technical term for this is a break, and it's made by Grizzly. It'll do 16 gauge steel up to 50 inches wide, and this thing is phenomenal. The amount of pain I went through before I got this thing is just off the charts.
Getting the bender is most of the work. Once you have it, it's pretty simple to use. You take whatever it is you want to bend and clamp it in the brake, and then pull this pivoting part up to whatever bend angle you want. You can also take these fingers out to make clearance for bends that you couldn't make otherwise. And that's it. That's my first secret to sheet metal success. I normally wouldn't give you the second secret until you recruit at least 3 people to the program, but I'm feeling generous. The secret is spot welders.
I think spot welders are just completely underrated. They are super useful, they're affordable, but I don't see anyone using them. I just don't understand it. So let me show you.
You take 2 pieces of metal, clamp them in the spot welder, press the trigger, and you're done.
Really high heat, a bit of pressure, and 2 become 1, just like marriage.
This will join all the pieces of the crossbow together super fast. I just love that even the string is sheet metal.
This one, you have to cock it with a glove on. You never want to get your fingers in front of it.
It seems to have a lot less power than I calculated.
5? Can't believe you'd give that a 5.
As I said, for style.
It has 18 stacked leaf springs. My wife isn't impressed with, I'm sure. These ones are all touching each other, so they all have to rub to fire, and you lose a lot of energy, I think. I think it shows what you can do with sheet metal pretty well, though.
It's only cool if you can break your house windows with it. That's too bad, I thought this one was cool. This next catapult is designed for laser cutting. Laser cutting is a really fast, really useful prototyping tool. Before 3D printers, laser cutters were the king. My goal for this one is to make a wrist-mounted catapult.
So this fancy glass box, this is my laser cutter. It's a Glowforge Pro. It cuts soft materials like wood and plastic with a beam of focused light.
The focused light is delivered by a CO2 laser. This is basically a glass tube filled with CO2 with electrical connections on either end. When electricity is applied, it causes some of the CO2 to emit light, kind of like a tiny light bulb. But what's special about this glass tube is that it has mirrors on either end. Some of this light will go towards the mirrors and start bouncing back and forth between them. And sometimes something interesting happens when the light goes by another CO2 molecule. The CO2 molecule will emit more light, which will be going in the same direction as the light that's already bouncing back and forth between the mirrors. This is called stimulated emission, and it's basically what the word laser stands for. So you get this enormous buildup of light bouncing back and forth between these mirrors. If you were to figuratively poke a little hole in one of the mirrors, some of this light will come through, and it will be an intense beam of light all going in the same direction, which doesn't really happen in nature, which is why lasers are so special. So whenever you point this laser at something, it just goes, "What the heck?" and disappears in a puff of smoke wherever the laser's touching it. You really don't want to breathe this smoke, so it gets sucked up into this filter. The laser's moved around on a gantry so that it can cut anywhere on a sheet. Laser cutters are great because they're really easy to design for, and cutting stuff out is fast and takes almost no work. You just load a 2D drawing of what you want to cut in the software and hit cut. That's it.
All right, who needs a taser when you can have a wrist rocket like this? All right, ready? Not the most powerful.
I really like how the low profile articulating pivot came out.
I think with a couple tweaks, it could be quite a lot more powerful. Think I look like Spider-Man?
Yep.
It does look like Spider-Man's web shooter a little bit, especially the way you fire it.
The glass is a lost cause. I accidentally kind of broke it, so it can't even hit the glass from 1 foot away now. Now for the project that's a real conundrum. How the heck am I going to make a catapult on the lathe? You typically only make round parts on a lathe, but I can't think of any examples of catapults that are made out of round parts. Well, if you use my definition of catapult, I can think of one.
Unfortunately, using explosives are against my rules, so we're gonna have to do something a little bit different. Everything is basically round, and air pressure counts. It's basically a spring, so I have an idea. I'm gonna build a launcher that you pump up and then release the pressure with a valve to shoot the ball. I have 2 lathes. This is my mini lathe, which I had in my apartment, and it is absolutely beaten to death. This is the big brother to my mini lathe. It's a Precision Matthews 1440 GT. This thing is just an absolute joy to use. The lathes work by holding whatever it is you want to cut in some kind of chuck. As the chuck spins, you stick various tools into the part to cut material off. And just like the mill, it cuts into the metal like butter. There's a ton of different tools that you can use in the lathe, but the thing that they pretty much all have in common is that they make round parts. I have an issue with the trigger valve for this launcher. Although it's possible, these parts are very difficult to make on a traditional lathe setup. Did you know a lathe is just a mill on its side with some missing parts? We can add those parts back. Now we have a mill. Pretty cool. You can do milling with this, but you should not put it into a quick change tool post. It's not stiff and you can potentially damage stuff. Be smart, don't do what I did. I was able to get this pretty simple. The hardest parts to make were the check valves for the pump. I designed everything to go up to at least 1,000 PSI, but I screwed up the pump and I'm way under that. You pump this one up a bunch of times. Can it break the glass? That's the question.
No.
No? No? Yeah. Won't even break the glass.
You showed me.
I showed you, yeah. Not a great indoor toy. 8. Yes, finally, it's twice as good.
That's very satisfying.
And this is definitely a catapult, right?
Well, actually,
It's just using the power of the wind rather than the power of the inclined plane or whatever. I really wasn't sure what the best catapult would be to show off my woodworking tools, but I've got it. I wanted one of my catapults to have a wife mode, so I'm making a box with a secret catapult in the lid. When you open the box, you won't see anything, but then the secret arm will come down and launch a ball at you. I have all these woodworking tools because they are surprisingly useful for making functional stuff. Aside from that, I do 0 woodworking. This tool right here is a planer. It's a DeWalt 735, I think. Inside of it, there's a spinning set of blades that can remove a thin layer from a piece of wood. You put a plank of wood in one side, and it comes out the other side slightly thinner, flat, and with a good surface finish. My main use of this is when I need accurate flat wood for some kind of fixture, or when I need to make a big flat piece of wood out of small, glued together pieces. I did this a ton for my Crocs project. This is my compound miter saw. This thing is so useful. I think this is the first power tool I got for this shop. You can cut 2x4s, you can cut smaller pieces of plywood, you can cut aluminum. I use this on almost every project. This machine is a joiner, and I am absolutely terrified of it. This thing will take you from 5 fingers to 0 in the blink of an eye. So it has a set of spinning blades just like the planer, and it removes a thin layer of wood just like the planer. But the difference is that this is designed to make your wood square. So this wood is not square on the side. This is an extreme example, but you run it through the joiner a few times and it's square. I'm using a router table to make the rabbet joints for the box. There's not a whole lot to these. They just hold a router in a very dangerous mangle your hand upside down position. You can also get special bits for deburring and chamfering aluminum and steel. Woodworking machines make a ludicrous amount of dust, so I have a central dust collection system that sucks all the dust out of all the woodworking machines. This is a Grizzly 860 dust collector. It's centrifugal, which is super sweet. And inside the dust collector, it looks like this. At the center, there's essentially a shop vac pulling air in from all directions. And this end is open. It's where it sucks the dusty air in. And because the air has mass, as it comes in, it doesn't go straight into the hole. It actually spirals around and then goes into the vacuum. The sawdust in the air weighs a lot more. When it comes flying in, it can't actually make this sharp of a turn. So it hits the wall, slows down, and drops into the collection bin. The air continues on without the dust in it and gets sucked up into the vacuum. The dust that makes it through goes into this air filter, but it is an absolutely tiny amount of dust, which is really good because it would otherwise clog this filter which is a huge hassle to deal with. If you're looking at getting a dust collector, I really recommend some kind of centrifugal one.
Assembling the box is just straightforward woodworker stuff that I'm not very good at. I'm using a magnet to hold the ball on the catapult upside down. When someone opens this, they don't see the arm until it's too late. I haven't tried to pull any fast ones on my wife in quite a while, so I think I should be good.
Check this out.
What's in the box?
It's my woodworking catapult.
So smooth.
Yeah, it turned out pretty nice. Oh! Ow! Why would you point it at me?
I've learned.
This gets the 10.
Best for last, I knew it.
Let's see if we can hit something besides my neck. That's not surprising. I tried to make this one only a nuisance, not deadly.
Don't you think we should put this in the guest room whenever we had people visit? Ignoring performance, which is your favorite?
Tube.
Tube?
Very satisfying to get in the foam there.
I mean, they're all so great. It's like choosing a favorite child.
I knew you were gonna say that.
I didn't say they're my children. I'm just saying it's like children. I think my favorite's the 3D printed one just because the design is unusual. All the stacked springs. It's like pocketable catapult. I actually really like the sheet metal one for the same reason, but I wouldn't say it's a good design, but it's interesting.
It's not good, but it's unique.
Yeah. I think I may have gotten a little bit carried away with all these catapults, at least a little bit. It was a lot of fun though, and I hope that you enjoyed it. I try really hard to give you a bit more than you bargained for with all these videos, and if you do enjoy them, please consider subscribing. It helps me out, and it'll keep you in the loop when there's some new stuff made here.
And like I said before, I designed so many things that I had to gloss over almost all the details. I'm planning to post more videos going into the details of these on my second channel, so check that out if you're interested.
This 50-foot wall would look a lot better with a giant painting on it. But painting the wall is a lot of work, so instead of spending a couple...
So did I go through the whole 4-hour documentary? And the, oh, good morning, guys. Yo, what's up? Good morning. Did I go through the whole 4-hour documentary and the, like, 6 hours of videos of follow-a-thon that I had for, like, my follow-a-thon? Oh my god. Oh shit. My bad. You're muted? I'm not muted. Don't worry about it, dude. It's good content. It's alright. Oh, fuck, I'm tired. Dude, I don't even remember Roblox time. What do you mean Roblox time?
Days doing that. Let's spend a month building a robot to paint this wall and as many walls as we want for us. I only need to paint 15 50-foot walls to break even. So what I want is a robot that will take any random photo and paint it on the wall for me. This is one of those things that's easy to say, not easy to do. For one, I'm gonna have to make a gigantic wall-sized robot. On top of that, making a robot paint is challenging.
What is this?
It's your face.
It's your face.
My biggest challenge with this project.
Oh, it's gonna take me so far back. Oh. Who's live? Who's live right now? RT Nam.
So you may have noticed, I have a lot of tools. I have a lot of tools.
Oh, to force him to just go live? Anomalies live. Do we get anything during mods? Do we get anything while it was offline, or not offline, while I was asleep? Oh, dude, I only have 6 hours left. Let's go. Do I have to add anything to the timer before I get happy that I only have 6 hours left? Roblox for 2 hours? Why? Oh shit, wait, what happened? Wait, it says chug an egg yolk again. No, I already did that. That already happened. What happened? Ah, it's fine. I'll change it later. Oh, fuck me. I'm tired, man.
I said in the YouTube video I would give $1 for every person who subscribed to the channel. I have not looked once. What is your guys' guess for how many subscribers I got? I'm peeking.
Egg yolk never left. It left back when we changed it.
It's $11,000. Look, man, hey, I hate trash as much as the next guy. Trust me. Nobody hates trash more than this guy. Who's got 2 thumbs and yuck, hates trash? Me. Okay, but like, come on. I feel like maybe the fishies will miss it. Maybe it'll be like, damn, where's my bottles? Shit. You know? Like, Ariel would not have had her secret grotto full of treasures if there was not trash in the ocean. I don't...
Ladies and gentlemen, our judges, give them a round of applause. Miz, you do look fantastic, although I will say, you look like you're ready for a school picture.
All right, dude, me and Tubbo.
Yeah, you look great. You've got your hair slicked back.
I'm just really excited to be here. I want to be professional today.
You're gonna be professional. Well, I can guarantee everybody that everybody that's performing today is more talented than Mizkit.
My name's Miles Jasnowski. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska.
What the hell is in Lincoln, Nebraska?
Football, that's about it.
Do you enjoy it?
No, I mean, I could care less, honestly.
I'm down to hit the golden buzz right now.
I'm on top of the world! Hey, if you're watching this
One
channel,
smash?
you're probably
I don't
not
know.
subscribed. Because about 50% of you guys
What
are
time
not
do you guys
subscribed.
want?
And my cat has eaten too much this month. So, instead, every sub I get until Christmas, I'll be donating 10 cents to charity. So if you would like to help people, please subscribe to the channel. Thanks.
I like I just downloaded porn off LimeWire.
My friends, they feel it's their appointed duty.
Do a game poll in chat. Later.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mo! Round of applause.
Dude, that was good.
Round of applause.
That was incredible.
That was very good.
It was good.
Wow.
It was good.
Cool. Thank you.
Was that good, Austin?
No, but you finished your thought, Miz. That's what we do here.
It was good.
I'll take-
I mean, you
Listen, I usually have a very short attention span for almost anything, right? But you were able to keep my attention span
For longer than he can give
for
feedback.
longer than I can. Yeah, just the usual. So honestly, good job. It was a really good performance.
By the way, people are wondering, same judges every week? No. Next week will be XQC.
That's it.
Just one judge.
Just XQC.
It'll be XQC.
That's it.
It'll be XQC.
Austin's about salivating at just the XQC coming up.
I'm gonna do yo-yo tricks. That what you expected probably.
No.
Pokemon.
We kind of thought that maybe you'd just be sitting at your desk.
I was
That's talent.
expecting yo-yo.
That's what Mizkif does, right?
That's right. Are you Miskif?
You got a stand-up comedian.
With your.
Wait, Miz, do you want to pick which one I use?
I would love to.
Okay, I only have 3 with me.
I'm gonna be very critical of everything you do.
I'm sure you are. I'm down.
Pick Charmander.
Well, I didn't mean Pokemon. I meant yo-yo.
Miskif, he pays attention.
You see them?
He pays attention in 3-second increments. So.
Pick the top one. The one in the middle.
I'm just gonna use this one.
Your directions are the worst in the world, Miz. The one in the middle as he's rotating his hands.
Is that my fault?
Ooh. Ooh. Is that a Saturday morning cartoon intro song? Wait a minute.
Whoa!
What? Oh my god.
Good lord.
Oh my god! Mizkif was laser focused in.
A little critical on you today. I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't feeling it. Not as
I
much as
figured.
last performances. What's your problem?
The spinning guy was great though.
The tension's here. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? What'd I do?
What do you mean?
You know what I did.
I don't know what you did.
Who's your favorite streamer on Twitch?
Amaranth.
I stand by what I put, Austin.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever in the show, we have our first golden buzzer!
Oh.
What?
Which has shocked everybody in the audience and on the judging panel.
Wow.
I love you, man. I always
Thank
love
you.
you. Listen, here's the thing. Here's your biggest problem. Your camera sucks. Okay.
Yeah, I got the starter streamer webcam. What do you mean?
All right. So here's what you got. You got $500, right, from doing this. Use that $500.
Yo, that's a lot of tier 3s to Amaranth.
Use that $500 to get tier 3s from Amaranth. Okay. And then save like $100 and buy a better camera.
Okay.
I love you. You did great.
He said he loves
Thank
you.
you.
Do you love him back?
I love him sufficiently.
Wow, thank you.
I'll take it.
Good luck, Tim, everybody. Good luck, Tim, everybody.
He's way too
Good luck, Tim, everybody.
He's way too happy.
Good luck, Tim, everybody.
He's way too happy.
Hold on, wait, sorry. What's that, Tim? Look,
What just happened?
We
Tim, you
got
have a lot
caught
of
in a
luck.
time loop.
Good luck, Tim, everybody.
Good luck.
No, they're good. Josh is gonna fall asleep again, maybe.
Yeah, but can you yo-yo? Wait, I never said golden buzzer.
Nice job. You have received a golden buzzer from Emaru. Now, there's a little confusion on the screen. I should have clarified this at the beginning of the show, but just like last season, only one golden buzzer is allowed per round. So you have received a golden buzzer. Tubbo, you got to it second.
I did. I was literally typing it seconds
Yes,
before,
you
and then
got- yes.
Emma just went through, and I'm like, no.
Yes, you got yours second.
I grew up playing piano and violin myself as well. I'm a half Chinese, so I was like forced to do it since I was 2. Had crazy teachers, so I quit because of that, and I've always regretted it. And getting to listen to really talented people that play the violin like you just like makes me wish I could play again, and I just love listening to it so much. I loved all the different ways that you took advantage of the instrument. You don't see that a lot, like tapping on the bass and stuff. And I also want to say your violin's really cool. I've never seen an electric violin that looks like that. They're usually hollow on the inside or whatever. It's really pretty. I like it a lot.
Ms. Kiff, let's hear your feedback.
Dude, I mean, like, what do you say to that? That was it gives you chills down your spine, man. You're like a modern day Lindsey Sterling. Do you know who that is?
Yes, I do. Yes.
If you incorporated dubstep, I would have forced Austin to do a second golden buzzer.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Well,
Dude, you
Tim-
got a nice smile too.
Thank you.
Tim, no matter what happens, you're going home $500 richer than you arrived here with. So give it up for Tim. He's got a golden buzzer, 20% increase in the poll. Give it up for Tim, everybody. Nice job.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I came here to Red X, okay?
Yeah.
I came here to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
You still can.
You can still Red X some people.
When do you
I mean, there's still.
That's just
there's
1, 2,
still
or
a,
3.
There's still a chance.
I'm down
that
for
that
like
could happen,
3.
You know,
I'm here for a nice hate thread. That's what I want.
Just blindly red X the
That'd
next
mean,
guy. Like whoever comes on next,
last
just hit him
2
with the
hours
X
of
before they even
stream, we just
start.
play
Okay,
Smash.
get wild.
No, Ms. Kip. I mean, that's your decision. I've given
No,
you.
it's a great
I've
idea.
given you that privilege, unfortunately, and that could happen.
This guy would kick my ass if I Red X. I'm not doing that.
Still
I don't believe in age. I think of it as levels. So I'm on level 33 of life right now.
Yeah, I said that when I hit 25. That's what I started saying.
I'm 27 years young. Yeah.
Oh. 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 Dude, that was nuts!
That was fucking wild.
Wow, that was incredible.
I thought it was good.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
No problem, man. Thanks for coming on the show.
Coming from the most famous person on this platform, that means a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Dawood. Best of luck to you.
Did he just golden buzzer me?
Thank you. Thank you.
You need to wake me up, Brody. What the fuck?
He must have been listening to that. Wow. Ego through the roof. Thank you, Dawood.
I gotta come on your shows more often.
You do.
I love it here.
Pizza Man Nick, welcome aboard the show, my friend. Let's bring you into the room so you can actually.
I want to verbally state I'm using golden buzzard now.
No way, just.
I want to draw your attention to the group chat. I'd like the golden buzzer.
Golden, you want a golden buzz, but just to be clear, Charlie, you want a golden buzz before you've seen his performance.
I've seen already enough.
No shot. Oh shit, dude, Slick's live. Why is everyone people pogging? Why is everyone people pogging? Where's my mouse? I lost my mouse.
Dude, and a girl just said my beanie is cute. And you're gonna tell me to take it off? What are you doing? Oh, I thought you were. Okay. I don't know. I thought you were yawning for that long. It's like you were just yawning, dude.
I was trying to jam my fist in my mouth.
Yeah, I thought most of us could do it.
Dude, he's back.
Dude, I feel like this is actually like a very like exposing moment for me. Like when I watch streams and a streamer says that I should be able to do something, I'm literally just sitting there just
Yeah.
I love Twitch.
I feel like people do try it when you say that. People want to see if they're smart. Everyone's so stupid though in chat.
How many people do you get their fucking like attitude knuckles in their mouth right now?
Yeah, at least 3. Type 1 if you have a foot or your hand in your mouth.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Watching NFP stream living it up.
Dude.
Can I get a 1 in chat if you're sucking on some toes?
I don't know why I said 4. I'm so sorry.
You gotta be those guys.
I'm so sorry. Type 1 if you want mod, by the way. We need more mods. We don't have any mods. Type 2 if you already mod and you don't want mod anymore.
You see what you're doing right now, though? You're
Yeah, you're
turned
right.
everybody into an employee. They're all wage slaves for you.
That's true, actually. You guys
Do
can
you
subscribe
want
if you
to
want
try
It's
me?
Prime, by the way, it's free.
And
Not
your
mine.
bro's Roblox
Yeah,
game?
mod by typing one.
What do you mean?
Well, I actually did get mod by typing one. Sometimes I'll actually mod you when you do that. It's like, you okay? You're shaking. I would shake my leg, but I'm not actually shaking my leg, idiot.
Is this BF 2042? Pepe Alarm.
Oh, my hair, Jesus. My hair's getting way too long. I don't play Battlefield, so no, it's not.
You can beat me up for content.
Can I? Yo, mage with the tier 1. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm cutting my hair on, what are you talking about?
We just created it.
I'm cutting
Try
my hair
it
on,
out. Why?
Alinity's cutting my hair on my
I
stream.
don't play Roblox.
On, sometime this week. I don't remember what day.
I don't play Roblox, man. Sorry.
She's cutting my hair, so we have to kind of pick a hairstyle that we want. Don't eat your hair to Miz? Dude, he doesn't need it. He's taking the pills now. Please don't let her cut it. Olivia can cut hair pretty well, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I started taking pills too. That's why I said that we were gonna do it. Did it? We were like nervous to try it again.
Yeah.
And ever since I started, I just can't stop watching.
Slick, or actually, no one asked. Dude, Slick.
Wait, I want one.
Thank you.
Bro, I couldn't fill up your car. I couldn't figure out how to get the gas tank open.
You just have to open it.
No, I swear to God, it wouldn't work.
No, you have to like.
Wait, you drove there?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Wait, who taught you?
Everyone?
Dude, wait, did Alinity teach you anything?
She's going to.
She's so bad at teaching.
Really?
She gets car sick in the passenger seat, but she didn't tell me. She used to stop every 10 seconds.
Dude, she... Is it because you suck, maybe?
Well, I don't know. You have to tell
Because
me.
I heard she only gets car sick in the back.
She told me that she only gets car sick in the front.
What?
Yeah, and then she would stop like every 10 seconds.
Dude, these cups always shock my lips.
Is Russell fully recovered? Oh, I wish.
I don't think that happens to anyone else.
Guys, type 1 if you've ever felt that. Every time I do this, it shocks my lips. When it's like these, this kind of cup, this lid.
Alright, chat. We're gonna get up.
It shocks every time.
Yeah.
No, literally every time. See, some people have it. Some people get shocked by these. Open my back.
Dude, I'm so happy Slick's back.
You gotta put your lips just right here. Just drink out of it pretty normally, I think.
I hope he's back for good this time.
Ah! I was actually scared. I was actually scared.
Dude, it hurts. It actually hurts.
Alright, I'll keep it straight. Hold up. Watch this while
That is some of the drippiest shit I've seen in my life.
Okay, so just for the record, this is unprecedented. We've never had this in the history of the show. Charlie is using his golden buzzer before he's seen your performance, which is incredibly bold. What do you think?
I'm so happy.
Now,
He doesn't give a fuck.
I'm gonna be doing pizza acrobatics.
You performed on America's Got Talent?
Yeah, Austin brought in
yeah.
a ringer.
Yeah, just.
How'd we find you?
I've been in a couple places.
pancake, that's so cool. Hold on, I want to stay for this.
What? Pizza Man!
Yo!
He's freaking dual wielding. Oh my god!
Wow, give it up for Pizza Man Nick!
Pizza Man.
They weren't yo-yos,
Wow,
but
that is incredible. Unbelievable performance. Let me unmute him so he can talk to us. You know what I didn't expect out of this? Was the production value.
Yes, that was great.
Nick! Unbelievable production value. That's crazy.
Thank you.
Have you streamed on Twitch before?
This is my first time ever streaming on Twitch.
you have better audio than Austin.
Interestingly enough, I've watched a lot of pizza acrobatics. I've watched a lot of their competitions as well as the Japanese pizza tossing scene. So I know what to look for when it comes to quality pizza acrobatics. I thought that I watch all of this, Miz. Like, I watched literally
know
like
you do.
everything. So I thought you did a wonderful job. None of the pizza is ripped. You kept the dough perfectly intact. I love that you put it on the couch so you could see the pristine condition of the dough. Absolutely flawless routine. Loved it, start to finish. Great production, great outfit. Wonderful work, Nick.
Charlie, thank you so much. I was going for the golden buzzer from you.
Yeah, I mean, it was very impressive. I mean, I'm Italian. I've seen a lot of pizzas thrown in my days, and yours was incredible. I think the best part of your thing was your intro when you knew what the crowd wanted. It felt like Pizza Man was real. I absolutely loved it, dude. And I'm glad Charlie hit the golden buzzer. You deserve it.
Thank you, thank you.
You should hire Pizza Man to come deliver pizzas to OTK for your next event.
I'll be there.
Oh.
Would you deliver pizzas for us if we needed you?
Absolutely, any day.
Dude, I've seen you before.
It doesn't look.
Miskif, where did you see him before?
Oh, I saw this.
I have definitely seen you before.
That's so crazy, bro. Because I feel like you don't follow me.
Why is Austin? Why is all your contestants so hostile? Like, I don't understand.
I mean, he just
Can I just chill out like fucking Emmy and just like hang out? Like, why do I have to get attacked?
He just presented a question.
Yeah, it wasn't even like an attack. It was just like, it was like a feeling. You could have been like, no, I do follow you.
Do you, I mean, do
Listen,
you
I'm
follow
gonna
him?
keep it a $1.50. I do not follow you.
Please, miss, can follow me. Please, miss, follow me. Oh, yeah. Will I win this contest? Hold up, baby. Probably no. Only here with one directive, which is to network on the Austin show. I'ma need Miss Kip to follow me back. That's my only goal. Can I get a follow for a follow? Can I get a follow for a follow? Win this contest, hold up, baby, probably no. Only here with one directive, which is to network on the Austin show. I'ma need Miss Kip to follow me back. That's my only goal. Can I get a follow for a follow? Can I get a follow for a follow? Hoping that the chat come through and reunite. I can talk about his doors all motherfucking night. Yeah, I'll stroke his ego, Miss Kip, you so high. Yeah, I just do get lost in them blue eyes that you got. Oh my God. I could stare in that shit so for a while. That feeling that I feel is making me go so wild. Will I win this contest? Hold up, baby, probably no. Only you with one directive, which is to network on the Austin show. I'ma need Miss Kid to follow me back. That's my only goal. Can I get a follow for a follow? To follow me back. That's my only goal. Can I get a follow for a follow? Can I get a follow for a follow?
Nice. No, it's over. Listen, it wasn't a yo-yo, okay? So, don't get that excited.
Okay.
That was some of the best songs I ever heard in my entire life. I love that. I
Hey.
also, you know what's the most impressive thing is how you're able to siphon out anyone saying the word Maya, which was half my offline chat going in there. So I really do appreciate that.
I got you, bro.
That was pretty impressive. I saw that the entire time. You were dodging those bullets left and right. Good job. I followed you already. You were fantastic.
Hey, thank
That
you,
was
bro.
really good, dude. I've told you. I've seen your stuff already. I knew you were insane.
Actually, though,
Oh.
I'm gonna need some participation from the judges if you would help me out.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna make it live off of everyone. So everyone's making this song. So can you guys go ahead and give me 2 to 3 words, judges?
Forzen in a Lambo.
Water, headphones, microphone.
I liked the puking and crying, and maybe Peepo. That's this rabbit's name.
Charlie, you got to do hemorrhoids.
All right, Charlie.
Yeah,
We gotta bring hemorrhoids back, 100%.
let's throw in meat.
You know I'm always exploring when I see horizons. So I'm in the Forzen when I go to rise it. Rambo with the ammo in my Lambo. Top down, then we gonna flood it and then go flood. And we popping like an otter. I be flowing like it's H2O, those molecules like water. Shit, man, the avatar. Overhead the drones. I be popping in your ears, break the sound like some headphones. I'm vomiting that dope flow like I might be puking and I'm flying. You know I'm never crying. I take the L and come up with that W, we flying. Rapping and we do it, we rate and we explore. Hemorrhoids in they ass when we make the cyst drawer in it. I'ma keep it so sweet, sugar sweet with the flow. Halloween when I cook the reed.
Ryan Bell flows, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for him. We are about to vote. Please.
Austin,
roll.
I hate this.
What?
Dude, they were all actually so good.
I know.
I know.
But that's what happens. It's a competitive talent show. Very competitive.
So does Ari get like first, second, and third place, or?
Well, you have to keep in mind, he didn't get a buzzer, so he might not actually win.
The fourth person in the poll advancing to the final show next month to compete for a $40,000 prize pool. Nick, the pizza acrobat. Give him a round of applause.
Let's go.
There you go, Charlie.
Yeah.
Nice job. Nice job, Nick. In third place, advancing to the final show, Tim Violin, ladies and gentlemen.
Deserved.
Mm-hmm.
In second place, advancing to the final show, Red Clarinet.
Nice.
Yep.
And I'll have that new, the new keyboard.
And in first place, with his improvisational music, Aria! Nice job. All four of you are advancing to the final show next month. Congratulations. Thank you so much for all the other contestants who participated.
But chat, the reacting is not done yet because you guys might, like me, have had a common video series you would watch throughout your childhood. I don't know if you guys remember it. Maybe this will bring you back.
Epic rap battles of history. Epic rap battles of history.
That's right, epic rap battles of history. This was like the thing that you watched and maybe talked about at school like 8, 9 years ago, whether you were in middle school, high school, preschool, whatever you were at. And I thought like, hey, I haven't seen these in at least 5 years. Do they hold up? That's like the main question. You always wonder, because like growing up, you watch it and you're like, you know, damn, this is like, you know, this is pretty good. Like, this is funny. It's like catchy. It's also funny. It's also like actually accurate historically. You know, you learn a bit. Do they hold up? Are these old YouTube videos still funny? Are epic rap battles of history still good? So today I collected a tier list maker with all of the epic rap battles of history. Now, I don't think we're going to go through all of them because that sounds like a lot. But I thought it'd be fun to go through the most popular 10 or maybe 14, 15 epic rap battles and see how good they are. Let's get to it, boys, starting with the most popular one, Barack Obama versus Mitt Romney. Classic election battle.
Mitt Romney versus Barack Obama.
I'm not gonna let this battle be dictated by facts. I'm rich. I've got fat stacks and super packs. You're all Barack and no bite, but no change. And we're all still hoping that you'll shut your mouth. But like Guantanamo Bay, they're both open. Knocking you harder than front doors in my old mission days. Took you 4 years to drop unemployment down below 8%.
This is like shockingly factual. Like the amount of information, including that fact that Mitt Romney is Mormon. Mitt soaks. Mitt's a soaker. They say at BYU, Mitt invented soaking. They call it the Romney Rock when you shake the bed up.
Say your father was a great man. You must be what's left. Need to stop hating on gays. Let them teach you how to dress. You got the mama jeans and a Mr. Fantastic face. So rich and white, it's like I'm running against a cheesecake. Republicans need a puppet and you fed. Got their hands so far up your rear, call you Mitt.
Fired.
I'm the head of state.
This is a good
You're
impression.
Like a head of cabbage. About to get smacked by my stimulus package. You're a bad man.
That's a
with
good
no chance
penis
to
joke.
The power invested in me by the giant Baldwin. The president shall not be the shiniest of two turds.
I forgot Abraham Lincoln hopped in with grills.
Reach across the aisle and bitch smack you as equals. I'm the people, by the people, for the people. Eagle.
That's the best way to do any election coverage content is just go, hey, it's like the better of two evils. You know what? That wasn't bad. Let me get a little crazy here. That wasn't, you know, it's like, hey, yeah, it's some normie popcorn content, but 3 minutes, pretty catchy. I'll go, it's like an A, B. Oh, you know, we can change it later, but let's jump into the next one. Steve Jobs versus Bill Gates.
Let me just step right in. I got things to advance. I'm an innovator, baby, change the world. Fortune 500 before you kiss the girl. I'm a pink, you're a nerd. I'm slick, you're cheesy. Beating you is Apple too easy. I make the product that the artist chooses, and the GUI that Melinda uses. I need to bring up some basic shit. Why'd you name your company after your dick? Blowjobs, you arrogant prick.
Why'd you name your company after your dick? Microsoft. Yo, that's a bar. Holy shit!
Hippie, you got given up at birth. I give away your network to AIDS research. Combine all your little toys and I still crush that. iPhone, iPad, iPhone, I smack.
I'm sorry, Bill. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Take a look at your history. Everything you built
Hall
leads up to
9000?
me. I got the power of a mind you could never be. I'll beat your ass in chess and Jeopardy. I'm running C++ saying hello world. I'll beat you till you singing about a daisy girl.
Okay, I gotta say that one was worse. And the only reason is because after him saying you named your company after your dick, every bar was worse after that. Overall, everyone thinks Steve won. All right, fair enough, fair enough. That one I was not such a fan of though. I would put it B tier. It was okay, maybe even C. Rasputin versus Stalin. Ooh, this is I like the historical ones where I don't get the references as much. It feels like I'm learning more.
Starving for days so you waste away. I even crush motherfuckers when I'm laying in state. I'd have let it took Trotsky out of the picture. Drop the hammer on you harder than I bitch slapped Hitler. I have no pride for you who ruined everything my revolution
Lenin?
was doing.
Okay, what the fuck?
The bourgeoisie. My whole future was bright. You let your heart grow dark and stop the greatest revolution since the birth of Marx.
Holy shit, that was everything Hassan has ever said on stream condensed in about 30 seconds.
Did somebody say Bert Marx? Yo, I'm the host with the most glass nose. Assholes made a mess and the war got cold. Shook hands with both Ronalds, Reagan and McDonald's, no doubt. If your name ends with in, time to get out.
Did somebody say real
What the fuck is happening here? Okay, that was Mikhail Gorbachev, famous for being in a Pizza Hut commercial. Now we have someone else coming.
You want to mess with me?
Who the fuck are you? Is this supposed to be Vladimir Putin?
While I'm balling in Cuba, doing judo moves at school in every communist suka.
Wow. Who won? I don't know, man. There's a lot of people. I kind of liked this one. There was a lot of people included there. But I walk away thinking that this was probably a C tier, maybe. Nothing crazy. Perhaps a B tier. C for commies. Average, as everything should be. Master Chief versus Leonidas. Okay, this is like ancient gamer meme. This is the type of thing that comes out and then you tell your friends that it's epic.
You puny feather fat nerd of computer, jerking up the
shit.
games, giving themselves first-person shooters.
Oh,
Your
shit.
arm is hard, but my abs are harder. You're in my hood now, Chief. This is Sparta.
Oh, that was a bar.
Not so fast. Cortana says you're Greek, so why don't you stick these lyrics up your ass? Stick with a monument to my sins. You're the soldier that needs you to be. Ain't no way that you could beat me. Even my initials spell MC.
Was that I'm sorry to pause here. I hate to pause in the middle of a bar. Was he saying that Cortana says you're Greek, so why don't you put this up your ass? Is that a Greek